Chapter 463. On Guhai and Chongming's flying boat. Chongming looked at a black-robed man, practicing his knife skills. The black-robed man was extremely strange. His body was stiff as if it had rusted, and his movements were very slow. However, with each practice, he seemed to be more familiar with it. This, Mr. Good, is this a zombie? Isn't this zombie too stiff? How can a set of knife skills be so slow? Chongming looked at Guhai curiously. The flying boat was speeding. Although Guhai was anxious, he had no choice but to grab the letter sent by Chongsheng and carefully read it over and over again. Chongming, is your father going to die? Guhai frowned and looked at Chongming. Your father is going to die. Chongming immediately glared, as if he was blaming Guhai for cursing Chongsheng. Guhai was not angry. Instead, he stared at Chongming and said, Your father's letter seems to be entrusting him to me. Ah. Chongming was slightly startled, and his face was filled with horror. Tell me what's going on. What danger is Chongsheng in? Guhai said in a low voice. Chongming's expression was ugly. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded and described the bat ancestor's plan to eat vampires to increase his strength. Oh, since it's so dangerous, why did Chongsheng ask you to tell him? And to give me such a big favor? Guhai raised his eyebrows. I don't think it's necessary, Chongming said in a fit of pique. Guhai stared at Chongming for a while and sighed slightly. It's a pity that Shiyu the Great did something wrong. Your father is so talented, but he let him lead a family for the bat ancestor. What a pity, what a pity. What a waste of God's gift, buying the casket and returning the pearl. Don't say any more. Chongming was very depressed at the moment. Even a single sentence from Guhai made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Chongsheng said that you used to be very smart. You were smarter than Mo Yike when you were younger? Guhai looked at Chongsheng with suspicion. Humph. Chongsheng snorted gloomily. I'll give you a question. Let's see if you can answer it. Guhai said after some thought. Question? Chongsheng was slightly stunned. Zhuge Minghong's younger brother counted the number of siblings and found that he had one more brother than sister. Then, how many more brothers did Zhuge Minghong have compared to her sisters? Zhuge Minghong is a woman, Guhai asked. This was a very simple logic question. There was no question of academic qualifications. It all depended on the flexibility of one's brain. Chongming stared blankly at Guhai. Are you really going to test me? However, why was this question so strange? Answer quickly, Guhai shouted coldly. 3. Chongming said immediately. Oh, Guhai was slightly stunned. Then, he revealed a surprised smile. Not bad. Although the question is simple, you didn't do anything wrong. Let me give you some more questions. They are Mensa intelligence test questions. I hope you are really like what your father said. Guhai took a deep breath. Guhai reached out and took out a study table. He dipped some ink and sprinkled it on the paper on the table. Instantly, questions were formed. Chongming. Guhai made an inviting gesture. Let's see how many questions you can answer in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Chongming looked blankly at Guhai. However, when it came to IQ testing, Chongming did not reject it. Chongming wanted to get an explanation for his IQ. Soon, Chongming began to answer the questions. Guhai also put up an incense stick. Chongming looked at the questions with a strange expression on his face. These questions were too strange, weren't they? And these pictures, find the similarities? Find the differences? Even an ordinary person could do it. However, there seemed to be a lot of strange traps hidden in the questions. Guhai looked at him quietly. These questions were all Mensa intelligence test questions that Guhai once searched on the internet when he was bored on Earth. They were questions to test a person's IQ. Those with high IQ would score high, but they did not have high requirements for experience. Soon, the incense sticks time was up. Don't accept it. I haven't finished yet. I haven't finished yet. Chang Ming suddenly said with a bitter face. He only finished half of the questions in the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Was his IQ really that low? He could not even answer such a simple question. Only half. Gu Hai was already satisfied. To be able to complete 1/3 of the questions meant that a person's IQ was high enough. However, in front of him, Chang Ming actually completed half of the questions. He hoped that he did not write blindly. Gu Hai began to mark the papers. She looked through the questions from beginning to end and ticked all the right answers. It was only halfway through that she finally crossed a question. Wrong? How could it be? I know. This question, how could I get it wrong? How could I get it wrong? It should be the first choice. It should be the first choice. My IQ. Chang Ming was devastated. Could it be that his IQ really made people anxious? He only completed half of the questions, and he actually made a mistake. Looking at Gu Hai, Chang Ming lowered his head in shame. He was too embarrassed to say that his IQ was high. Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes, because in Gu Hai's eyes, Chang Ming's IQ was unusually high. To be able to complete 1/3 of the questions meant that his IQ was high enough. And in this 1/3, as long as he could complete 80% of the questions correctly, he would be the best of the best. But Chang Ming not only completed half of the questions, but also got 99% correct. The only wrong answer was immediately realized. Chang Ming's face was full of regret. Gu Hai stared at Chang Ming. He also had a general understanding of Chang Ming. Turning his head, Gu Hai put away everything and ignored Chang Ming. But Chang Ming looked at Gu Hai as if he had completely given up on himself. Chang Ming was speechless. Was he really that bad? The flying boat continued to fly toward Chaoga City. Chaoga City, the bat ancestor smashed the entire enchantment of the city with one palm, and countless bats flew in all directions. Ha 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 ha. Today, none of you can escape. If you want to blame someone, blame your emperor, blame Gu Hai for causing this endless disaster. Ha ha. The bat ancestor laughed. Boom. The aura around the bat ancestor suddenly erupted. Suddenly, boundless black gas enveloped the entire Chaoga City. Mr. Shangguan, what should we do? Emperor, where are you? We were wrong. We should have left. The people in the city showed a look of despair. Who? The people with high cultivation immediately rushed out, wanting to break out and escape. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, a large number of bats rushed straight down. Let me go. Why? Help me, help. The strong people who had just rushed out were immediately caught by countless bats, and all of their blood was sucked dry, and they fell from midair, including the strong people of the Yuanying state. No one can escape. The people in the city showed deep despair in their eyes. I said, no one can escape. The bat ancestor sneered. In a short while, nearly 1,000 people had turned into dried corpses. The entire Chaoga City was filled with great panic. Chang Sheng looked anxious, but he could not intervene at this moment. The bat ancestor's strength, since he swallowed the fourth son of the Chang family, had barely entered the heavenly palace, and was not something he could stop. The bat ancestor looked ferocious. I will turn all of you into vampires, and then I will ask you to kill Gu Hai. I will see if Gu Hai will kill his people. Ha ha! While speaking, the bat ancestor looked at the entrance of the Huangfu Palace. At the entrance of the Huangfu Palace, the officials were also very anxious, and there was despair on their faces. They surrounded Shangguan Hen in the center. Shangguan Hen's face darkened. Oh, you are the Mr. Shangguan they were talking about. Humph, who are you? The bat ancestor snorted and reached out. Suddenly, a huge black palm energy appeared in front of Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen pointed his finger, and a green light instantly shot toward the black palm energy. Pist, 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 pist. The black palm energy melted with a bang. Oh, poison? You are from the Xuanwu clan? Humph, Supreme Xuanwu is already dead. So what is the use of your poison? The bat ancestor snorted. Buzz. With a force in his hand, the melted palm energy recovered, broke free from the poison, and headed toward Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen's expression changed, and he suddenly jumped. Boom! The right palm of the bat ancestor landed heavily on the square of the Huangfu Palace. In an instant, the Huangfu Palace exploded. The power of the Heavenly Palace was extremely powerful. All the officials screamed as they were blown away. Even though Shangguan Hen had fled in a hurry, he was still severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The power of the Heavenly Palace. Shangguan Hen looked at the sky with a surprised expression. You can't even withstand a single blow. The bat ancestor sneered disdainfully and ignored Shangguan Hen. After destroying the Huangfu Palace with one palm, it looked coldly at the city. All right, there is no time to waste. All of you capture the people of Zhaoga City and turn them into vampires, your blood mercenaries. Now, the bat ancestor ordered. Yes, boom. All the vampires dove toward Zhaoga City. In a small courtyard in the city, Aosheng narrowed his eyes. As expected of the power of the Heavenly Palace. Ha! I thought this Shangguan Hen was capable of something. It seems that Zhaoga City is hopeless. Crown Prince, are we really not going to do anything? A subordinate frowned. No, Aosheng said coldly. In the city. Ah, help! Your Majesty, help! I was wrong. I want to leave Zhaoga City. I want to leave Zhaoga City. Don't capture me. Don't capture me. Ah, the desperate voices of the people in the city could be heard. Shangguan Hen wiped the corner of his mouth, and his face darkened. Is it over? Buzz. Suddenly, an evil energy emerged from Shangguan Hen's body. Again, Shangguan Hen's face changed. Ha 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 ha, I'm here. Do you want to save the people in the city? Ha ha, that little bat is almost at the level of the Heavenly Palace. I'm the only one who can help you. I'm the only one. An evil voice was heard in the evil energy. Who are you? Why are you in my body? What do you want? Shangguan Hen glared at the voice. Lend me your body. I'll help you deal with this little bat. What do you think? Give me your body. The evil voice said again. Who are you? Shangguan Hen asked anxiously. You don't have time. Look, some of the people over there have been bitten by the vampires. They will become new vampires soon. The evil voice continued. Shangguan Hen looked over. As expected, those people couldn't escape at all. They were caught by the vampires and bitten on the neck. Lend me your body. Quick, quick, quick. The evil voice continued. Shangguan Hen's eyelids twitched violently. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Take it. Remember what you said. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Shangguan Hen let out a resounding, sinister voice. A surging evil aura surged out of his body. Chapter 464. Caw, 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 caw. Suddenly, Shangguan Hen let out a loud evil sound, and a surge of evil energy gushed out from his body. The evil energy was also black, but when it rushed out, it was instantly distinguished from the black energy released by Bat Ancestor. It seemed that compared to Shangguan Hen's black energy, Bat Ancestor's black energy seemed so righteous. Huh. The vampires in all directions were slightly stunned. That ancestor also turned to look. Xuanwu couldn't even withstand a single blow. So what was going on with his aura now? Just as Shangguan was showing a ferocious expression, his aura was soaring at an extremely strange speed. The original aura of the Yuan-Ying state was climbing all the way from the peak of the Yuan-Ying state to the peak of the lower celestial palace, the peak of the lower celestial palace, the peak of the middle celestial palace. And it was still increasing. Boom! All of a sudden, the evil aura erupted and dispersed all the bats in the sky. In the blink of an eye, Shangguan aura was no weaker than Bat Ancestor's. How is that possible? In a small courtyard in the distance, Crown Prince Ao Sheng's eyes widened. Who was Shangguan? How did his strength suddenly soar? It was impossible. Wah! Shangguan suddenly roared. Behind Shangguan, a super black snake thousands of feet long suddenly appeared. Shangguan stepped forward and stood on the head of the snake, looking around with a ferocious expression. In the sky, countless bats were flying. Bat Ancestor's expression changed. What kind of monster was this? A snake thousands of feet long? A snake thousands of feet long? It had already evolved into a dragon, but this black snake hadn't evolved into a dragon? Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snake spat out its snake apricot and slowly slithered in the ruins outside Huangfu Hall. Pretending to be mysterious, humph. That ancestor coldly snorted and pointed a finger. Squeak, 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 squeak. The bats that blotted out the sky and covered the earth suddenly rushed toward the giant snake, as if they wanted to suck its blood dry. Ka-ka! The snake suddenly opened its mouth and inhaled. Whoosh! The bats in the sky were all sucked into the snake's mouth in an instant. What? That ancestor's expression. Was it real? It wasn't a trick this time. In the palace, countless officials clutched their wounds as they looked in shock at Shangguan, who was on the head of the 3-kilometer-long snake. What is going on? Mr. Shangguan is master? All right, I'll deal with this little bat. I promised Shangguan that I would save all the citizens in the city. If you all do not escape, his consciousness will not rest. Right now, I'll block this little bat. All the officials help the citizens leave. Shangguan said with a cold snort. Yes, master. The officials were ecstatic. Thank you, Master Shangguan. Thank you, Master Shangguan. The despairing people in the city cheered. Kill him. That ancestor pointed at Shangguan. Whoosh! The Chong clan's third young master suddenly swooped down and extended his hand. A huge manifested palm shot towards Shangguan. Shangguan eyes turned cold. The snake under his feet whipped its tail. There was a loud bang. Third brother of the Chong family's energy palm exploded. The remaining force of the tail continued toward third brother of the Chong family. Boom! Third brother of the Chong family was sent flying. Crack! The giant snake opened its mouth. Immediately, billowing green gas rushed out. Ah, ah, ah. The nearby bat demons were immediately shrouded in the green gas. The ferocious toxins quickly melted their bodies. Bastard! Bat ancestor snorted. It also sent a palm strike toward Shangguan. Boom! The snake's tail collided. The void trembled. Bat ancestor's other palm struck again. Shangguan face turned cold. He sent a palm strike toward the sky. Boom! The two palms of Bat Ancestor and Shangguan collided. Bat Ancestor was knocked away, and Shangguan figure also paused. The outcome of this palm strike was not decided. However, Bat Ancestor knew that it had done its best. Who are you? Who are you? Bat Ancestor screamed with a ferocious expression. Ha 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 ha, who am I? Little bat, don't you remember who I am? Shangguan smiled evilly. Bat Ancestor's face darkened. It did not remember such an evil person. In Chaoga City, almost everyone was stunned by Shangguan Hen's sudden burst of strength. Was this person Mr. Shangguan? Was he so powerful? In the city, only a few Xuanwu, including Xuanwu who used to follow Miao Chun, showed ecstatic expressions. These 20 Xuanwu, who were at the peak of the Yuanying state, were sent by Miao Chun to protect Shangguan Hen. Although they did not know why, they always carried out Miao Chen's orders. So, Mr. Shangguan is also a senior of the Xuanwu clan. That big snake it's Xuanwu's mysterious snake. What a big mysterious snake. No, this is a snake created by Xuanwu's god. It can't be. But who is he? Even Elder Miao Chun listens to him? The 20 Xuanwu opened their eyes wide. After Bat Ancestor and Shangguan Hen's palms collided, there was no clear winner. However, they could feel that Shangguan Hen's strength was still increasing. Bat Ancestor was shocked. The surrounding vampires also opened their eyes wide. Their hands stopped moving. Why did you stop? Kill them all. None of the people of Chaoga City can live. Don't turn into vampires. Kill them all. Kill them all. That ancestor suddenly shouted. Yes, countless vampires and bat demons answered. Suddenly, a large number of people died, tragically in despair. Humph! Shangguan Hen snorted and waved his hand. Whoosh! All of a sudden, countless little snakes appeared out of thin air and charged at the vampires in all directions. I am your opponent now. That ancestor snorted and waved his sleeve. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Countless bats immediately blocked the small snakes in all directions. That ancestor rushed toward Shangguan Hen again. The giant snake roared and swung its tail. Shangguan Hen also struck with his palm. Boom, boom. That ancestor was beaten back again. Ha 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 ha, little Xuanwu, no one I want to kill can survive. Humph, as long as I'm here, you can forget about saving them. You want to protect them? Just watch them die. That ancestor sneered. That ancestor stopped Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen suddenly showed a ferocious expression. Calling me little Xuanwu? Ha ha ha. If it weren't for the limitation of this body's cultivation, I could kill you with one finger. Don't you remember who I am? Fine, I'll let you know. While speaking, Shangguan Hen suddenly turned his head. Buzz. Shangguan Hen's body suddenly emitted countless blue lights. As soon as the lights appeared, they dyed the sky blue. For a moment, Shangguan Hen looked extremely sacred. A great radiance suddenly made everyone's expression change. Water God, you're. That ancestor's expression changed. Yes, it's me. Shangguan Hen showed a hint of ferocity. Buzz. The divine radiance on Shangguan Hen's body suddenly burst out like a wave of air rushing in all directions of Chaoga City. In Chaoga City, the 20 Xuanwu suddenly opened their eyes wide, and in their eyes there were tears of ecstasy. Supreme Master, you're still alive? All the Xuanwu shouted in ecstasy. Buzz. The divine radiance filled all the Xuanwu's body, like a flame falling into a barrel of gasoline. All the Xuanwu suddenly burst out with a surge of energy. I've recovered. I'm Xuanwu God. I've also recovered my divinity, the lower heavenly palace. I've recovered the lower heavenly palace. Supreme Master is still alive. My Xuanwu God is not destroyed. The 20 Xuanwus all recovered the power of the lower heavenly palace 800 years ago, and in an instant, all of them showed extreme ecstasy, crying tears of joy. When they looked at Shangguan Hen, their faces were full of infinite excitement. Supreme Master. All the Xuanwus shouted excitedly. help the people in the city to leave. Shangguan Hen said coldly. Yes, the 20 Xuanwus almost shouted. Supreme Master is back. The Supreme Master of our Xuanwu clan is back. In an instant, the faces of all the vampires and bat demons changed greatly. Supreme Master of the Xuanwu clan, how is that possible? He's going to come back to life. How are we going to fight? In a small courtyard in the distance, Ao Sheng's face also changed. Impossible. He can't be Supreme Xuanwu. Supreme Xuanwu died a long time ago. But if he isn't Supreme Xuanwu, how could he be able to stimulate the divine power, ignite the divine fire, and restore the divine power of the Xuanwu clan? The bat ancestor's face changed greatly. He was also shocked by the sudden change in the situation. No, you died a long time ago. Bat ancestor retreated in horror. Oh, little bat, now you recognize me? Huh, Shangguan Hen said with a ferocious face. No, Supreme Xuanwu's body is full of righteous energy, but yours is full of evil energy. You're not Supreme Xuanwu. Supreme Xuanwu can't have evil energy. Bat ancestor's face suddenly changed as he shouted. You know quite a lot. Shangguan Hen slowly slithered over on the giant snake. In all directions, the experts of the Xuanwu clan quickly assisted the officials of the Dahan to help the people escape. At this moment, the people no longer had any resistance, and they all waited for help in horror. The vampires and bat demons in all directions looked at Bat Ancestor hesitantly. I know. Bat Ancestor's face suddenly changed. Oh, Supreme Xuanwu? When he went against the heavens with Old Man Guanxi in the past, he was full of righteous energy without any flaws. Even the heavens couldn't punish him with the slightest bit of sin. No trace of sin? Did he separate all the sin from the dark side of his body? You're the evil side of Supreme Xuanwu? You're the evil Supreme Xuanwu? He's dead, but you're not. You're still alive? Bat Ancestor suddenly sucked in a cold breath. You know quite a lot. However, isn't it a bit too late? Ha 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 ha. Shangguan Hen said with a ferocious expression. As he spoke, the giant snake suddenly rushed in front of Bat Ancestor, and once again struck at Bat Ancestor with its palm. Boom! The two people's palms collided with a loud bang. This time, Shangguan Hen didn't retreat, but Bat Ancestor did. Your strength is still increasing? Bat Ancestor's face changed. In the small courtyard in the distance, Ao Sheng's face also changed. The evil Supreme Xuanwu, Shangguan Hen's original consciousness, which had been suppressed by Supreme Xuanwu's will, quivered. You're the evil part of Supreme Xuanwu? Impossible in my memory. You've already been destroyed. Chapter 465. The dark side of Supreme Xuanwu? So, you have the god of Xuanwu? Bat Ancestor's eyelids suddenly twitched, and a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. Shangguan Hen's face darkened. God, unfortunately, you are still limited by this body. Moreover, those Xuanwu who have just recovered can only reach the lower heavenly palace. Humph, little bat. I was a little bat in front of you back then, but what about now? Ha 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 ha. Bat Ancestor suddenly rushed toward Supreme Xuanwu excitedly. Kill them all. Leave no one alive in Zhaoga City. Bat Ancestor suddenly yelled. Boom! Bat Ancestor, which was surrounded by hundreds of millions of bats, crashed toward Shangguan Hen with a loud boom. Shangguan Hen took the giant snake and instantly arrived outside the city to avoid causing too much damage and injuring the civilians. Boom! Outside the city, it was suddenly chaotic. Countless bats, sand, and snakes mixed together outside the city. Gusts of violent wind swept in all directions. The battle between the two supreme heavenly palaces left only the destructive power of heaven and earth. The civilians in the city couldn't see the situation of the battle between the two people outside. You are courting death. Shangguan Hen said coldly. Ah, it hurts, but it doesn't matter. Ha 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 ha, Supreme Xuanwu? You can't kill me, ha ha. That ancestor's voice came. Boom. Outside the city, it was chaos. In the city, 20 Xuanwu of the lower heavenly palace immediately took action to help the civilians leave. However, they were still attacked by the bat monsters and vampires. Humph, the supreme heavenly palace gave the order. Leave no one alive. Kill. Xuanwu of the lower heavenly palace. Don't worry, Changsheng's family has 3 supreme heavenly palaces. Kill them for me. The bat monsters shouted. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rolling bat monsters rushed down. A group of vampires also swarmed down. The second and third brothers of the Chang family swooped down towards Xuanwu, who was engaged in battle. Second brother, third brother, Changsheng suddenly shouted. Big brother? The two of them looked at Changsheng with puzzlement. Changsheng looked at the battle outside the city. His expression was slightly complicated, and then it became firm. Second brother, third brother, do you still remember why we became vampires in the first place? Changsheng smiled bitterly. The second and third brothers of the Chang family were slightly taken aback. After a moment of silence, he said, In the past, when our village was in trouble, His Majesty passed by and saved us 4 brothers. From then on, we served His Majesty. You said that we should do our best to repay His Majesty for saving our lives. After that, His Majesty and the ancestor wanted to establish a family of vampires. You were the one who brought us to become vampires. Changsheng took a deep breath and said, Yes, I am the one who brought you all to become vampires. Previously, the ancestor had nurtured a few vampire families, but in the end, none of them were successful enough to create powerful vampires. That was why His Majesty looked for me, and I agreed. His Majesty had saved the lives of us 4 brothers, so we have repaid him. The second and third brothers were silent for a moment. I know the purpose of our existence. I believe you all roughly understand it, but you didn't expect it to come so soon, right? Changsheng said solemnly. The second and third brothers' faces turned ugly. Big brother, I'm sorry. In the past, I always wanted to fight for favor in front of the ancestor, to fight for power and benefits with you. Now it seems so laughable. The second brother smiled bitterly. Life and death. Even if we are billions of miles away, the ancestor wants you to beg for death. We can only be at his mercy. What else can we do? The third brother said in despair. Before His Majesty saved us, we were already dead, weren't we? Solemnly Changsheng said. The second and third brothers fell into despair. They knew what Changsheng meant. Obviously, from the moment the fourth brother was eaten, it indicated that they were not far from being eaten. We should have died long ago, but our Chang family can't end like this. Changsheng said solemnly, It's useless. All vampires will be eaten by the ancestor. The second brother said bitterly, I need you all to help me now. Also, help my Chang family keep the last glimmer of hope. Solemnly Changsheng said, Do what? The 2 brothers were surprised. Help the people of Chaoga City. Help as much as you can. Solemnly Changsheng said, Huh. The 2 looked at Gu Hai in shock. Are you still jealous of the pregnancy? In front of death, what's so good about it? Believe me and listen to me. Changsheng said with a glare. The second brother and the third brother's eyelids twitched violently. They turned their heads and looked at the chaotic battle outside the city. Turning their heads, the 2 looked at Changsheng again. After a while, the second brother of the Chang family took a deep breath and said, Big brother, I'll listen to you. Big brother. Instead of saying that His Majesty saved us, it's better to say that Big Brother saved us. If it weren't for Big Brother, we would have died long ago. Little brother has been insensible all these years and has caused Big Brother trouble. Anyway, we're going to die. Big brother, you tell me what to do, and I'll do it. The third brother gritted his teeth. Good, good, ha 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 ha. Chang Sheng suddenly laughed. Turning his head, Chang Sheng suddenly looked at the group of bat demons that swooped down. Chang family, from now on, the bat ancestor is our enemy. Chang Sheng snorted coldly. Huh. The countless vampires that swooped down were surprised. Kill the bat demons. Chang Sheng shouted. Boom. Chang Sheng, the second brother of the Chang family, and the third brother immediately swooped down and went straight for the bat demons. Master Chang, what are you doing? A bat demon exclaimed. Boom. A sword was cut in half by Chang Sheng. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, countless vampires rushed toward the bat demons. The sudden change stunned countless residents of Zhaoga City. What's going on? The Xuanwu, who were ready for a fierce battle, suddenly opened their eyes wide. What's going on? The bat demons were stunned. The vampires outside the Chang family were also stunned. Chang Sheng, what are you doing? Chang family, do you want to die? How dare you go against the will of the bat ancestor? You want to die? The bat demons and vampires were stunned. Kill, 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 kill. The three Chang Sheng brothers roared and killed in all directions. In an instant, the sky above Zhaoga City was in chaos. Rumble! In the great battle, the people were already stunned. What are you looking at? Go! The Dahan officials quickly commanded. Countless people immediately responded and were quickly sent out by the flying boats. Ha 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 ha! Big brother, I'm killing so happily. These bat demons' cultivation is not as good as ours at all. They used to look down on us. Big brother, it's so satisfying. I've wanted to kill them like this for a long time. The second and third brothers of the Chang family were in the midst of the unscrupulous killing. Chang Sheng looked at his two younger brothers. They seemed to have returned to their youth. At that time, his two younger brothers had not learned to deceive each other and were not arrogant. Now, they had all returned to their original state. Chang Sheng looked at his two younger brothers and said in his heart, Second brother, third brother, this time it's a little dangerous. However, our road ahead has been sealed, and this is the only flickering hope. Chang Ming was able to receive our sacrifice, but we had an almost impossible hope. It was almost impossible. However, there was still an almost after all. What was the possibility? Maybe? The battle in the sky above Zhaoga City immediately made countless people escape. Outside the city, the bat ancestor fighting with Shangguan Hen also noticed the abnormality in Zhaoga City. Chang family? Are you crazy? The bat ancestor wiped the blood from his mouth and exclaimed. Shangguan Hen could not kill the bat ancestor immediately, but the bat ancestor was still seriously injured. The bat ancestor had not eaten the elders of the Chang family because it was not time yet. The stronger the elders of the Chang family were, the stronger the bat ancestor would be after devouring them. The longer it nurtured them, the better it would be for itself. Now, the elders of the Chang family were rebelling. Boom! Shangguan Hen slammed his palm on the bat ancestor's chest. Puff! The bat ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood again and was sent flying. At this moment, Chang Sheng also slashed at the last bat demon. Supreme Being, save me! The bat demon roared in horror. Clang! Under the sword, the bat demon was cut in half. You are courting death. The bat ancestor's face was ferocious. He stretched out his hand. Boom! All the vampires present suddenly could not move and shot toward the bat ancestor. Rumble! All the vampires could not control themselves, even those who were loyal to the bat ancestor. Big brother! The second and third brothers cried in despair. Whoosh! Changsheng was the first to be pulled in front of the bat ancestor. Changsheng! Changsheng! You dare to disobey me? You dare to disobey me? The bat ancestor glared and said with a ferocious expression. Changsheng was controlled by the bat ancestor and could not move at all. Looking at the bat ancestor, Changsheng revealed a trace of hatred. Bat ancestor, I am also a human. What? The bat ancestor was slightly startled. Everyone of the Chang family, look at me. Changsheng suddenly revealed a ferocious expression. The second and third brothers opened their eyes wide. Explode! Changsheng suddenly shouted. Boom! Changsheng suddenly exploded. He had self-detonated. He had triggered all the energy in his body. He had self-detonated. The huge explosion caused everyone to tremble. The bat ancestor was immediately covered in blood from the explosion. Big brother! The second and third brothers shouted in despair. No, 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 it's mine, it's mine. This fragment is mine too. Bat ancestor cried out. It opened its mouth and swallowed. Huff! The exploded Changsheng's flesh was immediately sucked back into the bat ancestor's mouth. After sucking in Changsheng's broken body, the bat ancestor's expression changed, and it stretched out its hand. Huff! Huff! All the vampires were instantly at the mouth, and their spirits were dispirited. You won't let me eat even when you're dying? You won't let me eat even when you're dying? Bastard! The bat ancestor opened its mouth and wanted to eat all the bats. Big brother, I don't have the courage. The second brother said in despair. Big brother! Huff! The second and third brothers of the Chang family did not have time to self-detonate and were all swallowed by the bat ancestor. The remaining vampires did not escape and all entered the bat ancestor's mouth. Ancestor, we are loyal to you. Changsheng rebelled, but we didn't. Some vampires loyal to the bat ancestor said in despair. However, the bat ancestor did not listen to them and ate them all. At that moment, the bat ancestor's stomach was like a bottomless pit, melting all the vampires in an instant. In the midst of the melting, the bat ancestor's aura suddenly soared, and a strong wind swept in all directions. In the city, Ao Sheng's expression changed. Even Shang Guanhen's pupils shrank at this moment, because the bat ancestor's aura rose faster and fiercer than his. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed him. Chapter 466. Bat ancestor's momentum soared to the sky. Shang Guanhen immediately threw a punch. Boom! Shang Guanhen's fierce palm was actually caught by bat ancestor's hand. Ha ha ha, Supreme Xuanwu? Now, your strength is not as good as mine, right? God of the Black Tortoise. You can't protect yourself. Your body's cultivation is too weak, and there are too many restrictions on you. Bat ancestor threw a punch with a ferocious face. Boom! With a loud noise, the giant snake under Shang Guanhen's feet was immediately sent flying. Even Shang Guanhen's figure was suddenly pushed back. Shang Guanhen's expression changed. On the other side, in Chaoga City, a group of people immediately fled. At this moment, they had no other thoughts. They only hated their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. Go, take me out of here. Me too. Save me. Help. The people shouted. The officials of the Dahan, the soldiers, and Xuanwu desperately escorted the people away. However, there were too many people in the city. Shang Guanhen did not know how much longer he could hold on. Rumble! The 2 peerless experts fiercely fought again. This battle lasted for 2 days. In these 2 days, Bat Ancestor's strength had increased tremendously, while Shangguan Hen was covered in blood. The giant snake under his feet was also covered in wounds and blind in one eye. Die for me. Bat ancestor fiercely threw a punch with a ferocious face. Hung. Under the punch, the giant snake exploded. Shangguan Hen was also sent flying by the punch. Puff. Shangguan Hen spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already at the end of his road. Ha 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 ha. Supreme Xuanwu, am I still a little bat now? Is that still the case? Bat ancestor asked with a ferocious expression. These 2 days of fighting could be said to have been extremely satisfying. Basically, he was suppressing Shangguan Hen. How comfortable was that? Shangguan Hen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed an evil smile. Shangguan Hen, I've tried my best. Your cultivation is too weak, and I can't use my full strength. If this drags on any longer, this little bat will succeed. Ha! Only the owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion can make me compromise like this. You should be satisfied. Shangguan Hen sneered. Boom! All of a sudden, Shangguan Hen dashed towards the group of Xuanwu in the city. Sovereign! The group of Xuanwu shouted, excitedly. Who? Shangguan Hen swept up the 20 Xuanwu clones and shot off into the distance. You want to run? Stop! That ancestor suddenly shouted. Boom! That ancestor immediately chased after him. However, the sovereign Xuanwu had a powerful life-saving method after all. Bat ancestor chased him for a while before giving up completely. Looking at the disappearing figure on the horizon, Bat ancestor showed extreme grief and indignation. Be *starred. Sovereign Xuanwu, don't run if you dare, don't run. Bat ancestor roared angrily. However, the sovereign Xuanwu had already disappeared on the horizon. Bat ancestor returned to Zhaoga City gloomily. Run. There were too many people in the city. Even if they ran, there were still millions of people who couldn't escape. That devil is here again. Vampire. Emperor, save us. The people in the city were fleeing in fear. A large number of Dahan officials stayed until the end, showing a look of despair. You want to run? Don't even think about it. All of you die. All of you die for me. Bat ancestor roared ferociously. Ji. With a wave of his hand, countless bats rushed into the city. Ah, help! Your Majesty! In the blink of an eye, 5 million people were turned into dried corpses. In addition to the 5 million civilians who had died earlier, there were over 10 million civilians who had died. A large number of officials who organized the rescue never left until they died. In all directions of the city, almost all of the buildings had collapsed. Thick smoke billowed, and flames rose in all directions. Everything was in ruins. Bat ancestor killed the rest of the people, but he was still very depressed. Guhai, Shangguan Hen, and Chang Sheng, bastard Chang Sheng, you all deserve to die. You deserve to die. Bat ancestor roared in frustration. At this moment, the bat ancestor's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to kill whoever he saw. After killing everyone, Bat ancestor's face was gloomy. He turned his head and flew in the direction of the other 2 great emperors and Taoist lords. Bat ancestor flew away in the blink of an eye, in a forest outside the city. Ao Sheng narrowed his eyes. What a pity! Xuanwu the Supreme Being ran away. If only father was here just now. Ao Sheng looked in the direction Bat ancestor left in the distance. However, before long, Bat ancestor, who had disappeared into the horizon, flew back again. As he flew back, Bat ancestor showed a hint of panic on his face. The Supreme Being of the Dragon Clan? Is this a trap? How is this possible? The Supreme Being of the Dragon Clan? Ao Tianhuang? Ao Tianhuang? Bat ancestor showed a look of horror and suddenly turned into a huge black bat. The bat flapped its wings. Whoosh! In an instant, it passed through the ruins of Chaoga City and flew toward the far south, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Old Tian Huang, hurry up, hurry up. Let's go to Chaoga City and have a look. Long Wanyu suddenly shouted in the distance. Boom! Almost in an instant, a streak of purple light shot over from the horizon and stopped outside Chaoga City. It was Long Wanyu, Yi Shenzhen, Li Xinji, Zi Wei, Chang Sheng, and a man in a purple dragon robe. The man had a bone protruding from his forehead, and his eyes were fierce, as if there was lightning hidden in them. The purple light was emitted by the man in the dragon robe. He was the one who led everyone to Chaoga City. As soon as they arrived at Chaoga City, everyone suddenly opened their eyes wide and were speechless. How did this happen? Zi Wei said in horror. Why are so many people here dead? Vampires? Was it done by vampires? Chang Sheng also showed an anxious expression. When the two arrived at Chaoga City, they were warmly entertained by Chaoga and could eat as much as they wanted. The two had already treated Chaoga City as their home. Now flames were everywhere, thick smoke billowed, the city was in ruins, and there were corpses everywhere. These people who were so good to them were all dead, thousands of corpses. Even if 90% of the people in the city had run away, these thousands of corpses were still very tragic. Yi Shenzhen and Li Xinji both narrowed their eyes. The two seemed to have expected it, but they did not understand how the corpses of the bat demons came about. Woo, 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 old man Tian Huang. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. I told you to hurry up. I told you to hurry up. Woo, 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 woo. So many people have died. Brother-in-law will die of sadness when he comes back and sees this. Long Wanyu immediately complained to the man in the dragon robe while crying. The man in the dragon robe was the supreme master of the dragon clan, Ao Tian Huang. Ao Tian Huang narrowed his eyes and looked around. Soon, he found a group of people flying over from afar. It was Ao Sheng's group. Prince Ao Sheng? Li Xinji narrowed his eyes. Father! Ao Sheng approached and said respectfully, Tell me, what happened here? Ao Tian Huang said in a deep voice. Yes, Ao Sheng answered, and then told Ao Tian Huang everything that had happened here. Ao Sheng, you bad guy, why didn't you help Shangguan Hen? Why didn't you save the people? Why? Long Wanyu was full of hatred. Princess Wanyu, please don't be angry. At that time, I had no choice. The bat ancestor's strength was beyond my ability. Ao Sheng shook his head. Ao Tian Huang narrowed his eyes and looked at Ao Sheng. After a moment of silence, he did not say anything in the end. Ao Sheng lowered his head, as if he was sad for the people. Princess, let's go. Yi Shenzhen persuaded. I won't go. I'll wait for my brother-in-law here. I'll wait for my brother-in-law here. You are all bad guys. Did you know that they were coming? You were waiting for them. Old man Tian Huang. You are not human. Why didn't you save the people? Why didn't you save them? Long Wanyu said with red eyes. Ao Tian Huang looked at Long Wanyu and smiled bitterly, but did not explain further. Gu Hai's flying boat flew quickly in the sky. Quick, quick, quick. We will reach Chaoga City in 4 hours. Quick. Gu Hai shouted as his right eyelid twitched. Gu Hai felt that a part of the Han dynasty's luck seemed to have collapsed. Although it was only a small part, Gu Hai knew that something had happened in Chaoga City. Changming was also very anxious. He controlled the flying boat to fly quickly, and the flying boat had reached its limit. Boom! Perhaps the high load of flying finally exceeded the flying boat's control, and the flying boat suddenly burst into flames. Don't worry about this flying boat. Continue to fly quickly. Gu Hai took out another flying boat. The two of them boarded the flying boat and continued to fly quickly. After flying for a short while, roar, roar, roar. Dozens of giant dragons flew in the sky in the distance, circling around a barren land of ruins. Guhai turned his head to look. Guhai saw a large amount of gravel and trenches on the ground, as well as 4 broken flying boats. When Guhai looked around, he immediately saw the large banner where the flying ship had been destroyed. Yi, Xian, Hantian, Yinfu? Are these the traces of a battle between the 4 forces? Have the 4 forces suffered heavy losses? The dragon race is searching around. It seems that the supreme martial artist of the dragon race, Ao Tianhuang, ambushed them here. That's good. It's not Chaoga City. Guhai sighed. Stop. A group of giant dragons seemed to have discovered Guhai's flying boat and immediately blocked it. Ignore them. Let's go to Chaoga City quickly. Hurry up. Guhai instructed. All right. Chongming was also extremely anxious. There were no people from Day 1 here. How could there be no people from Day 1 among the 5 forces? They must be in the imperial capital. Chongming was extremely anxious, and so was Guhai. Boom! The flying boat knocked aside a giant dragon and sped in the direction of Chaoga. Stop! The dragons glared, and 3 giant dragons chased after them. Guhai did not care at all, and only stared into the distance. More than 2 hours passed. They seemed to be able to see Chaoga City from afar. The Sea of Providence clouds was still floating in the air, but thick smoke was rolling in the sky, and the sky was filled with filth. Quick! Guhai looked anxious. The flying boat was fast and arrived at Chaoga in the blink of an eye. Boom! The flying boat suddenly stopped, bringing out a strong wind. The moment it stopped, Guhai looked at the ruins of Chaoga City, and his expression changed. Chaoga City? Was this still Chaoga City? It was a charred land, and countless corpses were arranged on the huge square outside the city. It was a despairing city of death. Guhai and Chongming suddenly fell silent. Guhai's eyes were filled with uncertainty and finally turned into deep sorrow. People of Chaoga, I'm back. Chapter 467. People of Chaoga, I'm back. Looking at the ruins of the city and the corpses on the ground, he could only say this sentence in the end. Guhai's eyes suddenly became bloodshot. He turned his head to the south, and his eyes were full of endless hatred. His Majesty is back. It's His Majesty. A sudden shout came from the forest in the distance. His Majesty, you're finally back. For a moment, the sorrowful cries grew louder and louder. Some of the people who had escaped the disaster hid around Chaoga City. On this day, even Long Wanyu didn't dare to show her face because she didn't trust the emperor. At this moment, seeing the emperor return, the people couldn't help but vent their fear, panic, and despair. They rushed toward Guhai while crying. Guhai landed slowly on the ground outside the city, where thousands of corpses were. Brother-in-law, you're finally back. Long Wanyu jumped over immediately. Ziwei and Changsheng were dejected. Li Shunji and Yi Shenzhen stood in the distance and didn't come over. Ao Tianhuang and the others stood in the distance and didn't say a word. Guhai landed on the square and looked at the corpses. The corpses were in a terrible state. Long Wanyu came close and stood behind Guhai obediently. Brother-in-law, these are the corpses we sorted out. There are 10,063 corpses in total. His Majesty. The people around quickly gathered around. His Majesty, my father died because he left a place on the flying boat for me. His Majesty, please avenge my father. His Majesty, my sister's family died a terrible death. His Majesty, that devil. His Majesty, what should we do now? A group of people knelt in front of Guhai while crying. At this moment, a Dahan official who had escaped followed behind Guhai in a low voice and told him what had happened in Chaoga City. Hearing the changes in Zhaoga City, the expression on Gu Hai's face changed. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai suddenly and solemnly bowed 3 times to the 10 million corpses. When Gu Hai bowed, the people who were crying and complaining immediately stopped and looked at the emperor. I know, although you are all dead, your souls are still here. You are looking at me, waiting for me. I will give you an explanation. Very soon, we will give you an explanation. Gu Hai said solemnly. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked at the people who were crying and complaining. Everyone, we have returned. We have returned too late. Gu Hai bowed deeply and guiltily to the crying commoners. Your Majesty, the crowd of commoners also bowed to Gu Hai. Men, Gu Hai shouted. Immediately, some officials who were accompanying the commoners walked out. Set up a camp outside Zhaoga City for the refugees, Gu Hai ordered. Yes, make the best coffins for the dead and bury them here. Let them see how we will avenge them. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, don't touch anything in the city. Dahan, remember the humiliation today. This will only happen once. Only once. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Yes, the group of officials and soldiers responded in unison. Immediately, all the refugees near Zhaoga City were temporarily settled. It's impossible. How could my father die? How could my father die? Father, father, father. Changming roared in despair. Changming couldn't accept this fact. When I left, everything was fine. Dad was fine. Dad. Changming suddenly burst into tears and complained. Gu Hai took a deep breath and was about to comfort him. Whoosh! Not far away, a ball of light suddenly flew out from under a corpse. Gu Hai's face darkened. Li Shenji, in the distance, was also surprised. That's a nascent soul hiding under that corpse. Changsheng? Didn't he self-destruct? Ao Sheng, in the distance, opened his eyes wide. Changsheng? Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! The ball of light quickly flew to Gu Hai and Changming. Father, father, is that you? Is that you? Changming opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. The little ball of light looked exactly like Changsheng. It was only the size of a fist and was emitting a yellow light that seemed to be dissipating slowly. Greetings, Emperor Dahan. The little nascent soul bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Changsheng? Gu Hai looked at the little nascent soul and suddenly bowed solemnly. Thank you, Mr. Changsheng, for saving 90% of the people in Zhaoga City. Gu Hai sincerely thanks you. 90% of the people. It's a pity that I couldn't save the 10 million people. The little nascent soul said bitterly. Father, father, what should I do? How can I save you? What should I do? Changming asked anxiously. The little nascent soul stage cultivator turned around and looked at Changming. He smiled bitterly and said, Save me? That won't be necessary. My 3 souls are not here. This is just one of my souls. When I detonated myself, I deliberately left one of my souls and hid it with my obsession. No, 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 there must be a way. There must be. Changming cried in despair. Changsheng smiled bitterly. Don't think of such unrealistic things. Changsheng turned to look at Gu Hai. Emperor Dahan, this time I've played a trick to give you this merit. I hope you don't mind. Why would I mind? Last time in the Thousand Islands Sea, you found me at the bottom of the sea and hid my traces. This time, you saved 90 million people of Dahan. I can't ask for such a trick. I'm very grateful. Gu Hai bowed again. That's good. Our Chang family is destroyed, and Changming is the only one left. This time, I shamelessly use our merit to ask for a reward from Emperor Dahan. I hope that Emperor Dahan can teach my son Changming well after I'm gone. He's too stubborn, but he's not stupid. Emperor Dahan, please teach and take him in. The little nascent soul suddenly knelt down. Mr. Changsheng, you don't have to do this. I'll take care of Changming. Don't worry, Gu Hai said solemnly. Hearing Gu Hai's promise, Changsheng's eyes lit up. He still bowed gratefully. Thank you. Gu Hai sighed slightly. What a pity, Mr. Changsheng. If only Mr. Changsheng was still here. Changsheng smiled faintly. This was already an impossible extravagant request. Turning his head, Changsheng looked at Changming. Father, you can't die. If you die, what will I do? What will I do? Changming was crying his eyes out at this moment. Lying on the ground, his face was full of despair, as if the sky had collapsed. Ming, I know that I'll have to leave sooner or later. The Chang family will be destroyed sooner or later. Your brothers will also die. Do you know why I love you the most? Changsheng smiled bitterly. Woo, father. Because you're different from others. Maybe you're the glimmer of hope that God gave to our family. You're more important than everyone in the Chang family. That's why I have the highest requirements for you. Now, I can't look after you anymore. Fortunately, I've asked the Emperor Dahan to take you in. This is your blessing. You have to cherish it. Changsheng sighed slightly. I don't want him to take me in. I don't want to be in Dahan. I only want father to come back. Woo. Changming cried sadly. Bastard. Changsheng glared at him. Changming stopped crying. Father has worked so hard for you, but you want to let down father's final effort? Ming, if you let me down, I won't be at ease even if I die. Changsheng said sadly. Changming was stunned, and then felt extremely sad. Dad, I'll listen to you, sob. Changming sobbed. Go and kowtow to the Emperor Dahan. Quick! Changsheng shouted. Changming wiped his tears and walked to Gu Hai. Solemnly, he knelt down. At this moment, Gu Hai didn't stop him. Solemnly, he accepted Changming's 3 kowtows. Thank you, Emperor Dahan. Changsheng looked at Gu Hai gratefully. Gu Hai accepted Changming's kowtow and made a complete promise. I've tested Changming on the way here. He can be trained, but Gu Hai frowned slightly. I understand, Emperor Dahan. You can educate him however you want. As long as he doesn't die, you can do whatever you want. I was too spoiled back then. That's why. Changsheng shouted. Gu Hai nodded. Changsheng looked at Changming and said, Ming, I know you still have some conflicts in your heart. That's because there are many things you can't think through. In order to prevent you from doing stupid things, I have a request for you now. Father, in the future, listen to the Emperor Dahan. As long as he doesn't want you to die, you must listen to the Emperor Dahan. You are the hope of the whole Chang family. In the future, if you have any conflicts, think of me and the Chang family. This is my last request. Changsheng looked at Changming with expectation in his eyes. Changming cried and trembled. After a while, solemnly nodded and said, Yes, my son. Changsheng caressed Changming's head and revealed a smile. Then, his figure slowly dispersed. Phew! Like a puff of smoke, he completely dispersed. Changsheng's nascent soul dispersed, indicating that the remaining trace of obsession in the nascent soul was relieved. He finally closed his eyes in peace, completely disappeared. For a moment, the past echoed in Changming's mind. Ha, my son is so smart. None of them can compare to my Ming. Ming is like this at the age of 3. No one can compare to him in the future. Ming, you can only suck the blood of the enemy. You can't suck the blood of innocent people. Ming, you have to read these books. Don't count on luck. Ming. Chapter 468. Shiyu the Great. Ha 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 ha. What an emperor's promise. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. You killed my people, so I'll destroy you day one. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with hatred. Chongming cried bitterly at the side. Gu Hai lowered his head and glared at him. Why are you crying? Whoever killed your father, just kill them back. Ah, the crying Chongming suddenly quivered and looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai stared at Chongming. Kill. How? That ancestor has eaten all the vampires. He has eaten all the vampires. He now has the strength of Heavenly Palace. How do I kill him? How do I kill him? You can't deal with him. You can't deal with him either. Chongming said hatefully as he cried. Bat Ancestor? Well, let's start with Bat Ancestor. We'll start with him. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Ah, Chongming was slightly stunned. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the people from the dragon tribe standing in the distance. Gu Hai found Ao Tianhuang in the crowd at a glance. Previously, 3 giant dragons were chasing after Gu Hai's flying boat. When they saw Ao Tianhuang, they quietly transformed into their human forms and stood behind Ao Tianhuang. Gu Hai, on the other hand, walked slowly towards the dragons. Soon he was near them. Gu Hai, I'm so sorry. We didn't expect this, Ziwei said with a hint of guilt. I didn't expect it either. Besides, Changsheng smiled bitterly. Don't blame yourselves. It's not your fault. It's all because Shiyu the Great didn't keep his promise. It's all because Bat Ancestor killed the innocent. Gu Hai comforted them. The two nodded, but their eyes were still filled with guilt. Brother-in-law, it's him, Ao Sheng. He's a jerk. If he had helped, Chaogu wouldn't have lost so many people. Long Wanyu threw a hateful look at Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng frowned and did not respond. Gu Hai glanced at Ao Sheng with a stupefied expression and ignored him. Instead, he looked at Ao Tianhuang. Hall Master of Elite Hall, Gu Hai greets Supreme Ao. Gu Hai said solemnly to Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang glanced at Gu Hai and narrowed his eyes. Mr. Good is indeed very capable. He managed to save 90% of his people in such a hopeless situation, and even gained the favor of Supreme Xuanwu. Supreme Xuanwu was an expert on the same level as Ao Tianhuang. Since Supreme Xuanwu was willing to sacrifice so much for Gu Hai was worthy of Ao Tianhuang's respect. Gu Hai was not in the mood to exchange pleasantries with Ao Tianhuang. He took a deep breath and said, Supreme Ao, not long ago, Taiyang Divine Palaces, Yihua led a large group of angels to 9-5 Island to capture Ao Shun. Huh. Ao Tianhuang suddenly narrowed his eyes. The Han Dynasty has already formed a grudge with Taiyang Divine Palace for Ao Shun. Gu Hai said, that unfilial son is still alive. Ao Tianhuang asked, everything is fine. After all these years, he already lost his temper. I have already undone his seal. Solemnly, Gu Hai said, Gu Hai. Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. His gaze seemed to be able to see through Gu Hai. Although Gu Hai's words were irrelevant, Ao Tianhuang understood what Gu Hai meant. Had Gu Hai seen through his thoughts? This time, Supreme Ao set the battlefield in Chaoga. I don't think you gave me a heads up, right? I won't pursue this any further. However, I have a request for Supreme Ao. Solemnly, Gu Hai said, Gu Hai. Oh, Supreme Ao looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Help me kill the Bat Ancestor. Solemnly, Gu Hai said, Gu Hai. Kill the Bat Ancestor? Why should I kill the Bat Ancestor? The only reason I've stayed until now is to complete the great Qian Dynasty's emperor's instructions and bring Long Wanyu back to heavenly courts. Long Wanyu only wants to see you. That's why she's delayed until now. You still want me to help you deal with the Bat Ancestor? Supreme Ao said in a low voice. Gu Hai, aren't you a little too conceited? Crown Prince Ao Sheng also sneered. Command Ao Tian Huang? Is the Dragon Tribe's supreme master someone you can command? Gu Hai ignored Ao Sheng and looked at Ao Tian Huang instead. Wasn't dealing with the 5 great factions the purpose of your trip? The Bat Ancestor was your target, but you let him escape. Secondly, I'll be thick-skinned and ask for a favor in return. What do you think? Ask for a favor in return. Ha ha, Gu Hai, what favor have you done to us? Ao Sheng sneered disdainfully. Li Shenji and Yi Shenzhen also looked at Gu Hai with narrowed eyes. A trace of doubt flashed across their eyes. Ao Tian Huang didn't ridicule Gu Hai at this moment. Instead, he suddenly fell silent. This was because only Ao Tian Huang understood Gu Hai's meaning. The Bat Ancestor is nowhere to be found. Ao Tian Huang suddenly said in a low voice. Father? Ao Sheng looked at his father in surprise. Did his father agree to Gu Hai's request? Li Shenji and Yi Shenzhen also looked surprised. Not far away, Changming's eyes widened. How is this possible? Why can't I understand? Wanyu, help me find the Bat Ancestor. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu. No problem, let me see. Long Wanyu nodded. I see it. He is hiding in the cave to cultivate. Long Wanyu's eyes lit up. Everyone was speechless. Isn't it too easy for a prophet to find someone? Gu Hai looked at Ao Tian Huang. Ao Tian Huang stared at Gu Hai for a while. Eventually, he revealed a faint smile. Ha ha, Gu Hai, you are not willing to suffer any losses. Never mind. In any case, we are going to deal with him on this trip. Everyone was confused. He promised Gu Hai just like that? How is this possible? Thank you. Gu Hai bowed slightly to Ao Tian Huang. But after helping you this time, we are even. Ao Tian Huang stared at Gu Hai and said in a low voice. Gu Hai nodded. Wanyu, help Ao Tian Huang show the way. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh, okay. Long Wanyu rubbed her palms together. Swoosh. Ao Tian Huang and Long Wanyu turned into a beam of purple light and disappeared into the sky. Chang Ming's tears had yet to dry, and his sorrow had yet to fade. However, at that moment, he looked at Gu Hai with a puzzled expression. How is this possible? Why would the supreme being of the Dragon Tribe help Gu Hai kill the Bat Ancestor? In Chang Ming's opinion, it was simply impossible for him and Gu Hai to deal with Bat Ancestor. It would be impossible for them to do so in this lifetime. However, the scene in front of him seemed to be a matter of a few words from Gu Hai. A few words? How is this possible? Suddenly, Chang Ming seemed to understand his father's idea. He instantly understood why his father entrusted him to Gu Hai. If you help me kill the Bat Ancestor and avenge my father, I will listen to your orders wholeheartedly. I will not resist at all. As long as I can avenge my father. As long as I can avenge my father. Chang Ming said through gritted teeth. Gu Hai glanced at Chang Ming and sighed slightly. You still don't understand your father's intention. Chang Ming was slightly stunned and puzzled. However, Gu Hai did not pay attention to it. Instead, he began to assist the officials appease the refugees and calm the fear in the hearts of the people. Far away from Chaoga City, at the foot of a mountain, boom, the Bat Ancestor dug a cave in the mountain and entered it. He set up a circle of formations on the outside to make it look normal. He then shut himself in the cave to meditate. Humph, Gu Hai, wait until I have completely digested the power of all my descendants. Wait until I am completely powerful. I will exterminate all the people in your city. I will kill them one by one, slaughter them one by one. Everyone related to you will die, and no one will live. that ancestor said with a ferocious expression. The Han Dynasty, 24 cities? I don't believe that all of you can escape. Wait until I recover from my injuries and refine the power of the vampires. I will make all of you accompany Gu Hai in death, that ancestor said with a ferocious expression. The bat ancestor went into seclusion amidst his resentment. It's here. There's a cave below. Long Wanyu's voice suddenly sounded. That ancestor quivered. Boom. With a loud explosion, the entire mountain exploded. That ancestor, who had been hiding in the cave, was immediately exposed in front of everyone. Long Wanyu and Ao Tian Huang had arrived. Sure enough, it's here. Ao Tian Huang looked at Long Wanyu with a complicated expression. Long Wanyu, Ao Supreme, why are you here? What do you want? That ancestor's expression changed. Humph, my brother-in-law sent old geezer Tian Huang to kill you. You're dead meat, stinky bat. Long Wanyu said with hatred. Long Wanyu had long treated Gu Hai as one of her own. With so many of Gu Hai's people dead, Long Wanyu felt very guilty. Now that she could take revenge, she naturally showed hatred. Gu Hai sent Ao Supreme to deal with me? Impossible. How could Gu Hai have asked Ao Supreme? Ao Supreme, you and I have no enmity. That ancestor cried out in shock. Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes and said, From now on, there is... Boom. As Ao Tianhuang's eyes widened, rolling dark clouds suddenly shrouded the entire sky. In the sky, streaks of purple lightning gathered to form thunder dragons, roaring as they charged toward Bat Ancestor. Bat Ancestor looked at the thunder dragons in the sky, and his expression changed. Back in the Thousand Islands Sea, the thunder dragons in the clouds didn't seem so ferocious. Was it real this time? Roar, roar, roar. As the dragons roared, they swooped down toward Bat Ancestor. Ao Supreme, listen to me, listen to me. Bat Ancestor roared in shock. Boom. The thunder dragons rushed down and exploded toward Bat Ancestor. Ao Tianhuang didn't have the mood to talk nonsense with Bat Ancestor. He just looked at Bat Ancestor coldly. Chaoga City. Gu Hai comforted the people, and more refugees came back to check. When they saw the tragic scene, everyone felt sad. They found the corpses of their loved ones and cried. Li Shenji, Yi Shenzhen, Ao Sheng, and the others just watched coldly. Changming grieved for a while and followed behind Gu Hai. He learned how to comfort the people. About half a day later, whoosh! Suddenly, a purple stream of light shot over from the south. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and put down everything in his hands. Changming also looked into the distance with hatred in his eyes. Boom! It was Ao Tianhuang who came back with Long Wanyu. In Ao Tianhuang's hand, there was a Bat Ancestor who was paralyzed like mud. Bat Ancestor's eyes were full of despair. His whole body seemed to be broken, and he only had one breath left. He muttered to himself, Why? How did this happen? Brother-in-law, this stinky bat is only left with one breath. I'll ask old man Tian Huang to bring him back for you to kill. Long Wanyu shouted. Gu Hai walked over slowly, and the people around followed him with a trace of fear. Changming was the first to run over, his eyes bloodshot with hatred. Chapter 469. Why? How could this happen? The paralyzed Bat Ancestor showed a look of despair and disbelief. Just a moment ago, he had already entered the heavenly palace and had the most powerful cultivation in the world. He had 10,000 methods to kill Gu Hai and vent his hatred. The next moment, he was almost completely crippled and had no vitality left. He was escorted to Gu Hai with his last breath. This was not only a physical injury, but also a psychological one. It was impossible to balance. Ao Tianhuang the supreme master of the dragon clan. He was one of the most powerful people in the world. In today's world, he only listened to the orders of Daiqianqing. He was even the supreme beast of the country, and his status was equal to that of Daiqianqing. Why did such a strong person help Gu Hai? Why did he help Gu Hai? The bat ancestor did not understand. He was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Ao Tianhuang really did it. For a little Gu Hai, he came in person and seriously injured him to death. No, no, no. The bat ancestor showed infinite despair. But he saw Gu Hai slowly walking over with the people of Dahan. At this moment, everyone's eyes were full of hatred. There was also fear in the eyes of the people. But as long as they followed Gu Hai, the people were not afraid. It's this devil, it's him. He also has this day. He also has this day. Mom, the emperor has avenged us. Mom, did you see it? The people showed tears of sadness and looked at the bat ancestor with gritted teeth. It was him who caused the deaths of tens of thousands of people in Zhaoga City. It was him who destroyed the entire Zhaoga City. But it was the emperor who asked people to bring him back with just a few words. Brother-in-law, the bat ancestor has been crippled by the old man Tian Huang. You can do whatever you want with him. Long Wanyu immediately stepped forward and said. Gu Hai nodded and looked at the dying bat ancestor. Solemnly, he turned to Ao Tianhuang and bowed. Thank you, Supreme Ao. Ao Tianhuang glanced at Gu Hai and nodded. Pa, he threw the bat ancestor in front of Gu Hai. Ha 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 ha, Dad, did you see that? The bat ancestor has been caught. The bat ancestor has been caught. Ha 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 ha, Dad. Chong Ming cried as he walked in front of the bat ancestor. It's you? Little thing. Bat ancestor's eyes suddenly widened. It's me, old thing. You killed my father. I begged his majesty. I begged his majesty to kill you. Ha ha, you didn't expect this, did you? Father had said that if one committed too many sins, there would be retribution. There would be retribution. To think you would have such a day. Chongming cried and shouted. Little thing, I should have killed you long ago. You really betrayed me long ago. You really betrayed me long ago. That ancestor's face showed deep hatred, but his eyes suddenly lit up as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Gu Hai walked closer and looked coldly at the bat ancestor. Bat ancestor? Ha! I have never been your enemy. Everything was because you forced me. Last time at the Thousand Islands, see, I made it clear to you that if there was a next time, I would not give you another chance. Who would have thought that you would be so bold as to kill millions of my people? Millions of my people. Gu Hai's face was gloomy, and a great killing intent emerged from his face. Your Majesty, Chongming begs, let me kill the bat ancestor. Let me kill him, please, I beg you. Chongming suddenly looked at Gu Hai and pleaded. How dare you? You were created by me. How dare you kill your ancestor? Bat ancestor glared at him. Your Majesty, Chongming begs. Chongming knelt down and pleaded with grief and indignation. Permitted, Gu Hai replied. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chongming kowtowed gratefully. On the other side, Ao Tianhuang looked at Gu Hai in surprise. You don't want to kill him personally? Chongming got up, took out a long saber, and walked toward the bat ancestor with a ferocious expression. Little thing, how dare you? How dare you kill me? Bat ancestor glared and roared. I will kill you. I will kill you. Chongming roared. As he spoke, Chongming raised his saber and was about to chop off Bat ancestor's head. Be careful. Ao Tianhuang's face darkened. What's wrong? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and looked at Ao Tianhuang. This kid is a vampire, and he is the ancestor. Vampires can't kill the ancestor because the ancestor can control his descendants with a single thought. Ao Tianhuang frowned. The bat ancestor could control Chongming? Guhai's face darkened. He can't control me, Chongming shouted. Then he stepped forward and slashed at him, worried that something might happen. Indeed, as Chongming's saber came slashing down, Bat Ancestor's eyes narrowed. Primogenitor, the primogenitor who created the race, was the god of the race. He had to do whatever he wanted. Bat Ancestor tried to control Chongming, but the next moment, the Bat Ancestor's face changed. Chongming couldn't be controlled. What? How can this be? Bat Ancestor exclaimed. Because it couldn't control Chongming like it did Chongsheng and the others. It couldn't control him at all? No, it couldn't be contacted at all. Bat Ancestor's eyes widened. Chongming, on the other hand, looked ferocious. What's going on? He was poisoned by Shangguanhen's snake venom when he first came to Chaoga. He fell into a valley on his last breath and met a savage master. His master helped him modify his human soul so that he couldn't be controlled by the ancestor anymore. His master also said that everything would be perfect if he devoured the ancestor's divine soul. Kill! Chongming roared. The saber was already in front of Bat Ancestor. Bat Ancestor's face changed. It was too late to think about how to control Chongming. It could only grit its teeth. Explode! Bat Ancestor shouted coldly. Boom! Bat Ancestor suddenly exploded. A.O. Tianhuang immediately pulled Long Wanyu behind him. However, Bat Ancestor didn't explode like Chongsheng did. Instead, it suddenly turned into hundreds of millions of small bats and flew in all directions. Boom! Countless bats rushed out in all directions. Want to run? Isn't it a bit too late? Guhai's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand. Boom! A barrier suddenly formed around them and trapped all the bats in an instant. No one could escape. It was the array of Chaoga City. Although the barrier was broken, there were still some spirit stones buried underground. It was a chess array, and Guhai could master it in an instant. The array wasn't very powerful, but Bat Ancestor had been injured by A.O. Tianhuang and was at the end of its rope. The bats it turned into were the most ordinary and vulnerable bats. Squeak, 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 squeak. The bats fled in all directions. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape. None of them could. People of Chaoga City, every bat here is formed by Bat Ancestor. Killing every bat is killing Bat Ancestor. Kill them and avenge your family and friends. Guhai shouted, Yes, yes, your majesty. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. You're just an ordinary bat. You also have this day. You also have this day. I am going to kill you. Ordinary bats, even vampiric bats, were just ordinary vampiric bats. Countless commoners immediately took out their weapons. They didn't have weapons, but they had their fists, claws, and stones on the ground. They desperately tried to kill the Bat Ancestor that had scattered into billions of pieces. Squeak, 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 squeak. The bats fled in all directions, but the people seemed to have gone crazy and didn't give them any chance to escape. They were smashed into pieces in the blink of an eye. Kill, 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 kill. Perhaps that was karma. They had slaughtered the people of Chaoga City so easily, but now they were being slaughtered by the people of Chaoga City. None of them could escape. They were being killed in a frenzy. A.O. Tianhuang narrowed his eyes and stared at Chongming. However, at that moment, a bat suddenly and strangely rushed into Chongming's body. It rushed in just like that. Oh, spiritual soul, you want to host your descendant? A.O. Tianhuang narrowed his eyes. When the Bat Ancestor's body turned into millions of bats and was killed by the people, its spiritual soul entered Chongming's body. That was because Chongming was a vampire created by himself. He knew best that he could replace Chongming at any time. Perhaps the failure earlier was just an accident. Chongming seemed to be frozen in place. Roar, my slave, you were created by me. How dare you betray me? Ha ha ha, it's useless to betray me. Your human soul was given by me. I can control it however I want. Ha ha ha, I thought I was going to die. I didn't expect you to be here. Great, it's good that you're here. Now, give me your body. Ha 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 ha. The bat ancestor's voice sounded in Chongming's body. He had found the last glimmer of hope. He just had to pretend to be Chongming and wait for everyone to disperse. Then he could escape. The bat ancestor rushed straight to Chongming's head, thinking that everything would be smooth. Unexpectedly, a light figure suddenly appeared in front of Chongming's body. Chongming, who was shaped like a nascent soul, looked coldly at the bat ancestor and said, "Bat ancestor, do you think I'm still the same person?" Huh. The bat ancestor's divine soul was slightly stunned. Master told me that I could only be perfected by eating your divine soul. You actually delivered it to me yourself. Humph. The Chongming light figure said coldly. With a cold voice, Chongming Guang's shadow suddenly opened its mouth. Ah. Suddenly, it swallowed the bat ancestor's divine soul. What? No, it's impossible. Your human soul? This is not the human soul I gave you. This is not. No, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. The bat ancestor roared in despair. At this moment, a gust of black gas suddenly appeared on the surface of Chongming's body. Boom! The billowing black gas burst out, making Gu Hai's face sink. Ao Tianhuang raised his eyebrows. Oh, you actually swallowed your ancestor's divine soul. How did you do it? Rumble! Chongming's body trembled violently. Suddenly, a pair of scarlet fangs appeared in his mouth, and a pair of huge bat wings appeared on his back. Chongming's aura was growing. On the other side, the remaining bats seemed to have lost their lives the moment the bat ancestor's divine soul was swallowed. They all fell to the ground. Kill you, kill you! The people were still unwilling to accept this, and wanted to smash these corpses. Buzz! Chongming's aura exploded for a while, then suddenly retracted. The fangs disappeared, and so did the wings on his back. Chongming woke up. The moment he woke up, Chongming felt an infinite sense of comfort all over his body. However, he felt more discouraged after avenging his father. "Dad, I've avenged you." "Boo-hoo." Chongming suddenly cried for a while. As he cried, Chongming suddenly knelt in front of Gu Hai. "Chongming thanks the emperor." This kneel was filled with sincerity, and it was done willingly. Chapter 470. As he cried, Chongming suddenly knelt in front of Gu Hai. "Chongming thanks your majesty." This kneel was filled with sincerity, and it was done willingly. "All right, stand up." Gu Hai nodded. Chongming kowtowed a few more times before standing up with reddened eyes. Gu Hai turned to look at the citizens who were still smashing the bat corpses. "Everyone, it's done." Gu Hai said, "Yes, thank you, your majesty." The citizens calmed down slowly and looked at Gu Hai with tears in their eyes. "You can all disperse first. Leave this to me." Gu Hai said, "Yes." The citizens looked at the bat corpses on the ground, reluctant to leave. They wanted to continue killing, but since the emperor had spoken, they could only retreat. However, they were still very unwilling. Gu Hai withdrew the array, and the citizens slowly retreated. Ao Tianhuang looked at Chongming, then at Gu Hai. "No wonder you let this vampire kill the bat ancestor. Huh, what a scheme." Gu Hai sighed softly, but didn't explain. "All right, the bat ancestor is dead. We should leave too. Long Wanyu has to follow me back to heavenly courts." Ao Tianhuang said calmly, "Leave? I'm not leaving. I don't want to leave. I want to stay with brother-in-law." Long Wanyu shouted. Gu Hai shook his head. "Wanyu, you, and Ao Tianhuang will go to heavenly courts first. I don't want to." Long Wanyu pouted and said gloomily. Gu Hai shook his head and said, Go, I'll look for you in heavenly courts in a few days. You're going to heavenly courts? Long Wanyu asked in surprise. Gu Hai nodded. Ao Tianhuang was slightly confused but did not ask further. Long Wanyu could not understand why her brother-in-law wanted to go to heavenly courts. Go to the heavenly courts first and help me take care of everything. That way, I won't be completely in the dark when I get there, right? Gu Hai persuaded. Long Wanyu frowned and pondered. In her heart, Long Wanyu was not willing to leave at all. If she stayed, she might be able to help her brother-in-law. However, since her brother-in-law had asked for it, she was in a difficult position. Okay, then come early. Long Wanyu bit her lip. Gu Hai nodded. Not far away, Li Shinji, Yi Shenzhen, and the others had been listening attentively. When they heard the conversation between Gu Hai and Long Wanyu, they all frowned. Gu Hai deliberately sent Princess Wanyu away. Why? Li Shinji's eyes were filled with confusion. Gu Hai killed the bat ancestor. Next, he will definitely face the full revenge of the Day One Empire. Gu Hai is surrounded by a vortex of death. He is trying to send Long Wanyu away from danger. Yi Shenzhen said, shaking his head. But Princess Wanyu has the power of prophecy. Isn't it better to keep Princess Wanyu by his side? Li Shinji narrowed his eyes in confusion. In Li Shinji's eyes, everyone could be used. The Dahan Empire was about to be destroyed, but Gu Hai did not use the prophecy master and even sent her away. Yi Shenzhen glanced at Li Shinji. Lord Li, this world is not only about benefits. Mr. Good is truly doing this for the good of Princess Wanyu. Huh. Li Shinji's face darkened, and he fell silent. Not far away, Gu Hai instructed Long Wanyu and turned to Ziwei and Changsheng. I'll have to trouble the two of you to help me protect Princess Wanyu. Gu Hai, don't worry. With us here, nothing will happen to Long Wanyu. Ziwei immediately patted her chest and said, the two of them did not do anything during the great disaster in Chaoga City this time. They felt guilty. Now that Gu Hai asked them to do something, they had to do their best. I'll go with Long Wanyu. By the way, didn't you want my paintings last time? I've painted 6 more paintings during this period of time. I'll give them all to you. Changsheng immediately stepped forward and handed over a stack of paintings. Paintings? Ao Tianhuang, Ao Sheng, and the others revealed a trace of doubt. Thank you. Gu Hai flipped his hand and kept the 6 paintings. By the way, brother-in-law, when old man Tianhuang was dealing with a group of bad guys earlier, he injured all of them. It seems that Baldy Lu Nian has brought Lu Shuren to chase after a group of bad guys. He might be back later. Tell Baldy Lu Nian that we'll be leaving first. Long Wanyu said, Master Lu Nian, that's good too. Gu Hai nodded. Brother-in-law, we'll be leaving then. You have to come early. Long Wanyu still had a look of reluctance on her face. I will. Gu Hai nodded. Rumble. Yi Shenzhen flipped his hand and took out a flying boat. The group of dragons and everyone slowly stepped onto the flying boat. The flying boat slowly took off. It slowly flew away. Brother-in-law, you have to come early. On the flying boat, Long Wanyu shouted reluctantly, I will. Gu Hai replied. Whoosh! The flying boat suddenly flew into the distance. Gu Hai watched as Long Wanyu left and sighed softly. Go to Heavenly Court City. This was just an excuse to convince Long Wanyu. What followed was the real chaos. The Day One Imperial Dynasty? Why, Your Majesty, I don't understand. Why did you say that I did not understand what father meant? Changming asked doubtfully as he followed behind Gu Hai. At this moment, Changming no longer doubted Gu Hai's wisdom. If Gu Hai said that he did not understand, then there must be something else that he did not understand. Did father mean anything else? Gu Hai turned his head to look at Chang Ming. Gratified, he said, "Not bad. At least you can ask humbly now. I was too headstrong and opinionated in the past. In the future, I will slowly use my brain. Please tell me, Your Majesty, what did father mean?" Chang Ming asked solemnly. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, "Chang Sheng has high expectations of you." "Yes, this expectation is not just to avenge him and kill the Bat Ancestor." Gu Hai said solemnly, "I know, apart from the Bat Ancestor, there is also the Day One Imperial Dynasty and Shiyu the Great." Chang Ming said through gritted teeth. Gu Hai shook his head. "What else?" Chang Ming asked blankly. "The Chang clan has been destroyed, but you are still alive. With you, the Chang clan will be revived one day," Gu Hai said solemnly. "Huh." Chang Ming was confused. "Have you never thought of reviving Chang Sheng and the rest?" Gu Hai said calmly. "I'll revive. How?" Chang Ming asked in shock. "At least you can find his reincarnation, right? The extent of Chang Sheng's revival depends on how hard you work. Whether the Chang clan can be revived or not depends on whether you are willing to fight for them," Gu Hai said solemnly. "I'll revive." Chang Sheng suddenly trembled. A trace of horror flashed in his eyes. "Bibi, but—" "There are no buts. It depends on whether you are willing to compromise with fate. If you compromise, there will be thousands of obstacles. If you don't compromise, there will be no buts. All of these buts need to be taken step by step. Do you dare?" Gu Hai said solemnly. I dare. Your Majesty, I will listen to you. As long as you can take me, even if I die, I am willing." Chang Ming's eyes suddenly turned red. Gu Hai nodded. "From now on, you will follow me and learn for a while." "Yes, thank you, Your Majesty, for your guidance." Chang Ming replied. "First of all, put together the scattered bodies of the Bat Ancestor. I want to restore the body of the Bat Ancestor," Gu Hai said solemnly. "Ah, restore? But what's the use of that?" Chang Ming looked puzzled. "I want to restore the Bat Ancestor and catch the big fish," Gu Hai said solemnly. "Yes," Chang Ming replied. Although he still didn't quite understand, he still followed Gu Hai's instructions. He put together the countless bat bodies and used the secret vampiric technique to restore the Bat Ancestor. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge bat covered in blood. "Your Majesty, the Bat Ancestor is already dead. What's the use of this huge bat?" Chang Ming asked, puzzled. "Dead. I want it alive now," Gu Hai sneered. "But it is already dead. If I say it is alive, it is alive," Gu Hai said seriously. Venerable Lu Nian and Lu Rockman returned from afar. When they arrived at Chaoga City, they were stunned. All of Chaoga City had been razed to the ground. The refugees had gathered, and some craftsmen had built a large number of residences outside Chaoga City for the people to live in. How could it be like this? Lu Rockman goggled. "Amateus!" Venerable Lu Nian sighed softly. While the group was out, Chaoga City turned into a pile of rubble. Prime Venerable Julu, you are back." An official immediately came forward to welcome them. "What happened here?" Lu asked anxiously. The official immediately described everything that had happened. "The Emperor is back," Lu said in pleasant surprise. "Yes, the Emperor is back. He even took revenge for the people who died. Earlier, the Bat Ancestor killed 10 million people in Chaoga City. The Emperor captured him and crippled his cultivation. Then, he imprisoned him in the southern plaza of the city, where the people despise him at all times." That official explained. "What? The Bat Ancestor? he went to the heavenly palace and was captured. His cultivation was crippled, and the people despised him at all times. Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed in shock. That official nodded proudly and led the group to the southern part of the city. Indeed, there was a region in the southern part of the city that was heavily guarded. A 300-meter-long bat in the center had a chain pierced through its body. It was on its last breath and seemed to be struggling. It let out screeching sounds as it struggled. The people at the periphery continuously cursed and spat at the huge bat. The bat ancestor? Ju Lu said in shock. That's right. This is the bat ancestor. It is retribution. Retribution. That official nodded. Guhai? Venerable Lu Nian showed a bitter expression. He recalled that a few years ago, Gu Hai still felt helpless about breaking through to the innate realm. Today, he actually imprisoned the bat ancestor of the heavenly palace here. I already sent someone to report this to the emperor. Please wait a moment, that official said with a smile. On a floating island in the southern part of the city, Gu Hai led Chongming to the chained 300-meter-long bat not far away. Your Majesty, I used the Blood Race's secret technique to create the illusion that the bat ancestor is still alive. However, what's the use of that? Chongming appeared confused. What do you think? Gu Hai said indifferently. Hey, Your Majesty said to use it to fish. However, only Shiyu the Great cares about the bat ancestor. Your Majesty made the people despise the bat ancestor. This news will definitely reach Day One and Shiyu the Great's ears. At that time, Chongming said with a frown, That's right. We want to send the news that the bat ancestor is in our hands to Shiyu the Great. Killing the bat ancestor is the first step. With the bat ancestor here, we can destroy the entire Day One Imperial Dynasty. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Chapter 471. Day One Imperial Dynasty, Capital City, at the moment of bat ancestor's death. Hung, above the Sea of Providence, a deafening sound suddenly rang out. Countless amounts of providence suddenly scattered. Dio Palace Square. Shiyu the Great, Hikang of Silla, Mo Yike, and a large number of officials all looked up at the sky. Why did so much of my Day One's providence scatter? What happened? A group of officials asked in shock. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Something happened to Bat Ancestor. Bat Ancestor? Your Majesty, was the disappearance of Providence 2 days ago because of the deaths of the Chong clan's elders? Changsheng is also dead. Mo Yike's eyelids twitched. Shiyu the Great did not answer. Changsheng is dead. He died at the hands of Bat Ancestor. Your Majesty, if that's really the case, then I, Day One, have cut off my own arm. Mo Yike said bitterly. Shiyu the Great shook his head. I'm not sure. Mo Yike looked at Shiyu the Great. Through the Sea of Providence of the Imperial Dynasty, we can clearly see the situation of each official. The Imperial Dynasty's Sea of Providence only has me as the center. The officials, and even the national beast, are all attached. We can only sense them in general, but we can't be sure. The Vampire Clan and Bat Ancestor's Providence are connected. I can sense that Bat Ancestor seems to be dead, but there's still a trace of connection. As for what it is, I can't be sure. Shiyu the Great frowned. Bat Ancestor cannot die. He's the symbol of Day One's national beast. Your Majesty, I'll immediately send people to investigate what happened. Hikang of Silla immediately shouted. Shiyu the Great frowned and nodded. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. In Mo Yike's eyes, Changsheng was much more important than Bat Ancestor. A month later, in the Great Hall, Qin Zibai was covered in blood as he knelt on one knee in front of Shiyu the Great. Your Majesty, Annihilation City has been ambushed. This time, the Day One suffered heavy losses. Because of the zombie army, This subject was barely able to tear open a hole. The other four forces are already almost completely wiped out. Qin Zibai said bitterly. Ha! Xiu the Great glared and slapped the armrest of the dragon throne. Your Majesty, destroying Qian City is just a trap. I just received news that 2 emperors and 2 Dao lords of the 5 factions were severely injured by Ao Tianhuang and barely escaped, He Kang of Silla said bitterly. Xiu the Great's face darkened. A trap? That's not all, Your Majesty. Mo Yike suddenly smiled bitterly. Everyone looked at Mo Yike. If this subject's guess is correct, the disciples of the heavenly shaking sect were the first to be wiped out. Right, Lord Qin? Mo Yike looked at Qin Zibai. That's right. The first to be wiped out by the experts of Deqian was the heavenly shaking sect. We didn't even see their corpses before they were all wiped out. Qin Zibai nodded. All wiped out? You think too much. They didn't die at all. Secondly, when the Bat ancestor went to Chaoga, the heavenly shaking sect was the first to support it. Right? Mo Yike looked at Qin Zibai. I think so. Qin Zibai nodded blankly. The heavenly shaking sect. Your Majesty, we were all fooled. This was a trap set by Daqianqing. If this subject's guess is correct, the heavenly shaking sect was also the one who arranged for the meeting at Qian City, right? Mo Yike looked at Xiu the Great. Xiu the Great suddenly narrowed his eyes. It seems that this subject's guess is correct. Unfortunately, Your Majesty, why didn't you discuss it with us before agreeing? Sigh. The heaven-shaking sect should be a spy planted by the great Qian dynasty's emperor. Everything was under the control of Daqianqing when the 5 factions met. No, under the control of Daqianqing. In fact, He Kang of Silla discovered that Long Wanyu was in Chaoga because Daqianqing purposely leaked it. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Impossible. How is that possible? I found Long Wanyu's whereabouts with great difficulty. How could it be that Daqianqing gave it to me? He Kang of Silla suddenly opened his eyes wide. Of course, he accidentally gave it to you. The 5 factions gathered at Qian City, which was under the control of Daqianqing. It was also under the control of Daqianqing to lure the 5 experts away from Qian City to Chaoga. It was also under the control of Daqianqing to ambush the 5 experts in Chaoga. It was also under the control of Daqianqing to lure the 5 experts away, and then surround and kill the 5 factions in Qian City. It could be said that everything was under the control of Daqianqing, and the most important thing was the heavenly shaking sect. The northern expedition will only become a joke. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. After Mo Yike finished speaking, everyone in the hall felt their eyelids twitch violently, and they felt a chill in their hearts. The 5 major forces were being played around by the emperor of the great Qian dynasty. No, that heavenly shaking sect was loyal to Deqian. That was to say, the 4 factions were all played around by Daqianqing. Humph! Xiu the Great snorted coldly. Your Majesty, I'm guessing that the great Qian dynasty will send troops to wipe out the 4 forces. Apart from the great Qian dynasty, the masters of the other 3 forces have all been severely injured and should be severely injured. Secondly, their main forces were almost wiped out when they destroyed Qian City. The group of forces could be said to have suffered great losses. As for Deqian, Mo Yike smiled bitterly. What about Deqian? Mo Yike smiled bitterly. If I'm not wrong, Daqianqing's plan this time not only dealt heavy losses to our factions, but also carried out a great purge within Deqian. Your Majesty, all the spies arranged by you have been caught, and Daqianqing has gotten rid of all the stubborn tumors. Deqian has lost many people, but it is unprecedentedly strong. Now that our 5 factions have sent troops, Deqian is standing on the moral high ground, and its soldiers are rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms. It is unprecedentedly strong. It will be invincible. Next, Deqian will send troops to our factions. One troop will annihilate the 4 factions. After Mo Yike finished speaking, the officials in the hall were in an uproar, and they all revealed shocked expressions. Deqian is going to send troops. Deqian did not send troops, and the 4 factions had suffered heavy losses. Now that they were going to send troops, how dangerous would that be? Why are there only 3 celestial empires in the entire divine continent? None of the celestial empires are simple. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Shiyu the Great was silent for a moment. Lord Mo, what do we do now? Qin Zibai asked anxiously. Mo Yike took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty, there is only one way to preserve the Day One Empire's Day One Empire. Oh, Shiyu the Great looked at Mo Yike. Immediately apologize to the Deqian Celestial Empire and resolve all grievances, even cede territory as compensation, appease Deqian, and wait for the future. Mo Yike said solemnly. Cede territory as compensation? Shiyu the Great's eyes widened. Your Majesty, this is a temporary measure. At this moment, it is not appropriate for the Day One to send troops. As long as we appease Deqian and give our Day One a chance to breathe, everything will be fine. Now that the Deqian's army is the strongest, we have to avoid them. Deqian is like the sun in the sky, but as long as we are patient, as long as we continue to wait, there will be a chance sooner or later. Your Majesty, don't be rash. Mo Yike said anxiously. Lord Mo, you are thinking too much. We still have 5 million zombie soldiers. If the Deqian army comes, what do we have to fear? Hikang of Silla shouted. Your Highness, 5 million zombie soldiers. They are not immortals. Why did we still lose even with such an army? Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Humph, you are boosting the morale of others and diminishing our own. Mo Yike, you are becoming more and more cowardly. Hikang of Silla said with a glare. Your Majesty, the Deqian Celestial Empire is coming with great momentum. It is not appropriate for us to face them head-on. This time, we have only destroyed Qian City and joined forces. Our Day One has not yet formed an irreconcilable enmity with the Deqian. This can be salvaged. Let's wait for a better opportunity. Mo Yike looked at Shiyu the Great. All right, I will consider it. Shiyu the Great said indifferently. Your Majesty, Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Clearly, Shiyu the Great did not reply because he did not listen to his words. I said I will consider it, Shiyu the Great said in a low voice. Yes, Mo Yike could only nod helplessly. Qin Zibai, you are heavily injured. Go and rest first. Shiyu the Great said indifferently. Yes, Qin Zibai replied. Your Majesty, apart from these reports of defeat, there is also the whereabouts of the Bat Ancestor. How does Your Majesty plan to deal with this? Hikang of Silla said solemnly. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. The Bat Ancestor still ate the Changsheng family. He still ate the Changsheng family. Alas! Mo Yike sighed deeply. Your Majesty, the Bat Ancestor is currently trapped in Chaoga City. Guhai has deployed a large number of troops from the surrounding cities to Chaoga City. Unexpectedly, the Bat Ancestor still fell at the hands of Guhai in the end. His cultivation was crippled, and he was imprisoned in the south of Chaoga City to be spurned by the people. Hikang of Silla said with an ugly expression. Ao Tian Huang? Guhai can actually invite Ao Tian Huang. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Ao Tian Huang has already left. Now, only Guhai and his army are left in Chaoga City. They can't withstand a single blow. The bat ancestor's cultivation was crippled. However, as long as we can save him, Your Majesty will definitely have a way to save the bat ancestor, right? After all, he is the national beast of Day One, and his cultivation is now at the Heavenly Palace. Your Majesty, we must save the bat ancestor as soon as possible. I am willing to lead the troops to flatten Chowga City. Save the bat ancestor. He Kang of Silla immediately cried out. Shiyu the Great nodded. Mo Yike's expression changed. Your Majesty, you can't. Oh, Your Majesty, imprisoning the bat ancestor, crippling his cultivation, and not killing him? If my guess is correct, this should be a trap waiting for us to fall into it. Your Majesty, you can't send troops to Chowga City. Mo Yike said in a low voice. He Kang of Silla sneered. Oh, Lord Mo, you are becoming more and more timid. Trap, trap? Haha, am I Day One so timid? The bat ancestor is the symbol of the national beast of Day One. If we don't save the bat ancestor, how can we save the people? Ha ha ha, the people? At this time, Your Highness has finally thought of the people? When you sent troops, did you consider the complaints of the people? I said we can't send troops to Chowga City, but I didn't say we can't save the bat ancestor. The bat ancestor committed such a great sin, and the people of Dahan are angry. It's fine to imprison him for a period of time. But do we have to send troops to save the bat ancestor? We can negotiate with the Dahan. Even if we have to pay a price, we can just redeem the bat ancestor. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Pay a price? Hee, Lord Mo, you want to cede territory to the Celestial Empire as compensation, but do you also want to cede territory to a small Imperial Empire as compensation? Is my Day One's Imperial Empire just for show? I, Day One, have a zombie army of 5 million from Kaitian Palace. Why should I, Day One, fear anyone? He Kang of Silla said with a glare. He Kang of Silla, you're crazy. Mo Yike said with a glare. You're the one who's crazy. Humph, Your Majesty, Gu Hai's army is stationed in Chowga City. This subject is willing to personally lead a zombie army to Chowga City, destroy Gu Hai's army, and rescue the bat ancestor. At the same time, I'll take back the 24 cities that belong to my Day One. He Kang of Silla said solemnly. He Kang of Silla, are you crazy? You want to destroy the Han dynasty? At this time, you still want to send troops? Mo Yike said with a glare. Humph, Mo Yike, I know you have a good relationship with Gu Hai, but this is a national matter, and it's not something you can shake with your personal relationship. Your Majesty, please invite this subject to go. He Kang of Silla immediately called out. I'll leave the zombie army of 5 million to you. And this quickly. Shiyu the Great nodded. Your Majesty, you can't. Mo Yike cried out in alarm. Mo Yike, Day One's Imperial Empire is my Day One. Shiyu the Great glared. Hearing the cold shout, Mo Yike felt a chill all over his body. His Majesty was angry. In an instant, Mo Yike was rendered speechless. He lowered his head, not daring to retort. Thank you, Your Majesty. This subject will definitely not disappoint Your Majesty. I will destroy Chowga City as soon as possible, rescue the bat ancestor, and take down the 24 cities. He Kang of Silla shouted excitedly. Chapter 472. Deqian, Celestial Dynasty, Heavenly Court City, in the study room. A muslin curtain divided the study room into 2 halves. Behind the curtain, one could vaguely see Daiqianqing reading through memorials. Takashi Ryushin stood respectfully behind the curtain. Father, Princess Wanyu and the rest have returned, Takashi Ryushin said respectfully. Daiqianqing's hands didn't stop. Has Gu Hai made any moves? No. As of now, Gu Hai is still sitting peacefully in Chowga. As for Princess Wanyu, he has also tried his best to persuade her to return. He hasn't tried to persuade her to stay, nor has he asked AO Supreme for help much less the Diqian. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. Oh, Daikianshing gently put down his brush on the other side of the curtain. Father, is Guhai trying to get himself into trouble? I don't understand why he's doing this. Takashi Ryushin said with a frown. The emperor of the great Qin dynasty gently tapped his finger on the desk. Guhai wants to deal with Daewon's attack personally. He's very brave indeed, Daikianshing said calmly. Yes, it's a pity that I don't understand. Isn't Guhai seeking his own death? Takashi Ryushin didn't understand. Guhai can handle the capital city as an away game with ease. Why is he courting death in Chaoga's home game? The emperor of the great Qin dynasty said calmly. Ah, you may leave. Inform me again if there's any news. Daikianshing said calmly. Yes. Takashi Ryushin walked out of the study in confusion. Even after stepping out of the upper study, Takashi Ryushin was still puzzled. He even combed through Guhai's past in his mind. However, in Takashi Ryushin's mind, Guhai against Daewon was like throwing an egg at a rock. But why did his father think that Guhai could handle it? Zhaoga City, Guhai did not allow anyone to tidy up the ruins. Instead, he kept them as they were. This would be the Dahan's monument, the Dahan's disgrace. He wanted to let the people and himself remember this. This was the result of slacking off. Zhaoga City was surrounded by the armies that Guhai had transferred from other cities. A large number of the armies were stationed here for training, looking very formidable. The Dahan soldiers all had fiery eyes. They seemed to be waiting for Guhai's orders to go into battle and kill the enemy. In the past few years, the Han dynasty had been established. Although Guhai did not appear in front of the people often, his good governance had already won over the people of the Han dynasty. The people completely acknowledged the Han dynasty. The Han dynasty was their home. How could they allow others to come and destroy it? On a floating island in the south of the city, Guhai led his officials to a plaza on the floating island looking into the distance. Venerable Lu Nian stood beside Guhai. Mr. Good, you transferred 3 million soldiers from the surrounding cities. However, can this army block Daewon's revenge? Guhai looked at Venerable Lu Nian and shook his head. 3 million soldiers? Venerable is overthinking. They are just trying to confuse Daewon. Venerable, don't worry. I have already thought of everything. All right, then. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Venerable Lu Nian nodded. The surrounding officials looked at Guhai. Although they trusted Guhai, they still felt somewhat worried. Whoosh! A black light shot over from the distance and arrived at the floating island where Guhai was in the blink of an eye. Guhai waved his hand, stopping the surrounding guards. Bang! The black light landed, kicking up a strong wind. It was Chongming, clad in black robes, rushing over to Guhai. Your Majesty, it is He Kang of Silla. He is leading an army of 5 million zombies to attack my Han dynasty. He just broke into a city and is about to start a massacre. Chongming reported respectfully. Oh, he wants to kill my officials? He wants to take over a city with only a group of zombies? Guhai asked sullenly. I don't know. However, I arrived in time. Before he could make a move, I stopped him. According to your Majesty, I angered him. Furthermore, I said that I would return to Killbat Ancestor to get rid of future problems. So, he immediately gave up on breaking into the city and led his army over. Chongming explained solemnly. Right. Guhai nodded. He should be arriving soon. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Chongming asked worriedly. It's fine. He Kang of Silla will not be able to cause much trouble, Guhai said sullenly. However, He Kang of Silla has the strength of the Celestial Palace. Furthermore, There are 5 million zombies guarding him. We, Chang Ming said worriedly. Gu Hai shook his head, but did not explain. However, roiling dark clouds flew over from a distance. The dark clouds covered the sky and ground, looking like the end of the world. They carried a might that could destroy the world. Wherever the dark clouds arrived, the countless life forms along the way were suppressed to the point that they could not move, feeling incredibly horrified. Even though they were very far away, there was a kind of intimidating aura pressing down on them. The ordinary people around Chaoga City immediately showed horrified expressions. Emperor, Your Majesty! Some of the ordinary people looked at the southernmost floating island in horror. On the floating island, Gu Hai stepped forward and coldly watched as the dark clouds in the distance approached. As the dark clouds approached, they carried a destructive aura that instantly destroyed the thoughts of resistance of countless people. Venerable Lu Nian showed an unsightly expression. Chang Ming also felt anxious and uneasy. Many of the officials trembled in fear. Only Gu Hai showed a gloomy expression as he looked at the densely packed figures under the dark clouds. 5 million zombies of the Celestial Palace? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. The 5 million zombies lined up densely in the air, all of them showing murderous intent as they looked coldly at Gu Hai's Chaoga City. At the very front of the 5 million zombies was a huge flying ship. He Kang of Silla and his subordinates stood on the flying ship. At this moment, He Kang of Silla showed a cold smile as he looked at the south of Chaoga City. He had already tested the 5 million zombies earlier. Any city would be destroyed in an instant. Only that coward Mo Yike would be so timid. With this zombie army, who can block me? That traitor Chang Ming actually followed Gu Hai and wants to go back and kill the Bat Ancestor. Humph! He Kang of Silla snorted coldly. From afar, He Kang of Silla could already see Chaoga City. He could see Gu Hai and his officials looking at him coldly from the floating island outside Chaoga City. Gu Hai? He Kang of Silla's pupils suddenly constricted as an overwhelming hatred flashed in his eyes. Scenes of the past played in Xiao Chen's mind. At 5 Mountains Academy, Gu Hai wrote a poem, embarrassing Xiao Chun before the entire capital. At the capital, Gu Hai killed Xiao Chen's son, Shi Yong, before the entire city. At the empty city, Shi Yong left a painting as a trap, causing Xiao Chun to accidentally get pregnant. Each of these matters had a reason to tear Gu Hai into pieces. Now, Xiao Chun could already see Gu Hai from afar. Stop! He Kang of Silla shouted coldly. Boom! The 5 million troops suddenly stopped at the south of Chaoga City. Both sides fell silent. He Kang of Silla raised his head and looked at the fate above Chaoga City, revealing a cold smile. Gu Hai, ha! You saw me coming, but you didn't leave? He Kang of Silla looked coldly at Gu Hai in the distance. He Kang of Silla, you have graced us with your presence. Why should I leave? Gu Hai said coldly. Humph! Is there still someone from Deqian? Let him come out. He Kang of Silla shouted coldly. He Kang of Silla, you are here for the Bat Ancestor, right? Gu Hai said coldly. He Kang of Silla said in a low voice. As he spoke, He Kang of Silla turned his head to look at the giant bat that was imprisoned outside the city. Bat Ancestor? He Kang of Silla narrowed his eyes. He waved his hand. Immediately, a large number of zombie troops rushed toward the Bat Ancestor. Gu Hai remained unmoved. He merely waved his sleeve. Chang Ming nodded and extended his hand to cast an Dermic spell into the distance. Boom! In the distance, the corpse of the Bat Ancestor exploded. What? He Kang of Silla's expression changed. The Bat Ancestor's mission is over. Gu Hai said coldly. He Kang of Silla's expression changed, and his face turned cold. That ancestor died long ago? Is this a lie? He killed millions of Dahan's people. What reason does he have to not die? Guhai said coldly. Hikang of Silla narrowed his eyes and stared at Guhai. Guhai, did you deliberately lure me here? Hikang of Silla said coldly. Guhai said in a low voice, I originally wanted to lure Shiyu, the Great, here, but I didn't expect you to come here yourself. This time, it's none of your business. Leave this zombie army behind and go back to where you came from. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Go back to where you came from? Can you still run today? No, not only you, as long as it's your people, don't even think about running away. And that traitor Chongming, humph! Hikang of Silla said with a ferocious expression. Hikang of Silla, I gave you a chance. Guhai said coldly. Humph! Chance? What a joke! Do I need you to give me a chance? Guhai, starting from 5 Mountains Academy, you and I will not rest until one of us is dead. You killed my son and humiliated me in Empty City. I swore long ago that I would tear you into pieces, but I never had the chance. This time, I came here to save the Bat Ancestor. However, since you killed the Bat Ancestor, there is no need for that anymore. I'll kill you to take revenge for the Bat Ancestor. Kill! Hikang of Silla suddenly shouted. Boom! The 5 million zombie army immediately showed ferocious expressions as they charged at Guhai. Before the zombie army arrived, the killing intent immediately froze the floating islands around Guhai, causing snow to fall. Roar! 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 The 5 million zombie army charged over with a ferocious aura. Your Majesty, what should we do? The officials showed horrified expressions. Venerable Lu Nian also felt his scalp tingle. Venerable Lu Nian had just opened his heavenly palace. However, there were millions of heavenly palaces here. Making an enemy out of them was simply seeking death. What is Guhai trying to do? Chongming also looked at Guhai. Is His Majesty going to lay a ritual array? However, I have not seen His Majesty use spirit-burying stones in the past few days. What should I do? Hikang of Silla revealed a sinister smile. However, Guhai smiled coldly as he looked at the charging zombie army. Boom! Suddenly, an overwhelming baleful aura surged out from a small room behind Guhai. The moment this baleful aura appeared, it scattered most of the dark clouds in the sky. A strong killing intent spread out, causing space to tremble slightly. Surging blood clouds appeared above the floating islands. When the strong killing intent surged out, Hikang of Silla, who was in the distance, suddenly shivered. Indeed, there is a Deqian expert. Quick! Quick! Kill Guhai! Quickly kill Guhai! Hikang of Silla roared as he commanded the 5 million zombie army. Buzz! However, at this moment, the 5 million zombie army suddenly froze and stopped. What? Hikang of Silla's expression changed. Why did my zombie army stop? Creak! The door of the small room behind Guhai slowly opened. A black-robed person walked out from within. Isn't this? Chongming exclaimed in shock. Not long ago, when they flew back to Chowga from 9-5 Island, the black-robed person on the flying ship moved extremely stiffly, even slower than a regular zombie. At that time, Chongming had mocked this black-robed person. However, this black-robed person gave off an overwhelming baleful aura. How is this possible? The black-robed person slowly walked to Guhai's side. When he spread out his aura, the 5 million zombie army suddenly shivered. Kill! Quickly! Kill! Kill Guhai for me! Hikang of Silla suddenly shouted. Why are the zombies afraid? Why did they stop? Just as Hikang of Silla felt anxious and angry, crack! 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 The 5 million Divine Blood Army soldiers suddenly knelt on one knee at nearly the same time, and placed their right arms on their chests, saluting the black-robed person. Long live His Holiness! Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! The 5 million zombie army suddenly shouted. Hikang of Silla, Venerable Lu Nian, Changming, the ordinary people, the spies of the great Qian dynasty among the people were completely astonished. Chapter 473. Outside Chaoga City, a large number of De Qian spies were among the countless citizens. They needed to send news to heavenly courts as soon as possible. Originally, everyone had despaired when they saw the 5 million zombies coming. Hikang of Silla, leading 5 million zombies of Kaitian Palace, should have swept through everything. Not only would Guhai be finished, but they would also not be able to return alive to report. However, in the next moment, all the zombies of Kaitian Palace turned traitor. The zombies turned traitor. The 5 million zombie army suddenly knelt on one knee at almost the same time and placed their right arms on their chests, saluting the black-robed man. Long live the Holy One! Long live the Holy One! The 5 million zombie army suddenly roared. What are these situations? The countless citizens only felt the army's ferocity and fear. However, when they saw the reversal, all the citizens showed excitement. The emperor is still the best. The 3 million Dahan soldiers that had been gathered from all over the world were well aware of the terror of the 5 million zombie army. Just 10 of them would be enough to wipe out their 3 million army. That was a scene of despair, but the tables had turned in the blink of an eye. Changming was at a loss. Venerable Lu Nian was at a loss. The officials were at a loss as well. Even Guhai was slightly stunned at this moment. That was because Guhai didn't expect such a scene to occur. Guhai's idea was to capture the leader first. His ghost soul clone controlled His Holiness's body. Even if it was not as strong as His Holiness, it was not far off. As long as he immediately killed Hikang of Silla, this zombie army would be leaderless. 5 million zombie army? With the strength of His Holiness's body, he could naturally take the head of a general in an army of 10,000. As long as he instantly killed Hikang of Silla's group, this zombie army would be crippled, right? However, the scene before him was even more exaggerated than he thought. All the zombies suddenly bowed down. They bowed down. Guhai's eyes lit up, immediately understanding the reason. This was a kind of absolute loyalty to the bone, forming a kind of instinct. It was an instinct to be loyal to His Holiness until death. As long as the aura of His Holiness appeared, there was no need to think at all. The instinct in the flesh drove the flesh body to immediately worship. So what if he was refined into a Ingo zombie? This kind of bone-deep loyalty was the most terrifying. When Hikang of Silla saw this, his lips trembled. How could this be? How could this be? What is Guhai? His Holiness? Hikang of Silla asked anxiously. However, the black-robed man beside Guhai slowly took a step forward. At this moment, everyone understood that this group of zombies was bowing to this black-robed man. The black-robed man, His Holiness? However, the black-robed man slowly pointed at the flying ship where Hikang of Silla was. Ka. All of the Ingo zombies immediately turned their heads to look at the flying ship. Boom! The aura of 5 million Kai Tian palaces suddenly changed direction and faced Hikang of Silla, causing the originally aggressive Hikang of Silla's expression to change drastically. Impossible! How can the zombies listen to you? Who are you? Who are you? Hikang of Silla asked in disbelief. His Holiness of Great Slaughter's spirit has already been swallowed by Qi, and His Holiness of Great Slaughter's corpse has also exploded. Explode. Hikang of Silla's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly thought of the reason. That corpse, Gu Hai, the corpse you took away before you left? Ma Sen Yan's corpse? Right. Ma San Yan's corpse is his holiness of great slaughters. The one that exploded was fake. He Kang of Silla exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai, however, smiled coldly and said, "The investiture of the gods is a scroll that his holiness of great slaughter conferred titles to his subjects. It's just conferring titles to his subjects. How could it have the taboo name of his holiness of great slaughter?" "Ah, you knew it from the beginning. You knew it from the beginning, Gu Hai." He Kang of Silla suddenly revealed a ferocious expression and suddenly rushed toward Gu Hai. He Kang of Silla wanted to tear apart Gu Hai in an instant. Perhaps He Kang of Silla's rebellion made the zombies of the Divine Blood Army, who were loyal to his holiness of great slaughter, instinctively feel that he was going to collide with his holiness. Immediately, 10,000 Divine Blood Army soldiers pulled out their swords and rushed out. Boom! He Kang of Silla couldn't rush to Gu Hai at all, and was knocked back by 10,000 swords in an instant. "Kill!" The black-robed great slaughter of his holiness shouted in a low voice. Yes, the 5 million zombies shouted loudly. Boom! The 5 million Divine Blood Army soldiers rushed toward He Kang of Silla. In an instant, they took out their weapons and chopped at He Kang of Silla's entourage. No. He Kang of Silla's expression changed and turned around to run. However, there were also army commanders among the zombies, and they immediately blocked He Kang of Silla's path. Rumble! The airship couldn't withstand a single blow, and all the people of He Kang of Silla on the airship were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. Even the airship was chopped into pieces in an instant. Kill! The 5 million zombies roared. Although He Kang of Silla was in the Middle Heavenly Palace, this was the first time he entered the Middle Heavenly Palace. The 5 million zombies surrounded him, so he could not last long before they chopped off his arms. "Gu Hai, I am not resigned to this. I want to kill you. Kill you." He Kang of Silla, who was covered in blood and had both arms chopped off, charged at Gu Hai with disheveled hair. At this moment, He Kang of Silla seemed to know that there was no hope of escaping. So, he burst forth with an unprecedented suicidal force. Boom! The hundreds of zombies in front immediately went flying. He Kang of Silla instantly charged at Gu Hai. He bared his fangs, looking like he wanted to bite Gu Hai to pieces. This was a kind of suicidal desperation. "Oh no! Be careful!" Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed. "Your Majesty, he is going to self-detonate. Be careful!" Chong Ming also exclaimed. Just as He Kang of Silla charged through all the zombies and was about to reach Gu Hai, shing! Suddenly, a saber hum rang out, and a purple light exploded in the sky. The purple light was so dazzling that everyone in the surroundings narrowed their eyes. It was so bright that they could not open them. Boom! The purple light flashed and vanished. However, He Kang of Silla exploded. He Kang of Silla instantly exploded into pieces. He Kang of Silla was still very far away from Gu Hai. When the shockwave of the explosion reached Gu Hai, only a cool breeze remained. Everyone looked at the black-clad person holding the life-killing saber in shock. Earlier, this person chopped down He Kang of Silla with one saber strike, causing He Kang of Silla to explode into pieces before He Kang of Silla could even scream. Chong Ming goggled. After all, this black-clad person's movements were extremely stiff 2 months ago. Now, he was already so proficient. That earlier saber strike, it was too strong and too fast. I did not see it at all, and it ended. "His holiness is mighty," the 5 million zombies shouted. His holiness of great slaughter held the life-killing saber and looked around coldly. Ju Lu opened the third camp for the zombie army. Gu Hai shouted coldly, Yes, Ju, Lu shouted in the distance. Then he quickly ordered the Lu Rockmen to clear the area. His Holiness of Great Slaughter looked at the 5 million zombies. Then he pointed at the camp and said, "Withdraw your auras and set up camp there." Yes, the 5 million zombies shouted. Rumble! The 5 million zombies immediately lined up neatly in the camp, looking like wooden poles. They stood there motionlessly and withdrew their auras. "Clean up the mess," Guhai said to an official. Yes, the official replied and led a group of subordinates to clean up the dismembered corpses of Hikang of Silla and the rest. At this moment, the dust had settled. His Holiness of Great Slaughter looked at Guhai and slowly walked back to the main hall. Clang! The doors of the main hall slammed shut. At this moment, the officials and commoners finally regained their senses. The calamity from before was resolved in the blink of an eye. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! The officials bowed excitedly. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Countless commoners also bowed excitedly. In the crowd, De Qian's spies looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Then they quietly left to report the news. 5 million zombies? Mr. Good, good move. With this army, the Han Dynasty's military strength will be at its peak. Master Lu, Nian said with a smile. Gu Hai shook his head and said, "At its peak? Master Lu, Nian, must be joking. In my eyes, this 5 million zombie army is not as important as Changsheng." Ha! Ah, Master Lu Nian was slightly stunned. At the side, Changming bowed gratefully to Gu Hai. The 5 million zombie army changed owners in an instant, and the news quickly spread in all directions. Heavenly courts, impossible. Say that again. Li Shunji glared at a subordinate. It's true. Back then, one of my Shinji battalion disciples was in Chaoga. He saw it with his own eyes. His Holiness of Great Slaughter's corpse. The corpse that Gu Hai took away from the capital back, then was His Holiness of Great Slaughter's corpse. That subordinate said, with a bitter smile. Li Shunji's eyelids twitched. How can this be? How can Gu Hai be so lucky? In the study, Yi Shenzhen and Takashi Ryushin stood outside the curtains of the study, reporting to Dai Qianqing. His Holiness of Great Slaughter's corpse. Dai Qianqing sat on the dragon throne, gently rapping his fingers on the table. Indeed, Gu Hai's harvest this time is too great. No one expected him to have such a backup plan. The 5 million zombie army is now his, Yi Shenzhen said with a bitter smile. Sage Father is still the one who thinks far. Gu Hai indeed has a backup plan, Takashi Ryushin said with a bitter smile. However, Dai Qianqing remained silent for a while. Gu Hai? He is playing with fire. Oh, Takashi Ryushin felt slightly stunned. Never mind. On account of him protecting Long Wanyu, we will help him this once, Dai Qianqing said indifferently. Ah, His Holiness of the Han Dynasty has now subdued 5 million zombie army, and His Holiness of Great Slaughter is at his peak. What danger will there be? Yi Shenzhen said with a confused expression. Dai Qianqing did not answer, but said indifferently, Yi Shenzhen, you can leave first. Yes, Yi Shenzhen could only respond. In the study, only Takashi Ryushin and Dai Qianqing were left. Sage Father wants me to help Gu Hai, but what do I have to do? Takashi Ryushin said blankly. The news from Chaoga City quickly spread to the capital. For a moment, there was an uproar in the capital. Impossible. My Daewon's 5 million zombie army has all turned traitor. Hikang of Silla is also dead. What should we do now? The officials were in an uproar. In the Mo manor, Mo Yike heard the report from his subordinate and immediately threw him aside. Quick, the flying boat. I want to see His Majesty. Quick. Mo Yike said anxiously. Chapter 474. Capital City, Qin family. In Qin Yun's small courtyard, Qin Zibai respectfully stood at the side. Father, this is the news that just came from Chaoga. That ancestor has died long ago. He Kang of Silla has died. His Holiness's corpse has been refined by Gu Hai, subduing 5 million zombie army. The blind Qin Yun sat on a stone bench, holding a piece of silk cloth and gently wiping the bamboo stick in his hand. After Qin Zibai finished speaking, he respectfully stood at the side. Sigh. After a while, Qin Yun slightly sighed. Father, why are you sighing? Qin Zibai asked doubtfully. His Majesty let He Kang of Silla go to Chaoga and even let him bring all the zombie army. It can be said that he attached great importance to Gu Hai. Unfortunately, he did not expect Gu Hai to be one step ahead and have His Holiness's corpse. Qin Yun slightly sighed. Yes, now that the 5 million zombie army has been subdued by Gu Hai, I wonder what His Majesty will do. Qin Zibai said with a frown. His Majesty left too quickly. Qin Yun slightly sighed. This child does not understand. His Majesty did not wait for the transformation of the 4 great families. Unfortunately, especially Changsheng, His Majesty chose that ancestor in the end. Sigh, perhaps he was too impatient. Qin Yun slightly sighed. What did he choose that ancestor? Father, is there anything that this child does not know? Qin Zibai asked doubtfully. Qin Yun nodded. When Changsheng agreed to become a vampire and lead a vampire family, it was not only to repay the kindness, but also because His Majesty had promised that in the future, if necessary, he would help Changsheng obtain his initial ability. Initial ability? What do you mean? Qin Zibai said in surprise. That is, Changsheng or Bat Ancestor. Choose one of the two who has the ability who will live to the end. Qin Yun slightly sighed. Who has the ability? Who will live to the end? His Majesty said, if Changsheng's ability is outstanding, can help Changsheng swallow Bat Ancestor's divine soul, let Changsheng have no worries? Qin Zibai said in shock. Qin Yun nodded. That's why Changsheng has been working very hard all these years. He's really working very hard. Commanding the army, diplomacy, and politics, Changsheng is remarkable. He's an all-round talent. What can I do? What can I do? However, His Majesty left too quickly and couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to immediately compete with Deqian, so in the end, he chose the Bat Ancestor, who had a higher cultivation base, and gave up on winning? Qin Zibai raised his eyebrows. Qin Yun nodded. That's why it's not good to be too fast. If His Majesty's cultivation base and temperament hadn't increased too quickly, everything would have been done slowly. With Changsheng's ability, there's no way he would have stood up for Bat Ancestor. Ha! Picking up sesame seeds, but throwing away watermelons. Ha! Qin Zibai was silent for a while. Because it was too fast. The Chang family is gone. The Bat Ancestor is also gone. Of course, we can't blame His Majesty. The Great Slaughter Treasure is a harmful thing. If there wasn't the Great Slaughter Treasure, perhaps we wouldn't have been able to incite His Majesty's ambition. Sigh. Qin Yun sighed slightly. The Shi family is also gone. Of the 4 great families, only our Qin family and the Mo family are left. Qin Zibai said in a deep voice. Shi family? He Kang of Silla? Who does he think he is? Qin Yun revealed a trace of disdain. Qin Zibai looked at his father in confusion. He Kang of Silla is only His Majesty's blood relative, so he has the qualifications to stand side by side with our 3 great families. He opened 5 Mountains Academy and thought that he had extraordinary knowledge, but in fact he's just an unrated clown. Qin, Mo, and Chang families. That old fellow from the Mo family was the smartest. Unfortunately, he worked hard and died too early. Fortunately, his son Mo Yike inherited his ability. The Chang family was always the second smartest and also worked hard. Unfortunately, because His Majesty left too quickly, he was abandoned. However, he left behind a seed. Changming, a person blessed by the heavens. Too bad he's headstrong and self-opinionated. However, this person's intelligence doesn't lose to Mo Yike. Now, he's following Gu Hai. If he's trained well, he'll be amazing. It's a pity that I'm the stupidest, and the one who gave birth to you is even more inferior. Sigh. Qin sighed slightly. Qin Zibai's face revealed a bitter expression. His Majesty, although this child isn't as smart as Mo Yike, but in terms of cultivation, I'm stronger. Even if I can't compare to Mo Yike, compared to Changming, there's definitely no problem. Cultivation? Your comprehension is high, but you haven't reached the heavenly palace. No matter how high your comprehension is, it's nothing. Even if you did reach the heavenly palace, look at what happened to the bat ancestor. He also reached the heavenly palace. However, Gu Hai is in the Yuanying state. With just a few words, he can make the bat ancestor die without a burial ground. What's the use of having a high cultivation? Qin Yun immediately reprimanded. Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. All right, this child is stupid. However, father is extremely intelligent. How can he be ranked third? The best proof is that Grand Duke Chang and Grand Duke Missouri are both dead. Only father is alive. How can father be worse than them? Qin Yun sighed slightly. There are some things that you don't understand. Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. As he spoke, Qin Yun slowly removed the gauze covering his eyes. Father, your eyes, how did you go blind back then? Back then, when this child was still young, father's eyes suddenly went blind. You withdrew from the imperial court and let this child take over the Qin family. This child had a hard time back then. Father has been in seclusion for the past few hundred years. Qin Zibai looked at Qin Yun's closed eyes. Qin Yun took a deep breath and slowly stroked the bamboo cane in his hand. Father's eyes? This has to be explained from 1200 years ago. Back then, I followed His Majesty to the holy mountain in the west and happened to witness 3 Buddhists praying to the Buddha ancestor. It was also an opportunity. 1,200 years ago, but father's eyes were not blind back then. Qin Zibai asked curiously. Qin Yun smiled and shook his head. In the end, he sighed slightly. Forget it, let's not talk about it. It's all in the past. It's useless for you to know. However, keep this bamboo cane well. Qin Yun seemed to be somewhat reluctant to part with the bamboo cane. This bamboo cane? Father, since this child can remember, I remember that father has always held this bamboo cane in your hand. Even if you can't see, you have been wiping it for so many years. What is this thing? Qin Zibai took it blankly. The shape was just an ordinary bamboo cane. However, when he held it in his hand, he felt a cold feeling. This is what father obtained 1,200 years ago from the Buddha question event. Keep it well. With this cane, perhaps you won't fall too far behind Mo Yike. Qin Yun sighed slightly. Ah, father, you gave it to me, then what about you? What's the use of this bamboo cane? Qin Zibai asked doubtfully. You can slowly figure it out. I gave it to you because I don't need it anymore. Zibai, father has one last thing to ask of you. Qin Yun said solemnly. Father, you're too kind. If there's anything that this child can do, this child will definitely do his best. Qin Zibai immediately said solemnly. Chang Sheng is dead, that ancestor is dead, and the 5 million zombie army is also detained. This time, Day One can be said to have suffered a great loss. His Majesty will definitely go to Chowga. Mo Yike is a good minister. Unfortunately, he is not his father, and does not have the weight of his father in his majesty's heart. If his majesty takes out his anger on Mo Yike, you must protect Mo Yike at all costs. Qin said solemnly. Protect Mo Yike at all costs? Qin Zibai said blankly. Qin nodded. Today, you protect Mo Yike. In the future, Mo Yike will protect you. Protect me? Qin Zibai said in shock. Just listen to me. Qin said solemnly. Yes. Qin Zibai nodded blankly. All right, I'll give you the bamboo stick. Father will also be leaving. Qin stood up. Leaving? Father, where are you going? Qin Zibai did not understand. Qin smiled and did not explain. He stepped into the sky and flew towards the direction of the Great Hall. His eyes were closed, but his control of the direction was not wrong. He very accurately flew to the square of the Great Hall. Stop! Immediately, a guard rushed up to stop him. Bastard, scram! Don't block Patriarch Qin's path. His Majesty said that Patriarch Qin can see His Majesty at any time. The guard leader immediately shouted at the guards. Yes, the surrounding guards immediately moved aside. Qin Yun did not care about the crowd and directly landed at the entrance of the Great Hall. Before he stepped into the Great Hall, he heard Mo Yike's shout. Your Majesty, you can't go north. Mo Yike shouted. Inside the Great Hall, the officials stood respectfully on both sides. Clearly, they had just received the news from Chaoga. That ancestor died. He Kang of Silla died, and the 5 million zombie army turned traitor. Shiyu the Great remained calm, but Mo Yike requested to see His Majesty. The moment he saw His Majesty, he begged His Majesty not to go north. His Majesty did not say to go north. On the dragon throne, Shiyu the Great looked coldly at Mo Yike. Mo Yike, what else do you want to say? Shiyu the Great asked seriously. Your Majesty, it's fine if we lose the 5 million zombie army. Our Day One Imperial Dynasty suffered a great loss this time, but we can slowly recover. The most important thing now is to stop the war and resolve the grudge with the Deqian. Reports from the front lines say that the Deqian army has already set up camp at the border. They will soon invade our Day One. Your Majesty, now is not the time to care about those zombies. Mo Yike said anxiously. Ha ha ha. Changsheng died for nothing? He Kang of Silla died. For nothing? That ancestor died. For nothing? You don't want the 5 million zombie army? Shiyu the Great finally spoke. But, Your Majesty, Gu Hai is not only the Emperor of Dahan, but also the Hall Master of Elite Hall. Chaoga is a trap set by Gu Hai. Your Majesty must have seen through it. Why do you still want to go? What's more important now is the battle with the Deqian. Mo Yike said anxiously. I know, but I must go. Shiyu the Great said coldly. Your Majesty, I advise you to take back your order and not go north. Mo Yike knelt down. Advise you to die? Good, advise you to die. Shiyu the Great said coldly. Shiyu the Great shouted coldly. The officials were in an uproar. Advise you to die. If you don't succeed, you're really going to die. Mo Yike was using his life to persuade His Majesty to stay. This was the heaviest advice a subject could give. His Majesty wanted to kill Mo Yike. Your Majesty, you can't. The Mo family and the Day One have made great contributions. Your Majesty, please forgive Lord Mo. Your Majesty. The officials pleaded for Mo Yike anxiously. Good. Do you all want to rebel? Day One, is it you or I who has the final say? Mo Yike, you're going against your superiors. I'll grant you your wish. Shiyu the Great said coldly. Shiyu the Great stared at Mo Yike. However, Mo Yike continued to kneel and didn't move. Shiyu the Great's eyelids twitched. I'll give you one more chance. Emo Yike, get out of the way. Obviously, Shiyu the Great said that he wanted to kill Emo Yike out of anger. He didn't want Emo Yike to stop blocking his way. No, I promised my father that the Day One would not be destroyed. I swear my loyalty to the Day One. Emo Yike said resolutely. Being loyal to the Day One means going against me? Emo Yike, do you think I don't dare to kill you? Shiyu the Great seemed to be angered by Emo Yike. I've already given you a way out. You still dare to talk back to me? I don't dare to go against my father's orders. Emo Yike said resolutely. Great Emperor. Shiyu's face was gloomy. He looked at Emo Yike with a murderous look in his eyes. At this moment, Qin Yun's voice came from outside the hall. Your Majesty, have you forgotten that Grand Duke Missouri gave his all for the Day One? Qin Yun's soft shout immediately reverberated throughout the entire hall. Shiyu the Great's face darkened as he looked outside the hall. He saw Qin Yun, whose eyes were closed, slowly walk into the hall. Patriarch Qin? The officials were shocked and bowed respectfully. Qin Yun? Why? Are you here to stop me? Shiyu the Great's eyes flashed with a murderous look. Qin Yun smiled bitterly. I know your Majesty's determination. Naturally, I won't stop your Majesty. It's just that Emo Yike is sincere. Your Majesty should give him a chance. Just take it as a favor to Grand Duke Missouri. Great Emperor, Shiyu frowned slightly. He glanced at Emo Yike, who was still stubborn, and let out a long sigh. Forget it. Throw Emo Yike into the heavenly prison. I will deal with him when I return. Yes. Immediately, a large number of guards came forward to escort Emo Yike. Your Majesty, you can't go north. Patriarch Qin, please persuade His Majesty. Emo Yike said anxiously. However, he was quickly dragged away by the guards. The officials didn't dare to say anything. Qin Yun, are you here to plead for mercy for Emo Yike? Shiyu the Great asked. No, I know that your Majesty wants to go north. I know that I can't stop your Majesty. I don't want to stop your Majesty either. Your Majesty's will is Daewon's will. Therefore, your Majesty's will can never be swayed by anyone and will never be wrong. This subject has come here today to earnestly request your Majesty to bring this old subject with you when you go north this time. Qin Yun said solemnly. Shiyu the Great frowned. Please bring me along. Your Majesty. Qin Yun said again. Approved. Great Emperor, Shiyu said solemnly. Chapter 475. Great Hall's Plaza in the capital city. The officials stood respectfully on both sides, sending off Shiyu the Great and Qin Yun as they left. Shiyu the Great looked to the north, remaining silent for a while. Shiyu the Great frowned slightly. Qin Yun, do you think that we are wrong as well? Qin Yun shook his head. Your Majesty is not wrong. Oh, Shiyu the Great looked at Qin Yun. That is because you are your Majesty. No one can say that you are wrong. The person who says that you are wrong is wrong. He forgot that you are your Majesty. Your Majesty cannot be wrong. Qin Yun shook his head. Shiyu the Great's expression softened slightly. You still understand us. Unfortunately, Changsheng. Changsheng? It is his bad luck. He could not keep up with your Majesty's footsteps. Qin Yun sighed softly. Shiyu the Great remained silent for a while. He felt some guilt in his heart, but it was replaced by the firmness of an emperor's heart in the blink of an eye. All right, it's time to go. Shiyu the Great said sullenly. Yes. As Shiyu the Great spoke, he flung his sleeve. Suddenly, a light ring enveloped him and Qin Yun. Boom! The light ring enveloped the two and turned them into a beam of light, instantly heading to the distant north. The flying ship was very fast, but it was not worth mentioning before Heavenly Palace. Shiyu the Great needed to rush to Morning Glory City as quickly as possible. Outside Morning Glory City, Gu Hai stood on a floating island with 2 rows of officials standing respectfully behind him. Changming and Venerable Lu Nian stood beside Gu Hai. Your Majesty, we have been standing here since yesterday. Logically speaking, news of Morning Glory City should have reached the capital in just 2 days, right? Isn't it too early for us to wait here? Changming asked, feeling confused. However, Gu Hai took a deep breath. It is not early anymore. It has been 2 days. This great slaughter, His Holiness is also standing here with us. Could it be that Shiyu the Great will really come? Venerable Lu Nian asked, feeling puzzled. At the side, His Holiness of Great Slaughter was still wrapped in a black robe. He held Gu Hai's life-killing saber in his hand and looked coldly into the distance. Come, he will definitely come, Gu Hai said, solemnly. Why? Venerable Lu Nian asked, feeling confused. Because he is the emperor, a monarch who should have been invincible, Gu Hai said, solemnly. But everything is going against Day One now. I don't quite understand, Venerable Lu Nian said, feeling puzzled. Emperors can't back down. De Qian has deployed troops at the border and is about to attack Day One. If Shiyu the Great chooses to compromise, then Day One will never have the chance to fight against De Qian again, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Why, Your Majesty? I don't understand. Changming felt confused as well. During this time, Gu Hai had given Changming a list of names so that Changming could study the people and factions on it. Logically speaking, Daewon's best response would be to back down. Why fight? The heart of the emperor is the hero of a nation. The ambition of an emperor cannot be compromised because of any predicament, especially when it comes to the dynasty. If one compromises, the emperor's heart will be gone. Hence, Shiyu the Great will not back down. He definitely will not back down, Gu Hai said seriously. Hey, I still don't understand. Changming frowned, unable to understand. Venerable Lu Nian seemed to understand a little. He pressed his palms together as he looked at Gu Hai in shock. It had only been a few years, and Gu Hai's temperament had already reached such a level. Just as everyone chatted, a beam of light suddenly shot over from the south. Boom! The beam of light suddenly stopped near the floating island, kicking up a strong wind that swept through the surroundings. Gu Hai laid a ritual array to protect the countless ordinary people behind. As the strong wind blew, they remained safe and sound. However, such a large commotion attracted countless ordinary people's gazes. Shiyu the Great? It's Shiyu the Great! An ordinary person suddenly exclaimed. Shiyu the Great is here? How can this be? Shiyu the Great came personally. What should we do? What heavy snow! The beam of light stopped. The sky behind was already covered in heavy snow. 2 figures stood amid the heavy snow. They were Shiyu the Great and Qin Yun. His Holiness the Great Massacre raised the life-killing saber and pointed it in the two's direction. Boom! Not far away, the 5 million-strong Divine Blood Army suddenly soared into the sky, carrying a surging baleful aura. They instantly surrounded Shiyu the Great and Qin Yun. They're here. Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed. Changming clenched his fists, and his eyes reddened. As soon as Great Emperor Shiyu arrived, he saw his zombie army glaring at him with angry eyes. These zombies held their sabers and swords, looking like they wanted to charge over quickly. Shiyu the Great's expression turned cold as he looked at the floating island across, at the black-robed Great Massacre, His Holiness. At this moment, His Holiness released a ferocious killing intent, charging at Shiyu the Great. Shiyu the Great also released an ice-cold aura, blocking the attack. His Holiness's corpse? Not bad indeed. You can actually refine it. Shiyu the Great's expression turned cold as he looked at Gu-hai. Shiyu the Great, long time no see, Gu-hai said indifferently. Shiyu the Great's eyes turned cold. Gu-hai, this emperor knew that you were extraordinary. However, I did not expect you to force Day One into such an awkward position. Gu-hai took a deep breath, and his expression turned sullen. Shiyu the Great, you are exaggerating. Gu-hai admitted that he did not take the initiative to become enemies with Day One. However, Shiyu the Great, you broke your promise to me and issued an imperial edict to let the Bat ancestor enter Chaoga and slaughter millions of citizens. Chaoga's citizens. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes as he looked at the tombs in the distance. Ancient Emperor, are you really so proud of yourself? You did not take the initiative to become enemies with Day One. Why would the Bat ancestor and Hikang of Silla hate you to the point of death? Everything happened because of you. Don't you think you are too clean about it? Qin Yun said indifferently. Only then did Gu-hai carefully look at Qin Yun. Day One Qin Yun, the second most powerful person in the Day One imperial dynasty. 600 years ago, you suddenly became blind and left the imperial court. Why are you out of seclusion today? Gu-hai said solemnly. Mr. Good, you have investigated me thoroughly. However, we are still talking about the previous topic. Just because you don't kill doesn't mean that others won't die. Because of you, Gu-hai, don't you have any responsibility for Chaoga's calamity? Qin Yun said indifferently. Gu-hai narrowed his eyes and stared at Qin Yun. This emperor failed to protect the Dahan's citizens and allowed them to be killed by foreign enemies. This is this emperor's responsibility. This emperor has never shirked this responsibility. Ha, 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 Your Majesty, do you see this? This Gu-hai is so amazing. He is just like Dai Qianqing, doing things flawlessly. Qin Yun suddenly said to Shiyu the Great with a smile. Shiyu the Great's expression was gloomy. Your Majesty, you don't have to think too much. Gu-hai is a person with a strong heart. He won't be moved by us. There's no need to consider subduing him. Just kill him. If he doesn't die today, he will definitely become a great threat to the Day One imperial dynasty in the future. Qin Yun said solemnly. Shiyu the Great nodded. Gu-hai narrowed his eyes and looked at Qin Yun. Mr. Qin? Ha! Shiyu the Great, this emperor really envies you. Oh! Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Good ministers gathered together, and the country was flourishing, but they neglected the essentials and chased after the trifles. What a pity, what a sigh, Gu-hai said coldly. Ha! Gu-hai, this emperor is neglecting the essentials and chasing after the trifles. You are robbing his holiness. Aren't you neglecting the essentials and chasing after the trifles? This emperor doesn't want to talk to you anymore. This time, you won't live. Shiyu the Great's eyes turned cold. As he spoke, he struck in Gu-hai's direction with his palm. Boom! The sky was filled with ice and snow. The overwhelming cold instantly froze the surroundings. Even the floating island under Gu-hai's feet was instantly covered in frost. The huge ice and snow palm grabbed at Gu-hai. His holiness took a step forward and slashed down with the life-extinguishing saber in his hand. Zhou Tian-san, kill! His holiness roared. Boom! The life-extinguishing saber appeared. It was much more powerful than the saber that killed Hikang of Silla. The world was instantly illuminated. Almost everyone narrowed their eyes. They could not look directly at the saber gleam. Hung! The energy saber and the energy palm collided in the void. They canceled each other out and exploded. A huge storm swept in all directions. Heavenly Punishment Stone, the same material as the Celestial Eradication Sword. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Gu-hai's expression darkened. His Holiness's Zhou Tian San did not have any effect. One had to know, earlier, it was Great Emperor Shiyu's casual strike, and the person the saber struck was the Great Slaughter Saint. Kill! His Holiness roared. Rumble! Suddenly, 5 million zombies charged toward Shiyu the Great. The 5 million energy sabers formed a whirlpool of destruction as they shrunk towards Shiyu the Great. Bastards! I refined you, and you dare to attack me? Shiyu the Great glared. Buzz! The 5 million zombies paused. Clearly, the zombies refined by the Ingo Great technique instinctively obeyed Shiyu the Great. The 5 million zombies paused. The expressions of Chongming, Venerable Lu Nian, and the ordinary citizens and officials immediately changed. Kill! His Holiness roared again as he unleashed his aura. Roar! Yes, His Holiness! The 5 million zombies shouted. How dare you? Shiyu the Great said coldly. Your Majesty, please forgive us. The 5 million zombies paused. Both His Holiness and Shiyu the Great could control the zombies. The zombies' thoughts immediately turned chaotic. What should we do now? Chongming asked anxiously. Venerable Lu Nian, who was at the side, sighed and said, What should we do? Are you unable to analyze the situation? Chongming felt slightly stunned. I understand. His Holiness can control these 5 million zombies to surround and kill Shiyu the Great. Shiyu the Great can only control them to not attack. However, he cannot control them to kill His Holiness. Hence, His Holiness has greater control over them. Furthermore, as the two sides give out orders, the zombies' thoughts turn increasingly chaotic. Once they turn chaotic, they will act on instinct. Their instinct is to be loyal to His Holiness. Given this, these zombies will soon obey His Holiness's orders. Chongming analyzed. Indeed, with the two sovereigns' control, 10 of the 5 million zombies turned chaotic. Suddenly, they raised their sabers and chopped at Shiyu the Great. Kill! The 10 zombies shouted. Then, they immediately chopped at Shiyu the Great. Humph! Shiyu the Great snorted coldly. Then, he waved his hand. Boom! The 10 zombies exploded with a loud bang. However, as the two sides reached a stalemate, more zombies ignored Shiyu the Great's orders and charged at Shiyu the Great in a chain reaction. On His Holiness's orders, kill the enemy! A legion commander shouted. Kill the enemy! The tens of thousands of zombies shouted in unison. In the end, His Holiness's will suppressed Shiyu the Great's will. Then, the zombies started to raise their sabers and charge at Shiyu the Great. Your Majesty, defective goods are defective goods in the end. If only we did not have these zombies back then. Qinyan sighed softly. Shiyu the Great showed a sullen expression as he looked past the zombies at the distant Guhai. Guhai? Good. You were really scheming back then in the Great Massacre Palace. Shiyu the Great said furiously. Guhai looked coldly at Shiyu the Great without saying a word. It's just 5 million zombies. Although it's a pity, it's useless to me. I don't care. Shiyu the Great said coldly. As he spoke, he flicked his hand and took out an imperial edict. Investiture of the gods. Great massacre. Heaven dynasties. Investiture of the gods. Chongming's expression changed. Chapter 476. Outside Chaoga City, a patch of forest. Before Shiyu the Great came, Takeshi Ryushin led a group of subordinates and stood in a secret spot in the forest. Beside Takeshi Ryushin was a young man. If Guhai saw him, he would recognize him immediately. He was the Long Santian that Takeshi Ryushin sent to 95 Island to ask Guhai to deal with the Zither army of Luyang of Gojoseon before he met Long Wanyu for the first time. He was the son of Takeshi Ryushin, Long Santian. An army of 5 million zombies? Guhai has really gained a lot. Takashi Ryushin looked at the densely packed army of zombies in the distance with envy. Long Sanchen was wrapped in a fur robe. An army of 5 million zombies, he said with narrowed eyes. They are just a bunch of dead creatures, not worth mentioning. However, this Guhai is really bold. He has been standing on that floating island since yesterday. Does he really want to face Shiyu, the Great? Takashi Ryushin frowned slightly. He has the corpse of his holiness. Even if he refines it with a special secret method, he will only have its power. When he comes to Heavenly Palace, his power won't be enough to deal with it. His holiness is right. Guhai is playing with fire. Father, I found that His Holiness seems to trust Guhai a lot. Long Sanchen looked at Takashi Ryushin in confusion. Takashi Ryushin nodded. Yes, His Holiness asked Father to come here. How does he want Father to help Guhai? Long Sanchen asked curiously. Takashi Ryushin glanced at Long Sanchen and shook his head, but he didn't explain. While everyone was looking at Guhai, boom, a beam of light came from the distance, bringing with it a strong wind. Shiyu the Great and Qin Yun had arrived. In the south of Chaoga City, Guhai and Shiyu the Great faced off coldly for a while. Then Shiyu the Great suddenly attacked. Boom! The Great Slaughter Saint Lord's Heavenly Cycle 3 neutralized Great Emperor. Shiyu's palm with a loud bang. Cycle 3? It is indeed a strange saber technique. It can actually block Shiyu the Great. Takashi Ryushin's eyes narrowed. Long Sanchen nodded as well. Unfortunately, Great Emperor Shiyu only casually struck out with his palm earlier. Guhai was too careless. Long Shunwu sighed lightly and seemed to be about to take a step forward. Father, wait a little longer. Guhai doesn't seem to be at the end of his rope yet. Let's see how many trump cards this Guhai has. Long Sanchen suddenly called out. Oh, rumble. In the distance, countless zombies charged at Shiyu the Great. However, Shiyu the Great suddenly took out an imperial edict. The Great Slaughter, Heavenly Dynasty's God Investiture, decree. What is Shiyu the Great doing? Takashi Ryushin's face sank. It is just 5 million zombies. Although it is a pity, it is useless to me. I can ignore it. Shiyu the Great said coldly. Shiyu the Great took out the God Investiture decree. The expressions of Changming and Venerable Lu Nian changed. Guhai narrowed his eyes as well. Explode. Shiyu the Great tore apart the God Investiture decree. Boom, boom, boom. The sword-wielding zombies paused for a moment before exploding with a loud bang. Oh no! Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed. Boom. His Holiness suddenly stepped forward and released a strong barrier of energy, instantly encasing the floating island. The God Investiture decree tore apart, and the zombies exploded. However, Shiyu the Great extended his hand and pulled Qin Yun to the side. Rumble! The force of the explosion was too great. A shockwave that could destroy the world surged out in all directions. The surrounding mountains were flattened. Chaoga City was already damaged in the past. Now, it was battered by a storm of dirt and rocks, making it even worse. Guhai's ritual array enveloped countless ordinary people. Even so, they were safe. However, they could still feel the ground shaking, showing horrified expressions. However, Takashi Ryushin led his subordinates in a rapid retreat. Inside Shiyu, the Great's light barrier, Qin Yun smiled bitterly. Qin Yun smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, why do you have to do this? With your skills, these zombies will not be able to track you down. If your Majesty uses this opportunity to kill Guhai, or destroy His Holiness's corpse, these zombies will not be able to escape. They will still be your majesties. However, you will die, Shiyu the Great said indifferently. Qin Yun. After a long silence, Qin Yun sighed softly and said, "Thank you, your majesty." However, Shiyu the Great ignored Qin Yun. Instead, he looked at the distant floating island through the huge storm of explosions. His Holiness raised his saber and stood in front of Gu Hai. The people on the floating island were unharmed. The explosion of 5 million heavenly palaces was extraordinarily powerful. The surging shock waves spread out for a while before slowly calming down. The 5 million zombie army turned into pieces in the blink of an eye. In the distance, Takeshi Ryushin's eyelids twitched. 5 million zombie army? How unfortunate! If such an army was used well, it would be a terrifying force. Long Sanqian narrowed his eyes. Shiyu the Great, he's willing? This time he's willing? The explosion dissipated. Gu Hai slowly walked out from behind His Holiness and looked at Shiyu the Great with narrowed eyes. Shiyu the Great, isn't it too late for you to repent? Changsheng is no longer here, Gu Hai said solemnly. Shiyu the Great looked coldly at Gu Hai. It's not your turn to educate me. It's fine if you don't want 5 million zombies, but His Holiness's corpse? Humph, let's see if he can protect you. As he spoke, Shiyu the Great suddenly charged forward. Roar! His Holiness suddenly roared and slashed with the long saber in his hand again. Snow swirls for 1,000,000 miles, Shiyu the Great shouted and used his hand as a saber. Suddenly, the area within tens of thousands of miles was filled with snow. As soon as the hand saber was used, billions of white light bloomed, instantly illuminating heaven and earth. In the past, when His Holiness's soul had just been sealed, Shiyu the Great defeated His Holiness's soul with this move. Of course, he still had the bloody hell saber at that time, but now the hand saber was not much inferior to back then. The power was superb. It was as if this hand saber could split heaven and earth in half. It slashed toward His Holiness's corpse. The power of that palm strike was many times stronger than the one from before. In the forest in the distance, Takeshi Ryushin's face darkened. He seemed to be about to attack. "Father, wait a little longer," Long Sanqian immediately shouted. However, he saw that His Holiness's life-ending saber in the distance had also slashed out. Buzz! As the saber slashed out, a dazzling purple light bloomed in the sky. The purple light collided with Shiyu the Great's white light, forming a halo of light at the point of collision. Fourth day of heavenly cycle. Around the life-killing saber, a saber region aura suddenly formed. More than 200 saber blades immediately surrounded the great Slayer Saint, forming an extremely ferocious region. Once the saber blades appeared, they cut in all directions and then charged towards the life-killing saber. A powerful saber aura suddenly slashed out with the life-ending saber and collided with Shiyu the Great's hand saber. Hung! A loud sound, not much weaker than the explosion of the 5 million zombie soldiers, resounded throughout heaven and earth. Snow and saber aura shot out in all directions. In the distance, Takeshi Ryushin and Long Sanqian's faces darkened. Fourth day of heavenly cycle. So, when Gu Hai fought that ancestor outside Dada City, he was almost about to use the fourth day of heavenly cycle. 100-fold increase in power. Long Shenwu narrowed his eyes. Fourth day of heavenly cycle. It's fine if it's just one saber move, but if it's a complete set, Long Sanqian frowned. A complete set? Impossible. This should be a saber move created by Gu Hai based on the art of chess. How old is he? Creating one saber move should be his limit, right? Takeshi Ryushin frowned. In the distance, Shiyu the Great's hand saber didn't achieve the desired effect, and he was slightly surprised. That was His Holiness's corpse. He only had strength, but he had to know how to use it. Gu Hai actually had such a profound saber move. Humph! Shiyu the Great snorted coldly, and used the same move with his right hand again. Million li of snow. Buzz! Heaven and earth were suddenly illuminated by the white light of the hand saber. This time, it was the blind spot of the fourth day of heavenly cycle. The fourth day of heavenly cycle shouldn't have worked, right? Fourth day of heavenly cycle. The different fourth day of heavenly cycle went up and collided with Shiyu the Great's hand saber. The wind blew. The two powerhouses were evenly matched again. A different fourth day of heavenly cycle. In the distance, Takashi Ryushin's expression changed. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, heaven and earth were completely covered by white and purple light. Shiyu the Great didn't believe that Gu Hai's saber skills were so exquisite. He immediately attacked His Holiness from different angles. However, every single strike from the Great Slaughter Saint Highness came from a different direction, every strike different, but the power didn't decrease at all. Immediately, the battle between the two great experts became more and more fierce, more and more intense. His Holiness led Shiyu the Great up to the sky. Up in the sky, the wind was raging. The snow was mixed with the purple light. The people of Zhaoga, down below, couldn't see what was going on in the wind. They could only hear the earth-shattering noises. Father, if it were you, would you be able to stop Shiyu the Great? Long Sanqian asked with a bitter smile. Shiyu the Great is an unparalleled talent. His battle strength is incredible. I don't think there's anyone who can match him at the same level, right? Takashi Ryushin sighed. Yes, no wonder he dares to challenge His Holiness. If the five powers really fight their way to heavenly courts, they will have the ability to fight His Holiness. Long Sanqian exclaimed. Fight His Holiness? You think too much. Takashi Ryushin shook his head. In the distance, on the floating island, Gu Hai didn't look at the battle in the sky. It was the chess doppelganger controlling His Holiness corpse. The chess doppelganger's analytical ability was something that no one Gu Hai had ever seen could surpass. Gu Hai wasn't worried about a super-intelligent mind controlling the body of a peerless master. Gu Hai, however, looked at Qin Yun in the distance warily. The second most powerful man in Day One, the most powerful man was Shiyu the Great, and he was the second most powerful man. Even Bat Ancestor couldn't beat him when he was still in the middle of the Celestial Palace. Even if he was blind, he couldn't underestimate him. In the distance, Qin Yun closed his blind eyes and looked in Gu Hai's direction. He seemed to have sensed Gu Hai's wariness. Mr. Good, don't worry. I won't attack, and there's no need to mobilize the power of Dahan, Qin Yun said with a smile. Is that so? Gu Hai smiled coldly. Gu Hai didn't really believe Qin Yun, so he was still extremely wary. Outside the floating island, Gu Hai had set up an array. If Qin Yun attacked, it would be able to hold him back for a while. And this short period of time would be enough for him to mobilize the power of Dahan and His Holiness to return. Chapter 477. Gu Hai was wary of Qin Yun, but unfortunately, Qin Yun was sitting on a mountain peak far away. He did not show any signs of taking action. Qin Yun could not see, but he seemed to be listening to the battle in the sky with his ears perked up. At that moment, everyone was watching the battle between Shiyu the Great and His Holiness. However, Shiyu the Great attacked multiple times, but His Holiness blocked every attack with the 4 heavenly cycles. It was a draw. Shiyu the Great's expression turned gloomy. Below, Takashi Ryushin and Long Sanqian narrowed their eyes. Shiyu the Great? How powerful! Long Sanchen said with a frown, "Guhai, what great luck!" Takashi Ryushin's eyes flashed with envy. The 5 million zombie army had exploded, but Guhai still had his holiness, who was an even stronger existence. With such a treasure on him, it was something unimaginable. Hung! With a loud boom, high in the sky, the two separated. Shiyu the Great looked at his holiness with a gloomy expression. "Great slaughter, his holiness? You really are a lingering spirit. Even in death, you can't rest in peace." Humph! Back then, you didn't have the guts to cultivate the Ingo art, which was listed as a forbidden technique. However, this emperor mastered it. This emperor will let you know what Ingo is. Shiyu the Great stared. As he stared, Shiyu the Great's aura suddenly soared. For a time, waves of violent storms surged out from Great Emperor Shiyu in all directions. How can this be? Shiyu's strength is soaring? Long Sanchen stared in astonishment. He originally believed that Shiyu the Great was already at his limit, but he never expected that Shiyu the Great's strength was still rising. Still rising? Guhai's expression also darkened. The surrounding commoners and experts had their mouths wide open. However, they saw that Shiyu the Great's body was emitting an extremely cold aura. Within tens of thousands of li, the world was instantly frozen. Previously, it was just snow, but now it was frozen. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of li were frozen. However, he saw Shiyu the Great suddenly reveal 2 snow-white fangs in his mouth. His long hair instantly turned white, and a pair of snow-white horns appeared on his head. On his back, a pair of dragon scaly wings appeared. When the dragon wings appeared, his original might increased by at least 10 times. The dragon spread its wings. A raging gale swept out in all directions. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, the cold power released by Shiyu the Great was drifting in the air. Roar! Hung! With a loud roar, the void suddenly shook. The world spun as if it was the end of the world, under the loud roar. Even though they were isolated within the formation, countless people covered their ears from the vibration, feeling incomparable pain. The floating island Guhai was also enveloped by the formation. All the officials were holding their heads in pain. Guhai narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. In the frozen mountain forest, Takashi Ryushin and Long Sanchen's expressions changed. Ingo the Great Art, incarnation of Ingo. This strength has increased by at least 10 times. Takashi Ryushin said in shock. No wonder Shiyu the Great dares to provoke our Deqian celestial empire. With such strength and the power of a nation, he can indeed compete with his holiness. Long Sanchen said in shock. No, to compete with his holiness? You think too much. His holiness is the strongest in the world. In front of his holiness, Ingo's body is not a match for your majesty. Besides, Shiyu the Great has only cultivated the Ingo body. Takashi Ryushin immediately shook his head. But this, Long Sanchen looked at his father in confusion. Takashi Ryushin did not explain. In the distance, on the frozen mountain peak, Qin Yun sighed slightly. Success is due to Ingo, and failure is also due to Ingo. Your Majesty, how good would it be if you did not have the Ingo technique? High in the sky, Shiyu the Great's strength had reached its peak. A terrifying aura rushed towards his holiness. The powerful aura completely suppressed his holiness's arrogance. His holiness held the life-killing saber in front of his chest, guarding against Shiyu the Great. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Chongming asked in horror. At this moment, even people who did not understand cultivation could see that after Shiyu the Great had turned into a Ingo zombie, his aura had soared to the sky. Above his head, Huge, snowstorm-like clouds spun into a supervortex. The terrifying aura suppressed his holiness in the distance, like a lonely boat in the sea that could capsize at any time. His Holiness Great Slaughter? Roar. Shiyu the Great's eyes glowed with a trace of silver light, and his expression was fierce. His Holiness raised the life-killing saber and stared at Shiyu the Great. I've turned into a go zombie. When you were alive, you could still fight with me. Now, you're just Guhai's puppet. Humph, let's see how you can take my move. Shiyu the Great glared. The saber hand slashed towards his Holiness again. Snow swirls for 1,000,000 miles. Buzz. Suddenly, only white light was left in the world. Shiyu the Great's saber hand slashed out, and the void seemed to be about to collapse. It instantly formed a storm black hole, and the saber hand slashed towards his Holiness. It was an irresistible force. Even his Holiness was about to be slashed to ashes under this saber hand. His Holiness seemed to have all his escape routes sealed, and there was nowhere to run. However, his Holiness did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward and slashed with the life-killing saber in his hand again. Zhou Tian. Buzz. A saber domain formed around his Holiness. 300 sabers appeared, surrounded by countless saber auras, and surrounded his Holiness. Humph, Zhou Tian, you can stop me just now? Now, my power is 50 times stronger than before. You're courting death. Shiyu the Great sneered. Below, Long Sanqian's expression changed. Father, Guhai can't hold on anymore. His Holiness can't stop his Holiness. I know. Takashi Ryushin's expression darkened, and he seemed to want to rush out. At that moment, the saber hand in the sky collided with the life-killing saber. In that instant, in everyone's eyes, the great Slaughter Sacred Supreme was about to be finished, about to be destroyed. All of them revealed anxious expressions. Only his Holiness had a ferocious expression. 5. Great Slaughter Saint Highness roared. 5. Not Zhou Tian's 4th, Zhou Tian's 5th. Countless people's expressions changed when they heard his Holiness's roar. However, when Zhou Tian's 5th appeared, his Holiness was enveloped in a dazzling purple light. Impossible. Takashi Ryushin's expression changed. Hung. In the sky, there was a super loud boom. The huge collision caused the storm in the sky to create a super vortex. It was like a black hole that swallowed everything in an instant. Rumble. The floating island that Guhai was on shook incessantly amidst the whirlpool of energy. Guhai's Grand Array also shook. The ground was churning. For a moment, the sky darkened, and nothing could be seen clearly. It was like the end of the world. After a while, the shaking stopped. The explosion in the sky slowly dissipated, and the dark sky gradually brightened. Everyone could finally see the sky clearly. What? How did this happen? Almost everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. His Holiness, who should have been chopped into pieces, stood on the spot, holding the life-killing saber. Shiyu the Great, who was originally domineering, was slashed 5 kilometers away pathetically. One of his dragon scale wings was chopped off. Although it was still connected to the bone, it was completely broken. Shouldn't Shiyu the Great have killed his Holiness with one strike? Why was it the other way around? Impossible. Zhou Tian's 5th. How can Zhou Tian's 5th be more powerful than Shiyu the Great, who transformed into Ingo? This is impossible. Takashi Ryushin widened his eyes in disbelief. But that was the truth. He didn't believe it no matter what. Shiyu the Great was covered in blood. Zhou Tian's 5th. If he hadn't experienced the floating battle on 9-5 Island, Guhai wouldn't have had the confidence to fight Shiyu the Great. However, At that time, Gu Hai had comprehended the 31 heaven and earth chess game. He had also merged the chessboard between his eyebrows and finally comprehended Zhou Tian's fifth. Zhou Tian's fifth was Gu Hai's greatest reliance. It was also Gu Hai's strongest technique. Unfortunately, Gu Hai's main body didn't have the ability to use it. However, His Holiness could. As a result, he could finally fight Shiyu the Great. Defeated, Shiyu the Great revealed a look of disbelief. How could Ngo lose? I don't believe it. Zhou Tian's fifth. Zhou Tian's fifth? Shiyu the Great looked at His Holiness with a ferocious expression. Regardless of whether Shiyu the Great believed it or not, His Holiness held the life-vanquishing saber. But that was the truth. Under His Holiness's full strength, Shiyu the Great was defeated. Sigh. Below, Qinyan sighed slightly. Your Majesty, we won. Haha, we won. Chongming roared in excitement. The commoners cheered even louder. Long live the Han Dynasty. The officials were also extremely excited. So what if Shiyu the Great transformed? Didn't he still lose? All of them looked at Gu Hai in excitement. Only Gu Hai had a heavy expression. Something's wrong. Where's the bloody hell saber? Indeed, Shiyu the Great instantly calmed down when Gu Hai turned worried. He slowly extended his hand and grabbed. Boom! The white light that filled the sky instantly turned blood red. Shiyu the Great's right hand seemed to pull out a saber hilt from the void. Shing! The bloody hell saber was pulled out of the void. Immediately, a billowing blood mist surrounded Shiyu the Great. The saber emitted a soul-stirring power. It was as though thousands of blood-colored ghosts were surrounding the bloody hell saber. The white-haired great emperor, Shiyu's long hair turned red in an instant. Even his eyes turned incomparably red. Bloody hell saber annihilation. Shiyu the Great slashed at His Holiness. Instantly, a sea of blood seemed to envelop the entire world. Within the sea of blood, there seemed to be countless ghosts letting out shrill cries. Heavenly Cycle 5. His Holiness faced the sky with his saber. Hum! Just like before, the world turned dark. As the earth quaked, two glowing figures could be vaguely seen in the darkness. Shiyu the Great seemed to still be in a frenzy. His eyes were red as he slashed. The bloody hell saber and the life-extinguishing saber collided. The two experts were in a stalemate. However, merely being in a stalemate for a short while, Great Emperor Shiyu surpassed the Great Slaughter Sacred Lord in an overwhelming manner. Die! Shiyu the Great roared ferociously. The Great Slaughter Saint Lord was like a cannonball shooting down from the sky and crashing into the ground. Boom! With the Great Slaughter Saint Lord as the center, a huge crater with a diameter of 10 miles was blasted out of the ground. Everyone's hearts trembled. The Great Slaughter Saint was defeated. Chapter 478. His Holiness of Great Slaughter lost. The expressions of the Zhaoge Kingdom's citizens, officials Chongming, and Venerable Lu Nian changed. If Shao Chen lost, wouldn't the Han Dynasty be finished? Shiyu the Great held the bloody hell saber as he stood in the air. He showed a ferocious expression as he stared at the large crater below. His Holiness of Great Slaughter had already climbed to his feet in the crater. The life-killing saber was fine. However, many saber wounds appeared on His Holiness of Great Slaughter's body. Most of his clothes were tattered, and some wounds appeared on his skin. His Holiness of Great Slaughter turned his head and looked at the sky. The heaven-punishing earth extermination stone. It is indeed a good saber. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes as he stared at the life-killing saber. The life-killing saber remained unscathed despite such great damage. Roar! His Holiness of Great Slaughter roared and soared into the sky. He instantly arrived before Shiyu the Great. He raised his saber and was about to chop down. Humph! My bloody hell saber is no longer the same as before. It is already completely unsealed and much stronger than before. The saber contains a murderous intent. It is not something you can block. The great 16 magic treasures have yet to appear. If they do, I am confident that I can change the ranking of the great 16 magic treasures. Shiyu the Great smiled coldly as he chopped down again. Zhou Tianwu! Hung. Just like before, the sky darkened again. As the two experts ferociously clashed, the life-killing saber and the bloody hell saber clashed. Space shook again. You have to win. You have to win. Countless citizens and officials prayed anxiously. The bloody hell saber gave off a bright, scarlet light as it chopped His Holiness of Great Slaughter into the ground again, just like before. The ground shook ferociously. Boom! Another huge crater was created on the ground. Countless citizens and officials immediately showed expressions of despair. In the end, they could not win. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Chongming showed an anxious expression. With the bloody hell saber, Shiyu the Great had the upper hand. Even Zhou Tianfi was no match for the ferocity of the bloody hell saber. Bloody hell saber? No wonder His Holiness of Great Slaughter was able to be like the sun in the sky 6,000 years ago, entering the Tao through killing. Coupled with the unsealed bloody hell saber, few in the world could match him, Venerable Lu Nian said with an unsightly expression. But now, the bloody hell saber is in the hands of Shiyu the Great. Chongming said anxiously. Not far away, Great Slaughters His Holiness crawled out of the crater. He was in an even worse state than before. There were large amounts of wounds all over his body. Clearly, if this continued, His Holiness would definitely be exhausted. However, again and again, His Holiness stood up and slowly rushed towards Shiyu the Great. Shiyu the Great slashed down again and again. Its power did not decrease in the slightest. Instead, it seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Great Slaughters His Holiness? Humph! What a good whetstone. The more I fight with you, the stronger the bloody hell saber's ferocity becomes. Come on. Use your Zhou Tianfi and continue slashing. Shiyu the Great roared with bloodshot eyes. Below, Your Majesty, quickly! That Great Slaughters His Holiness is blocking Shiyu the Great. Should we quickly evacuate with the citizens? An official urged anxiously. Your Majesty, let's evacuate quickly. Your Majesty, Great Slaughters His Holiness will not last much longer. We cannot wait any longer. The group of officials felt incredibly anxious. Now, the situation was already looking bleak. Great Slaughters His Holiness was getting increasingly injured, while Shiyu the Great was like the sun in the sky, growing stronger. If this continued, no one could think of leaving. However, Gu Hai sighed softly and said, Indeed, we were too careless with His Holiness of Great Slaughter. Your Majesty? Chongming asked anxiously. After sighing slightly, Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, Qinmu of Silla, I wonder if Dai Qianqing asked you to come to Chaoga to observe the situation here. Huh. The group of officials was slightly stunned. On the mountain peak in the distance, Qin Yun's expression suddenly changed. Not only Qin Yun, but Takashi Ryushin and Long Sanqian's expressions also changed. Gu Hai? He knows? Long Sanqian's eyes widened in surprise. Takashi Ryushin's expression also changed. At this moment, His Holiness of Great Slaughter was sent flying by Shiyu the Great again and again. However, Gu Hai's gaze was fixed on Takashi Ryushin. Takashi Ryushin's eyelids twitched violently. He took a deep breath and said, Let's go. Whoosh! Takashi Ryushin, Long Sanqian, and their subordinates quickly flew to the floating island where Guhai was. Guhai extended his hand and waved, dispelling the ritual array and allowing everyone to enter. Jinmu of Silla, Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed in shock. Greetings, Jinmu of Silla. Guhai smiled faintly. Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes as he looked at Guhai. Guhai, how did you know I was coming? Jinmu of Silla, it's best you don't mind how I know. Why? Daiqianxing asked you to come. You won't keep watching, right? Guhai smiled faintly. Takashi Ryushin stared at Guhai. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the sky. His Holiness of Great Slaughter was sent flying again. Great Slaughter crashed into the ground. However, this time, His Holiness of Great Slaughter did not soar into the sky. Instead, he instantly flew to where Guhai was. Takashi Ryushin's face sank, appearing somewhat wary of His Holiness of Great Slaughter. However, His Holiness of Great Slaughter ignored Takashi Ryushin. Instead, he arrived before Guhai. This time, I somewhat underestimated Shiyu, the Great Strength. Now, Jinmu of Silla, please complete Daiqianxing's request. Guhai said, solemnly, you want me to make a move? Takashi Ryushin's face sank. Guhai, you want my father to deal with Shiyu the Great? Are you trying to kill my father? Long Sanqian immediately glared. Guhai glanced at Long Sanqian. He took a deep breath and said, I don't know what Daiqianxing told you, but I expected today's scene. Daiqianxing must have predicted it too. However, I didn't expect Shiyu the Great to be so strong. That's because my experience is still lacking. My understanding of Shiyu the Great's strength is limited. Unlike Daiqianxing, who has experienced countless years, he definitely knows Shiyu the Great's strength. Since Daiqianxing sent you here, he must have a way to deal with Shiyu the Great. Jinmu of Silla, am I right? Long Sanqian was surprised. He turned to look at Takashi Ryushin. What did His Holiness tell his father? Takashi Ryushin stared at Guhai for a while. As he stared, his eyelids twitched. In the end, he sneered and said, Ha! Ha! Guhai, you expected this? You even expected His Holiness to send me to help you? Or did you only expect me to deal with Shiyu the Great? Jinmu of Silla, please. Guhai bowed, slightly. He didn't answer directly. Humph! Takashi Ryushin snorted. In the sky, Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes and looked at the floating island. Takashi Ryushin, you dare to stop me? Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Takashi Ryushin looked at the sky coldly. Shiyu the Great, if you have the guts, why don't you kill your way to Heavenly Court City? Just to show off in a small empire? Shiyu the Great sneered. What I do is not up to you to tell me what to do. Now, I'll give you a chance. Leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you too. Then come and try. Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Since you don't want to leave, then forget it. Humph! As he spoke, Shiyu the Great raised the bloody hell saber. With a fierce look on his face, he slashed down brazenly. When the bloody hell saber appeared, the world was immediately enveloped in a scarlet light. A sea of blood seemed to pour down from the sky, covering the land and the sky. Earlier, when the crowd saw this saber strike, they did not experience it for themselves. Now, when they looked at it directly, it was like they saw countless malicious ghosts churning in the sea of blood, baring their teeth and charging down. Blood, hell unlimited. Shiyu the Great roared. Boom! That saber strike seemed to carry the fate of heaven, wanting to destroy everything in the world. The countless officials of the Dahan were frightened out of their wits. It's over. Chongming showed a look of despair. Venerable Lu Nian pressed his palms together. Feeling very anxious, Gu Hai stood behind His Holiness, but his eyes were cold. His Holiness awaited the attack. If Takashi Ryushin could not block this world-destroying saber strike, His Holiness could only be the final barrier. Long Sanqian's expression changed as he turned his head to look at Takashi Ryushin. Long Sanqian saw Takashi Ryushin slowly swipe at his forehead, and it seemed to tear open. A grayish-white light came out of Takashi Ryushin's forehead. The moment this light appeared, it seemed to light up the entire sea of blood. "What is that?" Shiyu the Great's expression sank. However, Takashi Ryushin closed his eyes and said, "Honoring Father's orders, please unseal the treasure and help me break the enemy." The treasure that Daikianshing lent to Takashi Ryushin? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. However, Long Sanqian's expression changed. "What? His Holiness actually lent Father this treasure?" Buzz! The tear in Takashi Ryushin's forehead grew wider, and the panic inside grew stronger. Treasure? The bloody hell saber has been refined by me, and it is no longer weaker than any other Dharma treasure. Even the 16 great Dharma treasures of history will be destroyed by the bloody hell saber. Break for me. Shiyu the Great roared with a ferocious expression. Finally, the treasure in Takashi Ryushin's forehead flew out. As it flew out, it released millions of grayish-white rays of light. In an instant, the sea of blood in the sky was illuminated grayish-white. When the treasure appeared, almost everyone's divine soul trembled, and they revealed a look of horror. Even Gu Hai suddenly felt a chill all over his body. This was not a kind of might, but a kind of pride, a kind of unstoppable pride of supremacy. Buzz! In the dazzling light, Gu Hai saw the appearance of the treasure clearly. It was an extremely simple and unadorned axe. There were no talisman scripts on it, just an ordinary axe. However, this ordinary axe seemed to disdain any talisman scripts to increase its might. As it flew out, it gave off an unparalleled arrogance. The strongest of the 16 great Dharma treasures of history, the heaven-opening axe. Venerable Lu Nian suddenly exclaimed, "The strongest Dharma treasure in the world, the heaven-opening axe." Changming suddenly exclaimed as well, "The strongest Dharma treasure in the world, the heaven-opening axe." Long Sanqian exclaimed. In the distance, Qin Yun suddenly stood up, revealing a horrified expression. In the sky, Shiyu the Great's expression changed. However, it instantly turned even more ferocious. "So what if it is the heaven-opening axe? Break it for me. Treasure, please chop the enemy." Takashi Ryushin shouted coldly. The heaven-opening axe instantly enlarged, growing increasingly larger as it chopped down on the bloody hell saber. Chapter 479. Hung! The sky-splitting axe and the bloody hell saber collided in the sky. In an instant, the sky and earth were enveloped by a grayish-white and blood-red light. Everyone was blinded. However, this time, no one seemed to feel the ground shaking. Perhaps the bloody hell saber's power didn't hit the ground at all. In the sky that exploded, there seemed to be many exploding black holes that sucked in all the blood sea in the void. "My bloody hell saber is invincible. Break!" Shiyu the Great said with a ferocious expression. The bloody hell saber emitted an even more dazzling red light, and the sky-splitting axe also emitted a light 10 times brighter than the bloody hell saber. Even Gu Hai couldn't see anything in the sky. He only heard a loud sound. "No!" Shiyu the Great's unwilling voice came from the sky. Boom! In an instant, the sky became clear, and all the blood light dissipated into nothingness. Gu Hai could see the sky now. He saw that the grayish-white light of the sky-splitting axe was much dimmer. On the other side, Shiyu The great stood in place, holding the bloody hell saber in his hand, but his eyelids were twitching. Shiyu the Great is fine? Changming's expression changed. Takashi Ryushin and Long Sanqian were also shocked. The sky-splitting axe, the #1 Dharma treasure in the world, couldn't kill Shiyu the Great. And the bloody hell saber? Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the bloody hell saber. A crack appeared on it. Crack! 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 Spider-web-like cracks suddenly appeared on the bloody hell saber. The bloody hell saber cracked. Changming's eyes lit up. Bang! The bloody hell saber suddenly exploded and fell to the ground. What? The bloody hell saber broke? Many Dahan officials widened their eyes. Previously, the bloody hell saber had been so powerful that even His Holiness of the Great Massacre's 5 cycles had not been a match for the bloody hell saber. The bloody hell saber, which seemed to carry the power of destiny, had been shattered by this axe. All the fragments of the bloody hell saber fell from Shiyu the Great's hands. Had the previously invincible bloody hell saber become a pile of scrap metal in the blink of an eye? After the bloody hell saber exploded, Shiyu the Great's body also exploded. The clothes in front of his chest exploded, and countless cracks appeared on his chest. Blood spurted out from the cracks. In the blink of an eye, Shiyu the Great was covered in blood. Pooh! Shiyu the Great spat out a mouthful of blood. Your Majesty! Qin Yun's expression changed as he immediately charged into the sky. Instantly, he arrived in front of Shiyu the Great and supported Shiyu the Great. Cough! 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 Heaven-opening axe. The strongest treasure in the world, the heaven-opening axe. Cough! Cough! Ha 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 ha! Shiyu the Great coughed out blood as he looked at the heaven-opening axe floating in the air in horror. Shiyu the Great seemed to be completely drained of energy. His chest and arms were covered in blood. Not only had that axe strike shattered the bloody hell saber, but it had also instantly drained Shiyu the Great of his ability to fight. Hiss! Countless officials and ordinary citizens below revealed horrified expressions. To think that the might of one axe strike was so powerful. That was Shiyu the Great, who held the unrivaled bloody hell saber. Yet one axe strike dealt with him, the strongest of the 16 great treasures of history, the heaven-opening axe. Venerable Lu Nian sighed emotionally. It truly lives up to being the strongest in the world. Changming exclaimed in shock. Long Sanqian raised his eyebrows. In the end, he smiled bitterly and said, Imperial Father is right. This child was too superficial. Shiyu the Great cannot shake His Holiness's might. However, Takashi Ryushin suddenly looked at Guhai. Guhai, the heaven-opening axe, contains His Holiness's sealed attack. Now that this attack has been unleashed, Shiyu the Great is already severely injured. Continue attacking. Quickly! Oh! Guhai looked at Takashi Ryushin. Quickly, use His Holiness's corpse to kill him. Otherwise, if he escapes, there will be endless trouble. Takashi Ryushin urged anxiously. Guhai remained silent for a while before nodding. Whoosh! His Holiness immediately walked to the front of everyone. In the sky, Qin Yun was supporting Shiyu the Great. Your Majesty, how are your injuries? Qin Yun asked bitterly. Defeated? Heaven-opening axe? Ha ha ha! My all-out attack was actually unable to compare to the great Qian dynasty's sacred lord's axe. It was actually unable to compare to an axe. Great Emperor, Shiyu revealed a sorrowful expression as if he was somewhat unable to accept this fact. Your Majesty, it's not unjust to be defeated by Daiqianqing. Qin Yun sighed, slightly. At this moment, His Holiness walked to the front of everyone with the life-extinguishing saber in his hand. He looked at the heaven-opening axe that was floating in the sky. His Holiness looked coldly at the two people in the sky. Heaven-opening axe, His Holiness, Shiyu the Great's face suddenly darkened. Your Majesty, since we didn't gain anything from this trip, let's go back. The things of the great Slaughter Heaven dynasty are not things that we should accept. Qingyun smiled bitterly. Leave? Perhaps we can't leave now. With my injuries, even if I fly, I'll only be a little faster than the Middle Heaven Palace. As for Gu Hai, His Holiness has His Holiness? Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought that my life would be ruined by Gu Hai? An empire? An empire. Great Emperor Shiyu looked unwillingly at the great slaughter sacred lord who was gradually flying closer. Your Majesty, do you still remember why Chang family, Mo family, and Qin family swore to follow Your Majesty? Qingyun looked at Shiyu the Great. Cough, cough, cough. Qingyun, what are you trying to say? Shiyu the Great looked at Qingyun as he covered his injuries. I still remember that before Day One was established, Your Majesty was thirsty for talents. Your Majesty even spent all his efforts to bribe the three of us. Your Majesty even risked his life to save our three families. That's why our three families are so loyal to Your Majesty. Back then, when Your Majesty saved Changsheng, old man Mo once lamented, "Sigh, we will die because of Your Majesty sooner or later." At that time, it was still the Day One dynasty. I didn't understand what old man Mo meant. Now, I understand. Your Majesty treated us with sincerity and risked his life for us. You didn't just buy our hearts, you bought our lives. Old man Mo worked hard for you until he died. Even before he died, he was working for you, exhausting his mind and body, exhausting his mental and physical strength until he died of exhaustion. Because Your Majesty's kindness is greater than the heavens. Changsheng died. Even though he knew that Your Majesty had given up on him, he didn't leave Your Majesty because he was loyal to Your Majesty. To him, Your Majesty's kindness is greater than the heavens. He wanted to use his life to repay the kindness. Now that he's dead, the kindness is repaid. Qingyun sighed. Qingyun, what are you trying to say? Shiyu the Great had a bad premonition in his eyes. Under the Ingo technique, Your Majesty's strength soared, and the gap between us grew bigger and bigger. We couldn't keep up with Your Majesty's footsteps. When Your Majesty looked at us, it became more and more blurry. However, this old subject is still Your Majesty's old subject. In the end, with my last advice, I hope that Your Majesty of the past can come back. All the decline can be reversed. Your Majesty of the past, please come back. Qingyun bowed to Shiyu the Great in an extremely solemnly manner. Qingyun, what are you doing? Cough, cough, cough. Shiyu the Great's expression changed. 1,200 years ago, this old subject followed Your Majesty to the holy mountain in the west. This old subject did not return empty-handed. Your Majesty, 600 years ago, this old subject was suddenly enlightened. Like what old man Mo said, kindness must be repaid. It is only a matter of time. Now, this old subject understands that the time for me to repay my kindness is now. Your Majesty, please take care of yourself. What? Qingyun, what did you say? Great Emperor. Shiyu suddenly shuddered and seemed to have realized something. However, he saw Qingyun suddenly sit cross-legged in the void. He clasped his hands and placed them on his feet. Like an old monk in meditation, he looked at His Holiness, who was charging at him. An old monk in meditation? In the distance, Gu Hai's expression suddenly darkened. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. Be careful, don't go over, Gu Hai suddenly shouted. His Holiness suddenly stopped. Gu Hai, we can't delay any longer. Quick, don't let Shiyu the Great escape. It'll be bad if he escapes. Takashi Ryushin exclaimed. Be careful, Guhai shouted again. The Great Slaughter Saint Lord also held onto the life extermination saber with a guarded expression. What are you afraid of? You have his holiness, but I have the heaven-splitting axe. Quickly kill Shiyu the Great. Takashi Ryushin exclaimed. However, Guhai waved his hand. Suddenly, a large ritual array encased everyone. Qin, could it be that you cultivated that? Are you blind? You're not blind. Shiyu the Great suddenly exclaimed, startled. I have closed my eyes for 600 years, only for today to open them. Closed eyes world-cleansing Zen. Your Majesty, take care. Qin said, solemnly. As Qin spoke, he slowly opened his eyes. Closed eyes world-cleansing Zen, a secret technique that burns the soul and perishes together with the enemy? Be careful. Quick, be careful. Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed, his expression suddenly changing. Venerable Lu Nian's sudden loss of composure made Guhai realize that things were bad. Boom! The Great Slaughter Saint Supreme immediately returned, wanting to protect the people below. Everything is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, or a shadow. It is like dew or lightning. It should be observed as such. Qin said slowly. As Qin spoke, his eyes widened. The pair of blind eyes finally opened. When they opened a slit, a golden light seemed to emerge from them. This light was not large, but it strangely illuminated the entire world in an instant. In an instant, the entire world was encased in a golden light. As the golden light enveloped the world, Buddhist chants rang out. It was like countless Buddhas were chanting scriptures. However, no one could make out what the scriptures were. There seemed to be many golden Buddha figures sitting cross-legged in the golden light behind Qin. They opened their eyes at nearly the same time. Boom! The world of golden light instantly shattered. It was as though the entire world had shattered. Countless cracks surged out as a power that could destroy the heavens surged out from Qin's eyes. One of the 3 supreme secret techniques of the Numinous Mountains' holy land, the closed eyes world cleansing Zen. Long San Qian exclaimed as his expression changed drastically. Rumble! Space instantly tore apart. Some of the cracks reached the ground below, instantly tearing a 5,000-kilometer-long trench in the ground. This was just the beginning. The horrifying might of the world cleansing Zen charged at his holiness, Zhou Qianwu. Boom! In an instant, Zhou Qianwu's saber astral saber, and the entire saber chi domain tore apart. The strong Zhou Qianwu could not withstand a single blow from the golden light in Qin's eyes. The huge tearing force charged at His Holiness's body. Roar! His Holiness roared in pain. Even after releasing all the energy in his body, he still could not block this world-cleansing light. His body quickly disintegrated. Chapter 480. Qin opened his eyes. The world-purifying light tore through everything. The shock waves swept out in all directions, instantly tearing apart countless mountains and rivers. The first to bear the brunt of the attack were the heaven-opening axe and His Holiness. Buzz! The tearing force charged at the heaven-opening axe. The heaven-opening axe hummed and released a grayish-white light, blocking a portion of the tearing world-purifying light. However, no one could control it in the end. It could not counterattack, only block. On the other side, the strongest Zhou Tian 5 could not do anything. His Holiness drove his energy with all his might, and his body quickly disintegrated. His flesh and blood slowly dissipated under the world-purifying light. Roar! His Holiness let out a pained roar. The ordinary people in the ritual array and the floating island Gu-hai were unshook as though they would be torn apart in the next instant. Rocks and dirt soared into the air from the already ruined Chaoga city. On the floating island, the expressions of Takashi Ryushin and Long Sanxian changed. The closed eyes world purifying Zen. How can Qin Yun know one of the 3 supreme secret techniques of the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land? Long Sanxian showed an unsightly expression. Treasure, please break the enemy. Panic flashed in Takashi Ryushin's eyes as he controlled the heaven-opening axe with all his might. The heaven-opening axe only moved forward, not charging at Qin Yun. At this moment, no one dared to leave the area protected by his holiness and the heaven-opening axe. This was because everything outside had been torn apart, thoroughly torn apart. Venerable Lu Nian, what is the closed eyes world purifying Zen? Gu-hai looked anxiously at Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian smiled bitterly. The closed eyes world purifying Zen is the strongest secret technique of the future Buddha of the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land. This is a Zen cultivation technique. When one closes their eyes, they accumulate boundless energy, accumulating it in their eyes at all times. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years. The more time passes, the more energy they accumulate. From the moment they start cultivating this cultivation technique, they will not open their eyes. After countless years, he will open his eyes again. This time, he will release all the power he has accumulated over countless years. This release requires him to burn his soul and lifespan. It is a suicidal technique. However, this suicidal technique is extremely powerful. It is so powerful that very few people in the world dare to face it head-on. The next time he opens his eyes, it will be the last time he opens his eyes. Those who cultivate Buddhism are all freaks, Gu-hai said in shock. Freaks? Ha ha, Mr. Good, you might not know this, but Qin Yun has only accumulated for 600 years. Furthermore, he does not have a Buddhist physique. He cannot bring out this cultivation technique. Rumor has it that the future Buddha of the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land has not opened his eyes since he was born. He started cultivating this cultivation technique. Venerable Lu Nian said bitterly. Gu-hai raised his eyebrows. However, he was not in the mood to care about the future Buddha of the West. Instead, Qin Yun was already so horrifying that no one could do anything about him. Your Majesty, quickly leave. Qin Yun's voice rang out. No, Qin Yun, why did you cultivate this cultivation technique? Why did you cultivate it? Shiyu the Great's eyes turned red. Sooner or later, I will die for your Majesty. This old official wants to choose this kind of grand and spectacular death. Your Majesty saved this old official before, so this old official should return the favor. Your Majesty, it will end soon. Quickly leave. Don't let this old official's efforts go to waste. Qin Yun said bitterly. Shiyu the Great clenched his teeth, his eyes turning red. Ah! Shiyu the Great looked up and let out a deafening, sorrowful roar. Then his figure flashed as he shot into the distance. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Shiyu the Great vanished into the horizon. Stop right there! Takashi Ryushin suddenly shouted, his expression changing. How could he let Shiyu the Great escape after using the heaven-opening axe? Takashi Ryushin's eyes flashed with unwillingness. However, under the world-purifying light, no one dared to step out of the protective circle created by His Holiness and the heaven-opening axe. A single world-purifying light blocked everyone's path. Everyone turned anxious. His Holiness's body quickly melted, becoming smaller and smaller. In the blink of an eye, all his flesh was gone, leaving behind a skeleton that held up the life-killing saber and blocked everyone. At the skeleton's head was a red bead, that emitted a scarlet light. It barely prevented the skeleton from collapsing. Gu Hai's chest soul avatar drilled into the red bead at the final juncture. The red bead formed a tiny space of its own. Inside it, there seemed to be billions of malicious ghosts letting out shrill cries. The chest soul avatar rapidly dodged the countless malicious ghosts. Ha 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 ha! Qin Yun let out a tragic laugh. The light in Qin Yun's eyes dimmed as it gradually faded. Ka-cha! The great slaughter sacred being's skeleton completely turned into dust and vanished into thin air. Swoosh! The red bead plummeted. However, the world-purifying light had also dissipated. The destructive might shattered the land into countless pieces, sending soil into the sky. The sky turned gray and hazy. Qin Yun sat cross-legged high in the sky. In an instant, he seemed to age immeasurably. As he looked at the floating island where Gu Hai was, he revealed a faint smile. He seemed to be on the brink of death. He closed his eyes and plummeted from the sky. Whoosh! Chang Ming and Takashi Ryushin soared into the sky at nearly the same time. Takashi Ryushin grabbed Heaven's splitting axe and chased after Shiyu the Great. However, Chang Ming held Qin Yun back. Uncle Qin, Chang Ming said bitterly, that kid from the Chang family? Has His Majesty already left? Qin Yun said weakly, Shiyu the Great has already escaped. Chang Ming said bitterly, it's good that he's gone. My Qin family no longer owes him anything. It's great to be able to open my eyes and see the world. Qin Yun revealed a smile as he slowly fell silent. Uncle Qin, Chang Ming shouted with a complicated expression. However, Qin Yun's body withered and aged. Finally, he lost all signs of life. Gu Hai had already arrived in front of him. Your Majesty, Qin Yun is dead. Chang Ming said bitterly. Gu Hai looked at Qin Yun's corpse and pondered for a moment. Bury him with your father's cenotaph. After all, they have known each other for so many years. Yes, Chang Ming said gratefully. After all, Qin Yun was the one who spoiled the emperor's plans. He even destroyed the emperor's treasures and killed His Holiness. The emperor should be angry with him. However, the emperor did not seem to care. Qin Yun was dead, and Shiyu the Great escaped. The Han dynasty's crisis seemed to have been resolved. However, the Han royal dynasty's losses this time were too great. They lost 5 million zombie soldiers and the great slaughter sage lord's corpse. Gu Hai landed on the ground and slowly picked up the life-extinguishing saber. The saber was still fine. After carefully putting away the life-extinguishing saber, Gu Hai reached out to pick up the red bead that His Holiness left behind. Mr. Good, don't. Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed. Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lu Nian in confusion. That is His Holiness's sin. It is the slaughter sin, Saraira. Don't touch it. If you touch it, the sin will descend on you and ruin your luck. Venerable Lu Nian smiled bitterly. Slaughter sin Saraira? A Saraira? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Indeed. Unfortunately, this is a slaughter sin Saraira, the opposite of a Buddhist Saraira. His Holiness killed many people. Countless ferocious spirits have already turned into malicious spirits. Anyone that he killed will have their souls trapped in the slaughter sin Saraira. It is best not to touch it. Venerable Lu Nian shook his head. Oh, sin, malicious spirit. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and reached out to pick it up. The nearby long Sanxian revealed a curious expression. He did not know why Gu Hai wanted to take this risk. Sin, malicious spirit, to others, this was an evil item that should not be touched. However, to Gu Hai, it was a great tonic. Xiao Chun reached out and grasped it, and it was immediately absorbed by his dantian. The surging sin immediately entered the karmic transformation pool in his dantian. Then, the great compassion poem of heaven and earth circulated quickly, transforming it. Soon, the surging sin and malicious spirit turned into heaven replenishing energy that surged out of the heaven replenishing pool. The chess soul clone was freed, returning to Xiao Chen's forehead space. When Gu Hai put away the slaughter sin Saraira, Venerable Lu Nian smiled bitterly. Venerable Lu Nian had already suggested it, but Gu Hai was still unwilling. However, there was nothing Venerable Lu Nian could do. The heaven-replenishing energy surged in Gu Hai's body as he slowly picked up the pieces of the bloody hell saber. Mr. Good, this bloody hell saber is already completely broken. What is the point of picking it up? How unfortunate! Long Sanqian sighed, softly. As Xiao Chun picked up the pieces, the bloody hell saber had indeed lost its previous might. The spiritual energy in it had completely dissipated. Now it was as useless as scrap metal. Although the heaven-splitting axe broke the bloody hell saber, it is still an incredible treasure. I'll study the material and try to see if I can replicate it. Gu Hai explained. All right, then. However, I hope Mr. Good is not too disappointed. I once heard that the bloody hell saber's birth was a coincidence. It was born for the killing Tao, for His Holiness. Now that His Holiness is dead, he will never be able to refine the bloody hell saber again. Long Sanqian sighed softly. Gu Hai nodded and ignored Venerable Lu Nian. Instead, he continued searching. Soon, he found all the pieces of the bloody hell saber. Boom! In the distance, Takashi Ryushin suddenly flew over while holding the heaven-splitting axe. Jinmu of Silla, have you caught up with Shiyu the Great? Gu Hai asked. Unfortunately, he escaped. Humph, but it doesn't matter. My Daqian army is about to set foot on Daewon's territory and will arrive at Dada City in a few days. At that time, we can kill Shiyu. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded and looked at the heaven-splitting axe in Takashi Ryushin's hand. Jinmu of Silla is holding this heaven-splitting axe. Aren't you afraid that the experts in the world will be jealous of you? One had to know that when Hui was born and the red sun rose to the sky, Tai Yi, Tong Tian, and Shiyu were all fighting over it from a distance. Now, no one was jealous of the #1 treasure in the world. Ha, Gu Hai, you worry too much. Do you think that the experts in the world don't know about the battle just now? Takashi Ryushin laughed. You mean that Tai Yi also knows? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Solar God Palace, Wanshou Taoism, Spiritual Mountain, Holy Ground. I dare say that they all saw the battle just now. This is the heaven-splitting axe, the #1 treasure in the world. However, no one would dare to steal it, because this is His Holiness's treasure. As long as His Holiness is alive, no one in the world dares to touch His Holiness's things. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. Oh, Gu Hai was surprised. Okay, Shiyu the Great has already fled, so we should also go. Several months ago, the 5 factions attacked the Daqian. Now is the time for my Daqian to strike back. His Holiness said that if the Dahan wants to make a move, you are allowed to ally with the Daqian. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. The Daqianshing said this? Gu Hai asked in surprise. Takashi Ryushin glanced at Gu Hai with a complicated expression and nodded. At this moment, the Long Sanqian ordered his subordinates to quickly maneuver the airship in front of Takashi Ryushin. Takashi Ryushin stepped onto the airship and shot into the distance, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Your Majesty, a group of officials approached with mixed feelings. This emperor needs to enter seclusion immediately. You all immediately pacify the people and clean up the area, Gu Hai ordered. Yes, the group of officials responded. Gu Hai quickly flew to a palace on the floating island. Quang. The doors to the palace closed, and Gu Hai began to enter seclusion. There was too much sin in the transformation pool, and too much of it turned into heaven replenishing energy. There was so much that it was about to overflow. Gu Hai did not dare to hesitate and immediately poured the surging heaven replenishing energy into the bloody hell saber fragment. Chapter 481. While in seclusion, Gu Hai's heaven replenishing force surged out. Wong. A large amount of heaven replenishing force rushed towards the bloody hell saber fragments. The heaven replenishing force repaired everything. The separated fragments of the bloody hell saber began to fuse together at an extremely strange speed. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 10 pieces, more and more pieces appeared. After a while, the fragments of the bloody hell saber were completely fused together. However, there were still many cracks on the surface. Cracks. The heaven mending power continued to mend the deep cracks, slowly mending them. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with joy. In his dantian, in the transformation pool, the slaughter relic slowly rotated. Strands of slaughter quickly turned into heaven replenishing force. Originally, the heaven replenishing force was just enough to repair the bloody hell saber. Suddenly, boom! All of a sudden, the Sarira exploded, and all of the evil karmic retribution and evil ghosts inside erupted out in terrifying numbers. In the blink of an eye, all of the evil karmic retribution and evil ghosts surged out, surrounding Gu Hai. A surging aura erupted as countless malicious ghosts roared in Gu Hai's body. Gaga gaga gaga, I'm going to eat you. I'm going to drink your blood. You can go out now. Gaga gaga, I'm going to eat 10,000 people. The malicious ghosts roared fiercely. Oh no! Gu Hai's expression changed. His holiness had killed too many people in the past. There were too many malicious ghosts. The transformation pool did not have enough time to deplete them. These malicious ghosts had already rushed into Gu Hai's body, wanting to eat his flesh. Some even wanted to fly out of Gu Hai's body. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine seal between his eyebrows suddenly suppressed the countless malicious ghosts in Gu Hai's body, making them unable to escape. The malicious ghosts could not open their mouths to eat Gu Hai's flesh. However, as they wandered around in Gu Hai's body, they made Gu Hai's flesh feel incomparable pain. Gu Hai endured the pain and quickly activated the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. The rolling malicious spirits and evil karma quickly turned into heaven-mending power. The heaven-replenishing power also surged out, but the bloody hell saber's speed of absorbing it was not obvious. The heaven-replenishing pool was already full, and a large amount of heaven-replenishing power overflowed, as if it was going to be wasted. Life Ender Saber. Gu Hai inserted his hand into his chest and pulled out the Life Ender Saber. Cracks also appeared on the Life Ender Saber. At this moment, a large amount of excess heaven-mending energy surged into the Life Ender Saber. Immediately, the Life Ender Saber and the bloody hell saber repaired at the same time. Unfortunately, there were too many malicious ghosts. Gu Hai's entire body was in great pain. The surging heaven replenishing energy that Gu Hai refined still surpassed what the Life Ender Saber and the bloody hell saber could absorb. More heaven replenishing power? More than that. What to do? The heaven mending pool was already full. Was there anything else that could fix it? Gu Hai's entire body was in pain, revealing a hint of bitterness. In the past, he had only complained about not having enough heaven replenishing energy, but now he was complaining about having too much heaven replenishing energy. Was he going to waste it like this? Just as Gu Hai was feeling anxious. Roar! Suddenly, A dragon's roar resounded in Xiao Chen's dantian. It was the purple dragon in the quintessential essence in his dantian. As the dragon roared, it opened its mouth and sucked. Immediately, surging heaven replenishing energy surged into the purple dragon's mouth, and the purple quintessential essence started spinning crazily. Guhai was slightly stunned. The quintessential essence in the dantian was condensed from spiritual progenitor. Spiritual progenitor was the ancestor of all spiritual energy. Spiritual progenitor quintessential essence was the most difficult quintessential essence to cultivate. This was because spiritual progenitor quintessential essence was too hard to obtain. Now, the spiritual progenitor quintessential essence was increasing crazily. Was it transforming? The great compassion poem of heaven and earth circulated quickly. Rumble. Surging heaven replenishing energy surged into the spiritual progenitor quintessential essence. The spiritual progenitor quintessential essence spun rapidly as if it was transforming. Heaven replenishing energy, it can even transform spiritual progenitor quintessential essence. Guhai said in shock. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and a huge current surged around Guhai. When Xiao Chen's consciousness entered his dantian, he saw that the spiritual progenitor quintessential essence in his dantian had condensed into the shape of an embryo. Nascent embryo? Third child? Guhai said in pleasant surprise. The surging heaven replenishing energy finally did not have to be wasted. It quickly split into 3 parts. 1 part went to the life ender saber, 1 part to the bloody hell saber, and 1 part to the spiritual progenitor quintessential essence. When the spiritual progenitor quintessential essence appeared, it seemed to be accompanied by a sacred sound. A sacred sound rang out in Guhai's body, immediately calming down the countless struggling malicious ghosts. The pain in Guhai's body immediately lessened. The sacred sound came from Guhai's body. There was a soundproof formation in the hall, which prevented the cries of the countless malicious ghosts from spreading. However, at this moment, the sacred sound seemed to be unobstructed, strangely spreading out. Nobody could understand what this sacred sound was saying, but it was the sound of chanting that rang out outside the ruined Zhaoga city in an instant. The common people and officials looked at Guhai's palace in shock. When they heard this sound, all the common people and officials seemed to comprehend something. They could not help feeling calm and serene, and they felt like worshipping. Whoosh! Multicolored lights immediately appeared in the sky, rushing to Guhai's palace. The multicolored lights created a gigantic 5-colored, auspicious cloud above the palace. A large amount of spiritual energy surged in from the surroundings, heading for Guhai's palace. Your Majesty, is Your Majesty cultivating? Countless officials asked with wide eyes. Naturally, there were yuaniying state cultivators among the officials. However, none of them had seen such a ridiculous scene before. Changming and Zhu Lu goggled. Sacred sound? How can it be sacred sound? Venerable Lu Nian said in shock. Venerable Lu Nian, what is sacred sound? Changming asked, feeling curious. I don't know either. However, such a heavenly appearance and heavenly sound only appear when a sage reincarnates. Venerable Lu Nian said, feeling confused. A sage reincarnated? What is a sage? It is a sage. For example, the Tongtian sect master reincarnated, the Supreme Palace master reincarnated, and now the Buddha reincarnated. Only the reincarnations of these major powers would have such a heavenly appearance. However, why does Mr. Good also have such a heavenly appearance? Furthermore, he was not just born. Venerable Lu Nian said, feeling confused. Oh, Changming also felt confused as he looked at Guhai's palace. Long live your Majesty! Long live your Majesty! Long live your Majesty! The surrounding ordinary people and officials bowed, subconsciously. Inside the hall, boom, a strong energy surged out of Gu Hai's body again. The nascent soul in Xiao Chen's dantian broke open, and a purple nascent soul suddenly appeared. 12-colored light surrounded the purple nascent soul, giving off a sacred feeling. At the same time, in the Fire God Palace, the Fire God carried the flame gourd on his back as he frowned slightly as he looked in the direction of his dantian. When the purple nascent soul appeared, strands of sacred energy flowed to the Fire God, making his body feel very comfortable. This allowed the Fire God to refine the flame gourd much faster. At the same time, a strong deterrence seemed to come from the Fire God Palace's dantian. This deterrence gave off an aloof feeling. This deterrence suppressed the Fire God. In the Water God Palace, the Water God was the same. At this moment, the speed at which he absorbed the ice mountain was also much faster. Similarly, the purple nascent soul also had a strong deterrence to him. The Fire God and Water God bowed slightly to the purple nascent soul at almost the same time, as if this was their instinct. The dantian was the head of the divine palace. The Fire God and Water God were gods, and the purple nascent soul was the divine king. The divine king's spiritual mother. The purple nascent soul grew bigger and bigger. Gu Hai's cultivation base kept breaking through. His holiness of great massacre had entered the Tao through killing. His sins were huge. Perhaps his holiness of great massacre was not the strongest, but his sins were unmatched. Even after absorbing so much heaven-replenishing power, Gu Hai still had billions of malicious ghosts in his body. Gu Hai calmed down and tried his best to refine this evil karma. More and more heaven-replenishing power was divided into 3 groups. They repaired the life ender saber, repaired the bloody hell saber, and strengthened the divine king's spiritual mother. Just like that, nearly 10 days passed. Finally, all the malicious ghosts and sins were converted. Only then did all the cultivation stop. Boom! A current surged around Gu Hai's body again. The sacred sound disappeared, and all the auras calmed down. Outside, Venerable Lu Nian and Changming looked at the hall. Gu Hai was in shock. What did Gu Hai cultivate for the past 10 days? Why is there such a huge heavenly phenomenon? Furthermore, it was for 10 days? After 10 days, Gu Hai sank his consciousness into his body. The Fire God Palace and the Water God Palace were still the same. However, there was a change in his dantian. The divine king's spiritual mother's quintessence completely formed a nascent soul. The divine king's spiritual mother's nascent soul was also the divine king's spiritual mother. The divine king's spiritual mother directly reached the 3rd layer, the Fire God's 5th layer, the Water God's 3rd layer, and the divine king's 3rd layer. Yuanying State's 11th layer, 3 nascent soul realm. Gu Hai opened his eyes. He clenched his fists. Boom! A current of energy surged out from his fists. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he looked at his hands. 5 orifices main technique, dantian main force. Although it is only the Yuanying state, dantian is the divine king's spiritual mother's nascent soul. Although it is only the 3rd layer, its strength should not lose out to the ordinary heavenly palaces. What a good divine king's spiritual mother. However, the divine king's spiritual mother is very difficult to cultivate. Who knows how long I will have to wait before I can increase it again. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. The heavenly repairing pool was still filled with heavenly repairing energy. However, Gu Hai did not intend to use it for cultivation, be it the divine king's spiritual mother, the life ender saber, or the bloody hell saber. They would not undergo any major changes because of this pool of heavenly repairing energy. Half of the cracks on the life ender saber had disappeared. Gu Hai instinctively felt a sinister aura coming from it. Xiao Chun extended his hand and stabbed the life ender saber into his abdomen, turning it into a rib and disappearing under his skin. Then he picked up the bloody hell saber. The cracks on the bloody hell saber were almost completely repaired. However, Gu Hai knew that it was the same as the life ender saber. There were still hidden injuries that required a long time to repair. The bloody hell saber is already dead. The bloody hell saber no longer exists in this world. The killing saber that His Holiness cultivated for the purpose of killing all living beings. In that case, from today onwards, you will be called Life Slayer. Life Slayer Saber, Gu Hai said as he looked at the bloody hell saber. Wang, the blood-red life slayer saber, seemed to be very happy with its name. It vibrated excitedly. When Gu Hai repaired the life slayer saber earlier, he also infused a strand of his consciousness into it. Just like when he refined the life ender saber, he had completely refined the life ender saber by the time he repaired it. Holding the life slayer saber, Gu Hai cut his arm with it. Immediately, his blood vessels were cut open and blood flowed out. Then, he placed the life slayer saber where the blood flowed. Wang, the life slayer saber seemed to have turned into a liquid state. It flowed along Gu Hai's blood vessels and fused with them. Then, it flowed along with Gu Hai's blood vessels and flowed within Gu Hai's body. The life ender saber will turn into a bone and heal in my body. You will turn into blood and flow in my body, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Wang, the life slayer saber, had completely fused with Gu Hai's blood. However, the wound from earlier strangely healed in the blink of an eye. After changing his clothes, Gu Hai carried the life ender saber on his back and slowly walked to the entrance of the hall. Quang, the door of the hall opened with a loud bang. Chapter 482. In the celestial prison in the capital city, Shiyu the Great and Qin Yun went to Chaoga City. Mo Yike tried his best to persuade Shiyu the Great, so he was sent to the celestial prison to wait for Shiyu the Great to come back and deal with him. In the celestial prison, Mo Yike's cultivation was sealed. He was wearing a bracelet and a prison uniform. He was leaning against the wall and looking at a group of people in front of him with a gloomy face. The leader of the group was wearing an official's robe. He was bowing to Mo Yike respectfully. The Minister of Justice? Lord Chun, you've hidden yourself well. You're one of Hikang of Scylla's people. Now that Hikang of Scylla is dead, you're betraying the country? Mo Yike said coldly. Although he was imprisoned and had no way to fight back, Mo Yike was still calm and fearless. Mr. Mo, a wise man submits to circumstances. Daewon's time is up. What's the point of holding on? His Highness has given me an order. As long as Mr. Mo is willing to join His Highness, he'll treat you as a guest of honor. Lord Chen said with a smile. Oh, treat me as a guest of honor? He wants me to commit treason? Mo Yike said with a cold smile. It's not treason. He just wants you to leave this sad place. His Highness promises that you won't have to participate in the war of Qianyuan. Lord Chen said with a smile. Isn't that treason? What if I don't want to join His Highness? Mo Yike said with a cold smile. Lord Chen's face suddenly turned solemn. His Highness admires Mr. Mo's ability. If Mr. Mo is unwilling to enter His Highness's residence, Mr. Mo should know that with His Highness's character, no one can have what His Highness can't have. Kill me? Mo Yike said coldly. Not kill you. You'll commit suicide in prison. Lord Chen shook his head. Mo Yike narrowed his eyes and looked at Lord Chen coldly. Lord Chen's men had taken control of the celestial prison. The prison guards and guards were all his men. Lord Chen, It seems that you didn't betray Day One after he Kang of Scylla's death, but you betrayed Day One a long time ago? Mo Yike's face turned cold. Mr. Mo is indeed powerful. That's right. However, it was only because Duke Shi Kong was muddle-headed that we dared to stand in his faction. If we had stood in Mr. Mo's faction, we would have been discovered long ago, right? Mr. Mo, please make a decision now. Lord Chen said in a low voice. Mo Yike didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Lord Chen and smiled. Day One. Ha! It seems that there's a big crisis lurking around. Mr. Mo. Lord Chen looked at Mo Yike coldly. Mo Yike took a deep breath and shook his head. I promise my father that I'll be loyal to Day One forever as long as Day One is not destroyed. Mo Yike clearly rejected Lord Chen's offer. Lord Chen's face turned cold. Humph, Mr. Mo, you can't blame me for what I'm about to do if you don't want to. Lord Chen took a step forward as he spoke. He reached out and slapped Mo Yike's chest. Mo Yike sighed slightly and slowly closed his eyes. However, his expression did not change at all. Just as Lord Chen's palm was about to land on Mo Yike's chest, a voice rang out. You're courting death. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded from behind. Chi. Suddenly, a bamboo sword shot over. What? Everyone's expression changed. They wanted to be on guard. However, the speed of the bamboo sword was too fast. In an instant, it cut off Lord Chen's hand that was about to strike Mo Yike's chest. Ah! Lord Chen immediately clutched his hand in pain. Who goes there? The surrounding jailers, and guards all drew their swords. Humph! You don't know the difference between life and death. The cold voice sounded again. Buzz! Suddenly, a large amount of bamboo sword chi appeared in the prison cell. In an instant, they shot towards everyone who raised the sword. They were so fast that they instantly pierced through everyone's dantian. Ah, ah, ah. Screams resounded throughout the prison cell. In the other prison cells that were very far away from Mo Yike's prison cell, the prisoners all looked over. They did not know what had happened. They saw that all the guards, old men, and jailers, including Lord Chen, were instantly crippled. What happened? The jailers were crippled? That's Lord Mo's prison cell. All the prisoners looked into the distance in horror. Lord Chen held his arm and his crippled dantian as he fell to the ground. His face was filled with pain. Mo Yike slowly opened his eyes. He saw that all the ferocious prisoners were now crippled. They fell to the ground and looked at the white-clothed man standing outside the prison cell with pain and despair. Qin Zibai? Mo Yike frowned slightly. Qin Zibai held the bamboo cane that Qin Yun had given him. He bowed slightly to Mo Yike and said, Mr. Mo, you must have been frightened. Frightened? Not at all. I was just a little surprised. Lord Qin, why are you in the prison? Mo Yike asked curiously. Before my father passed away, he told me to protect Mr. Mo at all costs. Since the day you were locked up, I have been waiting outside the prison. I didn't expect that Lord Chen would. Qin Zibai looked at Lord Chen with a gloomy face. Lord Qin, please spare my life. I was blinded by greed. Lord Chen shouted. Lord Qin, please spare my life. We are following Lord Chen's orders. This has nothing to do with us. His subordinates were terrified. Qin Zibai looked at them coldly and turned to Mo Yike. Mr. Mo, are you okay? Mo Yike looked at the bamboo cane in Qin Zibai's hand and frowned. I remember that the bamboo cane in your hand belongs to your father. Your father never leaves it? Yes. My father asked me to take care of it. Qin Zibai nodded blankly. Mo Yike was silent for a while. Then he sighed. Qin Yun? Sigh, I hope he is fine. Ha! What is it? My father is in danger? Qin Zibai's face changed. A few days ago, in the last conversation between Qin Zibai and Qin Yun, Qin Zibai had already felt a trace of the idea of entrusting his son to Qin Yun, but he had never dared to think about it. Now that Mo Yik said it, Qin Yun's face suddenly changed. Mo Yik glanced at Qin Yun, shook his head, and said, "Your father is loyal to his majesty, but he is also a wise man. Unless his majesty is in mortal danger, he won't do anything. Don't worry too much." But Qin Zibai was anxious. "Let's wait for his majesty's good news." Sigh. Mo Yik sighed bitterly. "Mr. Mo, what should we do with these people?" Qin Zibai looked at the disabled people on the ground. Mo Yik stood up and looked around. He took a deep breath and said, "Lock them up first. They will be useful in the future." "Okay," Qin Zibai replied. "Men, come," Qin Zibai shouted. Soon, a group of Qin Zibai's trusted subordinates stepped into the prison. "Lock them up and wait for His Majesty to come back," Qin Zibai ordered. Yes, in the blink of an eye, a group of disabled people were taken out. "Mr. Mo, His Majesty is going to Chowga. What will happen?" "But why does His Majesty want to go to Chowga?" Qin Zibai looked at Mo Yik in confusion. Mo Yik thought for a while and said, "His Majesty is not only going to Chowga to compete with Gu Hai, but also with Dai Qianqing." "Oh, Gu Hai? Don't you see what he has done all these years? In just a few years, how much has he done for Deqian in such a short period of time? He has protected Luyang of Gojoseon. He has protected Long Wanyu. As far as protecting Long Wanyu is concerned, this is already the most important thing for Deqian. If Shiyu the Great goes to Chowga to kill Gu Hai, how can Dai Qianqing watch?" Mo Yik said in a low voice. "What? His Majesty Dai Qianqing is known to reward those who make a contribution. If he allows Gu Hai to be killed by His Majesty, will he still reward those who make a contribution? Therefore, if Gu Hai is in danger in Chowga, Dai Qianqing will definitely protect him. Therefore, His Majesty is not just going to compete with Gu Hai, but also with Dai Qianqing." Mo Yik sighed. "A battle with the Emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty? Then His Majesty is going to—" Qin Zibai's face changed. "His Majesty knows." Mo Yik smiled bitterly. "His Majesty knows." "Yes, His Majesty knows that Dai Qianqing will definitely protect Gu Hai. However, His Majesty is not willing to give in to Dai Qianqing. His Majesty wants to compete with him. This is the first competition between His Majesty and Dai Qianqing." Mo Yik said bitterly, "But Dai Qianqing can't go in person." "Indirectly?" Qin Zibai was surprised. "Yes, indirectly. However, Dai Qianqing has already taken action. I advised His Majesty not to go because I wanted His Majesty to stop fighting with Dai Qianqing. However, His Majesty refused. His Majesty wants to use this battle to prove himself, using this battle to draw the curtain to the Battle of Qianyuan. However, it is good to win this battle. If he loses, the Battle of Qianyuan will be completely lost." Mo Yik said bitterly. "Then His Majesty still wants to go?" Qin Zibai was confused. "His Majesty wants to go, but your father didn't stop him." Maybe this is the so-called Emperor's heart that my father talked about. I don't understand the Emperor's heart, but I know it will be very dangerous. Of course, even if your father disagrees, he can't stop His Majesty. If only my father was still here. My father used to be in charge of domestic affairs. As long as my father agreed, His Majesty never disagreed. If only my father was still here. Mo Yik said bitterly. Grand Duke Missouri used to be His Majesty's first strategist. His Majesty listens to him. Maybe because of this, Grand Duke Missouri works too hard. So, Qin Zibai said bitterly, I only hope that His Majesty can go smoothly. If not, Daewon will be in danger. Mo Yike sighed bitterly. Besides the traitor just now, there must be other traitors in the court. Mr. Mo, can you find them? Chin Zibai suddenly looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike said bitterly, Find them? I can find them, but is it important? Why is it not important? These spies are Daewon's biggest secret. Chin Zibai stared at him. Mo Yike shook his head. No, the most dangerous thing for Daewon is not these spies, but His Majesty's battle. Just as the two were talking. Boom! A loud sound suddenly came from the sky above the capital city. Roar! The golden dragon of luck suddenly let out a sad cry. Oh no! Oh no! His Majesty lost! Mo Yike's face suddenly changed. Chapter 483. Creek. The doors to the palace hall, where Gu Hai was in closed-door cultivation, suddenly opened. A large number of officials had already gathered outside the palace hall. Greetings, Your Majesty, the group of officials greeted respectfully. Your Majesty, what are you cultivating? Why? Chang Ming looked at Gu Hai in shock. The sacred voice from the past 10 days had shocked Chang Ming. Originally, he thought that he had already learned an extremely powerful cultivation technique from his savage master. However, compared to the emperor, what was that cultivation technique? Gu Hai did not answer Chang Ming. Instead, he looked at the group of officials and asked, Did any of the citizens die or get injured in this shock wave? The leader of the officials showed a bitter expression as he replied, Yes, this subject has already checked and comforted the citizens. Shiyu the Great caused too much shock waves. Although there is a ritual array protecting it, some shock waves still managed to enter. Nearly 1 million citizens died, or were injured. Nearly 1 million, Gu Hai's expression turned cold. Yes, Venerable Lu Nian is currently reciting scriptures for the victims. That official said respectfully. Bring me over to take a look, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, with the group of officials surrounding him, Gu Hai quickly headed for the place where the citizens gathered. After 10 days, the overcast sky had cleared up. Gu Hai entered the residential area. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Countless citizens bowed to Gu Hai. Be it the 10 days of weather or the battle from 10 days ago, the citizens felt even more respect for Gu Hai. Soon, Gu Hai led the group to an area filled with coffins. Hundreds of thousands of family members wept as they hugged the coffins. Venerable Lu Nian sat in the center, reciting scriptures. It seemed like he was helping these dead citizens find peace. Your Majesty, when the family members saw Gu Hai, they were slightly stunned, but there was still sadness in their eyes. Shiyu the Great's attack and Qin Yun's closed eyes world cleansing Zen had power that exceeded what an imperial dynasty could withstand. Perhaps Gu Hai was the cause of this calamity, but no one blamed Gu Hai. No one blamed him, but Gu Hai still felt uncomfortable in his heart. Bring me some wine, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. A group of officials quickly served wine to Gu Hai. The people of Zhaoga, a few months ago, I was not in Zhaoga, which led to the bat ancestor poisoning the people. It was my fault. 10 days ago, I was in Chaoga, but I still couldn't protect hundreds of thousands of people. I am ashamed, so I offer this wine to all of you to express my apology. Gu Hai slowly sprinkled the wine. Your Majesty, it's not your fault. Your Majesty, you tried your best. It's not your fault. If not for Your Majesty, all of us would have died. Your Majesty, you don't have to blame yourself. The people immediately comforted Gu Hai. You all trusted me, but I couldn't protect you. How can I not be responsible? The great Yuan imperial dynasty has wreaked havoc on the Han royal dynasty time and time again. resulting in countless deaths and injuries among the Han royal dynasty's citizens. If I do not take revenge for this, how can I face all of you? I am here to promise all the heroic spirits and all the citizens that I will not rest until the great Yuan imperial dynasty is dead. All of you, watch as I take revenge for all of you. I will use the destruction of Day One to honor all of you, to honor the humiliation of the Dahan. Guhai shouted, "Long live the emperor!" The tens of millions of people immediately knelt down. "Order all city lords to gather troops and officials to follow me to attack the Day One imperial dynasty." Guhai said solemnly, "Yes." The group of officials responded. After the Han dynasty issued the denunciation of Yuan, Guhai officially led his troops south to avenge the humiliation of his country. At the same time, the Deqian Celestial Empire officially issued the Four Directions Crusade and officially sent troops to the Floating Cloud sect, the Deqian Imperial Dynasty, the Deyi Imperial Dynasty, and the Day One Imperial Dynasty. The Day One Imperial Dynasty was led by the commander of Day One, Takeshi Ryushin. The army charged into the Day One territory. In an instant, the Day One territory was filled with flames of war. At this moment, in the capital city, Shiyu the Great finally returned. Boom! With a sense of loss, Shiyu the Great rushed into Daio Hall and slammed the door shut. "Your Majesty!" A group of officials gathered at the entrance of Daio Hall. However, Shiyu the Great refused to open the door. "Where's my father? Did you see him?" Qin Zibai asked the officials anxiously. "Lord Qin, only His Majesty returned. We didn't see your father." The officials shook their heads. Qin Zibai was extremely anxious. However, Shiyu the Great locked himself in Daio Hall, and no one could do anything about it. Qin Zibai was extremely anxious as he rushed to the prison. Mr. Mo, His Majesty is back. However, he's locked in Daio Hall alone and won't see anyone," Qin Zibai shouted at Mo Yike. Mo Yike leaned against the wall and smiled bitterly. "Chaoga City, it seems like His Majesty suffered a huge blow." "Mr. Mo, you're very good at predicting things. What do you think happened to my father? My father didn't come back. What do you think will happen to him?" Qin Zibai asked anxiously. Mo Yike looked up at Qin Zibai and shook his head. "I don't know. After all, we will only know what happened to Chaoga City after a while. However, I know that the Deqian soldiers have entered the territory of Day One." But Qin Zibai was anxious. "Lord Qin, you'd better not worry too much about your father, because everything is useless. Now, you'd better think about persuading His Majesty to deal with the troops of Great Qian Dynasty," Mo Yike said with a wry smile. Qin Zibai nodded anxiously. "However, His Majesty hasn't been willing to see anyone since he came back. What should we do?" Mo Yike remained silent for a while. "His Majesty can't see anyone, so he can't deal with the affairs. Sai, let's do it for him." "Oh, now, you have the highest authority in the army. Send a message to all the cities and armies to fight against the enemy," Mo Yike said seriously. "Me? But I don't have the tiger tally. It's disrespectful to mobilize the troops without permission," Qin Zibai said anxiously. "Go ahead and mobilize the troops. His Majesty won't blame you," Mo Yike said confidently. "Why? Because of your father," Mo Yike said confidently. "What's wrong with my father?" Qin Zibai's expression changed. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. He knew that he had let it slip. However, he still shook his head. "If it were your father, would he mobilize the troops?" Qin Zibai was silent. "Day One is in danger. Lord Qin, His Majesty doesn't care. You are the only one who can command the three armies," Mo Yike said solemnly. "I'll listen to you," Qin Zibai nodded. "Thank you," Mo Yike heaved a long sigh of relief and said gratefully, without the emperor's order and the tiger tally, mobilizing the three armies was no different from rebelling. If it were anyone else, they would never agree. However, Qin Zibai was willing to agree. Mo Yike couldn't help but be grateful. Also, give my token to the officials under the Mo family. Let them control this group of people. Mo Yike said solemnly. As he spoke, Mo Yike took out a scroll. There were many names written on it. Mr. Mo, you asked me for a pen and paper just to write these names? Control them? Could it be? Qin Zibai's expression changed. Mo Yike nodded. Maybe some of these people are innocent. However, I don't have the time to filter them. The country is in danger. I'd rather catch the wrong person than let one go. Qin Zibai raised his head and looked at Mo Yike blankly. Mr. Mo, His Majesty has already sent you to prison. Why are you still working so hard? I'm loyal to the Day One Empire, not His Majesty. Mo Yike sighed slightly. I promised my father that no matter what, I would do my best to protect the Day One Empire. Unless the Day One Empire is destroyed, I have to be loyal to the Day One Empire. Sending me to prison? It's just a capital offense. I don't care about one more capital offense. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Qin Zibai looked at Mo Yike in silence for a while. Finally, he bowed respectfully to Mo Yike. Mr. Mo, you're the best in the country. Please accept my bow. Mo Yike smiled slightly. Mr. Mo, the Qin family will help you. I'll listen to you no matter what you ask of me. Qin Zibai said solemnly. Mo Yike nodded. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Shiyu the Great didn't see anyone. However, the Day One Empire continued to operate in an orderly manner. The entire Day One Empire's central command was moved to the prison. With Mo Yike's operation, he constantly assigned different tasks to all the officials. The Mo family and the Qin family acted quickly. They quickly captured a large number of officials in the imperial court. Most of them were spies from the Deqian. There were also a few that Mo Yike didn't have much time to investigate. There was no time left. News kept spreading to the front lines, and news kept coming from the front lines. As expected, when Mo Yike received the news, the Deqian had already taken down 3 cities. My father is dead. Ha. My father is dead. Father, Qin Zibai said sorrowfully. Mo Yike looked at Qin Zibai's sorrowful expression and sighed. Uncle Qin? I see. He was trying to repay His Majesty. The one who killed my father was Guhai? Was it Daiqiansheng? Was it Takashi Ryushin? Qin Zibai said with a ferocious expression. Mr. Qin, why didn't you include His Majesty? Mo Yike retorted. When he heard Mo Yike's words, Qin Zibai immediately collapsed. Yes, his father died for His Majesty. No one killed him. He was trying to save His Majesty. No wonder Guhai, no wonder Daiqiansheng, no wonder Takashi Ryushin went. Your father is different from my father. When my father died, I had to be loyal to Day One. When your father died, he took away all the favors that Day One gave the Qin family. Uncle Qin, everyone underestimated you. My father also underestimated you. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Before my father left, he really said goodbye to me. Why didn't I see it? Qin Zibai said, sorrowfully. It's useless even if you saw it. Uncle Qin made up his mind 600 years ago. How could you stop him? For that day, Uncle Qin didn't see the light of day for 600 years. Would he be swayed by a few words from you? Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Qin Zibai's expression was dejected. His Majesty has been greatly affected this time. Day One can't do without His Majesty. We have to get His Majesty back on his feet. Mo Yike gritted his teeth. Chapter 484. The four men set up an incense burner and kowtowed to the sky. Heavens above! I, Shiyu, Mon, Chong Sheng, Qin Yun, today become brothers of the opposite sex. I don't ask to be born on the same day, same month and same day, but I ask to die on the same day, same month and same day. Four light figures faced the sky and kowtowed respectfully. The four people in the light figure were Shiyu the Great, Qin Yun, Chongming, and a man who looked very similar to Mo Yike. He was Mo Yike's father, Mon. Ha 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 ha. After the four of them kowtowed to the heavens and became sworn brothers, they stood up with laughter. Big brother! Mon, Chongsheng, and Qin Yun shouted at Shiyu the Great together. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother. Shiyu the Great looked at the three of them with a smile. Big brother, don't worry. The three of us will definitely assist Big brother and let Day One dynasty become an imperial dynasty, a celestial dynasty. Chongsheng laughed. Now that Big brother is the emperor, then in the future, won't Big brother be His Majesty? Ha ha. Then in the future, it will be His Holiness, His Holiness, His Holiness, His Holiness, long live His Holiness. Qin Yun laughed extremely happily. Big brother has saved our lives. Big brother, don't worry. We three brothers will assist Day One for generations. We will always be your most loyal subjects. Mon laughed. Ha 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 ha. Us four brothers, as long as I have it, you have it. We will enjoy together, and we will endure together. This is my promise to you. Shiyu laughed. Big brother. The three younger brothers shouted excitedly together. The light figure seemed to help Shiyu the Great recall the scene of swearing brotherhood in the past. Perhaps only Shiyu the Great could see this light figure. Looking at the scene in front of him, Shiyu the Great, who was sitting on the dragon throne, had reddened eyes. The light figure changed again. Third brother, that ancestor has pledged his loyalty to me. He wants to establish a family of vampires. However, even though he has established a few families, none of them have achieved much. I can only ask for your help, Shiyu the Great said to Chongsheng. Chongsheng looked at Shiyu the Great with some uncertainty. Big brother, your Majesty, you want me to become the descendant of the bat ancestor? No, let my entire clan become the descendants of the bat ancestor. Yes, right now, the only one I can think of is you. Of course, if you're unwilling, I won't force you. But don't worry, one day I'll help you refine the bat ancestor. When that time comes, you'll possess the power of the bat ancestor's divinized form. Big brother will help you. Shiyu the Great promised. Chongsheng stared at Shiyu the Great for a while and said bitterly, Yes, your Majesty. My three brothers and I were saved by your Majesty. How can I not believe your Majesty? Your Majesty, I'll listen to you. Time changed. In the blink of an eye, it was the time when Gu Hai went to Dada's city not long ago. Chongsheng once again asked to see Shiyu the Great alone. His eyes were full of sadness, like a bullied child asking for comfort from his parents. Your Majesty, the bat ancestor broke 3 of my bones. Your Majesty, I'll warn the bat ancestor. You should recuperate. Shiyu the Great said lightly. Chongsheng looked at Great Emperor Shiyu, his face revealing a trace of bitterness. Yes. After that, Chongsheng lowered his head and left in a daze. Looking at the light and shadow of Chongsheng leaving in disappointment, Shiyu the Great, who was sitting on the dragon throne, had bloodshot eyes. Third brother, Shiyu the Great gripped the armrest of the dragon throne with more and more strength. Finally, the armrest cracked. It's Big brother. Who's sorry? Shiyu the Great's eyes were slightly moist. The scene in the light and shadow changed again. It was a place of ruins. Countless monks were dead, and the ground was covered in blood. Qin Yun stood in front of Shiyu the Great. Fourth brother, what's wrong with second brother recently? Shiyu the Great asked in a deep voice. I don't know what's wrong with second brother. He told us that there is a difference between emperor and minister. He told us not to be as casual as before. He told us to respect you as the emperor and not as big brother. But I like to call you big brother. Qin Yun shook his head. Difference between emperor and minister? Oh, second brother is really thoughtful. It's fine to call you that in front of outsiders, but it doesn't matter in private. Shiyu the Great laughed. That's right, big brother. Your cultivation has improved so fast recently that we can't catch up with you. My cultivation is fast enough, but I still can't compare to Big Brother. When Big Brother attacked earlier, there was a very cold feeling on your body. It was similar to the aura of the Ingo zombie we saw last time. Big Brother, what are you cultivating? Qin Yun asked curiously. It's nothing. It's just an ordinary ice cultivation method. You just slacked off. Shiyu the Great frowned. He didn't want to say, Big Brother, this Tao-seeking assembly is very dangerous. Previously, when we were attacked by the zombie army, we almost died. Speaking of Ingo zombies, if only one of us could emit zombie aura, then we wouldn't have to suffer. We almost died. Almost. Qin Yun slightly sighed. Shiyu the Great frowned. There was a secret in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. Time changed. In the blink of an eye, the scene of Chaoga City appeared. Under the Ingo Great Art, His Majesty's strength soared. The gap between us grew bigger and bigger. We couldn't keep up with His Majesty's footsteps. His Majesty looked at us more and more vaguely. However, this old servant is still His Majesty's old servant. But in the end, with my last advice, I hope that the past His Majesty can come back. All the decline can be reversed. Your Majesty, leave quickly. In the scene, Qin Yun's last expression was infinite sadness and expectation. Shiyu the Great raised his head. Fourth brother, there are no outsiders. You don't want to call me Big Brother anymore? Back then, I knew the Ingo Great Art, but I didn't use it. Causing you to be trapped in the future Buddha barrier. You almost died. You knew I knew the Ingo Great Art, but I didn't save you. You must be very disappointed, right? Big Brother also had his difficulties back then. But, as you said, no matter how big the difficulties were, you are still my fourth brother. Why didn't I save you? Fourth brother, you were the most lively back then, but in the end, you were the most lethargic. You knew I knew the Ingo Great Art, but you still chose to practice the closed eyes world meditation? Big Brother is sorry. 2 streams of tears streaked across the corners of Heavenly Emperor Shiyu's eyes. In the scene in front of him, everything was still changing. In the blink of an eye, only Shiyu, the Great, and Mon were left. Big Brother, today's case, you know that I was right. You know that. But why are you on the side of Hikang of Silla? He is your blood relative, and I am your second brother. Big Brother, is this the Emperor's technique? Is this the way of balance? You used the Emperor's technique on me? Mon looked at Shiyu the Great and argued with him with clenched fists. Mon, Shiyu the Great shouted coldly. Big Brother? Mon was slightly stunned. Day One needs to develop. You 3 brothers are my right-hand men, but it is not enough. Day One needs to accept all rivers into the sea. We need more different voices. I don't want only your voice in the court. Shiyu the Great said in a low voice. Mon was suddenly stunned. After a moment of silence, Mon smiled bitterly and said, I know. Some time ago, there was a very urgent matter that I didn't have time to inform your majesty. I made the decision without permission. It is my fault. I will be more careful in the future." Hearing Emoan's sudden words, Shiyu the Great couldn't bear it and said, "Second brother, I didn't mean it like that. It's just that." "Your Majesty, you don't have to say any more. I understand. I did cross the line in the past. Your Majesty, rest assured that I will always support your Majesty. My Emo family will defend Day One for generations. This is my promise," Mon said solemnly. Time changed. In the image, Mon aged countless times. He was lying on the bed. Cough, 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 cough. Mon coughed. Shiyu the Great came to see him anxiously. Seeing Shiyu the Great coming, Mon trembled and tried to get up. "Don't get up. Second brother, how are you? You can't be hurt." Shiyu the Great anxiously grabbed Mon's arm and instilled power into him. "I have disturbed your Majesty. Please forgive me, your Majesty," Mon said weakly. "You're still calling me your Majesty at this time? You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine," Shiyu the Great said anxiously. Mon smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, you should deal with the flood in South City as soon as possible. I can't do anything about it. Your Majesty, you don't have to comfort me. My situation may change in the next moment. Second brother, you'll be fine. Your Majesty, I can't be loyal to you anymore. But your Majesty, don't worry. I've already told my son, Mo Yike. He's smarter than me. After returning from Ingzhou, he'll be able to polish off all his edges and be of great use. My burden can be handed over to him. Your Majesty, please believe me. My son can be loyal to Day One," Mon said weakly. "Second brother, don't say any more. Don't worry, I'll save you. Your eldest brother didn't take good care of you," Shiyu the Great said sadly. "Your Majesty, I only hate that I can't live for a few more years. Your Majesty, I'm sorry." Mon's eyes were getting darker. "Second brother, you're still not willing to call me eldest brother? Have you forgotten our oath of brotherhood?" Shiyu the Great said sadly. "Oath of brotherhood?" Hearing the oath of brotherhood, Mon's eyes suddenly lit up again. "Heaven above, I, Mon, swear to be brothers of the opposite sex. I don't ask to be born on the same day, month, and year, but I ask to die on the same day, month, and year," Mon said weakly. "Heaven above, I, Shiyu, swear to be brothers of the opposite sex. I don't ask to be born on the same day, month, and year, but I ask to die on the same day, month, and year," Shiyu said as he followed. After saying it, Mon looked at Shiyu the Great and smiled. "Your Majesty, you must take care of yourself." After saying that, Mon closed his eyes. The scene was fixed on Mon's closed eyes. That scene was probably something that Shiyu the Great would never forget. He remembered every wrinkle on Mon's face clearly. "Second brother, you're not willing to call me eldest brother even when you die? Eldest brother is regretting it now. Do you know? At that time, eldest brother was in high spirits and lost his mind. Now, eldest brother understands everything. Some things once wrong can't be turned back. Second brother, eldest brother misses you so much." Shiyu the Great burst into tears. Shiyu the Great looked at the light in front of him and felt indescribable grief. Outside the hall, the officials kowtowed and asked Shiyu the Great to open the door. However, Shiyu the Great was not in the mood to care about the officials outside. At this moment, Qin Zibai's shout came from outside the hall. "You all get out of the way. I will break open the door." Qin Zibai shouted, "Don't, Lord Qin. His Majesty did not allow it. This is offending His Majesty and is equivalent to rebelling." The officials immediately stopped him. "Get out of the way. I will break the door." Qin Zibai still shouted. Boom. Chapter 485. Gu Hai led his 3 million-strong army out of the Han Dynasty's territory. More than 10 million civilians were killed or injured. This was an extremely tragic number. Over the past few years, Gu Hai's good governance had made the civilians recognize the Han Dynasty. Now that the enemy was wreaking havoc, the civilians were naturally filled with righteous indignation. Gu Hai stood at the moral high ground, and the civilians responded. The various cities also sent troops to respond. Originally, the army should have been larger, but Gu Hai only chose 3 million soldiers. Most of the 3 million soldiers were civil servants. They followed Gu Hai into Daewon's territory on the flying ship. Zhu Lu and the Lu Shishir people stayed in Chaoga to prevent chaos. Gu Hai led Venerable Lu Nian and Changming to the deck of a flying ship and looked at a city in the distance. They saw that the city walls of Daewon had collapsed, and there was still blood on the ground outside the city. The city guards were no longer Daewon soldiers. Instead, they wore Qian uniforms. "Who are you?" A general immediately flew over and looked warily at the group of 100 flying ships that suddenly appeared. When he saw Gu Hai, the general's expression relaxed. "So, it's the ancient emperor. You know me?" Gu Hai looked at the general in confusion. "Back in Ing Province, when you were fighting against the traitor Liu Yang, I was fortunate enough to see the ancient emperor from afar," the general said with a smile. "Oh," Gu Hai nodded. "The Grand Marshal has already led the army to the front lines. He asked me to wait for the ancient emperor. If the ancient emperor is willing, I can guide you to meet up with the Grand Marshal. Of course, the ancient emperor can also go to the Qian city on your own. We are not to be stopped." Solemnly, the general said to Gu Hai. "Oh, Jinmu of Silla said that." Gu Hai looked at the general. "Yes," the general answered. Solemnly, Gu Hai said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Soon, under the leadership of this general, Gu Hai's 100 flying ships headed towards the interior of Daewon. At the side, Changming frowned and looked at Gu Hai. "Your Majesty, why do you want to join forces with the Qian soldiers?" Now that Daewon had fallen, wasn't this the best time for the Han Dynasty to develop? Even the Daqianqing allowed you to form an alliance, which means that the city will belong to the Dahan. If we join forces with the Jinmu of Silla, now, how are we going to expand? Gu Hai looked into the distance and shook his head. "We are here to take revenge, not to attack cities and seize territory." Then we won't use this opportunity to expand Dahan's territory and take over Daewon cities? Changming said blankly. After saying that, Changming frowned and said, "That's not right, Your Majesty. Didn't you bring a large number of officials to organize the city?" Gu Hai shook his head. "Destroying the Yuan dynasty is not to cause harm to the people. It's also not time to take back the city." Changming was at a loss again. If it was in the past, Changming would just nod and let it go. But now, with Gu Hai's guidance, there were many things that Changming needed to think about. After a while, Changming seemed to understand something and said, "Your Majesty, is this what you mean? It was Shiyu the Great who caused the disaster to Dahan, so we should only look for Shiyu the Great for revenge. The commoners were innocent after all. No matter where they were, it was the same. Taking Daiyuan could not cause harm to the commoners. After all, they might still be the people of the Great Han in the future. Taking back territory and cities would have to wait until Great Emperor Shiyu was annihilated. After Shiyu the Great is destroyed, our army can be considered to have taken revenge. Daewon will also be destroyed and cease to exist. At that time, these cities will be ownerless. Dahan can take over a group of cities easily. The people won't be against it, right?" Gu Hai looked at Chang Ming in surprise. He was indeed a smart person. He understood it immediately. Gu Hai smiled slightly and didn't explain. He turned his head and looked into the distance. After analyzing these obstacles, Chang Ming's eyes flashed with excitement. It seemed that many things would become so simple if he used his brain to do things. The flying boat flew quickly. Along the way, they encountered a few broken cities. There were countless casualties and rivers of blood. Deqian is breaking through cities with brute force? Isn't that too much? We've already broken through several cities with brute force, Chang Ming said with a frown. Gu Hai shook his head and said, this might be Dai Qianqing's intention. Oh, attacking everywhere, not only to destroy these 4 factions, but also to tell the world that Deqian's might is not to be offended. So, what if it's the imperial dynasty? So what if it's a mid-tier sect? Those who dare to provoke Deqian will be destroyed by Deqian. In the blink of an eye, they were all destroyed. The might of the celestial dynasty is not to be blasphemed. Gu Hai said solemnly. Deqian wants to shock the world with a thunderous attack. Chang Ming was suddenly stunned. Gu Hai nodded. After flying for half a month, they saw a lot of battle traces along the way. Gu Hai and his team finally caught up with Deqian's team. Boom, boom, boom. There was a roar in the distance. From afar, they could see hundreds of flying boats floating in the air. On the flying boats, there were flags with the words Qian or Shenwu written on them. Your Highness, the army is here. In front is Kong City. The soldier who led the way shouted. Kong City? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Wasn't this the place where His Holiness hid in the past? Here, Gu Hai used a formation to imitate the fake Shiyu the Great and tricked His Holiness into committing suicide. In the end, the city where Shiyu swallowed 5 million divine blood soldiers' souls. In the distance, the battle was extremely fierce. Gu Hai's flying boat soon arrived. However, when they learned that it was Gu Hai's flying boat, they immediately made way for Gu Hai, allowing him to proceed alone. Gu Hai made arrangements for his flying boat. Then he led Chang Ming, Venerable Lu Nian, and a few officials over. In the distance, Jinmu of Silla led a group of generals and waited on the largest flying boat. A youth in embroidered clothes stood beside her, looking curiously in Gu Hai's direction. Whoosh! Gu Hai's group landed on the deck. Greetings, Jinmu of Silla, Gu Hai said with a slight bow. Mr. Good, I have been waiting for you for a long time, Jinmu of Silla said with a smile. As Jinmu of Silla spoke, the youth in embroidered clothes revealed a cold smile and said, Third uncle, this is the Gu Hai that you often mention? Huh, did cousin die for him? Takashi Ryushin looked at the youth in embroidered clothes and nodded with a faint smile. Gu Hai, this is my big brother's eldest son, Long Outyen, Takashi Ryushin introduced. You are Long Outyen? Gu Hai suddenly felt stunned. Seeing Gu Hai's stunned expression, Takashi Ryushin and Long Outyen were stunned. Isn't Gu Hai's reaction a little too big? Mr. Good, Outyen? Takashi Ryushin asked, feeling confused. Long Outyen casually revealed a cold smile as he thought to himself, Don't think that I can give you a good attitude just because you worship me. Dream on. No, this is the first time I've heard of it. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Long Outyen? This was indeed the first time Gu Hai had heard of this name in this world. However, in his previous life on Earth, he had seen a lot of this name. During that time, he had read novels, and all the main characters were called Long Outyen. Gu Hai looked at Long Outyen strangely. This gaze made Long Outyen feel very uncomfortable. Long Sanqian didn't follow His Highness? Gu Hai was confused. His Holiness decreed that Long Sanqian followed my big brother's army. Long Outyen followed my big brother's army. Jinmu of Silla explained. Deqian, Celestial Dynasty's crown prince. Guhai was slightly stunned. Takashi Ryushin nodded. Takashi Ryushin was the Deqian's third crown prince. The third crown prince's son followed the first crown prince's army. The first crown prince's son, Long Outyen, followed the third crown prince. Was Dakian Sheng trying to divide the crown princes? Along the way, I noticed that His Highness has already conquered 6 cities, and he hasn't changed his direction, and is charging straight for the capital city. Guhai looked at Takashi Ryushin. Takashi Ryushin nodded. That's right. This is His Holiness's route. We will continue forward without any detours. The first few cities were relatively easy. However, the Day One Celestial Dynasty's reaction was extremely fast. They quickly deployed troops from all directions to attack. When we reached Kong City, the defending army was more than 5 times ours. It has been 2 days. Oh, they also have a Zhongtian palace? Guhai was slightly surprised. In Guhai's opinion, Takashi Ryushin only needed to destroy the city or kill the enemy leader. Then, the battle would be over. That's right. He should be Daewon's hidden expert. However, he's only an assassin. I was about to make a move, but he took advantage of the gap to assassinate my subordinates. I fought him once, and he wasn't my match. However, he's hiding in the dark, Takashi Ryushin said in a low voice. Assassin? Guhai frowned. Takashi Ryushin nodded. He won't dare to come out if I keep an eye on him. However, if I make a move, he'll be the one to assassinate me. If that's the case, we can only let the 2 armies fight. Then we'll decide the outcome of the battle based on military strength. Guhai frowned slightly. Takashi Ryushin nodded. Long Outyen laughed coldly. Over the past 2 days, the Deqian soldiers have suffered countless casualties, but they still haven't broken through the city gates. Mr. Good, your Dahan's army rode on our momentum and advanced smoothly. They haven't sent a single soldier before this. Isn't it time for you to send a soldier? Takashi Ryushin frowned slightly, but he didn't refute. Instead, he looked at Guhai. Chongming's eyes flashed with anger. However, Guhai smiled and said, I'll try. Oh, Takashi Ryushin was slightly taken aback. I can only try. If the Daewon's army sees me as an enemy, the Dahan can't do anything about it. We can only take a detour. We only have one target, and that's Shiyu the Great, Guhai said, solemnly. Long Outyen sneered. All right, then we'll have to trouble Mr. Good. Takashi Ryushin nodded. Beat the gong and retreat. Quang! A loud gong sounded, and the 2 armies fighting in the distance stopped. The Deqian's army collected the corpses and returned to the main camp. The city guards of Kong City also collected the corpses and returned to the city. Guhai led everyone back to the flying ship and made arrangements for his subordinates. The next day, Jinmu of Silla, Long Outyen, and the others stood in the military camp in the distance. They watched as Guhai's 100 flying ships slowly flew to the outskirts of Kong City. There was a large Han character on the flying ship. In the city, countless soldiers and civilians were surprised. Isn't that the Deqian's army? Someone asked in surprise. It's him, Mr. Good. It's Mr. Good, someone exclaimed. Release the arrows. Guhai ordered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a large number of arrows, which were filled with letters, were shot into the city. The soldiers in the city were on guard at first, but they soon realized that the arrows had no effect. After the arrows, Guhai's flying ship stopped in midair. He had no intention of attacking. This wait lasted for 6 hours. Kong City was silent. On the flying ship not far away, Long Outyen sneered. Back then, I pursued my cousin in every possible way, but she ignored me. Why would she like him? Third uncle, This Guhai must be crazy, right? Does he expect Kong Kong City to surrender just because he shot a rain of arrows? I thought he could really destroy the city. Humph! Long Out Yen snorted. Before Takashi Ryushin could say anything, the gates of Kong Kong City opened. Quang! The gates opened, and a large number of officials and soldiers walked out of the city. They bowed respectfully towards the flying ship that Guhai was on. The leader of the group, an old man, shouted, "The mayor of Kong Kong City and all the civilians of Kong Kong City welcome the Emperor of Kong Kong. Long live the Emperor of Kong Kong." Chapter 486. Capital City. Outside Dayo Hall, a group of officials tried to stop Qin Zibai, but he still rammed into the door. Boom! The door burst open, and Qin Zibai rushed into Dayo Hall. In the hall, the tears in Shiyu, the great's eyes evaporated instantly. He looked coldly at Qin Zibai and the officials who rushed into the hall. "How dare you?" Shiyu, the great, snorted. "Your Majesty, please forgive us." The officials knelt down in fear. Qin Zibai wasn't afraid. Instead, he shouted, "Your Majesty, I was the one who acted willfully and offended you. It has nothing to do with them. Your Majesty, Daiyuan's crisis is imminent. Why is Your Majesty in the Hall of Great Leisure? The entire country needs Your Majesty to take charge of the overall situation, but Your Majesty does not care? Today, I have offended you. If you want to kill me, I will not complain. I only hope that you can take charge of Day One and face the Deqian army." "Your Majesty, Mr. Qin is right. The Deqian army has entered Daewon's territory and has taken over several cities. Your Majesty, please take charge of the situation. Your Majesty." The officials knelt down immediately. Shiyu the Great looked coldly at Qin Zibai and the officials. He didn't blame Qin Zibai. "The Deqian army has been deployed?" Shiyu the Great asked coldly. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Shiyu the Great's voice. "Your Majesty, news came from the front line. According to Mr. No, according to prediction, he should have arrived at Kong Kong City by now. Your Majesty, the Deqian army is attacking the city in a straight line. I have overstepped my boundaries and sent troops to intercept them. Please forgive me, Your Majesty," Qin Zibai said respectfully. "Humph, Mo Yike ordered this, right?" Shiyu the Great said coldly. Qin Zibai was slightly startled, not knowing if he should say it. At this time, an official jumped out and said, "Reporting to Your Majesty, while Your Majesty was away, Mo Yike colluded with Lord Qin to arrest officials in the imperial court. As a wanted criminal, Mo Yike didn't repent and even tried to influence the imperial court from the imperial prison. Please punish him severely, Your Majesty." The criminal, Mo Yike, even threw the imperial guard into the heavenly prison. He did not repent and disrespected His Majesty. He should be punished severely. Another official shouted, "Your Majesty, Mo Yike has disobeyed Your Majesty and brought disaster to the nation. He should be punished severely." Immediately, several officials stepped forward. "Bastard, I asked Mr. Mo to help me find the Deqian spy. Are you in cahoots with the Deqian spies?" Qin Zibai glared. These officials were indeed traitors. However, after Mo Yike caught all of them, they were instigated by the people sent by the Deqian. They only had one goal, which was to kill Mo Yike. Mo Yike had Qin Zibai's protection, so naturally no one could hurt him. Now, they could only start with Shiyu the Great. Her Majesty had just returned and was in a rage. As long as they added fuel to the fire, Mo Yike would be dead for sure, right? Shiyu the Great looked coldly at these officials who wanted to punish Mo Yike. "Men, arrest them," Shiyu the Great said coldly. "Ah, Your Majesty, why?" "We are not guilty. We are not guilty," the officials exclaimed in shock. Qin Zibai took action and detained the officials in the blink of an eye. Qin Zibai did not treat the officials who framed Mo Yike well. You are not guilty? Ha! The Deqian invaded, and Mo Yike did not forget to serve the country in prison. You want to use my hands to kill my good officials? Humph! Men, take them away and beat them to death. Shiyu the Great said coldly. Your Majesty, we are not guilty. Your Majesty, we are wrong. We are wrong. The officials exclaimed in horror. In the blink of an eye, everything was exposed. The other officials did not have the slightest sympathy. They only felt that the emperor was not as depressed as they thought. Your Majesty, Mr. Mo, Qin Zibai looked at Shiyu the Great expectantly. Mo Yike is not guilty and is released. Shiyu the Great said in a deep voice, Yes, your Majesty is wise. Qin Zibai said excitedly, I have been in Dio Hall for too long. Bring me the government affairs during this period. Shiyu the Great said in a deep voice, Yes, your Majesty. The officials replied. Shiyu the Great pretended not to know about Qin Zibai's violation of the Great Hall and the mobilization of the army by Qin Zibai and Mo Yike. He did not say anything. After some arrangements, the officials took their leave. Qin Zibai. Shiyu the Great suddenly called out to Qin Zibai. Yes, your Majesty. Qin Zibai said in confusion. Shiyu the Great looked at Qin Yun's son. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, All right, you may leave. Qin Zibai was slightly confused. He nodded and said, Yes, your Majesty. The group of ministers went down, and Great Emperor Shiyu read all the memorials. At the same time, Mo Yike was released in prison. A large number of officials came to congratulate him. Qin Zibai welcomed him personally. Mo Yike removed the seal, removed the bracelet, and walked out of the prison cell. Mr. Mo, your Majesty has released you. Congratulations. Qin Zibai said with a smile. Congratulations, Mr. Mo. The officials who came to welcome him also congratulated him. Mo Yike turned his head and looked at the prison cell behind him. After a moment of silence, he said, Don't clean up this prison cell for now. Maybe I will be back soon. The officials and prison guards were stunned. What was going on? What did Mr. Mo just say? Bah, Mr. Mo, your Majesty has already released you. Why are you coming back? Qin Zibai immediately scolded. Mo Yike smiled bitterly and shook his head. He did not explain. 2 days later, in Dio Hall, only Shiyu the Great, Mo Yike, and Qin Zibai were left in Dio Hall. Shiyu the Great looked at Mo Yike and sighed. Mo Yike, you are really like Mon. Your Majesty can remember my father. My father should be at ease in the afterlife. Mo Yike bowed slightly. I have already seen these memorials. You have arranged them well. The 4 armies have already gone to stop the Deqian army. Shiyu the Great solemnly said. Mo Yike frowned slightly. Your Majesty stopped the Deqian army? I can only stop them for a while. This time, Day One is in danger. Oh, Shiyu the Great looked at Mo Yike. I have overstepped my boundaries and calculated Daewon's defeat. I hope your Majesty will not blame me. Mo Yike took a deep breath and said, Speak. The power of the army is in the prestige of the country. The prestige of the country is in the hearts of the people. A few years ago, we had just conquered dozens of cities, and the war had just ended. Before we had time to rest and comfort the families of the dead soldiers, we started to attack Deqian again. How could the people not be angry? How strong would an army be if they were angry? This is Xiangwan. The 5 powers invaded Deqian, but the Deqian took revenge. My Daewon was the victim, but we were forced into a passive position. Naturally, The morale of the army was not high enough. This is Xiang Tu. The invincible zombie army was lost. Your Majesty went to the north and returned in defeat. The prestige of the country was lost once more. This is Xiang 3. I have found a large number of spies in the court, and there are definitely countless spies in the cities. Deqian has been plotting for a long time and attacked heavily. However, my Daewon's strength has been greatly damaged during this period of time. This is Xiang 4's defeat. If I am not wrong, Daqian Sheng probably has something important to do, so he cleaned up everything and forced the Four Powers to rebel. That is why he attacked with all his might. He was determined to win and showed his strength. This is Xiang 5. Mo Yike said solemnly. Qin Zibai was shocked. He originally thought that Daewon did not have a high chance of winning against Deqian. However, after being counted by Mo Yike, it seemed to be more dangerous. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes and looked at Mo Yike. Your father was right. You did not disappoint him. Lord Mo, Daewon is in such a dangerous situation. How do we defend against the enemy? Qin Zibai asked, worriedly. I have a plan, but I wonder if your Majesty would like to hear it. Mo Yike said solemnly. Oh, tell me. Shiyu the Great said solemnly. Please surrender to Qian and cut off the country as compensation. Announce to the world that we will seal the country and wait for the right time. Mo Yike said solemnly. Surrender to Qian? You want me to surrender to the Qian? Shiyu the Great stared. Yes. Mo Yike said solemnly. Shiyu the Great's expression turned cold as he stared at Mo Yike. After a moment of silence, he said coldly, Mo Yike, if you were not Mo Un's son, I would definitely think that you are Deqian's spy. I only dare to speak the truth to your Majesty because I am Mo Un's son. Mo Yike said solemnly. Oh, Daewon is showing signs of defeat. I have analyzed it. If this continues, there might be changes. However, it is more likely that Daewon will be destroyed. This is because Deqian has made up his mind. Daewon cannot continue. If we continue, we will only lose more. If your Majesty listened to me last time, Daewon would only need to give up 1/10 of our territory to appease Deqian's anger. Now that the country war has started, we must give up half of our territory. Mo Yike said bitterly. Ha! Ha! Mo Yike, are you sure that Deqian is willing to form a new alliance after I give up half of our country? Shiyu the Great said coldly. Daqianqing has always been a benevolent and righteous ruler. If I, Daewon, compensate half of our country to show my sincerity, and if he continues to pursue his holiness, he will become a laughingstock. If something big happens to Deqian in the future, all the major powers in the world can use this as an excuse to interfere. However, this is definitely not what Daqianqing wants to see. Therefore, it must succeed. Mo Yike said solemnly. Oh, this is also why I said that we need to seal the country and wait for the right time. Deqian is going to have a big event. This time, it is so big that even Daqianqing himself is not confident. That is why he wants to intimidate the world and get rid of future troubles. When that big event happens, it is the time that I am waiting for. Your Majesty, bear with the humiliation and become the ruler of the world. Mo Yike said solemnly, bear with the humiliation and become the ruler of the world? Ha ha ha. Mo Yike, you want to persuade me to surrender? Humph, don't even think about it. The battle between Daewon and Deqian will not stop. If he wants to fight, then let's fight. I will accompany him to the end. Shiyu the Great said coldly. Your Majesty, you can't. Mo Yike said anxiously. Shiyu the Great looked at Mo Yike, took a deep breath, and said, don't submit to Deqian. This is not only what I said, but also what Mon, Changsheng, and Qinyan said. Back then, when I went to Deqian with the three of them, the four of us swore that we would never humiliate Deqian again. We would rather die than submit. Your Majesty, that was then, and this is now. Please think thrice, Your Majesty. Mo Yike immediately knelt down. Humph, there is no need to persuade me. I have already made up my mind. This is also the promise I made to the three of them. Shiyu the Great said coldly, Your Majesty, my day one is in danger. My day one is in danger. Your Majesty, my day one is not far from being destroyed. Mo Yike anxiously begged Shiyu the Great. Mo Yike, Shiyu the Great glared at him. I have already said, don't submit to Deqian. Why are you still nagging? Do you think I don't dare to kill you when you say that your country will be destroyed? Shiyu the Great glared at him. Your Majesty, please forgive him. Lord Mo is also anxious for day one. I beg Your Majesty to forgive Lord Mo's offense on account of Grand Duke Missouri and's face. Qin Zibai immediately pleaded. Mon, hearing Mon, Shiyu the Great's expression softened. Humph, throw him into the prison and await his punishment. Your Majesty. Mo Yike bitterly knelt down. However, Shiyu the Great didn't care at all. Shiyu the Great didn't want to go against the four brothers' promise. Chapter 487. After the Battle of Kong City, Takashi Ryushin and Long Outyin looked at Gu Hai strangely, with one arrow letter. The citizens of Kong City suddenly rebelled, clashing with the authorities and requesting to surrender to Gu Hai and the Han dynasty. Even the surrounding reinforcements were useless. Where was that unyielding attitude of facing death with equanimity? Tens of thousands of our people died, but we failed to capture Kong City. Yet, you managed to capture it without expending a single soldier with one arrow letter. What kind of expression did the citizens have when they looked at Gu Hai? Thinking about this, Takashi Ryushin showed a depressed expression. Along the way, they captured several cities. All the citizens who captured cities looked at their army with eyes filled with hatred. They were both capturing cities. Why were the citizens overjoyed after Gu Hai captured the cities? Was this a matter of luck? Not far away, two of the Dahan's flying ships were left behind in Kong City. Venerable Lu Nian looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Mr. Good, I read your arrow letter as well. It was just a plan to help the citizens. Why did the citizens of Kong City want to join the Dahan so strongly? Furthermore, they clashed with the authorities and the army, forcing the Daewon's army to withdraw. Gu Hai did not say anything. However, Chang Ming, who was at the side, took a deep breath and said, If my guess is right, it should be that the citizens of Kong City have lost all confidence in the Daewon. Oh, Venerable Lu Nian asked out of curiosity. Venerable might not know this, but something major happened in Kong City about half a year ago. The entire city was nearly destroyed. His Holiness, the Great Slaughter, killed everywhere. The citizens cried for help, but no one answered. At that time, the Bat Ancestor and my uncles were inside. Not only did they not save the citizens, but they even trapped them. Perhaps the citizens' hearts turned cold. However, His Majesty risked his life to save the citizens at that time. Pouring water in the snow and sending charcoal in the snow are clear at a glance. The emperor had already accepted the people of Empty City back then. This time, he was just pushing the boat along with the current. Changming explained. I see. Venerable Lu Nian sighed. The hearts of the people cannot be deceived. If you treat them well, they will remember it. If you treat them badly, they will also remember it. Perhaps they do not have the ability to change anything, but the hearts of the people will remember it clearly. When the time comes, if the people have the ability to repay you, they will definitely do everything they can. The hearts of the people are kind, and evil cannot bully them, Gu Hai said after taking a deep breath. Yes, solemnly Changming nodded. Changming, if there are any vampires that haven't died along the way, if you have the ability, do your best to recruit them. The bat ancestor has fallen, so the vampires have no one to rely on. Gu Hai looked at Changming. Changming will definitely not disappoint your majesty. Solemnly, Changming declared. Gu Hai nodded. The army continued to advance toward the capital city. Ever since Gu Hai captured a city with a single arrow scroll, Long Outyen stopped encouraging Gu Hai to attack a city. This was because the result of attacking a city belonged to whoever captured it. Empty City was a place of war, a city that all militarists fought for. However, Gu Hai captured such a crucial city. This would make things awkward for Long Outyen when he took over Day One in the future. Kill. Boom. The battle continued. However, more and more Day One soldiers arrived from all directions, continuously blocking Day One's attacks. Gu Hai's army followed behind and did not attack. While the army was still going all out to capture the city, it suddenly seemed like internal strife broke out in the city. Bastard, General Zhang, what are you doing? Are you betraying the country and joining the enemy? General Li, are you rebelling as well? Sneak attacking us from behind? Are you still Daewon's army? Amidst the chaos, Takashi Ryushin's army suddenly felt much more relaxed. This was because many of the enemy's soldiers seemed to have turned traitor. A city whose military strength was not inferior to that of Empty City, under the pincer attack from both inside and outside, was completely conquered in just 2 days. While Gu Hai was puzzled, Sima Chongkong led a group of officials and soldiers to Takashi Ryushin. Greetings, Your Highness. The Day One officials and soldiers bowed respectfully. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone, I have already prepared a banquet to celebrate your success. Takashi Ryushin smiled. Thank you, Your Highness. The officials and soldiers said happily. Mr. Sima, thank you for your hard work this time. Takashi Ryushin smiled. Your Highness is too polite. It's best if we continue to advance in a straight line tomorrow. There are only 4 more cities before we reach Dada City. Sima Chongkong smiled. All right. Takashi Ryushin smiled. Sima Chongkong and Takashi Ryushin chatted for a while before arriving at Gu Hai's place. Greetings, Mr. Good, Venerable Lu Nian. Sima Chongkong bowed, slightly. Mr. Sima, you've done well. In such a short time, you've already turned half of the enemy's army. Gu Hai praised. Mr. Good must be joking. Half of the army is a third of Deqian's chess pieces. Another third are families that Deqian has slowly turned over in the past 1,000 years, and the remaining third is all thanks to Mr. Good. You've repeatedly defeated the Day One, causing them to lose hope in the Day One and join Deqian. My role is insignificant. Sima Chongkong smiled. Mr. Sima is too humble. Gu Hai shook his head. Things were definitely not as simple as Sima Chongkong made them out to be. However, Sima Chongkong was actually able to turn half of the enemy's army against Deqian when the 2 armies were at war. This showed how capable Sima Chongkong was. There were still 4 more cities. Takashi Ryushin did not delay at all. He continuously broke through the cities and headed for Dadu City. The Bat ancestor had fallen, and the Bat clan, the national beast, was completely defeated. A few giant dragons opened the way, and traitors rebelled. In a short period of time, the Deqian army won one victory after another. However, in Dada City, there were constant reports of defeat. Bad news came every day. Empty City, humph. Shiyu the Great snorted coldly. In the hall, the officials stood respectfully, not daring to speak. Your Majesty, I will personally lead the army to meet the Deqian invading army. Qin Zibai stepped forward and said. Xiu, the Great, narrowed his eyes. No need. If I'm not wrong, the Deqian army should have already reached Linda City. By the time you lead the army there, Linda City will have already been broken through. Let them come to Dada City, but I can exhaust them. Qin Zibai said worriedly. All right, let them come to Dadu. Humph. Xiu the Great snorted coldly. Qin Zibai was helpless. The officials were also extremely anxious. After the court meeting, Qin Zibai rushed straight to the prison. Although he could not save Mo Yike with Qin Zibai's status, it was not difficult for him to see Mo Yike. It was the same prison cell. Mo Yike was right. He would be back soon. At this moment, Mo Yike was using a pen to write something on the wall. The names of the cities were written one after another. The closest one was Linda City. Linda City? Mr. Mo, you know about it? Qin Zibai said in surprise. Mo Yike put down the pen and looked at Qin Zibai with a smile. Mr. Mo, you know about Linda City? No. How did you guess that the Deqian and Dahan army would arrive at Linda City? Qin Zibai said in surprise. Mo Yike sighed slightly. Do I even need to guess? According to my analysis of the number of spies in Linda City, many Day One families should have fallen. The number of spies should decrease from Linda City to Deqian. In other words, there are the most spies in Linda City, then fewer in Linda City, and then even fewer. In comparison, the Deqian army would be more difficult in the beginning. The closer they are to Linda City, the easier it is. Ah! Qin Zibai's expression changed. From the distribution of spies, it can be seen that the Day One is really on the brink of crisis this time. I was going to pick out all the spies and use them to negotiate with the Deqian. However, His Majesty didn't agree. His Majesty seems to have a knot in his heart that no one can untie. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. I wanted to go, but His Majesty didn't let me. He said to let the Deqian army come to Lindu City. Qin Zibai said worriedly. Mo Yike's eyelids twitched. Then he smiled bitterly. It seems that I don't have long to live. Ah! Qin Zibai looked at Mo Yike blankly. I guessed right. His Majesty has a knot in his heart with the Deqian. His Majesty really wants to gather the Day One army and attack the Deqian Celestial Empire? Mo Yike's face darkened. What do you mean? If I guessed right, His Majesty is waiting for the Jinmu of Scylla's army to come. He wants to use the Jinmu of Scylla's head as a sacrifice and then personally lead the army to the Deqian Celestial Empire. His Majesty doesn't care about anything anymore. Mo Yike's expression suddenly changed. Using the Jinmu of Scylla's head as a sacrifice, the Deqian Third Prince's head as a sacrifice. Qin Zibai's expression changed. That's right. His Majesty locked me up because he didn't want me to stop him. He wanted to let me out after he stopped all my thoughts. At that time, I would have no choice but to face the Deqian Celestial Empire. Ha ha! His Majesty is taking drastic measures, but Mo Yike looked depressed. But what? His Majesty is farsighted. However, that Deqianqing was able to become the ruler of the world. How could he not have schemed against him? The 5 great factions are being toyed with by Deqianqing. Can His Majesty kill the Jinmu of Scylla? No, he definitely can't kill her. He definitely can't. Mo Yike said anxiously. What will happen if he can't kill her? Qin Zibai asked anxiously. When 2 kings fight, one side is not defeated. What will happen to the other? Mo Yike looked at Qin Zibai. When 2 kings fight, one will definitely die. Qin Zibai's expression changed. The Day One Celestial Empire is going to come to an end? Mo Yike showed a bitter expression. That can't be, right? How can that be? Also, Mr. Mo, you said that you don't have long to live. What do you mean? Qin Zibai asked with a hint of fear. If His Majesty wins, I can be reinstated and even have more power. However, if His Majesty loses, what about me? Do you think that His Majesty will let me live? Mo Yike smiled bitterly. His Majesty will kill you in advance. That's impossible. His Majesty will not kill you. If I am useless, His Majesty will not care about me. However, His Majesty will not leave me to the Qiansheng Celestial Empire. So, Mo Yike showed a bitter expression. You are Mo's son. His Majesty will not kill you, right? Since ancient times, the imperial family has been heartless. Will His Majesty let me go because of my father? You think too much. If His Majesty valued relationships, Mon, Changsheng, and Qin Yun would not have died. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. How can that be? Qin Zibai showed a confused expression. Sigh, now that things have come to this, there is no turning back. I only hope that His Majesty can kill Takashi Ryushin as a sacrifice. Mo Yike sighed dejectedly. Chapter 488. Linda City. The Deqian army had defeated the defending Daewon City, which was the closest city to Lindu City. In Lindu City, Takashi Ryushin invited Gu Hai for a private discussion after celebrating the victory of the three armies. There were only 3 people in a pavilion: Takashi Ryushin, Sima Changkong, and Gu Hai. Linda City has been conquered. I just invited a group of outstanding officials to a banquet. This time, I invited Mr. Good here to discuss with Mr. Good how to conquer Linda City. Takashi Ryushin looked at Gu Hai with a smile. Gu Hai's ability had been proven by all the things he had done over the years. Jinmu of Silla had experienced many things, but she knew that she couldn't subdue Gu Hai. However, this campaign against Daewon City wasn't just about conquering Daewon City. It was also a chance for her to perform in front of His Holiness. Since all the armies had set off, Jinmu of Silla naturally hoped that she would be the most outstanding one. Your Highness is wise. I'm slow-witted. Following Your Highness, it's enough to cheer from the sidelines. Gu Hai smiled. Mr. Good is slow-witted? How am I supposed to accept this? Sima Changkong immediately laughed. Mr. Sima, you're too kind. Gu Hai shook his head. Mr. Good is too humble. This time, Your Highness only brought me with you. Even Long Outyen wasn't allowed to come. Your Highness wants to discuss with Mr. Good how to deal with Daewon Imperial Dynasty. I hope that Mr. Good won't be stingy with his guidance. Besides, isn't Mr. Good going to deal with Shiyu the Great and avenge the people of Dahan? Why, you're about to face Shiyu the Great. Why is Mr. Good holding back? Sima Changkong said with a smile. Gu Hai looked at Sima Changkong and said with a bitter smile, Your Highness, do you think I have the ability to deal with an imperial dynasty? Takashi Ryushin frowned slightly. Obviously, he didn't think that Gu Hai had the ability to do so. Sima Changkong immediately said with a smile, I'm not sure about other people, but since Mr. Good has sent out his troops, he must have a plan. That's why I hope that Mr. Good won't be stingy with his guidance. Mr. Sima thinks too highly of me. What can I do? Everything depends on Your Highness. Gu Hai looked at Takashi Ryushin. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly and said, Your Highness beating around the bush with Mr. Good is just asking for humiliation. Why don't we talk about it first? Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Sima, this is too much for me. Takashi Ryushin took a deep breath and said, Mr. Good, do you still remember the sky-splitting axe? Oh, you still have the sky-splitting axe from Daeqiansheng? Gu Hai looked at Takashi Ryushin without any surprise in his eyes, as if he had already guessed it. Takashi Ryushin nodded. His Holiness sealed 2 forces in the sky-splitting axe, so there are only 2 strikes. The first strike was used once in Zhaoga City. Do you remember? Guhai, of course, remembered the last time. When the sky-splitting axe was used, Shiyu the Great turned into a zombie with the bloody hell saber in his hand. Except for the fact that he didn't mobilize the power of a state, he was at his best. However, Shiyu the Great was defeated in the end, and he was injured so badly that he couldn't fight back. The 2 powers of the Emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty sealed in the heaven-opening axe were used together. There was still 1 more strike. Does Mr. Good think the remaining strike can deal with Shiyu the Great? Sima Chongkong asked with a frown. Even if Shiyu the Great recovers, Shiyu the Great had the bloody hell saber last time. This time, Shiyu the Great can mobilize the power of a state in day 1. Can he borrow the power of a state? Guhai said with a frown. Yes, the sky-splitting axe only has 1 strike left. Takashi Ryushin nodded. If Shiyu the Great can mobilize the power of a state, he will definitely win. However, after he mobilizes the power of a state, it's hard to determine who will win. Besides, Shiyu the Great has been defeated by the sky-splitting axe once. Next time, he definitely won't stand there and let the sky-splitting axe hit him. If the sky-splitting axe can't hit Shiyu the Great, then, Sima Chongkong said with a frown. Secondly, in the capital, almost all the spies in important positions have been picked out by Mo Yike. They can't cause trouble in day 1 in the imperial court. Takashi Ryushin said in a low voice. Guhai frowned slightly. Takashi Ryushin and Sima Chongkong had already said so much. Guhai didn't need to beat around the bush anymore. The sky-splitting axe. When Dai Qianqing borrowed the sky-splitting axe from you, didn't he think about your safety? What if? Guhai said in a low voice. Of course His Holiness thought about it. If the sky-splitting axe can't hit Shiyu the Great in 1 strike, I can activate the self-defense function of the sky-splitting axe. The sky-splitting axe can form a shield to protect me and prevent Shiyu the Great from breaking the shield. The shield can last for 10 days. Within 10 days, His Holiness will know and come to save me. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. Oh, the shield of the sky-splitting axe. Guhai was a little surprised. That's right. So I have to make some things clear. If you fail, you better stay close to me if you want to be safe. Otherwise, Takashi Ryushin shook his head. Shiyu the Great can't break the shield? Guhai narrowed his eyes. Definitely can't. Takashi Ryushin nodded. Without Dai Qianqing's power, Shiyu the Great can't break the shield formed by the sky-splitting axe. Now, there's still a portion of Dai Qianqing's power sealed in the shield. Isn't that? Guhai smiled. Inject His Holiness's sealed power into the shield of the sky-splitting axe. Cover the entire capital. Sima Chongkong's expression suddenly changed. Trap Shiyu the Great in the shield, but it's only for 10 days. Do you want His Holiness to come here personally? Since His Holiness is here personally, why do you need me to deal with Shiyu the Great? Takashi Ryushin frowned. No, it's enough to trap the capital for 10 days. Guhai narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. No, the sky-splitting axe can only trap Shiyu the Great. After 10 days, Shiyu the Great will be free again. At that time, we will be in danger. His Holiness's sealed attack has been used. The sky-splitting axe can't deal with Shiyu the Great anymore, right? Takashi Ryushin said worriedly. Your Highness, if you trust me, then do as I say. I will deal with Shiyu the Great. Guhai said with a smile. Set up a formation? Takashi Ryushin looked at Guhai in confusion. Guhai shook his head. Dio Hall. Shiyu the Great sat on the dragon throne. The officials stood respectfully, but most of them were frowning. Your Majesty, it's been half a month. After the Deqian army broke into Linda City, they stopped advancing. An official said with a frown, Your Majesty, the Deqian army must be afraid to come to the capital and stopped at Linda City. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the army to Linda City and attack the Deqian army. Immediately, a soldier shouted. Shiyu the Great frowned and fell silent. Takashi Ryushin, what has Guhai been doing recently? Is there any news? Shiyu the Great asked in a low voice. Your Majesty, Takashi Ryushin, and Guhai have never appeared. An official said bitterly. Guhai had guessed that Takashi Ryushin had the heaven-splitting axe, and so had Shiyu the Great. Just as everyone had guessed, Shiyu the Great was waiting for them to come. He could mobilize the power of the country at that time. So what if he had the heaven-splitting axe? As long as he was in Day 1 territory, Shiyu the Great could attack from a distance. However, that was only the power of fate. Even if he attacked, its power wouldn't be at its peak. If his attack was destroyed by the heaven-splitting axe, then the morale of the two armies would be greatly different. Don't go out? Humph. Can I move the capital to Linda City and then kill you? Shiyu the Great's face was gloomy. Shiyu the Great had been waiting for half a month. During this time, he had been thinking about how to kill Takashi Ryushin and then personally lead the army to the Deqian Celestial Empire. However, this should have been done more than 10 days ago, but it was delayed again and again. Shiyu the Great felt extremely uncomfortable. This was a battle intent that couldn't be extinguished. If this continued day after day, his fighting spirit would slowly be depleted. Move the capital, although there would be less fate if he moved to Linda City, it would be enough for him to deal with the heaven-splitting axe. Just as Shiyu the Great was about to move the capital, Your Majesty, they're moving. The Deqian army is moving toward Linda City. A guard immediately rushed into the main hall. They're coming? Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty, I'm going to stop the Deqian army. A general shouted. No need. Let them come. Humph. Shiyu the Great snorted coldly. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials answered. Qin Zibai figured out Shiyu the Great's thoughts from Mo Yike, so he didn't say anything. After the court session, Qin Zibai quickly went to the prison and told Mo Yike everything he knew. Half a month, they're finally moving out. Mo Yike raised his eyebrows. Yes, Mr. Mo. You know why? Why did it take half a month? Our people sent news that Linda City hasn't changed at all in the past half a month. Qin Zibai was confused. Mo Yike frowned and pondered, slowly pacing back and forth. Hasn't changed at all? That's impossible. Guhai and Sima Chongkong are both experienced and astute. How could they have wasted half a month there? That's impossible. Something must have happened in the past half a month, and something very important. Mo Yike said with a gloomy face. Very important, but did anyone go in or out of Linda City in the past half a month? Mo Yike frowned. How could we know? Linda City has already been breached. Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. Mo Yike frowned and pondered for a while. What's there to prepare in half a month? And to prepare in person? That's Guhai's style. But there's no trace at all? What tricks does he have? Mr. Mo, you don't know where to start. Qin Zibai asked worriedly. Mo Yike shook his head. I've met so many people, and there's only a few that I can't figure out. Sima Chongkong is better, but this Guhai is always unexpected and always hits the nail on the head. I don't know where to start. Then what should we do? Let's work backwards. If they want to defeat His Majesty, they can only rely on one possibility, the sky-splitting axe. But without Dai Qianxing controlling the sky-splitting axe, it won't be effective, especially since His Majesty has just experienced the sky-splitting axe. It won't work on His Majesty again, Mo Yike said with a frown. Since they can't defeat His Majesty by force, what else can they do? Qin Zibai asked worriedly. Attack the heart, right? Attack the heart. That's what Gu Hai is best at. If he can't defeat His Majesty, he'll definitely attack the heart. Let me think, what's His Majesty's weakness? Mo Yike said anxiously. Chapter 489. The Deqian and De Han armies slowly set off from Lindu towards the capital. On a flying boat, Gu Hai, Takashi Ryushin, and Sima Chongkong were looking at the news coming in from all directions. Mr. Good, I've already done as you said. Can we really deal with Shiyu the Great now? If we can't, our Deqian army will fail. Takashi Ryushin frowned. Don't worry, Your Highness. Gu Hai smiled. Although Mo Yike has been locked up in the heavenly prison, we still can't let our guard down against Mr. Good. Sima Chongkong said in a low voice, I know Mo Yike's ability very well. So, the first thing we have to do is to cripple Mo Yike. Gu Hai said in a low voice, but how are we going to do that? Takashi Ryushin asked doubtfully. We've already done it. Gu Hai smiled. What did you do? You just sent a letter to Mo Yike? That's it. Takashi Ryushin didn't believe it. Sima Chongkong said doubtfully, when you were writing that letter, we all read it. It was just some casual conversation between you and Mo Yike. Also, you wrote a few wrong lines in the middle. You crossed them out. If you send it to Mo Yike, can you cripple Mo Yike? That's enough. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. Takashi Ryushin still looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. Sima Chongkong was deep in thought. At this moment, this letter should have reached the Missouri estate. Gu Hai smiled. In the Missouri estate, the steward of the Mo clan received an uninvited guest. Gu Hai's envoy. If it were anyone else, they would have been sent to the authorities long ago. However, the housekeeper of the Mo manor knew about the relationship between the old master and Gu Hai, so he controlled himself and did not act rashly. Are you here to deliver a letter to Gu Hai? Asked the steward sternly. Yes, the emperor asked me to give this letter to Mr. Mo. Please hand it over to Mr. Mo. I'm leaving now. The man bowed slightly. The steward of the Mo clan sent off Gu Hai's envoy in a slight daze. Just delivering a letter? Such a sensitive period? What about this letter? Hand it in to the authorities? The steward of the Mo clan could be said to be extremely loyal to Mo Yike, so he naturally did not think that way. Leave it to the old master, the housekeeper of the Mo clan sighed, and put away the letter. Not long after, the housekeeper went to see Mo Yike. The heavenly prison did not obstruct the Mo clan's housekeeper too much. Soon he saw Mo Yike. Mo Yike looked at the housekeeper and asked doubtfully, Did you make a mistake? Gu Hai sent someone to deliver a letter. Old master, I've already confirmed it. It was sent by Gu Hai, said the Mo clan's housekeeper respectfully. Mo Yike took the letter and nodded with a trace of doubt. Well, after all, you didn't follow the normal procedure to see me. You can go back first. Yes. The housekeeper left. Mo Yike sat at his desk and slowly opened the letter. Previously, Gu Hai persuaded me to join his Han dynasty. Now that the World War is approaching, is Gu Hai going to persuade me to join his Han dynasty again? Mo Yike frowned deeply. He slowly read the letter. To Mr. Mo, it has been almost a year since we parted. Mr. Mo, have you studied the 30 chess games thoroughly? Back then, Silver Moon City. Mo Yike looked at the letter doubtfully. He did not invite him to join the Han dynasty. There was nothing, just some trivial matters of life, some memories of the past, and some content that was not written properly. They were all crossed out with a brush. Did Gu Hai make a mistake in these crossed-out words? It can't be. Why would Gu Hai send me a piece of draft paper when he wrote me a letter? Did he send the wrong one? That's not right. Did he cross out something for the housekeeper? Impossible. The old housekeeper would not dare to do that. Mo Yike frowned slightly. The letter did not mention a single word about the World War, but Mo Yike was puzzled. Just as Mo Yike was studying the letter, Qin Jilin rushed over. Suddenly, Qin Zibai rushed into the heavenly prison. Mr. Qin, why are you in such a hurry? Mo Yike asked doubtfully. Did Gu Hai write you a letter? Qin Zibai suddenly shouted. Huh, how do you know? Mo Yike asked doubtfully. How do I know? You are in the heavenly prison, so your Mo residence is a sensitive area. I just got the news. Why would Gu Hai write you a letter at this time? Is it because of the World War? Qin Zibai asked doubtfully. No. Mo Yike shook his head. Then why did he write you a letter? What did he write? Qin Zibai asked doubtfully. It's just some daily life and communication. Mo Yike said with a wry smile. Gu Hai's letter was too strange. All right, I hope it is not something sensitive. After all, if I know that Gu Hai sent you a letter, Her Majesty will definitely know too. Qin Zibai sighed, slightly. Her Majesty knows too? Mo Yike's expression changed abruptly. Yes, someone just sent me the news. By now, the news should have reached Her Majesty's ears. Her Majesty will definitely know too. Qin Zibai nodded. Mo Yike was slightly stunned. Then, his eyelids twitched violently as he looked at Gu Hai's letter in his hand. At first, it seemed to be just an ordinary letter. But at this moment, it was like a poisonous snake or a fierce beast, which made Mo Yike feel a chill in his heart. Good, what a vicious Gu Hai. Mo Yike's expression changed. At this moment, Mo Yike finally understood why a large number of words had been crossed out in ink on the letter sent by Gu Hai. Why was a letter sent to him with a scribbled-up version of the letter? This was framing him. This is the letter? Gu Hai sent it? Can I take a look at it? Qin Zibai asked curiously. Gu Hai actually had the mood to send a letter to Mo Yike with the impending battle? Why did it have to be Mo Yike? There's no need to look at it. I have to destroy this letter immediately. Mo Yike said anxiously. With his cultivation sealed, Mo Yike had no choice but to tear up the letter. Don't tear it. Let me take a look. Qin Zibai said worriedly. Mo Yike did not care and was about to tear the letter. Just as he was about to tear it open, a ray of white light suddenly appeared on the letter. It was as if a magical power had suddenly appeared on the letter. Mo Yike, since Gu Hai has written a letter to you, why are you in such a hurry to tear it open? Is there something that cannot be seen in it? Suddenly, a voice resounded throughout the heavenly prison. Your Majesty? Qin Zibai was slightly taken aback. Mo Yike smiled bitterly and cursed Gu Hai in his heart. He was doomed by Gu Hai. The power that prevented him from tearing the letter was released by His Majesty. This time, he could not tear it open. Suddenly, Shiyu the Great appeared in the heavenly prison. In the heavenly prison, a group of guards and jailers saw Shiyu the Great and immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings to your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Qin Zibai and Mo Yike could only bow respectfully. Greetings to your Majesty. Shiyu the Great suddenly appeared in the heavenly prison. He did not care about the guards and jailers, but looked at Mo Yike. To be precise, he was looking at the letter in Mo Yike's hand. There was a tear in the letter. Shiyu the Great walked forward slowly. This is the letter that Gu Hai sent to you? Shiyu the Great asked in a deep voice. Yes. Mo Yike said bitterly. At this moment, there was an inexplicable feeling in his heart. At this time, Gu Hai did not send a letter to anyone but you. Ha! I would like to see what Gu Hai is discussing with you about the nation war. Shiyu the Great grabbed the letter with a trace of suspicion. He did not care whether Mo Yike would give it to him or not. At this moment, Mo Yike could not reject him. If he forcefully destroyed the letter, it would be even harder to explain himself. It's just some family matters. Mo Yike said bitterly. Great Emperor Shiyu looked at the letter in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, it was just some family matters. However, there were many contents that were crossed out and smeared with ink, so he couldn't see the contents clearly. Shiyu the Great squinted his eyes and looked at Mo Yike. There was a desk beside Mo Yike with a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on it. Did Mo Yike cross out the content that could not be seen? Why did Mo Yike cross out the content? Did he not want others to see it? What did Gu Hai tell you about the content? Shiyu the Great looked at Mo Yike coldly. Qin Zibai stretched his neck and looked over. He was also stunned. What was Lord Mo trying to hide? That's what the letter was about. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. He was telling the truth, but who would believe him? At this moment, there was no way to explain. From the moment Shiyu the Great saw the letter, Mo Yike knew that Shiyu the Great did not believe him. No matter how he explained, it would be useless. Ha, 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 ha. That's what the letter was about. Shiyu the Great said coldly. Qin Zibai also looked at Mo Yike with a strange look. Yes. Mo Yike smiled bitterly and nodded. That's enough. No one is allowed to visit the prison anymore. Qin Zibai, you are not allowed to come here anymore. Shiyu the Great said coldly. Yes. Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. Humph. Shiyu the Great flung his sleeves and left. Qin Zibai and the rest could only leave. Mo Yike sat in the prison cell and looked at the letter from Gu Hai that Shiyu the Great left behind with a bitter smile. What do you mean by countering every move? Analyzing Gu Hai's scheme for His Majesty? Ha ha ha, Gu Hai is so ruthless. With just a piece of paper, you completely cut off my connection with His Majesty, destroying all of my plans and preparations. Mo Yike smiled bitterly as he picked up the letter. Chapter 490. The Dahan and Deqian armies continued to march toward the capital. Spies quickly sent back news from all directions. A single letter cut off Shiyu the Great's trust in Mo Yike, and the news quickly spread. Good. Ha 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 ha. Mo Yike is really trapped now. Mr. Good, your sowing dissension strategy is too good. Takeshi Ryushin immediately laughed. Sima Chongkong and Gu Hai took the letter and read it. Mr. Good, it's true and false. Shiyu the Great is also suspicious of Mo Yike. It's just that I don't understand why Mr. Good is so sure that it will work. Sima Chongkong asked curiously. During this period of time, I've also dug up a lot of information from the prince. I learned that Shiyu the Great once became sworn brothers with 3 people, and their relationship was extremely deep. Gu Hai picked up a cup of tea and said, Mon, Changsheng, and Qinyan? Takeshi Ryushin nodded. This information was too old, and it might be difficult to gather information from other sources, but Deqian still had a lot of records and information. In this war against Day One, the intelligence system naturally provided all the information about Shiyu the Great. Yes, Shiyu, Mon, Changsheng, and Qinyan? Sworn brothers? For brothers? Ha! Shiyu the Great sacrificed time and time again in order to get the 3 of them, and the 3 of them were willing to die for Shiyu. From the day Qin Yun sacrificed himself to protect Shiyu, I knew that the 4 of them were very close, but the 4 of them changed later on. Gu Hai said in a low voice, Oh, although there were feelings, Shiyu the Great didn't trust his 3 brothers as much as he did in the beginning. Why? Did the three of them not do a good job? Mo and had worked so hard for Dayuan that he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Chang Sheng knew that he would be eaten by the bat ancestor, but he never ran away. Qin Yun even sacrificed himself. This means that these three people have not changed. The one who changed is Shiyu the Great. Gu Hai said solemnly. Are emperors always heartless? Takashi Ryushin frowned. No, if a person is heartless, no matter what his identity is, he will be heartless. If a person has feelings, no identity can change it. Shiyu the Great. I've concluded that this person is also very intelligent, but very suspicious. Gu Hai said solemnly. Suspicious? Sima Changkong nodded. He's so suspicious. Ha! He's suspicious of his three younger brothers who are willing to die for him, let alone Mo Yike, whose relationship with him is much lighter. That's why I'm sure that Shiyu the Great will definitely suspect Mo Yike. Gu Hai analyzed. The two nodded. Since Shiyu the Great already suspects Mo Yike, then can we rehabilitate the spies that Mo Yike picked out? That's a large group of officials. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. Mo Yike was the Deqian spy that he found in prison. He ordered the officials of the Qin family and the Mo family to be captured overnight. In Takashi Ryushin's opinion, since Mo Yike was a spy, then the people he arrested could be cleared. Gu Hai shook his head. Sima Changkong also shook his head. No, those people can't be saved. Why? Shiyu the Great is just suspicious, but he's not stupid. He just suspected Mo Yike, and in the blink of an eye, he cleared the spies' names. Not only can he not save the spies, but he also cleared Mo Yike's name. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. Oh, why? Takashi Ryushin frowned slightly. Because Shiyu the Great is too suspicious. He only suspected Mo Yike, but he didn't completely deny it. Otherwise, he would have killed Mo Yike long ago. Sima Changkong sighed slightly. An emperor being suspicious is sometimes a good thing, but sometimes. Gu Hai shook his head. In Daio Hall, Shiyu the Great sat on the dragon throne, listening to the officials report some government affairs. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the dragon throne. After the reports were reported, no one pleaded for mercy for the spies of the Deqian officials. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Oh, it seems that I didn't wrongly accuse Mo Yike. Your Majesty, Mr. Mo might be. Qin Zibai wanted to plead for mercy for Mo Yike. Shiyu the Great's face turned cold. Whoever dares to speak ill of Mo Yike will be punished for treason. Shiyu the Great said coldly. Qin Zibai's face stiffened, but he didn't dare to say anything. After the court meeting, Qin Zibai looked at the prison from afar, but there were more guards outside the prison, and they were even stricter. They were not allowed to enter at all. Mr. Mo, did you betray the country or not? Sigh. Qin Zibai sighed slightly, turned around, and left. Mo Yike sat in the prison cell, leaning against the wall. He sighed slightly. Your Majesty, I don't blame you for doubting me, but for day one, you must withstand the pressure from Gu Hai. Qin Zibai returned to his residence. The Mo family's butler came to ask for help, but Qin Zibai was powerless at the moment. He could only refuse. He returned to the small courtyard where Qin Yun used to live. Qin Zibai sat in the courtyard, took out the bamboo stick that Qin Yun left behind, and looked up at the sky. Father, what should I do now? I listened to you and trusted Mo Yike, but now, can I still trust Mo Yike? Is he loyal or a traitor? Qin Zibai said bitterly. Qin Zibai looked at the bamboo stick in his hand. This was the last thing that Qin Yun gave to Qin Zibai. Before he left, looking at the bamboo stick, memories of the past rushed into his mind. Zibai, I have one last thing to ask of you. If Her Majesty is angry with Mo Yike, you must protect Mo Yike at all costs. Protect Mo Yike at all costs? Qin Zibai said blankly. Today, you protect Mo Yike. In the future, Mo Yike will protect you. Protect me? Qin Zibai was stunned. Just listen to me. Yes. Qin Zibai nodded blankly. The memories of the past rushed into his mind, and Qin Zibai's expression changed. There was a long silence. After a while, Qin Zibai's eyes became firm. He took a deep breath and said, I don't care. Although I don't know if it's right. Father, I will do what I promised you. I will do whatever it takes to save Mo Yike. Qin Zibai felt much more relaxed after he made up his mind. Another 3 days passed. 3 days later, in the morning, on the square of Dio Hall, the 2 rows of officials stood respectfully, all of them incomparably solemn. They no longer discussed the affairs of the court, but instead followed Shiyu the Great as they gazed into the distance to the north. Great Emperor Shiyu wore a flat imperial crown and a white dragon robe with a golden dragon on it. He sat on the dragon throne and looked towards the far north from a great distance. At this moment, no one needed to say anything because everything had already appeared in the north. The Deqian army and the Dehan army came from afar. Ong, ong, ong. 500 giant dragons lined up in a row, roared toward the sky, and slowly flew toward the capital city. Behind the gigantic dragon were 400 flying boats with huge flags erected on them. The words Qiankama, Han, and Shenwu were written on the flag. Every flying boat was filled with soldiers. Their fighting spirit soared to the sky as they let out battle cries. The Deqian army is invincible, extermination is tyrannical. The loud roar of the Deqian army could be heard from afar. In the city, all the citizens threw down everything they were doing and panicked when they heard the roar from afar. The news of the Deqian army and the Dehan army attacking Day One had long been known to the people, but they did not take it seriously. However, today, when the army arrived at the city, everyone suddenly panicked. It turned out that the country war was so close. Countless citizens looked in the direction of Dio Hall. His Majesty Day One, Shiyu the Great, sat there. On the largest flying boat of the Southern Army, Gu Hai, Sima Changkong, Takashi Ryushin, and Long Aoqian stood in a row and looked coldly at the majestic capital city in the distance. We have arrived at the capital city. Sima Changkong took a deep breath and said. Takashi Ryushin nodded. The majestic capital city, the Day One still has so much fate chi. They are strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Now, only Shiyu the Great is left holding the fort. Gu Hai laughed coldly. Yes, how are the 4 great families? The Chang family has been destroyed, the Shi family is dead, and the Qin family? Only Qin Zibai is left. The Mo family has Mo Yike, but he has been imprisoned by Shiyu the Great. Sima Changkong sighed, slightly. What is there to sigh about? That Shiyu the Great? He is just courting death. How dare he let us come here on purpose to fight and kill Day One? Long Aoqian laughed coldly. Gu Hai looked at Long Aoqian. Marquis Aoqian, do you have the ability to deal with Shiyu the Great? Long Aoqian, Marquis de Qian, Marquis Aoqian. What? You can't deal with Gu Hai? Long Aoqian laughed coldly. Oh. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at Takashi Ryushin. Takashi Ryushin also looked at Long Aoqian in confusion. Third uncle, you don't have to look at me like that. I haven't been into Qian all these years, but it doesn't mean that I have slacked on my cultivation. I have told you before, don't think of any schemes. The sooner we come to the capital, the sooner we can destroy Shiyu the Great, the sooner we can go back. Long Aoqian frowned. Aoqian, don't try to show off. Takashi Ryushin said with a frown. Show off. Third uncle, aren't you looking down on me? Long Outyen said in dissatisfaction. Shiyu the Great is an expert from Heavenly Palace. Why, Marquis Outyen can deal with him. Sima Chongkong was slightly stunned. Obviously, he had never considered what Long Outyen could do. Little Sima, you dare to look down on me? Ha! Ha ha! I, Long Outyen, have been away from heavenly courts all these years. Do you still think that I am the same old me? Long Outyen sneered. Takashi Ryushin stared at Long Outyen for a while, as if he didn't know him. Shiyu the Great, leave him to me. I want to give his head to his holiness as a congratulatory gift. Long Outyen said in a low voice. Guhai, Takashi Ryushin, and Sima Chongkong were all speechless. The three of them were silent for a while. All right, you can try later, Takashi Ryushin said with a hint of curiosity. Guhai also had a strange look in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. The army slowly arrived outside Deqian. Stop! Ling Guanyi shouted. Immediately, 400 flying ships lined up in a straight line and stopped outside the city. Huh! In Deqian, the Yuan army also shouted. It was like two armies facing each other, neither giving way. From a distance, Guhai looked in the direction of Deqian Hall in the city. Great Emperor Shi, you had been waiting there for a long time. He looked at them coldly. Chapter 4, 91. The capital city. The Deqian and Dehan armies had arrived at the city walls. The city's officials, soldiers, and commoners slowly calmed down after a period of panic. They looked at Shiyu the Great at the entrance of Daio Hall. Shiyu the Great sat on his dragon throne and immediately saw the gigantic flying cruiser behind the dragons. On the flying cruiser stood 4 people. They were Takashi Ryushin, Sima Chongkong, Guhai, and Long Outyen. Shiyu the Great sneered when he saw the 4 leaders. A distance away, the dragons parted slightly, allowing Guhai's flying cruiser to take the lead. From a distance, everyone looked at Shiyu the Great. The 2 armies faced each other from across the city. Takashi Ryushin, Guhai, ha! You dare come to our day one? Shiyu the Great said with a cold look in his eyes. It was especially so for Guhai. When Shiyu the Great looked at Guhai, his eyes were filled with hatred. Because of Guhai, many of his schemes had failed. The zombie army of 5 million had been completely destroyed because of Guhai. Bat Ancestor and Hikang of Silla had been killed by Guhai. Most importantly, Qin Yun would not have died. Without Guhai and Takashi Ryushin, Qin Yun would not have died. 4th brother would not have died either. Shiyu the Great looked at the crowd in front of him, and immediately his eyes suffused a killing intent. Those who offend our Deqian will be destroyed, no matter how far they are. The Deqian has been kind and has bestowed you with dozens of cities. Yet you are still unsatisfied. You have led your army north to wreak havoc on our Deqian. His Holiness will no longer tolerate you. He has bestowed me with troops to destroy Yuan Shi. Do you not feel any regret? Long Shenwu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Humph, with just you and Guhai? Shiyu the Great sneered. Ever since the arrival of the Deqian and Dehan army, Shiyu the Great scanned the army. However, after scanning for a long time, he didn't find anything special. This shouldn't be the case. Takashi Ryushin was no match for him. Sky-splitting axe? But what's the use of the heaven-splitting axe if it can't hit me? I don't even need to mobilize the power of Day One to destroy you all. Are you here to die? No, that's not right. Guhai and Takashi Ryushin looked so confident. There must be something I can't see. However, Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes and looked at it for a while, but he couldn't find anything special about it. It was normal. You overestimate yourself. Shiyu the Great said. Shiyu the Great sneered. Before Guhai and Takashi Ryushin could say anything, Long Outyin couldn't stand it anymore. Do you think I'm air? You only see third uncle and Guhai. Can't you see me standing between them? Can't you see me? Are you blind? Humph. Who are you calling overestimating themselves? You overestimate yourself. My Deqian army is here, but you don't repent. You deserve to be killed. Third uncle, I'll destroy him. Long Outyen suddenly said coldly, In the distance, great Emperor Shi Yu was slightly stunned. Shi Yu, the great new Long Outyen, at least the Day One Intelligence Agency, sent a lot of Deqian information every year. There was a portrait of this person. Isn't he Dai Qianqing's grandson? What did he say? He's going to destroy me? Shi Yu, the great, narrowed his eyes and looked at Long Outyen, who suddenly shouted. Takashi Ryushin frowned slightly. Third uncle, didn't we agree before? Long Outyen frowned and looked at Takashi Ryushin. Shi Yu, the great, stared at Long Outyen. As he stared, he suddenly noticed a small detail. Guhai glanced at a large hall behind him. It was the main hall on the flying ship. Why did Guhai look at it? Go, bow to the elders in the hall. Before you go, Takashi Ryushin said in a low voice. Takashi Ryushin's voice was very soft, but Shi Yu the Great could hear it clearly. There was an elder in the hall that Guhai looked at just now. No, it was Takashi Ryushin's elder. Who could Takashi Ryushin's elder be? The emperor of the great Qian dynasty? Humph. Are you trying to trick me? Why would Dai Qianqing come with you? Shi Yu the Great did not believe it at all. Elder? What elder? Why don't I know? Long Outyen was slightly stunned. At first, Shi Yu the Great did not believe that there was anyone in the hall. He thought that Takashi Ryushin and Guhai were playing tricks on him. However, Long Outyen's exposure made Shi Yu the Great slightly suspicious. If I tell you to go, then go. Long Shenwu said, solemnly. Long Outyen frowned slightly and nodded. Solemnly, he turned to the hall and bowed. Third uncle said that you are my elder, so you must be right. After bowing, Long Outyen turned and said, all right, I'm going. Takashi Ryushin nodded. Guhai stood with his hands behind his back as he watched Long Outyen soar into the sky. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Long Outyen soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the capital city. Little Shi Yu, why aren't you here to die? Long Outyen immediately shouted. Long Outyen's shout resounded throughout the capital city. He released his aura, which was the aura of a Zhongtian palace. However, he did not know where his confidence came from. Guhai, who was watching from afar, was slightly puzzled. Shi Yu the Great also narrowed his eyes. Great Emperor Shi Yu wasn't sure who was in the hall of the flying boat. It was impossible for it to be him, and it was impossible for him to come to where he was. However, why did a Zhongtian palace expert dare to say such words in front of him? Your Majesty, I will go and kill him. Qin Zibai immediately shouted. Allow. Shi Yu the Great said coldly. Boom. Qin Zibai soared into the sky and took out a saber. Then he looked coldly at Long Outyen. Ignorant brat, you dare to be so presumptuous in front of Day One? Are you seeking death? There is no need for His Majesty to make a move. I will deal with you. Qin Zibai glared. Long Outyen glanced at Qin Zibai and showed some disdain. You are not worthy of me making a move. Huh. Qin Zibai glared. However, Long Outyen waved his hand and took out a coffin. A coffin? Guhai, Takashi Ryushin, Shi Yu the Great, and Qin Zibai frowned. Long Outyen did not look at Qin Zibai. Instead, he stared at Shi Yu the Great in the distance. I heard that you cultivated Ingo's great art. You used your human body to refine the body of a zombie. Ingo's zombie? Huh. I saw one of the 4 great zombies. Ingo. I wonder how you compare to him. However, I already turned that Ingo to dust. Long Aotian said coldly. Oh, you? In the distance, Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Ingo. Long Aotian destroyed one? Shiyu the Great naturally did not believe it. Long Aotian smiled coldly. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. You will believe me later. Humph. Of the 4 great zombies, I have Jiang Chun. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The coffin floating in the air opened with a bang. A man wearing a black robe with a golden dragon on it appeared. That man was motionless with his eyes closed. However, there was a talisman on his forehead. Zombie? Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. However, he saw Long Aotian reach out and tear. The zombie emperor immediately opened his eyes. Boom! All of a sudden, a powerful aura burst out. Qin Zibai's expression changed. His figure flashed, and he instantly charged at Long Aotian. Capture the leader first to capture the bandits. As long as he killed Long Aotian, everything would be useless. Kill! Qin Zibai slashed out 100 zhang long saber aura and instantly arrived in front of Long Aotian. It was as if he wanted to kill Long Aotian with one slash. The saber was sharp and carried an indomitable saber aura as it slashed down with a loud bang. Long Aotian did not counterattack. Instead, he sneered and said, I told you, you are not worthy to be my opponent. Just as the saber was about to hit Long Aotian, the zombie emperor in the coffin suddenly reached out his right hand and stabbed at Qin Zibai. The zombie emperor's palm collided with the saber. With a loud bang, the saber exploded. The palm did not lose its momentum and was like a sharp sword that instantly arrived in front of Qin Zibai's chest. Boom! Qin Zibai suddenly let out a miserable cry. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward, falling to the ground. What? The expressions of the surrounding commoners and officials changed. Gu Hai, Sima Chongkong, and Takashi Ryushin were also shocked. Bastard! Shiyu the Great's expression turned cold as he immediately stood up. Bang! Qin Zibai fell down and spat out a mouthful of blood, creating a huge crater in the ground. My lord! Countless soldiers cried out anxiously. Qin Zibai! Shiyu the Great called out with a gloomy face. Cough, 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 cough. I'm not dead yet. Cough, 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 cough. In the dust-covered crater, Qin Zibai's bitter voice came from it. A large number of medical officers immediately rushed into the ruins to save Qin Zibai. Not dead. It was good that he was not dead. Shiyu the Great no longer looked at the crater. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the arrogant Long Aotian and the zombie emperor who had already walked out of the coffin. Consider yourself lucky to not die. Humph! Long Aotian looked at the dust-covered crater and said coldly. Inside the crater, smoke and dust covered it. Qin Zibai's entire body was covered in blood. The zombie emperor's palm strike was too ferocious. He had just entered the heavenly palace, but he was not a match for it. More than half of his clothes instantly exploded, and his skin was also lacerated. In that instant, the zombie emperor's palm strike had almost cut him in half. Qin Zibai took out the bamboo cane hanging on his waist with lingering fear. It was the bamboo cane that his father had given him that saved him. This ordinary bamboo cane actually had such power. My lord, are you all right? A group of medical officers immediately rushed into the crater. I'm fine, I'll be fine soon. Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. The heavenly palace was defeated with a single palm strike. Takashi Ryushin, Sima Chongkong, and Gu Hai all raised their eyebrows. Jiang Chun? Guhai asked doubtfully. There are 4 types of zombies in the ancient world: Hamba, Ingo, Jiangchen, and Hoqing. How could Long Outyin have a Jiangchen zombie? Moreover, he already refined it. Sima Changkong looked at Takashi Ryushin doubtfully. Takashi Ryushin shook his head. I don't know either. During those years, Long Outyin went somewhere unknown. When he returned, he became much more arrogant. I didn't expect this zombie to exist. A Jiangchen zombie? Long Outyin revealed a trace of satisfaction. He looked coldly at Shiyu the Great. What? Shiyu, are you still not going to make a move? Let your officials come? Humph. Qin Zibai is already the limit of your Day 1 Imperial Dynasty, right? Can you find more zombies? Believe it or not, I will destroy one of them. Ignorant brat, a dead zombie dares to be impudent in front of me? Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes and said coldly, although his tone was disdainful. Shiyu the Great regarded him with great importance. This was because at this moment, Shiyu the Great started to trust the people in the hall behind Guhai. A Jiangchen zombie? Dai Qianqing gave it to Long Outyin. This time, the Deqian army didn't just have the heaven-splitting axe. Transform into Ingo, right? Otherwise, it would be too boring if my Jiangchen kills it in the blink of an eye. Long Outyin laughed coldly. Chapter 492. Transform into Ingo. Otherwise, it would be too boring to be killed by my Jiangchen in the blink of an eye. Long Outyin sneered. Long Outyin was extremely arrogant as he stared coldly at Shiyu the Great in the distance. He did not take Shiyu the Great seriously at all. The Day 1 Imperial Dynasty had no one else to send. Shiyu the Great looked at Jiangchen in the distance with a gloomy expression. Jiangchen? Hee, you want me to attack? Are you prepared to die? Shiyu the Great said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve. Boom! An endless amount of snow appeared out of thin air, covering the entire capital city in all directions, including the area outside of the city. Whoosh! Great Emperor Shiyu's figure shook and suddenly vanished on the spot. It was too fast, so fast that Long Outyin's expression changed. Before he could react, Jiang Chen's body flashed as he punched out. Hung! Shiyu the Great appeared in front of Long Outyin in the next instant. His fist collided with Jiang Chen's fist. Where the two fists collided, a storm raged in all directions. Long Outyin immediately stood behind Jiang Chen. Shiyu the Great had a ferocious expression as he increased the strength of his fist. Jiang Chen looked like he could not hold on for much longer. Roar! Jiang Chen suddenly roared. As he roared, he bared his fangs, and a pair of pitch-black dragon-scaled wings appeared on his back. He was surrounded by endless black fog. His eyes were bloodshot, and his aura suddenly increased. Suddenly, Shiyu the Great's fist was blocked by Jiang Chen. Boom! With a loud sound, Shiyu the Great and Jiang Chen were separated from each other. Jiang Chen! Shiyu the Great squinted his eyes. He had already used all his strength in that punch. However, Jiang Chen still blocked it. Was he really that much weaker than the Deqian Celestial Empire? Even he could not easily deal with a grandson of the Dacian Celestial Empire? Ha, what do you think? Shiyu the Great, I'll give you a chance now. How about submitting to me? I can guarantee your survival. Long Outyin immediately sneered. Jiang Chen stood in front of Long Outyin and looked at Shiyu the Great with a ferocious expression. Submit to you? Long Outyin was not the only one. Countless citizens in the capital city were furious. How could the emperor of an imperial dynasty submit to a nobody like you? Not far away, Guhai also looked at Long Shenwu in confusion. Takashi Ryushin smiled bitterly and shook his head. Clearly, There was nothing he could do about Long Outyen's arrogance. Humph, submit? Ha 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 ha. Even Dai Qianqing was not qualified to say that. Humph. Shiyu the Great sneered and rushed forward again. The speed at which he ascended to the heavenly palace was so fast that many people could not see Shiyu the Great's movements clearly. Boom. Like an afterimage. It instantly collided with Jiang Chun, causing the void to tremble. Before Long Outyen could see clearly, Jiang Chun suddenly appeared behind Long Outyen. Boom. Shiyu the Great attacked from behind at an even faster speed, but it was also blocked by Jiang Chun. Boom. 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 His speed was getting faster and faster, and the only thing that could be heard was the deafening sound of explosions around him. It was as if there were a lot of explosions going on around him. The shock waves hit Long Outyen's shield and shook it. Long Outyen's eyelids twitched. However, Shiyu the Great had no intention of stopping. Long Outyen could not see Shiyu the Great clearly, but Jiang Chun blocked him again and again. Long Outyen recovered from his initial nervousness. Humph, you can't do anything now? Jiang Chun, kill him for me. Long Outyen roared. Boom. With a punch, the two separated. Jiang Chun roared at the sky, with bloodthirsty eyes. Shiyu the Great suddenly sneered. Since you want to see and go, I will show you. Humph. Roar. Shiyu the Great also roared. As he roared, Shiyu the Great's aura surged. He bared his fangs, and a pair of giant silver-white wings with dragon scales appeared on his back. He stood in the air, and layers of energy flames surged around his body. This aura instantly suppressed Jiang Chun's aura. Long Outyen's expression changed. Jiang Chun, kill him! Quick, kill him! Roar! Jiang Chun roared and charged at Shiyu the Great. Jiang Chun, you're just an emperor who cultivated Jiang Chun's great technique when you were alive. Unfortunately, you're already dead, so you can't fully control it. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of my day one? You're courting death. Shiyu the Great glared. Roar. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chun closed in and punched him. A million drifting snow. Heavenly Emperor, Shiyu slammed his fist over. He transformed into Ingo and punched. Millions of snowstorms appeared behind him. As the snowstorms appeared, they seemed to condense into a super huge snow dragon. Along with the punch, they crashed into Jiang Chun's body. Hung! Hundreds of millions of snowstorms exploded. Ingo's great technique's all-out attack was close to Shiyu the Great's limit. Under this super powerful punch, everyone in the capital city suddenly trembled, and their chi and blood surged. Roar! Jiang Chun roared and increased his strength. However, Shiyu the Great was too strong. Under this punch, the snowstorm seemed to collapse into a black hole. The force of the blow sent Jiang Chun flying through the air. The power was too strong. Long Outyen, who was protected by Jiang Chun, couldn't dodge. Shiyu the Great's punch was enough to kill Long Outyen. Because of Jiang Chun's protection, Long Outyen wasn't killed by this punch. Boom! The snowstorm exploded. Jiang Chun, who was carrying Long Outyen, was sent flying. Puff! In midair, Long Outyen spat out blood. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Ah! With a scream, he flew back to the Deqian army. To be precise, he flew back to Guhai's flying ship. On the flying ship, there seemed to be someone inside. Boom! Jiang Chun and Long Outyen were sent flying by Shiyu the Great's punch. They crashed into the door of the hall. Quang! The door of the hall was knocked open. Oh no! Sima Changkong's heart skipped a beat. In the hall, there was no Dai Qianqing. This was Guhai's plan to deceive Shiyu the Great. Takashi Ryushin's expression changed. Did Shiyu the Great do this on purpose? He guessed that His Holiness was in the hall. However, he wasn't sure. He wanted to use Long Out Yin's body to break open the door of the hall, to see what was going on. Once he saw what was going on inside, everything would be exposed. Shiyu the Great would then be able to kill his way over. Just as Takashi Ryushin was feeling anxious, he saw Guhai walking towards the entrance of the hall calmly. Great Emperor, Shiyu was extremely clear about that punch from before. How powerful was that punch? It might not be able to destroy Jiang Chen's body, but it would definitely cripple Long Out Yin. More importantly, the power was just enough to break open the door of the hall and let him see what was going on inside. Puff! Long Out Yin fell to the ground and spat out blood. Long Out Yin's followers were about to rush forward anxiously. Takashi Ryushin glared at them and formed a force field to block them off. My meridians are all broken. Shiyu, how dare you sneak attack me? Long Out Yin said in agony as he fell to the ground. Shiyu the Great ignored Long Out Yin and looked into the depths of the hall from afar. Sima Changkong and Takashi Ryushin looked at Gu Hai. Are we going to be exposed? What should we do? Shiyu the Great's face darkened. Sima Changkong was stunned by Shiyu the Great's sudden change in expression. He also looked into the hall. The hall was rather dark, but in the depths of the dark hall, there was a huge golden dragon throne. An old man wearing a dragon robe was sitting on the dragon throne. The old man had a calm expression, and his hand was holding the armrest of the dragon throne as if he was gently tapping it. His Holiness! Sima Changkong was so shocked that he almost screamed. Takashi Ryushin also looked like he had seen a ghost. Is that really His Holiness? How is that possible? Why is His Holiness here? Why didn't I know? Didn't he say that he was lying to Shiyu the Great? Takashi Ryushin almost knelt down. However, Sima Changkong pulled Takashi Ryushin and made Takashi Ryushin sober up. The two of them looked at Gu Hai at the same time. Gu Hai was the one who arranged the hall. Previously, he said that he was lying to Shiyu the Great and pretending that Dai Qianqing was already here. However, that was just a lie. But what was in front of them? Long Out Yin's meridians were broken. His bones were shattered, and he was on his last breath. However, when he suddenly saw what was happening in the hall, his face suddenly revealed a look of wild joy. His Holiness! His Holiness! So you are here? Grandpa Sheng, save me! Long Out Yin cried out in pleasant surprise. At this moment, Gu Hai had already reached the entrance of the hall. Inside the hall, the great Qian dynasty's Emperor Shao Qin extended his hand and pinched. Suddenly, a seven-colored light appeared on his fingertip. The seven-colored light slowly gathered and gradually formed a pill. After the pill was formed, a monk walked out from the side. It was Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian carefully received the pill and brought it to the entrance. At the entrance, Gu Hai carefully received the seven-colored pill. Then, he slowly walked over to Long Out Yin. Jiang Chen seemed to want to protect Long Out Yin. Don't block me. Grandpa Sheng is saving me. Long Out Yin immediately shouted. Jiang Chen immediately stepped aside. Gu Hai helped Long Out Yin up with one hand. All my bones are broken. Be gentler. Ah. Long Out Yin cried out in pain. Gu Hai placed the seven-colored pill into Long Out Yin's mouth. Then, he supported Long Out Yin. When the seven-colored pill entered Long Out Yin's stomach, his body suddenly gave off strands of rainbow light. Buzz! Long Out Yin shivered. Long Out Yin suddenly jumped up. It's all healed. It's all healed. Grandpa Sheng, the pill you formed is really incredible. It's miraculous. Ha ha ha. My meridians are all healed. My bones are all healed as well. Takashi Ryushin and Sima Changkong revealed shocked expressions. Is it really His Holiness? If not for His Holiness, who could do such a thing? Xiao Chun used his magic energy to form a pill and healed Long Outyin in the blink of an eye. In the distance, Shiyu the Great's eyelids twitched wildly. Is it really Daiqianqing who did it? Is it real? Shiyu the Great was the clearest about Long Outyin's injuries. Xiao Chun could save Long Outyin. However, even an immortal pill could not heal all of Long Outyin's injuries in such a short time. That was impossible. However, Xiao Chun did what he did earlier. How could he do it? Could it be that he really came? Could it be that Daiqianqing really did it? Chapter 493. As Shiyu the Great looked at the dragon-robed old man in the hall of the flying ship, he was 80% convinced. However, he still had 20% of his doubts. After all, in Shiyu the Great's eyes, Daiqianqing should not be here. Long Outyin recovered in the blink of an eye. However, he was exceptionally excited. Ha ha ha! Shiyu, you little punk, you're dead for sure. Grandpa Sheng is here. You can't hurt me. Come again. You tried to sneak attack me, but now I won't give you another chance. Humph! Jiangchen, come with me and kill Shiyu, shouted Long Outyin. Long Outyin shouted, Don't be presumptuous. Takashi Ryushin said. Long Outyin paused and turned his head to look at the dragon-robed old man in the hall. Presumptuous? Before His Holiness could say anything, was he going overboard? All right, stand to the side, Takashi Ryushin said, seeing that His Holiness did not stop him. Long Outyin slowly walked to the side, feeling depressed. Then he complained, If I stand to the side, who will deal with that despicable Shiyu? Could it be that His Holiness has to do it himself? While Long Outyin felt depressed, Shiyu the Great showed an uncertain expression. Then he saw the dragon-robed old man in the hall slowly take out an axe and hand it to Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian held that axe and walked to the entrance of the hall again. Hallmaster Gu. Venerable Lu Nian slowly handed the axe to Gu Hai. Then he whispered something to Gu Hai. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Then he looked at the dragon-robed old man in the hall and nodded. Then he carefully grabbed the heaven-splitting axe. The heaven-splitting axe? Give it to Gu Hai? Grandpa Sheng, grandson, can do it too. Grandson has the heaven-splitting axe. I can chop the entire capital. Long Outyin cried out, feeling depressed. Outyin, shut up. Takashi Ryushin glared. Long Outyin showed a depressed expression. When he looked at Gu Hai, his gaze turned hostile. Gu Hai held the heaven-splitting axe and slowly walked to the deck. Then he looked coldly at Shiyu the Great. Gu Hai? Humph! The heaven-splitting axe again. Shiyu the Great looked at Gu Hai coldly. Indeed, the heaven-splitting axe again. Shiyu the Great, my Dahan has just been established and my accumulations are shallow. I have no intention of forming a grudge with any faction. However, some people think that my Dahan is easy to bully and keep bullying my Dahan. They once promised not to disturb the Dahan for 10 years. However, they sent people to attack the Dahan repeatedly, resulting in the deaths of more than 10 million of the Dahan's citizens. This time, Gu Hai let out his voice. Countless people with high cultivation in the distant capital heard Gu Hai's voice and transmitted it to the ordinary citizens. Immediately, many of the ordinary citizens showed complicated expressions. Towards the Deqian army, the citizens of the capital city were united against a common enemy. However, towards the soldiers of the Dahan dynasty, the citizens were extremely conflicted. This was because they couldn't find any fault with the Dahan army. This time, they didn't use any weapons when they entered the Day One. It wasn't the Dahan army that took down Kong Kong City, but the people of Kong Kong City did it on their own accord. That was a sign of their complete disappointment with the Day One army. That was the embodiment of Gu Hai's charisma. Not only Kong Kong City, but also the capital. The last time Gu Hai came to the capital, he first used 2 poems to convince countless people in the city. Then, when the spirits of the Divine Blood Army of the great Lu Tian dynasty wanted to kill their way into the city, it was Gu Hai who used Zhang Sanfeng to block the spirits of the Divine Blood Army and saved countless people in the city. After that, the Great Light Sovereign Deity attacked. When the Great Light Sovereign Deity started the Great Light Sovereign Deity. The battle with the Great Light Sovereign Deity was incredibly intense. When the ordinary people suffered from the shockwaves, it was Gu Hai who used Dongfeng Bubi's ritual array to protect them. Countless people were grateful to Gu Hai. Now, Gu Hai came to take revenge for the thousands of people who were killed, but they couldn't hate anyone. That was because Gu Hai had never killed the innocent. Gu Hai just wanted to take revenge on His Majesty. Now, one was His Majesty, and the other was their benefactor, Gu Hai. Countless people were conflicted. This time, I thank the great Qian for lending me the heaven-splitting axe. I will use it to settle my grudge and seek justice for my people. Gu Hai said coldly. As he spoke, Gu Hai slowly flew up and raised the heaven-splitting axe. He looked coldly at Shiyu the Great in the distance. Seek justice? Ha ha ha, you want to seek justice too? Then what about my justice? That ancestor, Chang Sheng, Shi Kong, the 5 million zombie army, Qin Yun, all of them died because of you. That's why I want to seek justice. Great Emperor Shiyu said in a cold voice. Died because of me? If you didn't break your promise, would they have died? Last time, you killed millions of my people. Now, you have the face to seek justice from me? Shiyu the Great, I won't waste any more words. Here is the heaven-splitting axe, treasure. Gu Hai shouted as he activated the heaven-splitting axe. Buzz! The sky-splitting axe instantly emitted an endless amount of grayish-white light. As soon as the grayish-white light appeared, it instantly dyed the entire world gray. A soul-stirring aura spread from the heaven-splitting axe. It really is the heaven-splitting axe. Shiyu the Great's expression sank. Not far away, Takeshi Ryushin stared at the heaven-splitting axe. Sima Changkong also readied herself. Only Long Outyin had an uncomfortable expression. Using the heaven-splitting axe. Why didn't he let him do it? He hadn't even touched it yet. When the heaven-splitting axe appeared, its vast aura immediately made everyone feel stifled. The citizens of the capital city immediately found it hard to breathe. It was a pressure that could destroy the world. It felt like the heaven-splitting axe was hanging above their heads. All of them showed horrified expressions. At this moment, Gu Hai was the sharpest axe. No one dared to approach him. Shiyu the Great also showed a sullen expression. Shiyu the Great had 10,000 methods to instantly destroy Gu Hai with his cultivation. However, with the heaven-splitting axe in hand, he had no choice but to avoid it. Previously, Xiao Chun had already experienced it. Even with the bloody hell saber, he was undefeatable. What more this time? Charge forward? No. Now that the heaven-splitting axe was activated, it did not have a clear target. Once there was an attack, it would automatically counterattack. In that instant, Gu Hai would target Xiao Chun. Now, Xiao Chun could only avoid it first. When Gu Hai chopped down with the axe, Xiao Chun would instantly kill Gu Hai with one strike. However, Gu Hai slowly approached Shiyu the Great, getting closer and closer. The two sovereign kings faced each other, getting closer and closer. Shiyu the Great's face sank. Left with no choice, he slowly retreated. However, Gu Hai chased closely behind, slowly flying forward. However, Guhai did not attack. At this moment, the citizens of the capital city also felt anxious. However, when they looked at the scene in the sky, they suddenly had a strange thought. It was as if Shiyu, the Great, feared Guhai, slowly being forced back by Guhai. Shiyu the Great was afraid of Guhai? No, that's impossible, the countless citizens said uncomfortably. When Shiyu the Great retreated to the capital city, chop, Guhai suddenly let out a loud shout. Hung! The aura of the heaven-splitting axe instantly increased by more than 10 times. The energy sealed in Daiqianqing was instantly activated by Guhai. The heaven-splitting axe flew out, and in front of the axe, the void seemed to be torn apart by black holes. It was as if the void was about to shatter. The threat of death instantly enveloped the entire capital city. No, the citizens of the city immediately cried out in alarm. Mr. Good wants to kill us? No, no, don't kill me. Countless citizens cried out in alarm. Shiyu the Great's expression also changed. He did not expect Guhai to dare to attack the capital city with the axe. Was he planning to massacre the entire city? If the axe fell, how many citizens would die? How dare you? Shiyu the Great's expression changed. His figure flashed, and he wanted to charge at Guhai. However, the heaven-splitting axe had already left his hand. Even if he could kill Guhai with one strike, it would be useless. Shiyu the Great looked anxious. Just at that moment, Guhai suddenly shouted again, "Stop!" Boom! The sky-splitting axe that was flying in midair suddenly trembled, and a super-huge energy shield appeared. It was like a barrier, and it instantly enveloped Great Emperor Shiyu and all the people in the city. Boom! Shiyu the Great wanted to kill Guhai, but he was blocked by the barrier. What? Shiyu the Great's expression changed. Guhai stood in the sky, and the heaven-splitting axe hung above the capital city. It formed a huge barrier that enveloped the entire capital city. It didn't fall. I'm not dead. I'm still alive. It didn't fall. Countless citizens looked at the heaven-splitting axe hanging above the barrier in surprise. It was still emitting that oppressive aura, and the axe was pointed in the direction of Shiyu the Great. Guhai stood not far behind and looked coldly at Shiyu the Great. In the distance, Sima Chongkong frowned and said in his heart, "Mr. Good, you only have 10 days left." Takashi Ryushin also looked at Guhai, who was in the sky, and wondered what he was going to do. Boom! Shiyu the Great punched the barrier, but it didn't move at all. Shiyu the Great, just now, it was only a battle between you and me. Outside the city, you could have just taken one strike from my axe. However, you retreated again and again. You returned to the capital city. You want to kidnap all the citizens of the city to face my axe with you? You won. Guhai said with a ferocious expression. Shiyu the Great won? What won? Countless citizens looked at Guhai in confusion. Shiyu the Great's face darkened. Guhai had deliberately forced him to return to the capital city, but now he said that he had fled back to the capital city. He won. Shiyu the Great's face changed suddenly. You won. You can kill my citizens in Chaoga, but I can't. However, I am unable to do so. I am unable to wantonly slaughter the people of your capital city. I can't kill innocent people like you. You won in terms of cruelty. You used the citizens as your shield? What a joke. How shameful. Guhai was almost shouting. After Guhai finished speaking, almost half of the citizens in the city were in an uproar. Then they fell silent. They looked at Guhai suspiciously. However, what happened just now was exactly as Guhai said. Her Majesty used the citizens to threaten Mr. Good. When the sky-splitting axe was about to strike down, Mr. Good stopped it. Was that really the case? Countless citizens looked at Shiyu the Great. On Takashi Ryushin's flying boat, Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Is Mr. Good trying to drive a wedge between Day One and the citizens?" "I think so. However, it seems that it's not enough," Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Chapter 494, Capital City Heavenly Prison. Mo Yike leaned against the wall and listened to everything that was happening outside. Although he couldn't hear the news firsthand, the people and jailers outside were still discussing everything. Mo Yike frowned slightly. "It's starting now. Is he trying to drive a wedge between the emperor and the people? This is Guhai's usual tactic." He looked at the letter in his hand. It was this letter that had trapped him. Now, even the jailers were on guard against him. Everything he said couldn't reach His Majesty. "Your Majesty, you must be careful. Guhai's tactics are hard to guard against. Even I fell for it." "Huh. You have the support of the people of Day One. You are invincible in the capital city. Don't be distracted by words." Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Mo Yike sighed slightly, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, a jailer slowly walked to the door of Mo Yike's cell. "Mr. Mo," the jailer said respectfully. Mo Yike looked at the jailer in surprise. "The Emperor asked me to inform Mr. Mo that your family and relatives are all safe. Is there anyone else who needs protection?" The jailer said respectfully. "Buzz." Mo Yike's head buzzed. "Guhai's people? Your Guhai's people? That's impossible. I've already screened this batch of jailers. They're definitely not Deqian spies." "How did you know?" Mo Yike suddenly exclaimed. The jailer bowed respectfully and didn't say anything. It was as if he was waiting for Mo Yike to give him a list of names. Someone come quickly. He's a spy from the Dahan. Someone come quickly." Mo Yike's expression changed drastically. If even a jailer was a spy at this moment, it showed how much preparation Guhai had made. So much so that even a lowly jailer was one of Guhai's people. "Half a month. The Dahan and Deqian armies have been stationed in Linda City for half a month. What had Guhai done in this half a month? How did they bribe you? How did you bribe him?" Mo Yike glared at him. Mo Yike's ruckus alarmed the other jailers. "What are you making a ruckus about?" Immediately, a prison guard walked over. "Quick, he's a spy. Inform His Majesty that he's a spy, Guhai's spy." Mo Yike said anxiously. He hoped that this would give Shiyu the Great a warning. A few more prison guards walked over and looked at the prison guard at the entrance of the cell. The prison guard sighed. "Mr. Mo is in a bit of a mess right now. Forget it. Let's not disturb him." The other prison guards glanced at Mo Yike and nodded. The group of prison guards slowly left. Gone. Just like that. If it were anyone else, they would think that these people were just unwilling to interact with them. But who is Mo Yike? He could tell from their expressions. It wasn't that the prison guard just now was a spy for Guhai. These prison guards were all Guhai's spies. How is that possible? In this half a month, what did Guhai do? These prison guards were absolutely loyal to the Day One. Mo Yike looked shocked. Dejected, Mo Yike sat down. At the same time, he suddenly started to worry about Shiyu the Great. The sky-splitting axe formed a barrier that enveloped the entire capital. After a moment of fear, the people suddenly felt grateful to Guhai. In the past, His Majesty and the Bat Ancestor had wreaked havoc in Chaoga City. But Guhai was eager for revenge and didn't vent his anger on them. The sky-splitting axe stopped abruptly. At the same time, all the people suddenly compared Guhai to Shiyu the Great. Indeed, His Majesty was much more powerful than Mr. Good, but His Majesty wouldn't protect the people wholeheartedly. But Mr. Good challenged His Majesty to avenge the people. His Majesty's cultivation level was high, but so what? What did it have to do with them if he didn't protect them? Mr. Good's cultivation level was low, but Mr. Good's talent was unparalleled. Mr. Good loved the people as if they were his own children. Even if there was only a trace of power, he would use it on the people. Suddenly, when the people looked at Shiyu the Great, they didn't feel as radiant as before. When they looked at Guhai, they felt as if there was endless radiance. No wonder the people of Empty City chose to join the Dahan. A benevolent person is invincible. Shiyu the Great didn't have time to think about the change in the people's mentality. Instead, he looked at Guhai, who was slandering him in the outside world, and his face was full of anger. "Break for me." Shiyu the Great struck with a loud bang. Hung. Under the huge impact, the barriers still didn't move. The number one magic treasure in the world, which sealed a part of Daiqianqing's power. If even Shiyu the Great couldn't block it, how could it be called the number one magic treasure in the world? Guhai stood not far away from the sky-splitting axe and looked coldly at Shiyu the Great. "Shiyu the Great, I guess you've been waiting for us to cut off Jinmu of Scylla's head as a sacrifice, and then lead your troops north to challenge Daiqianqing, right?" Shiyu the Great squinted his eyes slightly. "There's no need to lead your troops north. Just look at the situation now. Any random person who uses the sky-splitting axe can make you so afraid. What qualifications do you have to go north? What qualifications do you have to challenge Daiqianqing?" Guhai said in a deep voice. Guhai shouted coldly. Shiyu the Great suddenly looked at the flying ship's hall in the distance. There was an elder in a dragon robe sitting inside. "That's fine. Today's situation has allowed me to bring forward a certain day in the future. Sky-splitting axe. Sky-splitting axe." Shiyu the Great revealed a ferocious expression. While his expression was ferocious, Shiyu the Great suddenly said, "People of the Day One Imperial Dynasty, I, Deqian, would like to borrow your strength to break the sky-splitting axe with me and destroy Deqian. Please raise your right hand and help me." In the sky above the capital, the golden dragon of luck suddenly stood up on the sea of luck clouds. Roar! The golden dragon suddenly let out a deafening roar. The roar instantly reverberated throughout the entire Day One Imperial Dynasty. Through the golden dragon of luck, Shiyu the Great's words were instantly transmitted to the ears of all the people in the Day One Imperial Dynasty. Almost all the people suddenly dropped everything they were doing and revealed a look of shock. "The Deqian army has reached the capital. Your Majesty wants to break the sky-splitting axe. You want to destroy Deqian? Are you going to destroy Daiqianqing?" Countless people revealed a look of shock. "Your Majesty, please use my strength." A person raised his right hand. Huff! The person's strength seemed to have been sucked out in an instant. Then he lost all his strength and fell to the ground. "Your Majesty, use my strength. Your Majesty, use my strength." Countless people raised their right hands. In the 200 cities in the Day One Imperial Dynasty, countless people gathered their strength towards the sea of luck clouds in the capital, visible to the naked eye. It was as if waves of white energy were rushing into the golden dragon of luck. Roar! The golden dragon of luck roared and dragged countless amounts of energy into Shiyu the Great's body. Waves of energy surged in from all directions. Shiyu the Great's aura became stronger and stronger. A huge snowstorm swept across the sky above the capital. Power, power, boundless power. Shiyu the Great's power reached its peak. His long hair suddenly grew countless times and fluttered in the wind. He looked like a demon god. Shing! Shiyu the Great pulled out a long saber. Although it was not the bloody hell saber, this snow-white long saber still gave off a treasure aura. The aura was strong, but it deliberately avoided the people in the capital. The people were not suppressed by the aura. At this moment, countless people in the capital sat on the ground, paralyzed. Clearly, he had lent his strength to his majesty. No matter what he thought, Shiyu the Great was still his majesty day one. He had to stand on his majesty's side. As the people sat on the ground, Shiyu the Great's power reached its peak. The snow-white long saber in his hand slashed at the barrier. Guhai clenched his fists and stared. Success or failure depended on this move. Heaven's splitting axe barrier. Ha ha ha, break for me. Shiyu the Great roared with a ferocious expression. Hung. The long sword slashed at the barrier, and a super shock wave suddenly shook the earth, and countless buildings collapsed in an instant. Countless people had just lent their strength and did not have the strength to dodge. They were instantly drowned in the ruins. Surging storms erupted from the saber. The heaven-splitting axe barrier suddenly shook. Seeing this, the faces of everyone outside sank. However, after shaking for a while, the heaven-splitting axe barrier slowly stabilized. Shiyu the Great slashed with his saber with all his strength, but he could not break the heaven-splitting axe barrier. He could not cut it open. He could not cut it open. Countless people widened their eyes, and their hearts skipped a beat. Takashi Ryushin, Sima Chongkong, and the others secretly sighed. Guhai's tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed. Only Shiyu the Great was left. He stared blankly at the place where the saber had clashed with the barrier. He had mobilized the power of the country and the world, his peak power. He could not break the heaven-splitting axe barrier. He could not even break the heaven-splitting axe barrier. Why? Why? Shiyu the Great was shocked. He was shocked, and his whole body turned cold. Bang! Shiyu the Great fell on the square of Daio Hall in a daze. The ministers all revealed anxious expressions, while Great Emperor Shiyu revealed a dejected expression. I can't break it open? I actually can't break it open? Great Emperor Shiyu's disappointment carried great resentment. It turned out that he could not even deal with one of the Daikianshing's Dharma treasures. How could he deal with the Daikianshing? In an instant, Shiyu the Great realized the gap between him and the Daikianshing. It was an insurmountable gap. Only Guhai, Takashi Ryushin, and Sima Chongkong knew that the heaven-splitting axe also contained the power of the Daikianshing. It was not just the power of the Dharma treasure, but also the power of the Daikianshing. Shiyu, let's settle our grudge. You want to kill me to vent your hatred, and I want to kill you to avenge the Dahan citizens. However, the people in the capital city are innocent. Let them go, and we will settle our grudge. Guhai said in a low voice. The countless people in the city were stunned. Guhai wanted to let the people go. Let the people go. Shiyu the Great's face sank. That's right. When I swing my axe, I will definitely injure the people. However, if I remove the axe, you will definitely run away. I will not let you go. However, I do not want to hurt the people in the capital city. In that case, only when you swing at the heaven-splitting axe, I will not use my full power. I will only be in a stalemate with you. I just need to ensure that you do not run away. At that time, there will be no barrier. Let the people leave. After the people leave, we will fight to our heart's content. Guhai said, you want me to block the heaven-splitting axe with my saber and let the people leave? After the people leave, you will swing the heaven-splitting axe with full power? Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes and fell silent. Are you sending me to my death? Earlier, these people already used up all their strength to help you. Now, you can protect them and let them avoid this dangerous place. Are you not willing? Do you not want to save them? Or do you want them to be your shield? Even if you die, you will not let them go? Guhai shouted. Inside the imperial prison, Mo Yike leaned against the wall and listened to Guhai's voice outside. Then he showed some bitterness. This is extremely harsh. What a dilemma! If His Majesty agrees, he will be putting himself in danger and clashing head-on with the heaven-splitting axe. If His Majesty does not agree, he will have all the people in the city isolate His Majesty, choosing between sending the heaven-splitting axe to his death and chilling the people's hearts. Ha ha ha! How ruthless! Chapter 4, 95. All the people in the city had just lent their strength and were paralyzed on the ground, looking at Shiyu the Great in the direction of the Daio Hall Square. It was as if they were waiting for Shiyu the Great to speak. After all, the people had just used all their strength, and in front of them was Mr. Good, who they couldn't hate. Shiyu the Great was instantly pushed to the center of the storm. However, Shiyu the Great didn't believe Guhai. What if I go up and block the sky-splitting axe? If it was before, Shiyu the Great would still be hoping for a fluke, but now there was no hope at all. The number one Dharma treasure in the world had a powerful side, and it was not good to fight head-on. If Guhai couldn't hit him with the sky-splitting axe, he could dodge. However, if he faced it head-on, he would be stupid. Humph! Ha ha! Guhai, do you think I will listen to you? Shiyu the Great said coldly. Shiyu the Great refused. Takashi Ryushin and Sima Chongkong outside the city side. Fortunately, you don't dare, otherwise you would have been exposed. Many of the people in the city sighed and smiled bitterly. Perhaps some people saw Guhai's dilemma, but when it came to their life and death, they were naturally more willing to believe that Guhai was benevolent and righteous. They were more willing to believe that Guhai was only restraining His Majesty and not sending His Majesty to his death. We lend our strength to His Majesty without caring about our lives, but His Majesty doesn't have the courage to protect us. In an instant, the glorious image of His Majesty in his heart collapsed. In an instant, the gaze that looked at Shiyu the Great was much colder. You don't dare? Ha! That's right. You don't dare because your Day One Imperial Dynasty was not created by you. The most correct thing you did in your life was to become sworn brothers with Mon, Changsheng, and Qin Yun. Without them, there would not be today's Day One. Without them, you are nothing. Ha ha! But you killed them one by one. Guhai said with sneer. What did you say? Shiyu the Great glared at Guhai. Isn't that so? Did I say something wrong? I said that you don't deserve to be an emperor. Emperors advance bravely and never retreat. But what about you? After being thwarted by the heaven-splitting axe once, you became completely fearful of Daikianching. Our army slaughtered their way to Day One, but you didn't dare to fight back. You waited until we reached the capital, and you gathered the strength of the entire nation's citizens. Only then did you have the confidence to fight back. You don't deserve to be the emperor. Guhai said solemnly. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Shiyu the Great looked coldly at Guhai. That's right, you Day One still have a lot of luck. However, was this luck created by you? Was this Day One Imperial Dynasty created by you? No, it was Mon. It was Changsheng and the others. Guhai said coldly. Guhai, do you think that by saying these words, this emperor will feel inferior? Shiyu the Great said disdainfully. What I am saying is the truth. Think about it yourself. In the past, didn't Mon decide Day One Imperial Dynasty with a single word? To put it nicely, you believed Mon. To put it bluntly, you didn't have your own opinion at all. Guhai said coldly. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes and looked at Guhai. I am reminding you that it's time to wake up. Do you think that Day One's officials are all loyal to you? They are loyal to Mon. They are loyal to you because of Mon. Unfortunately, Mon doesn't have the heart to be emperor. He respects you as an elder brother and can't bear to take your position. He is the emperor of Day One. He should be the emperor of day one. You are just a puppet, Guhai said coldly. Not far away, Sima Chongkong and Takeshi Ryushin looked at Guhai in confusion. What was Guhai talking about? What did it matter? Moen had been dead for so many years. What was the use of mentioning him? The citizens of Dada City frowned and looked at Shiyu the Great. Puppet? This emperor is a puppet. Guhai, have you lost your mind? This day one is this emperor's day one. This emperor is this emperor's official, and is only loyal to this emperor. Mon is this emperor's good official. Are you trying to sow discord between this emperor and Mon? Ha 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 ha. Shiyu the Great looked at Guhai in disdain. Are your officials really only loyal to you? They just can't bear to see the foundation that Mon built destroyed. This time, day one is about to be destroyed. Believe it or not, as long as I say the word, they will immediately abandon you like a worn-out shoe. Guhai sneered. Humph, Guhai, you are too arrogant. Shiyu the Great said coldly, with your court full of civil and military officials, who do you think will be loyal to you? Guhai retorted coldly, all the officials here are loyal to this emperor. Shiyu the Great said coldly, you don't dare to point it out. Guhai said coldly. Shiyu the Great looked at Guhai in confusion. He was slightly irritated. How could his officials not be loyal to him? He is the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. Shiyu the Great pointed at an official. That official bowed slightly. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War? If Shiyu the Great refuses to let go, I will definitely kill him today. I can wait a few more days, but in a few days, all of you might die. You will definitely die too. Now, you don't have to worry about anything. Are you loyal to Shiyu the Great? Guhai said, solemnly. Shiyu the Great looked at Guhai with a cold smile. However, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War suddenly fell silent. Shiyu the Great frowned at the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. Don't hold on to your wishful thinking. You see, Shiyu the Great doesn't dare to face heaven's splitting axe head-on. If I keep using you as a shield, I can only swing my axe. So, you have nothing to worry about. Speak. Guhai shouted. Shiyu the Great frowned at the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. Why was he silent? The assistant minister of the Ministry of War was silent for a while before he finally sighed. I was promoted by Grand Duke Mon. I am indebted to Grand Duke Mon for recognizing my worth. What did you say? Shiyu the Great glared at him. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War was silent for a while. Your Majesty, I have been guarding day one for the sake of Grand Duke Mon. I am sorry. Takeshi Ryushin and Sima Chongkong widened their eyes at the assistant minister of the Ministry of War's words. How? How is this possible? The assistant minister of the Ministry of War had defected? What did Guhai do in the past half a month? How could he bribe the assistant minister of the Ministry of War? Shiyu the Great glared at the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Do you think Guhai will spare you? Ha 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 ha. If he doesn't spare you, I will kill you first. Shiyu the Great said coldly. I know, but I have been working hard for your Majesty all these years. I have never done anything to betray your Majesty. I am only speaking my mind. I have never rebelled or betrayed day one. If your Majesty kills me because of this, there is nothing I can do. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War said respectfully. Shiyu the Great glared at him. Shiyu, you can continue to ask. I don't know how many of your officials are truly loyal to you. Guhai sneered. Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights. Shiyu the Great looked at another official. I am only guarding day one because of Grand Duke Chongqing's kindness. Your Majesty, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights said. Hiss! Shiyu the Great sucked in a breath of cold air. In the outside world, Takashi Ryushin and Sima Chongkong also sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, all the people in the city were looking at the dramatic scene in the square of Daio Hall in astonishment. Those officials knew that they were going to die, so they spoke their minds. They were not loyal to His Majesty, but someone else. How? How is this possible? Minister of Works, Shiyu the Great gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, I am indebted to Grand Duke Qingyun for generations. I have nothing to repay him with. I am loyal to day one. The Minister of Works said respectfully. Continue, Shiyu the Great said with a ferocious expression. Your Majesty, I am loyal to day one because of Grand Duke Mon. Your Majesty, I am loyal to Grand Duke Chongqing. Your Majesty, I am loyal to Grand Duke Mon. The officials kept saying things that broke Shiyu the Great's heart. They were loyal to day one because of Mon, Chongqing, and Qingyun, but not him. None of the officials said that they were loyal to him. This is impossible. This strange scene stunned almost everyone. Outside the capital, Takashi Ryushin and Sima Chongkong looked at Gu Hai in horror. How did he do it? That was simply impossible. Every dynasty had its loyal subjects and fierce generals. Even the extremely corrupt Yun dynasty had loyal officials who stood out from the crowd. They would serve their king until they died, without regret. As for an imperial dynasty like Daiyuan, there were even more loyal people. How could they all betray their king all of a sudden? They all betrayed Shiyu the Great overnight. How was this possible? How terrifying was this? In the capital, the people were in an uproar. Looking at all the officials betraying His Majesty, the ordinary people could not believe this scene. So His Majesty was so weak, so day one was supported by the three Grand Dukes. At this moment, even Mo Yike's expression changed drastically in the prison. Impossible. How did Gu Hai do it? Is this an immortal spell? Why did they all betray him? Mo Yike walked anxiously in the prison cell in surprise. Your Majesty, you must not believe it. This must be Gu Hai's trick. Sigh. Mo Yike looked bitter. Unfortunately, Shiyu the Great could not hear Mo Yike's words at all. In Daio Hall, the strange scene continued. Before they died, the officials revealed their true feelings. It turned out that the scene of Day One's prosperity was just an illusion. The hearts of the Day One officials had long fallen apart. The officials were loyal to Day One because they were grateful to the three Grand Dukes. It was laughable that Shiyu the Great had thought that his imperial prestige was so great and mighty. It turned out that they were not truly loyal to him. Bang! Heavenly Emperor, Shiyu suddenly slumped onto the dragon throne and looked at the court of officials. For a moment, the court of officials seemed to be incomparably unfamiliar to him. For a moment, he seemed to not recognize them. You think you're high and mighty, and you don't care about the officials at all. You occasionally appear in court. How loyal do you think the officials are to you? Ha ha ha. Do you deserve to be emperor? The people see you as an enemy, and the officials see you as a stranger. Do you have great luck? But so what? You only need a moment to disintegrate. Do you believe it? Even if you die, no one will mourn for you. You're just a puppet. You don't deserve to be emperor. The greatest fortune in your life is to have 3 sworn brothers. But you don't trust the brothers who would go through water and tread on fire for you. Don't trust them? Send them to their deaths. Ha 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 ha. Shiyu the Great? What a mighty Shiyu the Great. Gu Hai shouted coldly. At this moment, everything in the capital was as Gu Hai had said. The people looked at Shiyu the Great with resentment, while the officials treated Shiyu the Great like a stranger. The great emperor was all alone, deserted by his friends and family. How desolate! Chapter 496. Betray, betray, betray. One after another, the minister's inner monologues seemed to be constantly destroying Shiyu the Great's pride. In the sky above his head, the endless light from Providence originally showed how powerful Day One was and how powerful Shiyu the Great was. In today's world, only the three celestial dynasties, His Holiness, could surpass Shiyu the Great. What kind of glory was that? But now, it was like a joke that kept slapping Shiyu the Great's face. Your pride is not worth mentioning at all. Your ministers who are loyal to you are a joke. They are not loyal to you, but to Day One. They have nothing to do with you. It's all because of Mon, Changsheng, and Qingyun. You are just a puppet. Your three younger brothers built the country for you. Ha, 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 ha. Shiyu the Great looked at the ministers who were confessing their loyalty and revealed a sinister expression. He turned his head and looked around. Within the great metropolis, countless commoners looked at him with resentment. Betrayed by all his friends and family? Was he really alone? Without you, the Day One Imperial Dynasty is still the Day One Imperial Dynasty. And you, without the Day One Imperial Dynasty, are you still Shiyu the Great? Gu Hai looked coldly at Shiyu the Great, who was sitting on the dragon throne. Shiyu the Great raised his head and looked coldly at Gu Hai. In the past, Shiyu the Great did not take Gu Hai seriously. He was a little smart, but so what? But now, for some reason, when he looked at Gu Hai, he felt a chill in his heart. In a short period of time, Gu Hai seemed to have controlled everything. His ministers stood behind Gu Hai, and his citizens also stood behind Gu Hai. One after another, it was as if the entire world was abandoning him and standing behind Gu Hai. Your Majesty, I am loyal to you. At this moment, a eunuch suddenly shouted. A trace of brilliance suddenly flashed across Great Emperor Shiyu's ashy eyes. But it was only a eunuch. What about the other ministers? They had all abandoned him. The glimmer of brilliance that had just appeared dimmed in the blink of an eye. Gu Hai, Gu Hai. Good, good, good. You are right. But so what? Daewon's providence is still there. Do you think I will believe you? Shiyu the Great almost roared. I didn't ask you to believe me. Moreover, they are not loyal to you. I didn't say anything. What can I do? Haha, the dynasty's providence? Yes, the destiny of this dynasty is enormous, but haven't you noticed that it can't condense into a single piece? Perhaps as long as there was an opportunity, they would all disperse. You are not fit to be emperor, nor can you unite the hearts of the people. If one city isn't convinced, how can you convince the rest of the world? Even the capital has abandoned you. Do you think the people and officials of the other cities are loyal to you? They are only loyal to Day One. Only Day One, not you, Shiyu the Great. Gu Hai sternly said. Shiyu the Great looked around, and his heart immediately turned cold. Gu Hai was right. Xiao Chun sat in the capital city every day, and the citizens and officials there all turned their backs on him. How could those cities that he visited only once every few hundred years be loyal to him until they died? Your Majesty, this old servant is loyal to your Majesty. Your Majesty. Some of the old eunuchs immediately kneeled and anxiously said. Shiyu the Great was in a very bad state at this moment. The repeated betrayals and defeats had caused his supreme pride to plummet, and he was in a state of decadence that he had never been in before. In the outside world, Takeshi Ryushin and Sima Changkong's eyelids twitched violently. The two of them did not know how Gu Hai did it, but they knew that it was all part of Gu Hai's trap. How could the proud Shiyu, the Great, be defeated so badly in such a short time? So, Shiyu the Great isn't that great after all? Long Out Yin said disdainfully. Clearly, Long Out Yen had no idea what was going on. In the imperial prison, Mo Yike felt a chill run down his spine. He could not understand how Gu Hai could do such a thing. The insufferably arrogant Shiyu the Great. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Do you still think you have the ability to challenge Daiqiancheng? Given your current state, what do you have to compete with him? The hearts of the people, officials, artifacts, and strength? What a joke! A huge joke! Gu Hai glared as he sneered. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty, Shiyu the Great, had been thinking of charging into the heavenly courts and killing Daiqiancheng. What could he use to fight him now? Shiyu the Great stared darkly at Takashi Ryushin's palace. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty? Ha ha, Daiqiancheng? You sent Gu Hai out just to mock me? Shiyu the Great gritted his teeth as he stared at the palace. Gu Hai turned to look at the palace. Almost everyone was looking at the palace as well. Was Daiqiancheng the one in the palace? They could vaguely see an elder in a dragon robe lightly tapping the armrest of the dragon throne. He said calmly, "I am here today to find out why you are so resentful and won't rest until I am dead." The voice of the emperor of the great Qian dynasty spread throughout the entire capital city. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he was 80% sure that Daiqiancheng was the one in charge. Ha! Ha ha ha! Why are you so resentful? Would you believe me if I said it was because of a woman? Shiyu the Great said coldly. A woman? Almost everyone in the capital city was in an uproar. Daewon had never had an empress, and Shiyu the Great had never married. Everyone thought that it was because Shiyu the Great was cultivating. So it was because he was infatuated with a woman that he refused to marry? On the flying boat in the distance, the emperor of the great Qian dynasty did not speak again. Shiyu the Great seemed to want to vent the resentment that had accumulated over countless years. Don't you remember that Mon, Changsheng, and Qin Yun went to your heavenly courts in the past? Morong Yen, don't you remember? The daughter of Daiqiancheng's traitor saved our lives. Back then, we forgot to know her first, and we all fell in love with her. The four of us competed with each other to win Murong Yan's favor. Originally, I was about to win her favor, but in the end, I was captured by you and brought to the palace. Don't you remember? Murong Yan, do you remember? Shiyu the Great's eyes instantly turned red. Morong Yen? Most people did not know who that was, but Takashi Ryushin's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to look at the palace behind him. Morong Yen? For the sake of Morong Yen, Shiyu the Great had led his troops north. Back then, none of us four could stop him. We heard Morong Yan's cries for help, but we were powerless. Back then, we forswore that one day we would lead an army of 10 million, slaughter our way into heavenly courts, slaughter your Daiqiancheng, exterminate your entire clan, and rescue Morong Yen. Even if Morong Yen dies, we will kill you. With heaven and earth as our witness, we will not rest until we are dead. Shiyu the Great roared crazily. In the distance, there was still no reply from Daiqiancheng. In the air, Gu Hai's eyelids twitched wildly as he looked in surprise at the crazed Shiyu the Great. Not in his heart. So, this was Shiyu the Great's not in his heart? In the heavenly prison, Mo Yike leaned against the wall and smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, I finally understand why you did not listen to my advice again and again, and insisted on going north to heavenly courts. Why did you not tell me? It was no wonder that my father had always been looking at a painting. When I saw it, he got angry with me and forbade me from touching the painting. He also refused to tell me who it was. So it turned out that her name was Morong Yen? Ha! Ha! My father worked so hard not only for you, but also for this Morong Yen, right? Sigh, is Murong Yen still alive? Tell me, is Murong Yen still alive? We sent many people to find out. Some said that Murong Yen became your concubine. Others said that you killed Murong Yen. How is Murong Yen now? Shiyu, the Great, suddenly stood up and roared. In the distance, in the palace, there was still a long silence. But no one answered. Tell me, tell me. Shiyu the Great roared with a ferocious expression. But the Daiqianqing did not answer at all. Rumble. In the distance, flying boats flew in from all directions. Your Majesty, it's the army of the Day One. An old eunuch suddenly said excitedly, Your Majesty, it's the army of the other cities. They're here to save the Emperor, to save the Emperor. Another guard shouted, excitedly, That's right, that's Lord Li. He came to pay respects to Your Majesty last time. Your Majesty, that's Lord Zhang. He just came to the imperial capital not long ago. Shouts sounded one after another. Then he saw flying ships flying over from afar. There were generals standing on the ships, leading batches of troops. In the blink of an eye, the army of the other cities was close to 10 million strong. It was more than the army of the Deqian and the Dehan. Emperor Shiyu's manic eyes slowly glowed with vigor. The army of the other cities? They're loyal to me? However, he saw that the flying boat at the very front was flying towards the group of dragons. Roar. The dragons of the Deqian roared. The flying boat stopped, and the leading general of the Day One suddenly bowed to Takashi Ryushin. Greetings to the Jinmu of Silla. We represent the near South City, and are willing to pledge our loyalty to the Day One. Surrender? Shiyu the Great's expression changed. Why did his subjects suddenly bow to the Deqian army? Greetings to His Holiness. Greetings to His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. The flying boats that flew in suddenly bowed to the main hall of the flying boat. Were they bowing to the Daiqianqing? Pa! Shiyu the Great staggered again. True enough. Apart from the officials in the capital, none of the officials in the outside world were loyal to him. Those who had come to rescue the emperor had suddenly turned against him. Ha, 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 ha. Shiyu the Great went completely mad. Guards, guards, Shiyu the Great said with a ferocious expression. Here, the group of old eunuchs replied respectfully. Go to the prison and kill Mo Yike, kill Mo Yike. I don't need it anymore, and I can't leave it for that old bastard. Shiyu the Great seemed to have gone mad. Yes, the group of old eunuchs responded. Ha 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 ha, traitor, traitor, traitor. I don't need you anymore. I don't need you anymore. I don't need you anymore. Go to hell, go to hell. Shiyu the Great suddenly said with a ferocious expression. As he roared, the flames around Shiyu the Great grew stronger and stronger. On the flying boat in the distance, Sima Changkong's pupils suddenly shrank. Oh no, it seems to have the opposite effect. Shiyu the Great didn't become dispirited. Instead, his ferocious nature has been aroused. He's going all out. Takashi Ryushin's expression also darkened. What is Guhai doing? Did he screw up? What should Shiyu the Great do now? 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The ferocious Shiyu the Great is the scariest. Chapter 497. Go to the heavenly prison and kill Mo Yike, kill Mo Yike. I don't need him anymore, and I can't leave him for that old thief. Shiyu the Great was in a frenzy. Shiyu the Great roared, causing Qin Zibai, who was recuperating in the city, to change his expression. Not good. Qin Zibai jumped up. Sir, you are still recuperating. You can't act rashly. A group of medical officers exclaimed. However, Qin Zibai couldn't care less about that. He rushed towards the heavenly prison. When Qin Zibai rushed to the entrance of the heavenly prison, he saw a group of people in black robes rushing towards the heavenly prison. Among the people in black robes, there was Shiyu, the great's former attendant eunuch. "Stop!" Qin Zibai stared. The group of people in black robes said with a heavy expression, "Lord Qin, please move aside. You are His Majesty's secret guards? His Majesty has been secretly raising a group of assassins. So it's you guys." Qin Zibai said with a gloomy expression, "Lord Qin, please move aside. If you don't move aside, don't blame us for being impolite." The group of people in black robes said, "You want to kill Mo Yike?" Qin Zibai said with a heavy voice, "This is His Majesty's order. Lord Qin, please move aside." The secret guards said coldly, "Humph, what if I don't move aside?" Qin Zibai took out his bamboo cane. "Go," the leading eunuch said coldly. Boom. The group of secret guards immediately rushed towards Qin Zibai. Rumble. Qin Zibai waved the bamboo cane in his hand, and Sword Chi rushed out. The group of secret guards retreated, but at this moment, one of the secret guards didn't retreat and appeared in front of Qin Zibai. "What?" "Central Heaven Palace." Qin Zibai's expression changed, and the bamboo cane in his hand chopped down. Boom. That secret guard of Central Heaven Palace took a few steps back. However, someone who could withstand Qin Zibai's attack was definitely not easy to deal with. "You are the commander of the secret guards? Central Heaven Palace. Back then, when the Deqian army was blocked outside Kong City, were you the one who tried to assassinate them several times?" Qin Zibai raised his eyebrows. "Lord Qin's guess is correct. However, if you don't step aside now, don't blame us for being impolite. You can't stop us," the leading eunuch said coldly. Humph. Qin Zibai's face fell, and he naturally wasn't willing to move aside. "I will restrain Qin Zibai. You guys go in and kill Mo Yike," the Dark Guard commander said coldly. Yes, a group of shadow guards once again rushed inside. Boom. The Dark Guard commander's long sword and Qin Zibai's bamboo cane collided with a loud bang, and the other Dark Guards immediately rushed into the heavenly prison. Bastard. Qin Zibai's expression changed. Unfortunately, he was being held back by the Dark Guard commander in front of him and couldn't stop him at all. "Stop right there. Stop right there." Qin Zibai was extremely anxious. "Now your opponent is me," the Dark Guard commander said coldly. Rumble. Outside the heavenly prison, there was a loud rumble. Inside the heavenly prison, Mo Yike sat in the corner, listening to Shiyu, the Great's order to kill him. Ha 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 ha. Kill Mo Yike? Even if you don't want him, you can't leave him for that old thief? Your Majesty, in your eyes, I am just a commodity. You can't protect me, so you want to destroy me? Dark Guards? You'd rather believe them than this official? Ha ha ha. Father, you see, I tried my best. In order to protect Day One, I tried my best. Unfortunately, I tried my best to protect Day One, but in the end, I implicated Qin Zibai. Sigh. Mo Yike sighed softly. Mo Yike could hear the battle between Qin Zibai and the Dark Guards clearly, but he didn't have the strength to resist at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of Dark Guards rushed into the heavenly prison. Mo Yike looked at the Dark Guards from afar, but he wasn't afraid. Instead, he sat in the corner and watched coldly. Perhaps he was completely disappointed. Since he was going to die, why should he be afraid? Mo Yike looked at the Dark Guards getting closer and closer to him. In the blink of an eye, they were at the entrance of the prison cell. With a faint smile, Mo Yike gently closed his eyes. It's him, Mo Yike. Quick, kill him. A Dark Guard stared and stabbed his sword towards Mo Yike. Squeak, 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 squeak. At this moment, the sound of countless bats could be heard in the prison cell. In the blink of an eye, the entire prison cell was filled with bats. Boom. The dark guard who wanted to assassinate Mo Yike was surrounded by bats in an instant. What? Ah! Amidst the screams, there was a sudden scream. In the blink of an eye, the dark guard turned into a dried corpse and fell to the ground. What? Bats? The other dark guards exclaimed. Squeak, 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 squeak. In the blink of an eye, the bats surrounded all the dark guards. Ah, ah, ah. A series of screams could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the dark guards were sucked into the bats and turned into dried corpses. They fell to the ground. Mo Yike frowned and opened his eyes. The dark guards who had sworn solemnly a moment ago had all turned into dried corpses in the blink of an eye. They fell to the ground. Countless bats flew around the prison for a while, then quickly gathered in front of Mo Yike's prison cell. Squeak, 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 squeak. Bang! All the bats gathered together and transformed into a human figure. Chongming? Mo Yike's eyelids twitched. Chongming was dressed in a black robe with a scarlet collar. He looked extremely mysterious. Mr. Mo, the Emperor has instructed me to protect you no matter what. Chongming smiled. It's you? I understand. Ha 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 ha. I understand now. What a good general idea. What a good general idea. Mo Yike's eyes flashed with horror. Ha 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 ha. Traitor, traitor, traitor. I don't need you anymore. I don't need you anymore. I don't need you anymore. Go to hell. Go to hell. Shiyu, the Great, suddenly said with a ferocious expression. As he roared, the flames around Shiyu, the Great, grew stronger and stronger. On a flying boat in the distance, Sima Chongkong's pupils suddenly shrank. Oh no, it seems to have the opposite effect. Shiyu the Great not only didn't become depressed, but also aroused his ferocious nature. He's desperate. Takashi Ryushin's expression also darkened. What the hell is Guhai doing? He screwed up? What should Shiyu the Great do now? 10 days will pass in the blink of an eye. The ferocious Shiyu the Great is the most terrifying. Shiyu the Great's expression became more and more ferocious. He held the big knife in his hand and looked at Gu high in the sky with a ferocious expression. There was no decadence on his face. Instead, there was a monstrous fury. His eyes were red, as if he would only be satisfied after killing Gu Hai. A surge of fighting spirit surged out of him. Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly, as if he didn't take it seriously at all. I said that I want to slaughter the Long family. Mon said that I want to slaughter the Long family. Chang Sheng said that I want to slaughter the Long family. Qin Yin said that I want to slaughter the Long family. Since they are all dead, I will do it. I will do it. Break for me. Great Emperor Shiyu revealed a sinister expression as he slashed towards the sky. The huge blade, carrying all of Shiyu the Great's power, slashed at the barrier again. Hung! The barrier shook violently with a loud bang. Shiyu the Great has gone crazy. Takashi Ryushin's face sank. Gu Hai, however, clenched his fists and watched intently. Seeing that the barrier was blocked again, Gu Hai secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This was a huge gamble that this barrier could stop Great Emperor Shiyu. If the gamble was lost, then everything would be disastrous. Fortunately, the heaven-splitting axe barrier and Daiqianxing's power blocked Shiyu the Great. Break! Shiyu the Great roared with a ferocious expression and slashed down with the long knife in his hand again. Boom! The barrier shook again. In the outside world, Takashi Ryushin, Sima Chongkong, and the others all had ugly expressions. Shiyu the Great's power was so ferocious. What if it broke? Break, break, break. Boom, boom, boom. Shiyu the Great slashed again and again. He was getting more and more agitated and angry. Takashi Ryushin looked worried, but Sima Chongkong narrowed his eyes. I think I've seen something. What? Mr. Good is deliberately provoking Shiyu the Great. But what's the use of that? Sima Chongkong frowned slightly. In the prison, Mo Yike was also frowning as he listened to the rumbling outside and the shaking of the prison. Mr. Good, what is he going to do? Mo Yike looked at Chong Ming. Chong Ming shook his head and didn't intend to say. This involved a lot of Gu Hai's arrangements. Before he succeeded, no matter who it was, they could not reveal anything. In the outside world, Shiyu the Great was getting more and more agitated. He tried again and again, but he couldn't break the barrier. It was as if he was damaging Shiyu the Great's pride and wearing down Shiyu the Great's pride. Mon, I'm trying my best. Chong Sheng, I'm trying my best. Qinyan, I'm trying my best. Just like that, the attacks continued for 6 whole days. In the outside world, Takashi Ryushin and the others felt a chill in their hearts. They kept attacking the barrier for 6 days. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. There wasn't much time left. Once the time limit of the barrier was up, then the consequences were unimaginable. There was a super loud sound. Shiyu the Great stopped abruptly. In the past 6 days, the capital city had been turned upside down. Earthquakes kept happening. Shiyu the Great was unprecedentedly passionate. Not enough. Not enough. Second brother. Third brother. Fourth brother. I can't do it anymore. Morongyen? Ha. Shiyu the Great showed a trace of despair. The troops in and outside the city had already pledged their loyalty to the Qian. After 6 days of suffering, the people looked at Shiyu the Great without any feelings. Was he going to fail like this? Outside the barrier, Gu Hai saw Shiyu the Great's helplessness and despair. He narrowed his eyes as if he felt that the time was right. With his back facing Shiyu the Great, he suddenly drew a circle with his right hand behind his back. Takashi Ryushin and Sima Chongkong were slightly stunned. Gu Hai drew a circle behind Shiyu the Great. Was this a secret signal? Sure enough, Daqianqing's voice suddenly came from the hall behind them. For Morongyen? Daqianqing's voice came. Shiyu the Great suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the airship. Daqianqing was there. At this moment, after a series of ups and downs, Shiyu the Great completely believed that Daqianqing was there. He couldn't even withstand a single blow in front of him. It was ridiculous that he still wanted to challenge him and destroy his entire family. How ridiculous. Forget it, you can go. Daqianqing sighed, slightly. What? Let Shiyu the Great go? Sima Chongkong and Takashi Ryushin's expressions changed. Chapter 498. In the city, countless people and officials were shocked. Let Shiyu the Great go. Daqianqing let him go. Shiyu the Great also stared at the main hall where Daqianqing was. Let me go. Daqianqing let me go. How is that possible? In the prison, Mo Yike also widened his eyes. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty? Is Daqianqing really going to do it? Is he going to let Shiyu the Great go? Everyone looked at Gu Hai. Is he going to let Shiyu the Great go? Can he let him go? If he is let out, won't there be chaos? Takashi Ryushin opened his mouth and wanted to stop him, but Sima Chongkong stopped him. Gu Hai looked at Shiyu the Great with pity in his eyes. Daqianqing is going to let you go because he took pity on you? Never mind. I'll kill you in the future. As he spoke, Gu Hai reached out and waved the sky-splitting axe. Suddenly, a small hole appeared in the barrier in the north of the city. A small hole? Almost everyone looked at the small hole. Takashi Ryushin's expression changed drastically. Is Gu Hai really going to let Shiyu the Great out? Let him out. Won't we all be doomed? Long Outyen didn't know what was going on, but he didn't take it seriously. He just curled his lips, thinking that His Holiness shouldn't take pity on Shiyu the Great. Takashi Ryushin, on the other hand, felt his heart in his throat. I want to see, Emo, Yikes said anxiously in the prison. The small hole really connected the inside and outside. At least some of the smoke and dust inside had already flowed out. Daikianshing took pity on me and let me out. That small hole could only allow one person to go out with his head lowered. Let me out. Just as Shiyu the Great's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Woof, woof, woof. There were several wild dogs in the city near the small hole in the barrier. As they shouted, they crawled out of the hole. The wild dog did not want to stay in the enchantment and rushed out. Dog hole? Ha 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 ha, dog hole? You want me to crawl through a dog hole? Let us go. Great Emperor Shiyu suddenly revealed a look of madness as he spoke. Guhai looked at Shiyu the Great coldly. In the distance, Daikianshing did not stop him. Your Majesty, let's go quickly. Let's get out of here first. Once we get out of here, we can start all over again. An old eunuch shouted. Your Majesty, as long as you are alive, you will have a second chance. Your Majesty, let's go. Another old eunuch shouted. Shiyu the Great looked at the dog hole, then at Guhai, and then at the flying boat where Daikianshing was. Ha, 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 ha. Shiyu the Great suddenly looked up and laughed. The whole city was silent, and so was the outside of the city. Old thief, do you think I will succumb to your pity? Do you think I will crawl through this dog hole? Do you think I will be humiliated by you? Shiyu the Great looked at the flying boat in the distance and roared. Shiyu the Great's pride had been defeated by Guhai. He could not win against Daikianshing in any way. Revenge? Northern expedition? Everything was a joke. More importantly, Shiyu the Great suddenly realized that he could never win against Daikianshing. Should he bear the humiliation and give up day one? Then start a new dynasty? Was that possible? Even if he could start all over again, he could not win against Daikianshing. He would only be humiliated again. Second brother was gone. Third brother was gone too. Fourth brother was gone too. He was all alone now. He was the only one left. Ha, 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 ha. Shiyu the Great showed a trace of despair. Before the dog hole appeared, Shiyu the Great did not feel so disappointed. However, the moment the dog hole appeared, Shiyu the Great felt that his whole life had turned gray. Live, bear the humiliation, and live. Ha 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 ha. In the sky, Guhai took a deep breath and said, Shiyu the Great, I will give you another song of the Song of the Great. Shiyu the Great looked at Guhai in the sky with red eyes. Guhai recited in a deep voice, I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my spirit is unparalleled. Time is not good, but my spirit is not gone. My spirit is not gone, but what can I do? Mo Changqin Shi, what can I do? As Guhai recited sentence by sentence, for some reason, Great Emperor Shiyu's eyes suddenly became moist. Strength to pick up mountains. My spirit is unparalleled. It was as if he saw himself in the past, the strength to pick up mountains, and the heroic spirit to reach the clouds. Time is not good, but my spirit is not gone. However, he was saying that the current situation was not good for him. The great Day One could not give him any more glory. He could not walk anymore. He could not walk anymore. My spirit is not gone, but what can I do? Day One cannot walk anymore. What can I do? What can I do? Mo Changqin Shi, what can I do? Mon Changsheng, Qin Yun, you all left before me. What can I do if I am left alone? Ha 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 ha. Good. Song of the Great, Song of the Great. Strength to pick up mountains. My spirit is unparalleled. Time is not good, but my spirit is not gone. But what can I do? Mo Changqin Shi, what can I do? Ha ha ha. Mo Changqin Shi, what can I do? What can I do? Shiyu the Great said crazily, "Your Majesty, let's go quickly. As long as we go out, there is still a chance to turn things around. Your Majesty." The group of old eunuchs kept kneeling and crying. So be it. They would endure the humiliation for a while and return it in the future. However, how could a group of eunuchs understand the heart of an emperor? How could they understand Shiyu the Great's mood at this moment? Only Guhai understood Shiyu the Great's mood at this moment. He added the last bit of fuel to Shiyu the Great. Daiqianqing, go? Ha 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 ha. Yes, I am not as good as you. I am not as good as you. However, I am also an emperor. I am also an emperor. You want to humiliate me? Ha 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 ha. You want me to go? You want me to escape? A stray dog? Escape? I am Emperor Daiqianqing the Great. I am the emperor of a country. Shiyu the Great shouted at Daiqianqing, who was on the flying boat. Amidst the loud shout, the whole city fell silent. Your Majesty, go quickly. The group of old eunuchs cried, I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my aura is unparalleled. When times are unfavorable, my origin will not fade away. If my origin does not fade away, what can I do? Mo Chang Qin Shi, what can I do? Ha 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 ha. Lao Air, Lao San, Lao Si, we have already lost. Since we have lost, why should we start over? Shiyu the Great looked at the square of Dio Hall. Vaguely, he seemed to see 4 light figures. They were his old self, Mon, Changsheng, and Qin Yun. Heaven above, Shiyu, Mon, Changsheng, and Qin Yun swear to be brothers with different surnames. I do not ask to be born on the same day, same month, and same day, but I ask to die on the same day, same month, and same day. Ha 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 ha. After the 4 kowtowed to the heavens and became sworn brothers, they stood up and laughed. Big brother. Mon, Changsheng, and Qin Yun shouted at Shiyu the Great together. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother. Shiyu the Great looked at the 3 of them with a smile. Big brother, don't worry. The 3 of us will definitely assist Big brother and let the Day One dynasty become an imperial dynasty, a celestial dynasty. Changsheng laughed. Now that Big brother is the emperor, then in the future, won't Big brother be his majesty? Ha ha ha. Then in the future, it will be his holiness? His holiness, his holiness, his holiness. Long live his holiness. Qin Yun laughed extremely happily. Big brother has saved our lives. Big brother, don't worry. We 3 brothers will assist Day One for generations. We will always be your most loyal subjects. Mon said with a smile. Ha 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 ha. Us 4 brothers, as long as I have it, you will have it. We will share blessings and hardships together. This is my promise to you. Shiyu laughed and said, Big brother. The 3 younger brothers shouted excitedly together. Shiyu the Great had tears in his eyes. Looking at the light and shadow that no one else could see, he revealed a trace of desolate laughter. I am the emperor of Day One. I would rather die than be humiliated by you dogs. No one can kill me, not even you, Daiqianqing. I am the emperor. The emperor has his own way of dying. Shiyu the Great looked at the flying boat in the distance. Shiyu the Great's words suddenly caused everyone's expression to change. Sima Changkong and Takashi Ryushin opened their mouths, revealing a look of surprise. The people of the capital were in an uproar. The eunuchs were even more terrified. Your Majesty, you can't, Your Majesty. A group of eunuchs shouted in horror. Shiyu the Great suddenly laughed and said, Heaven above, Shiyu, swear to be brothers with different surnames. I don't ask to be born on the same day, but I ask to die on the same day, same month, and same day. Sorrowful laughter spread throughout the capital city and in all directions. At this moment, great Emperor you almost roared out this oath of brotherhood. It was as if he wanted everyone to hear this voice. He wanted everyone to hear it clearly. This was the promise that the four brothers made when they became sworn brothers. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, you must have waited for a long time. Shiyu, the Great, muttered to himself. As he muttered to himself, he suddenly put the long knife in his hand to his neck. No! A group of eunuchs and guards cried out in alarm. No! In the capital, some people also cried out in alarm. No! In the square of Day Hall, some officials also cried out in alarm. However, no one could stop Shiyu the Great. Whoosh! In the strong wind, Shiyu the Great stabbed the long knife into his neck and self-destructed his divine palace. A talent of the generation committed suicide in front of the world, on his deathbed. Heavenly Emperor Shiyu held back his tears and revealed a dying smile. Big brother is here. Shiyu the Great closed his eyes when he heard the last sentence. At this moment, the world seemed to have fallen completely silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. In their shock, they looked at this scene in disbelief, as if they had been struck dumb. Sima Chongkong, Takashi Ryushin, Long Aotian, and everyone else fell silent. Boom! In the sky, the Sea of Providence made a loud noise. Roar! A golden dragon of Providence seemed to have emerged from Shiyu the Great's corpse. The golden dragon of Providence let out a sorrowful cry and soared into the sky. However, as it soared into the sky, the golden dragon of Providence suddenly exploded. When the emperor died, his providence collapsed. Roar! The sorrowful cry of the dragon vein seemed to come from under the ground as well. Suddenly, heavy rain fell in the sky above the capital city. A sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the entire capital city. Your Majesty! A group of old eunuchs suddenly knelt down and cried. Your Majesty! In Dio Palace's plaza, all the officials who had betrayed Shiyu the Great earlier also knelt down. Your Majesty! No matter how coldly they looked at Great Emperor Shiyu before, all the citizens in the city knelt down and kowtowed to him now that he had committed suicide. Many people started to weep and wail. After Shiyu the Great committed suicide, he propped his knife on the ground and stood in Dio Palace's plaza, not making a sound. His body remained standing even when he died. Sorrowful cries rang out everywhere as the Providence collapsed. In an instant, as the Day One collapsed, the Providence let out a sorrowful cry that spread throughout the entire Day One imperial dynasty, reaching the ears of every citizen of the Day One imperial dynasty. Immediately, countless citizens of the Day One imperial dynasty suddenly knelt down. Your Majesty! Chapter 499. In Dada City, before Shiyu the Great committed suicide, in a small room near the entrance to the barrier, a group of men stood. The leader of the group was the commander of the Han Dynasty's embroidered uniform guards, Montez. Meng Tai leaned against the wall and looked up at Gu Hai in the sky. Then he took a deep breath. His eyes no longer showed the previous unwillingness to submit to Gu Hai, replaced by deep reverence. A group of embroidered uniform guards stood beside him. At this moment, a few of them were nervous. My lord, will the emperor really bring down the heavens splitting axe? One of the embroidered uniform guards asked, worriedly. Shut up and do your job. Montez said coldly, Yes, but, my lord, the wild dogs in the cage have been restless all this time. Won't the sky-splitting axe's aura and great emperor Shiyu's constant attacks on the barrier scare the wild dogs to death? An embroidered uniform guard asked, worriedly. Wild dogs? Calm the wild dogs down and go. Montez's expression changed. The wild dogs were a crucial part of the plan, and the emperor wanted him to take care of it personally. Yes, everyone comforted the wild dogs in the cage. Once 6 days passed, Heavenly Emperor Shiyu stopped bombarding the barrier. Not long after, not far from Mengtai, a hole suddenly opened in the barrier. "My lord, there's a hole in the barrier." One of the embroidered uniform guards' eyes lit up. "Quick, let the dogs out, quick." Montez glared. Immediately, the embroidered uniform guards opened the cage. Woof, woof, woof. In a state of panic, the group of dogs quickly rushed towards the entrance of the barrier. Soon, the dogs all rushed over. "My lord, that's it?" One of the embroidered uniform guards asked blankly. "Shut up. No one is allowed to speak," Montez glared, and everyone immediately shut up. After a while, the embroidered uniform guards and Montez looked in the direction of Dadu Hall with wide eyes. "Shiyu, the Great, committed suicide. How many wild dogs did he kill?" One of the embroidered uniform guards exclaimed. Montez's eyelids twitched. That was Shangtian Palace, a real Shangtian Palace. Yet he was forced to commit suicide by the emperor. He was forced to commit suicide in the heavenly prison. Before Shiyu the Great committed suicide, the embroidered uniform guards fought against the embroidered uniform guards. Qin Zibai had a great battle with the Dark Guard commander. The sounds of battle rumbled endlessly. However, the sound of Great Emperor Shiyu's attacks for 6 days and 6 nights was too loud. Even if the Dark Guard commander shouted for Great Emperor Shiyu, his voice could not be transmitted over at all. After 4 days and nights of fighting, the embroidered in the heavenly prison. Slash! The Dark Guard commander roared with a ferocious expression. "Chin chin." "Kill." Qin Zibai's expression was ferocious as he stabbed out with his bamboo cane. Hung! With a loud sound, the long sword pierced into Qin Zibai's shoulder, and the bamboo cane also pierced into the secret guard commander's heart. The battle between the two finally came to a stop. Why? Why haven't they come out yet? The Dark Guard commander revealed a look of despair. At this moment, Qin Zibai was also covered with injuries and was extremely weak. Just now, he had used up all of Qin Zibai's strength. Cough, 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 secret guard commander. You lost, cough, cough, cough. Qin Zibai coughed up blood and laughed miserably. The secret guard commander looked at Qin Zibai. Hearing the miserable cries from the outside world, he revealed a bitter expression, as expected of Lord Qin. Ha! 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 Your Majesty, this old servant has tried his best. The Dark Guard commander spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly fell to the ground. Qi, the long sword on his shoulder was pulled out, and Qin Zibai suddenly fell down. Covered in blood, Qin Zibai no longer had any strength. He laid on the ground and looked at Shiyu the Great attacking the barrier in the sky. After some time, Shiyu the Great's charge suddenly came to a stop. At this moment, Qin Zibai suddenly sensed Mo Yike slowly walking out of the prison. "Mr. Mo, it's good that you are fine," Qin Zibai said weakly. Mo Yike walked out and saw Qin Zibai covered in blood, lying in a pool of blood. However, he bowed deeply to Qin Zibai. "Thank you, Lord Qin." "Ha, thank me. It was my father who asked me to protect you at all costs. I only listened to him." Qin Zibai shook his head and sighed. "Qin Yun?" Mo Yike slightly frowned and revealed a trace of surprise. "A group of secret guards entered the prison just now. They all wanted to kill you. How are you fine?" Qin Zibai looked at Mo Yike in confusion. At this moment, Chongming slowly walked out from behind Mo Yike. "It's you, Chongming?" Qin Zibai said in surprise. Chongming nodded and sighed slightly. "Lord Qin, the descendants of our 3 families did not want to meet under such circumstances. Uncle Qin's body was given permission by the emperor to be buried beside my father's cenotaph. They were brothers when they were alive, so they should be buried together after death. Gu Hai did not destroy my father's body. Ha! Ha! It seems that I have to thank him? Mr. Amo, did I make a mistake? You allied with Gu Hai a long time ago. Qin Zibai stared at Mo Yike. Chang Ming shook his head. Mr. Mo was wholeheartedly loyal to Day One. However, the emperor did not want Mr. Mo to die in such a humiliating way, so he sent me to protect Mr. Mo. Oh, Qin Zibai was slightly startled and immediately calmed down. At least, Mo Yike did not betray Day One a long time ago. It seems that I am unnecessary to come to the prison. Gu Hai had everything planned out, so what if I did not come? Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. Chang Ming shook his head. No, I can deal with the normal Dark Guards, but I can't deal with the commander of the Dark Guards. I might have hurt Mr. Mo. Thank you for coming. Qin Zibai frowned and nodded. Officials? Why are there so few officials in Dio Hall? Where is the Minister of War? Where is the Minister of Rights? Where is the Assistant Minister of Works? Also, where are the other officials? Mo Yike's eyelids twitched. Qin Zibai turned his head to look. As expected, the number of officials in Dio Hall seemed to have decreased by a lot. The atmosphere was quite tense earlier, so we did not pay much attention to it. I was a little suspicious at first, but I thought that they were scared away by the Deqian army, so they did not dare to come to court. There was no time to care at that time. Qin Zibai said weakly. Mo Yike turned to look at Chang Ming. Half a month. Mr. Good delayed coming to the capital for half a month so that you could find the officials? You know the officials best, so you could find them as soon as possible. Half a month? Half a month is enough. Did you threaten them? Is that why they all betrayed you? Mo Yike turned to look at Chang Ming coldly. Chang Ming did not refute, so it was obvious that he agreed. You could threaten them, but you turned them into vampires? Or did you turn them into vampires together with their families? You threatened them to listen to you. Those loyal bravery officials did not go to Dio Hall. What did you do to them? Mo Yike glared at Chang Ming. Mr. Mo, don't worry. I will not kill the innocent. They are temporarily in a safe place. When this is over, they will naturally regain their freedom. Chang Ming shook his head. Qin Zibai looked at Chang Ming, and his eyelids suddenly twitched wildly. All of this is Gu Hai's scheme? Qin Zibai's expression changed, and he weakly tried to get up. No, Your Majesty, please don't. Mo Yike suddenly screamed. Qin Zibai turned to look. He saw that Shiyu the Great had suddenly stabbed a knife into his neck and committed suicide on the spot in the square of Dio Hall. Suicide? His Majesty committed suicide. Qin Zibai's eyes widened. At this moment, it was as if he had lost his voice. He looked at the square of Dio Hall in disbelief. The entire capital city was rendered speechless. His Majesty was forced to commit suicide by Gu Hai? Mo Yike was shocked. Far away in the capital, flying boats were flying towards the capital city from all directions. On one of the flying boats, a man who looked like a general was anxious. Faster, faster. General, we have already done our best. The flying boat is now at its fastest speed. A subordinate said anxiously, His Majesty has already mobilized the country's power for several days. Something big must have happened in the capital. Are you sure that Lord Li led the troops to the capital? The general looked at the subordinate. Yes, this subordinate did not notice before. I do not know why Lord Li suddenly left with the troops. Furthermore, they are all his family's private soldiers. They are all going to the capital. It should be right. The subordinate said anxiously, Are you sure? Lord Li is a Deqian spy. The general said with a glare. Yes, I was not sure at first, but now I am sure. Lord Li led the entire family out. Their family is empty. We captured a few people and finally found out that the Li family is a Deqian spy. Furthermore, they have been in hiding for hundreds of years. Not long ago, they suddenly received a letter telling them to go to the capital. We were all fooled. If they had not left suddenly, we would not have known. The subordinate said bitterly. He understood. Deqian spy, not only Lord Li, but I also heard that several Deqian spies left with their troops and went to the capital. What are they trying to do? Wouldn't all of them be exposed? The general could not understand. I don't know either. All the Deqian spies left for the capital early on. They are definitely going to harm His Majesty, the subordinate said with an ugly expression. Deqian spies? It must be the Deqian who told them to go to the capital. Why would the Deqian expose them? Now that they are in the capital, we do not know if they have harmed the citizens. We have to be quick, quick, quick. The general shouted. It was not only this general. All the troops were extremely anxious. The exposure of the Deqian spies meant that something big was going to happen. No one knew what it was, but they had a bad feeling. Troops after troops rushed and finally arrived at the capital. From afar, they could see the scene outside the capital. However, they saw the Deqian troops. The spies were leading the troops and standing behind the Deqian troops respectfully. Fortunately, the city had not been breached yet. No, the capital seemed to be trapped in a barrier. From afar, they could vaguely see the interior of the capital. They could see the plaza of the Deja Palace. Shiyu the Great had stabbed a knife into his neck and committed suicide. What? The expressions of all the commanders who came to rescue the emperor changed. No. Daewon's loyal troops roared in despair at the same time. Hung. In the sky above the capital city, the Sea of Providence suddenly exploded. The Providence collapsed, and Great Emperor Shiyu committed suicide. They were too late. They were just one step too late. The countless troops who came to rescue the emperor immediately revealed looks of despair. Chapter 500. Boom. The Sea of Providence rumbled as the Sea of Providence suddenly collapsed. The Sea of Providence was dispersing at an extremely fast speed. Shiyu the Great committed suicide, so the Deqian and the Dehan could not take all of the Providence. 70% of the Providence disappeared, and only 30% was taken by the two dynasties. The Deqian took 10%, and the Dehan took 20%. The surging Providence headed toward the Chaoga ruins. There seemed to be a golden dragon of luck emerging from Great Emperor Shiyu's corpse. The golden dragon of luck let out a sorrowful cry and soared into the sky. However, as it soared into the sky, the golden dragon of luck suddenly exploded. The emperor died, and the Providence dispersed. Roar! The sorrowful cry of the earth dragon vein seemed to come from under the ground. Heavy rain suddenly fell from the sky above the capital city. A sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the entire capital city. The heavy rain fell, but when it reached the square of Dio Hall, it turned into drifting snow. The heavy snow fell, and the world was white. Your Majesty! Shiyu the Great's eunuchs and guards cried as they kowtowed. The officials who had betrayed Shiyu the Great knelt sorrowfully. In the capital city, the citizens who had been complaining about Shiyu the Great also knelt sorrowfully. They all knelt at the entrance of Dio Hall, where Shiyu the Great stood in the snow with a long saber. At the same time, the news of Shiyu the Great's death spread throughout the Daewon through the Sea of Providence. Countless citizens looked up in shock. They seemed to have sensed something. Your Majesty! The citizens of Daewon's cities suddenly knelt sorrowfully. That sorrow turned into waves of providence that rushed into the sky above the capital city, wanting to condense the Sea of Providence. Unfortunately, Shiyu was dead, and the Providence collapsed. It could no longer condense. The Sea of Providence condensed and dispersed for a long time. Vaguely, one could hear the endless, sorrowful voice of Day One. Boom! Gu-hai waved his hand, and the heaven-opening axe immediately removed the barrier. Gu-hai's eyelids twitched as he watched the people in the city suddenly kneel down and cry, and watched as the Providence above the Providence clouds churned. Shiyu the Great, the people are still with you. Gu-hai's eyes flashed with uncertainty. When Gu-hai removed the heaven-splitting axe, it instantly attracted the attention of countless commoners. The commoners looked at Gu-hai in the sky with tears in their eyes. For a moment, their expressions were extremely complicated. However, he saw Gu-hai grab the heaven-splitting axe and suddenly fly to the flying ship behind. Daqiansheng, Jinmu of Silla, I'll return this sky-splitting axe to you. The Dahan's people have been avenged. Now, the Dahan will withdraw from the Daewon's territory. Farewell. Gu-hai said solemnly. Oh, Takashi Ryushin was slightly stunned. The heaven-splitting axe. That was the culprit. The commoners in the capital no longer looked at Gu-hai. Instead, they looked at Takashi Ryushin with hatred in their eyes. Takashi Ryushin slowly took the heaven-splitting axe and asked in confusion, Mr. Good, aren't you going to enter the capital with us? You have to know that the capital is where countless treasures are gathered. Even the treasures of the great slaughter palace are stored in the capital. Today, you have contributed greatly. No, I won't go. My contributions are not enough to reach the apex. With only my contributions, I hope that Jinmu of Silla will agree to my request. Gu-hai said solemnly. Oh, Takashi Ryushin was slightly stunned. Shiyu the Great's storage must be immeasurable wealth. Gu-hai said that he did not want it, and he did not want it. This time, the Dahan and Daqian countries attacked Daewon together. Gu-hai had done such a good job. It was not too much to ask for half of it. He did not want it. Agree to his request. I implore Jinmu of Silla to give Shiyu the Great a proper burial. Although he was our enemy, he did not lose his dignity as the ruler of a country. The death of a ruler should be given a proper burial. Gu-hai's voice was very loud, and it spread in all directions. Takashi Ryushin frowned slightly. That was all. Even if Gu-hai did not ask, he would have buried Shiyu the Great. However, he would not have done so with the proper burial. Gu-hai gave up so much just to bury Shiyu the Great. I implore Jinmu of Silla to grant my request. Gu-hai said again, Okay. Takashi Ryushin replied. Takashi Ryushin's reply was transmitted to the capital. The people of the capital looked at Gu-hai with much gentler eyes. Gu-hai ignored Sima Chongkong's wry smile and hurried to the back of the main hall. In that case, I will take my leave. Gu-hai came with the army to participate in this matter. I will take my leave, Gu-hai said to the inside of the main hall. This emperor is also going back. A drawn-out voice came from inside the main hall. Boom. Inside the main hall, millions of rays of golden light suddenly bloomed. The golden light shone in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the golden light disappeared, and the main hall became empty in an instant, under everyone's puzzled gazes. Gu-hai led some of his subordinates and stepped onto Dahan's airship. The airship turned around and separated from the Daqian army's airship. Then it slowly left. Takashi Ryushin grabbed the sky-splitting axe and narrowed his eyes as he watched Gu-hai's airship leave. Long Out Yen, who was beside him, said with a hint of disdain, At least he knows his place. If he still wants to stay and search Daewon's imperial palace, then he is insatiably greedy. Something doesn't seem right. Sir, Gu-hai is? Takashi Ryushin seemed to have realized something, and his expression changed slightly. Sima Chongkong smiled wryly and said, Mr. Good is avoiding suspicion. Avoiding suspicion? What is there to avoid? Long Aoqian frowned and said, Previously, Mr. Good was full of wisdom and forced Shiyu the Great to betray everyone. However, look, after Shiyu the Great died, everyone's attitude changed completely. Everyone is sad for Shiyu the Great. This is where the charm of Shiyu the Great lies, and also where the hearts of the people are. This time, we are lucky to have Mr. Good. If it weren't for Mr. Good's scheme, we wouldn't have been able to defeat Shiyu the Great. At the very least, the hearts of the people are still with Shiyu the Great. Sima Chongkong sighed softly. Everyone turned their heads to look. Indeed, at this moment, the people of the capital were looking at the Deqian airship with hatred in their eyes. Takashi Ryushin opened his mouth and said, Gu Hai did the most. No, he did all of it. He actually removed himself from this. After understanding everything, Takashi Ryushin's eyes flashed with anger. He did remove himself, but Mr. Good gave up all benefits, right? Sima Chongkong smiled wryly. Long Aoqian said coldly, What do you mean by Gu Hai did all of it? Humph, he's just His Holiness's puppet. Anyone else could have done it. The main thing is that His Holiness is here, and the power of the sky-splitting axe is amazing. What does Gu Hai have to do with this? That's right. Now, the people of Day One have the same opinion as you. Not only does this have nothing to do with Gu Hai, but Gu Hai also sincerely requested that Shiyu the Great be given a proper burial, an imperial burial. Not only do the people not hate Gu Hai, but they are also grateful. The people of Day One have to be grateful to Gu Hai? Ha ha, grateful. Sima Chongkong smiled wryly. What's this little bit of gratitude? Long Aoqian said disdainfully. What's this little bit of gratitude? Whoever wins the hearts of the people controls the world. And the people of Day One hate the Deqian army, so they will definitely be against us taking over the cities. As for Gu Hai, do you still remember Kong Kong City? When the time comes, those cities will very likely welcome Mr. Good to take over the cities. That's the effect of this little bit of gratitude. Sima Chongkong smiled wryly. He killed the people, so we have to take the blame? Takashi Ryushin looked very bitter. How is that possible? His Holiness was the one who killed the people. What does it have to do with Gu Hai? Long Aoqian said in a low voice. Takashi Ryushin shook his head and smiled wryly. Forget it. Let's enter the city first. At this moment, the soldiers who came from all directions to save the emperor saw the scene of Shiyu the Great committing suicide. Instantly, all of them broke down. Why did this happen? The soldiers who came to save the emperor looked desperate. Save the emperor? Their emperor had already committed suicide. What else was there to save? Day One was completely destroyed. Avenge His Majesty. A few soldiers shouted and wanted to charge forward. However, most of the soldiers who came to save the emperor left dejectedly. His Majesty was dead. Everything was useless. Heavy snow fell in Great Hall. All the ordinary people and officials showed sorrowful expressions. The entry of the Deqian army into the city was not destined to be a pleasant journey. On the flying ship that Gu Hai was on, Venerable Lu Nian stood at Gu Hai's side and asked, Are you really willing to part with Daewon's treasure? Gu Hai shook his head and smiled bitterly. The instant Shiyu, the Great, died, nearly all the ordinary people knelt down. I knew then that I could not touch any of the treasures in the capital. Venerable Lu Nian nodded. Mr. Good, you are very bold. You gave up the treasures of the capital to win the hearts of the people of Day One. By giving up everything, not only did you not lose anything, but you even gained more. Gu Hai shook his head. This time, I have to thank Venerable Lu Nian. If not for you, I would not have been able to take revenge for my Dahan citizens and kill Shiyu the Great. Me? I was just following your instructions. There is nothing to thank me for. Venerable Lu Nian shook his head. No, Master's literary cultivation is the painting Tao. If it wasn't for you, who would be able to draw the great Qin dynasty's emperor so vividly? If you hadn't seen the great Qin dynasty's emperor before, if you hadn't been able to draw him, it would still be unknown who would emerge victorious today. My painting Tao? Ha ha. However, it is not presentable. It is only misunderstood in that dark hall. If it were shown outside, it would not be able to fool anyone. Furthermore, it is not just my painting. Shiyu the Great did not believe it at first. It was your persuasion that slowly convinced him. Venerable Lu Nian shook his head. Venerable is too humble. Guhai shook his head and smiled. As Venerable Lu Nian spoke, the flying ship suddenly flew to a forest and slowly hid. Oh, why are we not leaving? Venerable Lu Nian asked, feeling confused. There are still some people coming to meet up with us in the capital. Let's wait here for a few days, Guhai said with a smile. Mo Yike. Venerable Lu Nian narrowed his eyes slightly. Guhai smiled faintly and nodded. Venerable Lu Nian took a deep breath and turned his head to look in the direction of the distant capital, Daewon's imperial dynasty. Today it is completely destroyed. Venerable Lu Nian sighed softly. As Venerable Lu Nian sighed, he looked at Guhai with exceptional shock. Venerable Lu Nian had seen Guhai at his most dejected. Back then, Guhai was a wealthy mortal merchant who could not ascend to heaven, trapped on 9-5 Island. Today, he arrived at the Divine Continent. With a flip of his hand, he destroyed a great imperial dynasty. Mr. Good, where exactly are you from? Venerable Lu Nian sighed. Chapter 501. It was in a secluded mountain forest outside Dada City. Guhai waited for 5 days. 5 days later, a flying boat flew over. The flying boat was full of people. Chongming and Mo Yike stood at the front. Mo Yike looked haggard. Guhai saw Mo Yike and immediately went up to him. Mr. Mo, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Guhai said with a smile. Mo Yike looked at Guhai with a complicated expression. Your Majesty, Qin Zibai has been captured. Chongming said with a wry smile. Oh. Guhai raised an eyebrow. Qin Zibai didn't want to go with us, so he left on his own. Unfortunately, he met Jiang Chun of Long Aotian. In the end, Chongming said bitterly. Guhai frowned slightly and could only sigh. Mr. Good, have you been waiting for me all this time? Or did you plan this all along? Ha! You trapped me in prison with a letter. Mr. Good, you're very cunning. Mo Yike said with an unfriendly expression. Mr. Mo, everything was just a temporary measure. I know Mr. Mo's abilities. If Mr. Mo hadn't been trapped, our army would have been wiped out. I can only blame you for being too powerful. I had to be careful. Guhai apologized. Are you really here to avenge the people of Dahan? Just to kill Shiyu the Great? Mo Yike stared at Guhai. Mo Yike seemed to be interrogating Guhai. Chongming raised an eyebrow. He seemed unhappy. However, Guhai's eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Mo, you agreed? Guhai said with a hint of excitement. Agreed? What did he agree to? At the side, Chongming revealed a puzzled expression. Mo Yike, however, had a complicated expression on his face. Answer me first. You're just trying to avenge the people of Dahan? Yes, Guhai immediately affirmed. You've never thought of crossing Daewon's territory? Mo Yike asked in a low voice. I've thought about it before. Guhai didn't deny it. You've thought about it. Mo Yike's expression turned ugly. Mr. Mo, when you were in Day 1, did you ever think about conquering Dahan's territory? Guhai asked solemnly. Mo Yike raised an eyebrow. Then he smiled bitterly. Guhai had made it very clear. Even if the people of Dahan hadn't died, how could the ruler of a country not think about expanding his territory? Mr. Mo, although the Han dynasty is still weak, it has a lot of vitality. It's a small tree that has just sprouted, but it will grow into a towering tree one day. And this towering tree needs you and me to irrigate it together. Sir, since you're willing to come here with Chongming today, Guhai knows that you have a plan in mind. Here, I sincerely invite you to join Dahan and create a new world with me. Guhai suddenly bowed solemnly to Mo Yike. Guhai bowed. The officials and soldiers around them all followed suit and bowed to Mo Yike. Chongming was a little surprised. He didn't expect Guhai to be so respectful. Mo Yike looked at Guhai and said with a complicated expression, "This time, I came here with Chongming. Indeed, I already have a plan. The Han dynasty is weak. No, as long as you're here, it's impossible for it to be weak. In this battle, not only did Mr. Good defeat Shiyu the Great's pride, but you also defeated my pride. I thought I could guard against all of your schemes, but I didn't expect to be defeated by a piece of paper. Ha ha! The Day 1 Imperial dynasty has been destroyed. I don't have to keep my promise to my father anymore. I can join the Han dynasty, but you have to promise me 2 things." "Oh, sir, please speak." Guhai's eyes lit up. "First, you can't send troops to any part of Day 1 Imperial dynasty. This is the last promise I made to my father and my heart. Day 1 has been destroyed. At the very least, I shouldn't add insult to injury." Mo Yike said solemnly. Chongming's expression changed. "How is that possible? Day 1 is no longer here. Instead of letting the Deqian take it all, why don't we grab some for ourselves? All right, I promise you." Guhai smiled. Mo Yike looked at Guhai. "Day 1 has 200 cities. How can that be compared to you? Sir, I promise you that I won't send a single soldier to Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's cities," Guhai said with certainty. Chongming was stunned. Right now, the people hated the Deqian. As long as the Dahan made a move, dozens of cities would be easily taken. How could the emperor give up just like that? Mo Yike looked at Guhai and bowed gratefully. "Thank you, Emperor." "What else?" Guhai asked anxiously. Mo Yike said solemnly, "One more thing. Help me save Qin Zibai." "Sir, don't worry. I will definitely save Qin Zibai," Guhai said happily. Guhai readily agreed to Mo Yike's 2 requests. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. He had clearly forgotten about Guhai's boldness. Mo Yike greets the emperor. Solemnly, Mo Yike suddenly bowed to Guhai. "Sir, there's no need to do this." Guhai went forward to help Mo Yike up. Etiquette cannot be ignored. "Greetings, Emperor." Mo Yike broke free from Guhai and bowed again. Seeing Mo Yike's solemn expression, Guhai took a deep breath and nodded. "Good. Since that's the case, Mr. Mo, I bestow upon you the position of Han Dynasty's 4th Army Commander. As for the rest, when we return to Dahan, I will bestow upon you other rewards." Mo Yike greets the emperor. Mo Yike bowed slightly. "Congratulations to the 4th Army Commander." A group of officials immediately congratulated enviously. The army commander was not like a title of nobility, but it was even more so. The army commander could raise his own private army. In the Han Dynasty, he had very superior rights. 2 days later, Guhai and Mo Yike were playing chess. The chessboard they used was a 30-line chessboard. Guhai played the black chess pieces, while Mo Yike played the white chess pieces. A 30-line chessboard, it's indeed Extraordinary, Mo Yike exclaimed. Mr. Mo, you're the one who's extraordinary. This chessboard was given to you in the past. How long has it been? You've already solved it? Guhai praised. Solved it? I'm still far from understanding it fully. Thank you for your guidance. Emperor, I need to study it for a while more. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. All right. Guhai nodded. Guhai threw the chessboard to Mo Yike and slowly walked away. He walked outside. Chongming was waiting for him. Have you dealt with everything a few days ago? Guhai looked at Chongming. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I've done what needs to be done. However, if those loyal subjects of the Day One are released, will they do harm to the Dahan? Chongming asked worriedly. The dust has settled. Their words don't matter anymore. No one listens to them anymore. Guhai shook his head. Your Majesty, this time we've recruited a group of vampires, but… Chongming frowned slightly. Guhai led Chongming slowly to the front of the deck. He looked at Chongming carefully. Chongming, this battle in the capital was also a test for you. You've done well. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chongming immediately smiled. I've found that you have a lot of potential to be unearthed. Your intelligence is not inferior to anyone's. Moreover, you're a person favored by the heavens. Your achievements will be greater than anyone else's. I have a position for you. See if you're willing. Guhai said, solemnly. Oh, Your Majesty, please just give me the order. I'll definitely do it. Chongming immediately said, solemnly. Guhai shook his head. No, you're different from others. Your goal is not as simple as being an official of the dynasty. Do you still remember the oath you made in Chaoga? Chongming suddenly raised his head. Solemnly, he said, yes, I want to save my father. Even if I have to go through reincarnation, I'll find him. Guhai nodded. Find the Earth Soul? It's not enough to just talk about it. We still need to do it. The Han Dynasty has just been established. There are still many positions vacant. It's not that I don't understand the importance of these positions. It's just that I haven't found a suitable candidate. You know, about the embroidered uniform guard, right? Yes, the embroidered uniform guard's commander is Montez. The embroidered uniform guard is responsible for monitoring the Dahan and spying on the world's intelligence. They only answer to Your Majesty and have great authority. Chongming nodded. The embroidered uniform guard is in the light. I now need a personal guard in the dark, Guhai said, solemnly. Chongming's expression turned serious. He knew that the Emperor was talking about him. I want to establish a blood uniform guard that will only answer to me. Not only will it include the duties of the embroidered uniform guard, but it will also have to do things for me and the Dahan that I can't do. In the Dahan, it won't listen to anyone except me. Even if the crown prince is the regent, it won't be necessary. At all times, it will only answer to me. I can give the blood uniform guard all the conveniences, and it will also be my most trusted personal guard. The only bad thing is that we cannot expose the blood-clad guards to others. We cannot show them in embroidered robes, Guhai said gravely. Chongming took a deep breath. Your Majesty, this subject is willing to take charge of the blood uniform guard for Your Majesty. Have you thought it through? Guhai stared at Chongming. Yes, Chongming answered. Good. From today onwards, I appoint Chongming as the Blood Uniform Guard's commander. He will be responsible for monitoring the Dahan and spying on the world's intelligence. He will only answer to me. He will have the same title as a prince and will have his own blood uniform guard. Guhai said, solemnly, Prince, the Han Dynasty was very strict with the titles of nobility. Nowadays, the title of Count was already the highest rank. Above the Count were the titles of Marquis and Duke. No one had ever been able to achieve that. The title of prince was even more of a legend. However, Gu Hai had promised Chang Ming the title of prince. This subject, Chang Ming, the Blood Uniform Guards commander, thanks your majesty. Chang Ming said, solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Also, vampire? Ha, you don't need to call yourself a vampire anymore. After swallowing the bat ancestor, you are the ancestor. In the future, according to what you told me before, you can call yourself a member of the Blood Clan. You will be the ancestor of the Blood Clan. Yes. Great capital city, Great Hall. Takashi Ryushin entered the Great Hall and listened to the reports coming in from all directions. Grand Marshal, the Day One officials in the city are not cooperating. It is very difficult to subdue them, an official said bitterly. Grand Marshal, the officials who betrayed Shiyu the Great in the square of the Great Hall can't be found now. Another official said with an ugly expression. Grand Marshal, a group of officials appeared in the city. They were officials who did not appear in the Great Hall in the past. They insulted and said that it was the Grand Marshal who imprisoned them. Now, they are saying bad things about the Grand Marshal everywhere. However, they have been captured by us. The officials reported one by one, making Jinmu of Silla feel very uncomfortable. Long Outyin said indifferently, Third uncle, you don't have to worry too much. Now that the Day One is destroyed, we can slowly sort out these unruly people. That Qin Zibai has been captured by me. He has been in prison for a few days, but he still refuses to submit to us. I think we should forget about it. Why don't we just kill him? Let's wait a while more. Takashi Ryushin shook his head. Qin Zibai? He is just a brat who overestimates himself. What is the use of third uncle subduing him? He even dares to insult us. If it were me, I would have killed him long ago. Right now, the most important thing is to rush for time. Day One is destroyed, but how many cities have not been taken? Gu Hai is cunning. He will definitely take this opportunity to take cities everywhere. Then we will suffer a great loss. Long Outyin said, solemnly. Takashi Ryushin frowned slightly. Indeed, Takashi Ryushin was most worried that the Han dynasty would send all their troops to Day One. When that time came, it would be much easier for the Dahan to take over compared to the Deqian. Grand Marshal, Sima Changkong rushed in from outside the hall. Mister, why are you in such a hurry? Takashi Ryushin asked curiously. Gu Hai's letter. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly as he passed the letter to Long Outyin. Long Outyin looked at Takashi Ryushin curiously as he opened the letter. Looking at the contents of the letter, Takashi Ryushin raised his eyebrows. Gu Hai promised me that the Han dynasty will not send a single soldier to Daewon's cities in exchange for Qin Zibai's family. What? Is Gu Hai stupid? Long Outyin was shocked. Chapter 5:02 Capital City, Heavenly Prison. Qin Zibai was chained up. His body was covered in blood, and he was extremely weak. A few days ago, he'd been seriously injured by Jiangchen. Then, he'd fought with the Shadow Guard commander. Both sides had been injured, and he'd been so weak that he couldn't even move. At that time, Chang Ming wanted to take Mo Yike away. He also said that he wanted to take him away. However, he was Daewon's servant. How could he lower his head to these traitors? Qin Zibai left. However, not long after he returned to his residence, the Deqian army rushed into his residence. Instantly, he was embroiled in a chaotic battle. He was already severely injured. How could he be Jiang Chen's opponent? He was captured in the blink of an eye. You want me to submit to you? Ha 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 ha, what a joke. Qin Zibai spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. However, the capital city was almost under the control of the Deqian army. There were Deqian soldiers everywhere. Now that his cultivation was sealed, who could save him? Ha! Qin Zibai, The Grand Marshal's patience is limited. Outyin Ho has said that he does not care about your life. I advise you to submit to the Grand Marshal obediently. The next time Outyin Ho sends someone here, it might be the time of your death. A prison guard sneered. Pui. Qin Zibai spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. Ha! Do you still think that you are the Grand Marshal of Day One? Ha! Now you are just a dog. I can do whatever I want to you. How dare you spit on me? You are courting death. The prison guard glared at him. As he spoke, the prison guard raised his whip and was about to whip Qin Zibai. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from outside the heavenly prison. Ha ha ha, did you see that? You are dead. The prison guard was about to whip Qin Zibai. Bastard! An angry shout came from outside the heavenly prison. Boom! A stone seemed to be kicked and hit the prison guard. Pooh! The prison guard spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the wall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large group of people rushed into the prison. Hoo! The prison guard coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face twisted with malevolence. However, he saw his superior walking over. My lord, why? The jailer said in surprise. Shut up and scram. The boss glared at him. At this moment, the superior was extremely respectful to the person who had come. It was Sima Chongkong who had personally come. Accompanying Sima Chongkong was the commander of the Dahan's embroidered uniform guards, Montez. Everyone walked up to Qin Zibai. Who beat Qin Zibai up like this? Sima Chongkong stared. As he spoke, he glared at the jailer's superior. Your humble servant doesn't know. I really don't know. It was him, the jailer. Bastard, who allowed you to hit Qin Zibai. The superior glared at the prison guard, who was vomiting blood. My lord, didn't you tell me to? The jailer said fearfully. Sima Chongkong immediately looked at his superior. The superior's expression changed. Bastard, how dare you slander me? When the superior was about to kick the jailer, Sima Chongkong said coldly, That's enough. The Grand Marshal asked you to imprison Qin Zibai and persuade him to surrender, not to humiliate him. How dare you disobey the Grand Marshal's orders? Plop! The superior and the jailer immediately knelt down. Mr. Sima, please forgive us. It was Lord Outyin who asked us to. The superior said fearfully. Sima Chongkong was Takashi Ryushin's favorite. Sima Chongkong could deal with him as he pleased. Montez ignored him. Instead, he walked up to Qin Zibai and carefully loosened the chains. Mr. Qin, I'm the commander of the Dahan's embroidered uniform guards, Montez. I'm here to rescue your Qin family on the orders of the emperor. Montez said solemnly. Ha ha, Guhai, I don't want his kindness. Qin Zibai gritted his teeth. If Mr. Qin dies, do you want the Qin family to collapse? You're the only descendant of the Qin family. Do you want the Qin family to end here? Montez was not angry. He said with a smile. Humph, save me? Guhai saved me? It's already a great favor for him not to harm the people of the Day One. Why would he save me? Qin Zibai said coldly. Mr. Qin, in order to save you, the emperor promised the Deqian that he wouldn't send a single soldier to any of the Daewon's cities. All for the sake of Lord Qin's clan. Meng Tai shook his head. Qin Zibai's expression changed. What did you say? Gu Hai didn't send a single soldier to any of the Daewon's cities? The Daewon is already dead, and he doesn't want the cities at his fingertips? Montez nodded. The emperor came to the Daewon not to harm the people of the Daewon, but to seek justice for the people who died unjustly in the Dahan. Qin Zibai revealed a look of disbelief as he looked at Sima Chongkong. Sima Chongkong nodded with a bitter smile. Qin Zibai's expression turned ugly. At this moment, Montez untied the chains for Qin Zibai, but he did not resist. "Young lord," a person followed behind Montez. "Butler, are you okay? They didn't make things difficult for you?" Qin Zibai asked in surprise. It was the Qin family's butler. "Young lord, we were all sent to the death row prison. It was Lord Meng who brought us out. This old servant was wrong. I didn't have time to give you the old master's letter. So," the Qin family's butler said bitterly, "my father's letter? Why didn't you give it to me earlier?" Qin Zibai stared at him. "The old master told me to give it to you if the day one was destroyed." The old butler handed over a letter with a bitter smile. Qin Zibai immediately opened the letter and read it, ignoring his injuries. "My son, when you read this letter, I will be gone, and the day one will also be gone, right? Oh, what I asked you to do, did you do it? If you did, promise me one last thing. Follow behind Mo Yike. Remember, you must follow behind Mo Yike. Otherwise, you will be destroyed. Don't show the relic I gave you to others. Study it carefully. Before you study it thoroughly, please promise me that you will follow behind Mo Yike. He will protect you." Father's handwriting. Yes, there was a special mark given to him by his father. It was really given to him by his father. Why? Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. "Mr. Qin, the Qin family has been rescued and is waiting outside. If there is no problem, please leave with us immediately and meet with the emperor and Mr. Mo. Let's go to your father's grave together," Montez said solemnly. Montez looked at the letter and felt slightly bitter. "Father, what kind of disaster can I face?" Montez smiled bitterly. While speaking, Montez glanced around the cell. When he saw the jailer suddenly trembled. However, Qin Zibai did not pay attention to him. Instead, he looked around and saw the bamboo stick in the corner. That was the relic his father gave him. Could it be that the disaster his father mentioned was because of this bamboo stick? Qin Zibai slowly walked over and carefully held the bamboo stick in his hand. "Mr. Qin, please." Montez led the way. Qin Zibai followed the crowd out with a blank expression. Outside, there was a flying boat waiting. Qin Zibai and his family were quickly taken out of the capital city and flew towards the north. At the entrance of the Great Hall, Long Aotian and Takashi Ryushin watched the flying boat leave with narrowed eyes. "Third uncle, do you think Gu Hai will go back on his words?" Long Aotian frowned and asked. "No," Takashi Ryushin said in a low voice. South of the capital city, in a bamboo forest. At this moment, there was a group of men and women in white robes standing on the top of the bamboo leaves. They looked at the huge capital city in the distance with complicated expressions. The leader was a beautiful woman. She was about 30 years old. Her skin was as white as snow, and her white clothes outlined her bones and flesh. She seemed to emit a charm that made people unable to extricate themselves from. She had a different kind of mature charm. It was as if one would never be able to forget her gentle charm after just one glance. However, there was a cold glint in his eyes. The woman had a cinnabar mole between her eyebrows, which made her look particularly coquettish. "Juzi, it seems that we have missed something. The capital city, the Providence Cloud Sea collapsed, and Shiyu, the Great, is dead." A man in a white robe with a Tai Chi symbol embroidered on his chest said with a frown, "The capital city? That girl, fell in love with someone called Gu Hai here? Schwanen." The woman said coldly. The Tai Chi man, Schwanen, nodded. "That's right. The disciples of the Taishang sect are scattered everywhere. I have asked a few people, and they all pointed to this place. In the end, one died for Gu Hai, and Gu Hai took revenge for her." "Juzi," the woman narrowed her eyes. "Fell in love with Gu Hai? One is a proud girl. If one likes him, he must be outstanding. However, he should be killed for disturbing one er's cultivation. Juzi, Marshal Miss Wan, how is she now? Is she all right? Schwanen asked curiously. The woman turned to look at Schwanen. Do your own thing. Don't worry too much. Yes. Schwanen's expression turned ugly as he lowered his head and replied, The day one has been destroyed. It's good that it has been destroyed. The Wanshou Taoism conference is about to begin. The Taishang sect must take the lead and take a look at the sage hall. The woman said coldly, Yes, don't worry, Juzi. The Taishang sect's Taishang scripture will definitely be able to suppress the sage scriptures. Another man in white said with a smile. The woman nodded. Daqianqing is up. He is ambitious and cannot be underestimated. Yes, everyone replied. Qin Zibai's flying boat soon met up with Gu Hai's flying boat. Qin Zibai still needed some time to recuperate, so Gu Hai did not use his heaven-replenishing power to heal him. Solemnly, Qin Zibai also became Mo Yike's disciple after receiving a letter from Qin Yun. However, he was unwilling to become Gu Hai's subordinate. Your Majesty, Mr. Qin still has a knot in his heart. Let me slowly resolve it. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai shook his head. No need. Since Qin Zibai is willing to follow you, then let him follow you. For you, it's easy to dodge an arrow in the dark, but difficult to defend against a spear in the open. After all, he is from the Palace of Heaven and can help you resist some dangers. Yes, thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. Mo Yike said with a smile. The flying boat continued to fly towards the Dahan. A month later, the flying boat entered the Han Dynasty's territory and quickly flew towards the Chaoga ruins. On this day, Gu Hai and Mo Yike were still playing chess. Your Majesty, we are here. We are back, an official immediately said excitedly. Gu Hai and Mo Yike immediately tossed aside their go pieces and looked at the deck. Indeed, they were already outside Chaoga City. The Chaoga ruins were still there. However, there was one more thing than when they left 9-5 Island. The extremely large 9-5 Island hovered stably in midair. Someone on 9-5 Island seemed to see Gu Hai's flying boat in the distance. His Majesty is back. His Majesty is back. Excited shouts came from 9-5 Island. Chapter 503. Stop. Gu Hai shouted. Rumble. The flying ships stopped in the blink of an eye. Everyone followed Gu Hai and looked in the direction of the former Chaoga City from afar. Chaoga City remained in ruins. However, there was a super floating island in the sky far away from Chaoga City. This floating island was very large, no smaller than the former Chaoga City. This was the first time the countless soldiers and officials on the flying ships saw such a large floating island. That floating island trembled slightly, looking like it was slowly freezing in the air. Many Dahan officials and soldiers could be seen riding flying ships over from that floating island. Great! Great! What a huge floating island! Is this 9-5 Island? The officials behind Gu Hai showed shocked expressions. Mo Yike narrowed, his eyes slightly. A huge floating island? 9-5 Island? No wonder there is no news of it. It turns out that the emperor sent it 5,000 kilometers into the air to the divine continent. It is somewhat similar to the Deqian celestial dynasty's heavenly courts. A huge floating island. Venerable Lu Nian sighed at the side. The Deqian celestial dynasty, heavenly courts? Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian nodded. The Deqian celestial dynasty has 33 floating islands like your 9-5 Island. They seem to be arranged according to a specific formation scattered in the sky. The main city is called Heavenly Court City. The other 32 are subsidiary cities named after Tian. They are also called the 33 layers of heaven. 33 layers of heaven. Guhai narrowed his eyes slightly. Heavenly Court City is the center of the imperial capital. The palace for the imperial court is called the Lingshao Treasure Palace, the #1 palace in the world. Venerable Lu Nian nodded. 33 layers of heaven. Heavenly Court City, Lingshao Treasure Palace? The Dacian celestial dynasty is going? Guhai nodded with a frown. At this moment, Guqin, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Bingheim, and Miao Chen led the officials over. Welcome back, Your Majesty, the officials said respectfully. Guhai nodded. Imperial Father, why did you stop? We have already arrived at 95 Island. We still need Imperial Father to preside over the final location. Imperial Father, please return to the Soaring Palace Hall and preside over the location of 95 Island. Guqin said respectfully. Guhai looked at the Sea of Providence clouds above Chaoga City. At the moment of Daiyuan's destruction, a lot of Providence surged towards Chaoga, increasing Chaoga's providence nearly twofold. No, we're going to pay tribute to the victims. Guhai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials replied. Immediately, a large number of officials and guards went to the graves of the dead people in Chaoga to inform the people there. Guhai's flying boat slowly landed outside the millions of tombs. The surrounding commoners also saw Guhai. Thank you, Your Majesty, for avenging my father. Thank you, Your Majesty, for avenging my son. Many thanks, Your Majesty. The commoners bowed in gratitude. At the same time, they looked at Guhai with exceptionally respectful gazes. More than a month ago, boundless providence suddenly surged into Chaoga City, growing thicker and thicker. Without needing anyone to inform them, the commoners understood that Shiyu the Great had died. The commoners were indeed grateful that the emperor went to Daewon to avenge the dead people. However, they did not hold much hope that the emperor would be able to kill Shiyu the Great. That was Shiyu the Great. Furthermore, it was in another dynasty's capital. Who could be confident of killing him? However, the emperor did it. At this moment, the commoners looked at Guhai in shock. The commoners quietly stood before the millions of tombs. An official from the Bureau of Rites brought wine to Guhai. Guhai raised the wine cup and gently poured it on the millions of tombs. This wine is for the deceased people. I have avenged you. Shiyu the Great has died. You can all rest in peace. Guhai said, solemnly. However, the commoners could not see that there were many human souls standing on top of the tombs. Seeing Guhai come forward to propose a toast, the dead human souls suddenly bowed respectfully. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the Han Dynasty. The millions of human souls bowed respectfully. Others could not see it at all. They could only see that a chilly wind suddenly blew above the tombs. Then rays of golden light gushed out of the chilly wind and rushed toward Guhai. Is it the merit? Is it the providence? It's my father. He saw it. He saw it. A commoner who was still alive suddenly exclaimed in surprise. So much merit. It's my mother and the others. The surrounding commoners, who were still alive, exclaimed excitedly. After Guhai proposed a toast, he turned his head to look at Emo Yike. Mr. Emo, Changsheng's and Qinyan's tombs are over there. Guhai pointed to a region of tombs not far away. Emo Yike nodded. A group of people from the Emo family behind him carried 2 coffins and slowly walked to the region of tombs. Then, officials quickly finished setting up the tombs. Father, mother, this child acted on his own accord and moved your tombs here. Father, Daewon is already dead. Beside you are Changsheng and Qinyan. You were brothers when you were alive. You should keep each other company in death. Emo Yike said solemnly. Then he slowly buried the coffins in the tombs and started moving the tombs. Guhai waited patiently. After everything was done, Guhai led everyone to 95 Island, which was more than 5,000 kilometers in the air, to the enormous floating city. "Welcome back, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty." When Guhai's group flew to 95 Island, the citizens around cheered. Amid the countless congratulatory voices, Guhai flew to the Soaring Palace Halls Plaza. At the Soaring Palace Halls Plaza, Dongfang Bubi narrowed his eyes as he looked at Guhai. "Shiyu the Great. You killed him?" Dongfang Bubi said with some surprise. "Something like that." Guhai smiled bitterly. Dongfang Bubi's pupils constricted. Back then, Dongfang Bubi saw Shiyu the Great and Dongfang Bubi. Even Dongfang Bubi was not confident, but Guhai killed him. At the side, the expressions of Qin Zibai, Mo Yike, and the others changed. "Is this Dongfang Bubi?" 30-line pair, world, ritual array. Mo Yike said in shock. Guhai nodded. "Imperial Father, what do you think?" Guqin Bubi asked solemnly. However, Guhai slowly walked to the life entrapment saber. Buzz. Guhai extended his hand and grabbed the life entrapment saber's handle. Chaoga City turned to rubble, but the Dahan is immortal. Chaoga City was destroyed, and another city appeared above Chaoga City. 95 Island floated above Chaoga City. Guhai said seriously. "Yes," the officials answered. "Rumble." Using the life entrapment saber, Guhai controlled the entire 95 Island to slowly move it above Chaoga City's rubble. Guhai acted arbitrarily, and no one dared to say anything. "Tell the entire Han Dynasty," Guhai said loudly. With this shout, the Dahan's Providence cloud sea churned. As it churned, Guhai's voice reached the ears of all the Han Dynasty's citizens. All the citizens of the 25 cities of the Han Dynasty were stunned. "Is this the Emperor's voice?" The Han Dynasty's 95 Island floated above Chaoga City's rubble. From today onwards, the 95 Island will be renamed the Boundless Celestial Capital. The Han Dynasty, may you live without boundaries. Guhai's voice rang out again. Boundless Celestial Capital. All the citizens heard the name change of the 95 Island and seemed to have guessed something. From today onwards, the capital will be moved to the Boundless Celestial Capital. The Han Dynasty, the Boundless Celestial Capital. Guhai shouted. Rumble. The Sea of Providence cloud sea churned again and soared into the sky. Evidently, the Boundless Celestial Capital had changed a lot from Chaoga City's rubble to the Boundless Celestial Capital. Boom. The news spread throughout the Han Dynasty. In the Boundless Celestial Capital, countless citizens chanted. The news of the Boundless Celestial Capital seemed to have grown wings and spread in all directions. Heavenly courts in the upper study room. A layer of gauze separated the two sides of the upper study room. Outside the gauze, Ram Saint, Sima Zongheng, Yi Shenzhen, and the other important officials stood respectfully. Behind the gauze, one could faintly see Dai Qianqing sitting on the dragon throne and flipping through memorials. News from the first crown prince, second crown prince, and third crown prince. Dai Qianqing asked calmly. Yi Shenzhen stepped out and said, Yes, I have placed all of them on His Holiness's desk. The first crown prince valiantly led his troops to the Great Xian Imperial Dynasty. 2 months ago, he officially killed the Great Xian Emperor and destroyed the Great Xian Imperial Dynasty. 2 months ago, eldest brother, that's right. Eldest brother is very patient, but he hides great strength, bravery, and intelligence. 2 months ago, that was his full strength. What about the second crown prince? Dai Qianqing nodded. The second crown prince, with the help of the heaven-shaking sect, caused chaos in the Great Xian Imperial Dynasty. 1 month ago, he officially killed the Great Xian Emperor and destroyed the great Xian imperial dynasty. Yi Shenzhen said respectfully, "The second crown prince is not as brave as eldest brother, but he is very intelligent. As long as he has time, destroying the great Xian imperial dynasty is a matter of time. Furthermore, with the help of the heaven-shaking sect, it is not bad to be able to destroy the great Xian imperial dynasty in such a short time." Dai Qianqing nodded. Yes, Yi Shenzhen nodded. What about the third crown prince? The third crown prince's clone is lacking in both strength and intelligence. It is not his main body, so he is at a disadvantage. I allowed him to use the heaven-splitting axe once to make up for his deficiencies. How is he? Dai Qianqing asked. The third crown prince entered the capital 3 months ago. The Day One imperial dynasty was destroyed. Yi Shenzhen smiled bitterly. Oh, a month earlier than boss. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty was a little surprised. Yi Shenzhen nodded respectfully. Dai Qianqing picked up Takashi Ryushin's memorial and read it carefully. After reading for a while, Dai Qianqing fell silent. It was Gu Hai who destroyed the Day One imperial dynasty? Yes, with a psychological attack. He forced Shiyu the Great to his death. However, Gu Hai is very scary. His Holiness. Yi Shenzhen looked at Dai Qianqing worriedly. His Holiness, Gu Hai moved the capital to the boundless heavenly capital. He is very ambitious, Sima Zongheng said with a frown. Dai Qianqing shook his head. I know. However, this is a good thing. Huh. Everyone looked at the great Qian dynasty's emperor in confusion. This showed that Gu Hai was very ambitious. How did it become a good thing? What about the floating cloud sect? Dai Qianqing asked indifferently. We have planted people in the floating cloud sect. This time, when the army attacked the floating cloud sect, they surrendered just half a month ago. Yi Shenzhen said with a smile. Dai Qianqing nodded. Deal with these war zones as soon as possible. The Thousand Sage Conference is about to begin. Ram Saint, I asked you to host the calligraphy conference. How are your preparations? Chapter 504. The Qian Celestial Dynasty, Heavenly Courts City, Upper Study Room. Ram Saint, I asked you to preside over the calligraphy conference. How are your preparations? Dai Qianqing asked mildly. Outside the curtain, Ram Saint said respectfully, the Thousand Sage Conference, the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting has its own style. His Holiness can rest assured. I have taken care of it properly. There are still some trivial matters that will be settled when the Thousand Sage Conference starts. However, will I only preside over the calligraphy conference, the zither conference, the chess conference, and the painting conference? Could it be zither Dao, chess Dao, painting Dao? I already have people in mind. You don't have to worry, Dai Qianqing said mildly. Yes, Ram Saint nodded. Have you received the replies? The emperor of the great Qian dynasty asked calmly. Yes, there are letters from the 3 Holy Lands and the other 2 celestial dynasties. Solar Divine Palace, Tai Chu faction. Wanshou Taoism, Taishang faction. Spirited Mountain Holy Land, Future Buddha faction. Dian Dynasty, Qing Emperor personally leading a delegation. Great Yellow Dynasty, Emperor Kong personally leading a delegation. Others, as well as the various academies, will send representatives. Ram Saint said respectfully. Taishang, Taichu, Future Buddha, Qing Emperor, Emperor Kong? It really is a literary conference. Dai Qianqing tapped his fingers on the table. This Thousand Sage Conference will be held in Deqian. It will definitely be a grand occasion. Ram Saint nodded and smiled. Dai Qianqing nodded. In the western part of the Divine Continent, in a mountain forest filled with righteous energy, there was a group of buildings on the mountain. In each building, a group of people in green scholarly robes looked down at a valley below. There was a soundproof barrier in the valley, and no sound could be heard. However, one could see that there were many zither players hugging their zither, looking pained. The people on the mountain were confused. What a zither of life and death! They have all sealed their cultivation in this barrier. They will not open the barrier until the winner is decided. What are they trying to do? This guy is really something. Even the masters of the Guqin Academy couldn't stand it. How powerful is that sound? Look, that zither player is intoxicated. It must be a powerful song that attacks the heart. Friends with the zither, masters of the academy, zither play, play. That zither player's cultivation has been sealed. What are you worried about? The people on the mountain looked at the strange scene in the valley. Within the soundproof barrier, there was a young man dancing and singing in an intoxicated manner. In front of him, a group of scholars were rolling around with zither in their hands. Help me! Help me! Save! Help! Help! Save help! Save help! Help! F***CKU, what the hell are you singing? Help! Stop singing! Stop singing! Stop! I have gathered all my power in my ears to capture all your notes. You want us to listen to this? Don't sing anymore. Help! I'm deaf, deaf. My sense of music. Go to hell? The zither masters looked at the person who was singing. The person who was singing was none other than Gu Hai's heaven-level zither, Gao Chen. She finally finished singing the song with much difficulty. Gao Chen heaved a long sigh of relief. How comfortable. Didn't you say that you wanted to challenge me? Why didn't you play the zither? My general's order canon and sorrow are all SOSO. Only my song is the best. What do you think? The group of zither masters looked at Gao Chen as if they were dumbfounded. Didn't we say we were going to compete? An old zither master's mouth trembled. Gao Chen's face darkened. That day when I played the song for the people nearby, they were so happy. But you didn't allow them to listen. Why? You even asked me to compete and said that if I lost, I would kowtow and apologize to everyone in the Zither Academy. Come on, who's afraid of who? Play. Let me moisten my throat and play another song. Let's see who's better. Gao Chen drank a mouthful of tea and seemed to be about to sing again. Stop singing. Suddenly, all the Zither masters shouted as if they were about to break down. Zither competition. We were going to steal your songs, canon, pathétique, and order of the general. We were going to steal your songs and play the piano at the same time. But once you started singing those songs, we couldn't play them at all. How could we play them? Our sense of music is broken. How can we play a song and compete with you? When that little radish of yours sang, we were about to vomit blood. The old Zither master looked at his disciple, whose ears were bleeding, and his face was filled with shock. Gao Chen opened his mouth and was about to sing. We admit defeat. We admit defeat. Stop singing. The old man shouted. Once the old man shouted, no one tried to hold on. How was this listening to music? This was playing with their lives. You admit defeat just like that, Gao Chen said with a stunned face, his eyes filled with reluctance. Yes, Master, your zither skills are unparalleled. We were frogs in a well. Stop singing. No one here is your opponent. Really, compared to you, we are like fireflies competing for glory with the sun and moon. The old man shouted. Gao Chen looked regretful and sighed. All right, I still have dozens of songs. The Zither Master's faces changed. I still have a song that can cause thunder to roll. Sigh. It's so hard to find a worthy opponent. Gao Chen sighed. All the Zither Masters wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. But it's okay. Your zither skills still need to be improved. I will stay here and give you some pointers. No need to thank me. Gauchen's eyes lit up. Wung. All the zither masters' heads buzzed. What? You want to stay and give us pointers? Master, all the zither masters in the world are heading to the Thousand Sage Assembly. Why don't you go there? There are many experts there. They are all zither masters. Staying here is a waste of time. The old zither master immediately shouted. Yes, yes. All the zither masters nodded. Thousand Sage Assembly? Gauchen was slightly stunned. Yes, it's in the Deqian Celestial Empire, Heavenly Court City. Here, we have an invitation from the Thousand Sage Assembly. We admit that we are not talented, so we will give this invitation to you. We hope that Master can shine in the Thousand Sage Assembly and win first place. The old man hurriedly took out an invitation and handed it over. This invitation from the Deqian Celestial Empire was the most expensive thing in the world. In the past, they would not even be willing to give it a look. But now, in order to send this demon away, no one stopped them. All right, but unfortunately, I can't give you any pointers. Gauchen sighed softly. No need, no need. Don't delay Master's glory. When the time comes, all the zither masters in the world will gather at the Thousand Sage Assembly. They will definitely worship Master. The old man said excitedly. All right, forget it. I'll just force myself to accept it. The North Star sighed slightly and happily received the invitation. All the zither masters wiped the sweat off their heads. The winner was decided, and the barrier was removed. When the people on the mountain saw the horrified expressions of the zither court's great masters, they all showed shocked expressions. This Gauchen managed to conquer the zither court's elders with one song. The people on the mountain exclaimed in shock. However, Gauchen hugged the invitation and happily headed for the Deqian Celestial Empire. Han Dynasty, boundless heavenly capital, upper study room. Gu Hai looked at the Xuanwu race elder, Miao Chun, standing before him. Elder Miao, do you know about Shangguan Hen's matter? Gu Hai asked sullenly. Yes, I did not expect that the Prime had an evil body back then. The evil Prime Xuanwu is still alive? Miao Chun said with a complicated expression. This emperor already sent people to search for Shangguan Hen, but there is no news for now. However, the evil Xuanwu Prime has appeared. What is your attitude toward the Dahan? Gu Hai looked at Miao Chun. Miao Chun frowned and said, the evil Prime occupied Shangguan Hen Prime's body. I believe that he will reappear soon. At that time, he will definitely gather the old members of the Xuanwu race. At that time, the Xuanwu race will definitely follow him. Although he is the incarnation of evil, he is still a Prime. What about you? Will you follow him? Gu Hai asked sullenly. Miao Chun remained silent for a while. Then he shook his head and said, I want to stay in the boundless heavenly capital for now. Oh, Gu Hai said, feeling confused. Evil intent. It should be the dark side that the Prime separated back then. He is just the dark side of the Prime, not the true Prime. I only recognize the righteous Prime. If the black tortoise god fully approves of him, I will have nothing to say. However, the one that the black tortoise god truly approves of is Shangguan Hen. Hence, I will listen to God, Miao Chun said gravely. Gu Hai nodded and said, I remember that Shangguan Hen swallowed the snakehead of the previous Xuanwu Prime outside Silver Moon City. Perhaps this evil intent is in that snake head. Your Majesty, I would like to ask if you will save Shangguan Hen. Miao Chun asked solemnly. Yes, and I must save him. Gu Hai nodded with certainty. In that case, I will lead the Xuanwu race as the national beast of Dahan and wait for the return of Prime Shangguan Hen. Miao Chun said, solemnly. Gu Hai stared at Miao Chun for a while. Then he nodded and said, "I will do my best." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Miao Chun said gratefully. While Miao Chun and Gu Hai were talking, a guard's voice suddenly came from outside the study. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince requests an audience." The guard said respectfully. "Oh, let him in," Gu Hai said, feeling puzzled. "I did not summon Guqin. Why is he here?" Soon, Guqin walked into the study with a joyful expression on his face. "Imperial Father, good news! Good news! Just now, 2 envoys came to the boundless heavenly capital," Guqin said excitedly. "Oh," Gu Hai said, feeling puzzled. "Shiyu the Great has fallen, and the Day One Imperial Dynasty's territory is now ownerless. The Deqian Heavenly Dynasty can take it all slowly. However, for some reason, Jinmu of Silla suddenly became very anxious. Not only did she pacify the surrounding cities, but she also sent troops to attack them. As a result, many people in the Day One Imperial Dynasty started to revolt. Just now, 2 envoys from the cities came with letters from the city lords and the Book of All People. They said that they are willing to submit to the Han Dynasty and become citizens of the Dahan," Guqin said excitedly. "Book of All People?" Gu Hai was slightly stunned. "Yes, Imperial Father. You once promised Jinmu of Silla and Mr. Mo that you would not send a single soldier to the Day One Imperial Dynasty. However, those cities are willing to join the Han Dynasty. How can we refuse? We did not send a single soldier," Guqin said excitedly. "Good." Gu Hai also smiled in satisfaction. Chapter 5:05. The next day, Guqin brought up the matter of the envoys again. Gu Hai formally arranged for Mo Yike to handle the matter in front of all the officials. In the eyes of many officials, this was an opportunity for Mo Yike to establish his authority. However, in Mo Yike's eyes, he could only smile bitterly. The emperor had given him a hot potato. Mo Yike understood that the emperor was concerned about his feelings. Even if he chased the envoys away, the emperor would not blame him. However, could he do that? Not to mention that he was already a courtier of the Dahan and had to consider the interests of the Dahan. He could not bear to reject the request of the envoys. Sigh. With a slight sigh, Mo Yike accepted the book of 10,000 people from the envoys. Capital city, in Dayo Hall. Takeshi Ryushin looked at the scrolls that came from all directions with a gloomy expression. Bang! In his anger, Takeshi Ryushin slammed his palm on the table. The scrolls fell to the ground one after another. "Bastard Gu Hai," Takeshi Ryushin said with a gloomy expression. Long Aotian and Sima Chongkong each picked up a few scrolls and read them. Gu Hai? He went back on his word. He said that he would not covet the Daewon's territory. That despicable person. Long Aotian glared angrily. Takeshi Ryushin's expression was gloomy. "Your Highness, are you angry because of this? Then Your Highness is wrong to be angry," Sima Chongkong said with a bitter smile. Long Aotian and Takeshi Ryushin looked at Sima Chongkong. Gu Hai only promised not to send a single soldier to the Daewon's territory when he exchanged Qin Zibai. Now, all the cities are crying and shouting that they want to join the Dahan. Gu Hai didn't break his promise. Sima Chongkong smiled bitterly. Takeshi Ryushin's face darkened. "It's wrong to take Daewon's territory. Look, how many cities are there? There were already 10 cities. Why? Our soldiers risked their lives to besiege the city and suffered countless casualties in order to obtain a single city. Yet, he did it so effortlessly. That's mine, Deqian's." Long Aotian glared. Sima Chongkong shook his head. "His Holiness allowed Deqian to attack Daewon with our alliance. That is to say, Dahan also has the right Gu Hai didn't send a single soldier, but he fulfilled his promise to the prince. Why? Based on the fact that Daewon's people are loyal to Dahan, there's nothing we can do about it. Sima Changkong, whose side are you on? Long Ao Qian said coldly. Ao Qian, don't be rude. Takashi Ryushin said in a low voice. Humph. Long Ao Qian snorted. Then what should we do? Takashi Ryushin said with a frown. I advised the prince not to be too radical, otherwise it would incite a rebellion, but Sima Changkong sighed. Takashi Ryushin shook his head. The Thousand Sage Assembly is near. His Holiness sent an urgent order, so I can only speed up the process. I'll slowly pacify them in the future. Sima Changkong nodded. Time is indeed tight. Daewon's 200 cities are too many. Now that Dahan has taken over all the cities, it's difficult to do. It's obviously impossible to stop Dahan from taking over all the cities. We can only try to make them take as little as possible. We have to take over all the cities bordering Dahan as soon as possible. Then the other cities will be separated by our defense line, and they won't have a chance to join Dahan. Okay, Takashi Ryushin replied. Han Dynasty, Endless Celestial Capital, Upper Study. Only Gu Hai and Gu Qin were in the study. Father, Mr. Mo has already taken over 15 cities, but Takashi Ryushin's army is also reacting quickly. They're quickly taking over the cities bordering us. Gu Qin said worriedly. You want to use a defense line to separate Dahan? You're only starting to separate Dahan now. It's too late. If we can't stop them, just leave it to Mr. Mo. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled. Yes, Gu Qin said with a smile. Gu Hai slowly took out a scroll and handed it to Gu Qin. Father, what's this? Gu Qin asked, puzzled. With that, Gu Qin gently opened the scroll. There were many complicated diagrams drawn on the scroll. Gu Qin studied it for a while and said in surprise, Father, is this a formation? It's not a Go formation? Gu Hai nodded. It's the reason why the Great Slaughter Celestial Dynasty was destroyed. Oh, what's this diagram? Gu Qin was slightly taken aback. The forging diagram of the entrance to the Azura Mystic Realm, Gu Hai said in a low voice. The entrance to the Azura Mystic Realm? Gu Qin said in surprise. You'll be in charge of the secret construction according to this diagram. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Gu Qin studied it for a while and said with a frown, Yes, but the forging diagram of the entrance to the Azura Mystic Realm is as difficult as the floating formation of our endless celestial capital. It's not something that can be completed in a short time. Moreover, it requires all kinds of materials and a lot of time to collect them. I'll arrange for Chen Tianshan to be in charge of collecting these materials. You just have to do your best to build it, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, from the various signs of the Deqian Celestial Dynasty over the past few years, I feel that something big is about to happen on the Divine Continent. The Han Dynasty is too weak. In the face of such a big event, the slightest mistake will cause it to be destroyed. Therefore, the Dahan Celestial Dynasty must become strong as soon as possible. This forging diagram of the entrance to the Azura Mystic Realm is a crucial item. There can't be any mistakes. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Don't worry, Father. I'll do my best. Gu Qin said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Your cultivation level seems to be rising quickly. You're almost at the Yuanying state. Gu Hai looked at Gu Qin. Gu Qin nodded. Yes, there are some secret techniques in the legacy of Old Man Guanxi that have allowed me to cultivate extremely quickly. However, I just have a bad feeling about them. Oh, Gu Hai was puzzled. The secret techniques that I'm cultivating, how do I put it? It seems like a secret door. I can't tell what kind of danger it is, but I just have a strange feeling. Gu Qin frowned. Secret door? Guhai frowned. Guanxi's ninth son. Perhaps the ninth young master had discovered the secret door and wanted to find a substitute time and time again, giving the legacy to someone else. Secret door? If it's dangerous, then don't cultivate it. The Han Dynasty has countless martial arts. Guhai frowned. Guqin shook his head and smiled bitterly. How can other martial arts be faster than the one left behind by old man Guanxi? Moreover, once you start cultivating, you can't stop. I don't want to change. After staring at Guqin for a while, Guhai nodded. Ever since the cities had successfully submitted to the Han Dynasty, the news spread like wildfire to all the cities in the Day One territory. Shiyu the Great received the emperor's funeral, but the people didn't thank Takashi Ryushin. Instead, they thanked the Han Dynasty. The people were against the Deqian. Furthermore, when Takashi Ryushin took over the cities, they mobilized even more troops. The people of the Han Dynasty enjoyed good governance, and in a short period of time, more and more cities wanted to join the Han Dynasty. Of course, there were also those who didn't want to join the Han Dynasty. When Takashi Ryushin's army completely cut off the Han Dynasty's borders and cut off the Day One Dynasty, the Han Dynasty had taken over 35 cities. Including the Kong city that was already part of the Han Dynasty, there was a total of 36 cities. In a short period of time, the Han Dynasty's cities had reached 60. Pung! In the Daio Hall, Takashi Ryushin slammed his palm on the table. 35 cities? A bunch of trash. Takashi Ryushin said angrily. At the side, Sima Changkong smiled bitterly and said, Your Highness, actually, the Legion generals have already done their best. It's only 35 cities. We finally cut it off. The Day One Dynasty only has a total of 200 cities. Guhai is really lucky. 35 cities. That's more than his Han Dynasty's territory. Long Outyan was also depressed. Takashi Ryushin vented his anger for a while, then slowly suppressed the anger in his heart. Forget it. 35 cities it is. Humph. Takashi Ryushin could only feel helpless. The Han Dynasty's cities had reached 60, and its territory had more than doubled. Boundless celestial capital. In the study room, Guhai sat in front of the study table, and a group of Legion generals stood respectfully on both sides. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I only took 35 cities. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. No, Mr. has already done very well. Because of Mr., the Dahan's territory has doubled. What else can I blame you for? Guhai immediately smiled. Mo Yike shook his head and said, No, without me, Your Majesty can still take these cities. I didn't do anything. It's just a pity that I couldn't take more. More? Ha, Mr. Mo. 35 cities is already the Dahan's limit, isn't it? Only Mr. can control this well. If it were anyone else. Ha. Guhai smiled slightly. Second Legion Commander Qin Tianshan raised an eyebrow and said, What? Mr. Mo only took so many on purpose? Third Legion Commander Bingheim was silent for a while and said, Mr. Mo is wise. 35 cities is indeed the limit that the Dahan can take. If we take more, it will make people jealous. Guhai nodded and said, The Dahan is still developing. Let's take it slow. Yes, all the Legion generals answered. Just as everyone was discussing, the voice of a guard came from outside the room. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has brought Mu Qinfeng to see you. The guard said respectfully. Oh, Mu Qinfeng? Isn't she in Silver Moon City? Let them in. Guhai frowned and said, Mu Qinfeng was Elite Hall's leader Mu. Back in Silver Moon City, she had followed Guhai to build the first Zither Tower on this street. Later, she guarded Silver Moon City's property for Guhai and was in charge of contacting the young master of Silver Moon Villa, Yin Mo. Soon, Guqin led Mu Chenfeng into the study room. Father, Mu Chenfeng looked for me earlier. The situation is urgent, so I put aside my work and came here, Guqin said respectfully. Oh, Guhai looked at Mu Chenfeng. Mu Chenfeng greets the hall leader. Mu Chenfeng said respectfully. Mu Chenfeng, did something happen in Silver Moon City? Guhai asked, puzzled. Mu Chenfeng frowned and looked at everyone in the study room. You are all my trusted aides. Speak, Guhai said in a low voice. Mu Chenfeng nodded and said, Your Majesty, you used to send messages everywhere and report to me immediately if there was news about Shangguan Hen. I was worried that something might happen on the way, so I came here personally. Shangguan Hen, Guhai's expression changed. Yes, Villa Master Yun, Mo told me. He saw Shangguan Hen at Silver Moon Sea in Silver Moon Villa's property. There was also a large number of Xuanwu, Mu Chenfeng said solemnly. Shangguan Hen worked with you for a while in Silver Moon City. Since Villa Master Yun Mo said that he saw him, it can't be wrong. Silver Moon Sea, it's good that we know where he is. Guhai nodded. Villa Master Yun Mo mentioned that there was a group of people who went to see Shangguan Hen. The leader seemed to be called Qing Emperor. That's right, Qing Emperor. Mu Chenfeng recalled. What? Qing Emperor? Guqin's eyes widened as he exclaimed. Who was Qing Emperor? Guhai had already told Guqin about the information he had found a few years ago. When Guhai was still an ordinary person, the Qing Emperor had brought a group of experts to 95 Island. They were the ones who had killed Guhai's wife, Chenxian. It was this Qing Emperor who had caused the disappearance of Gu Tang and Gu Ming of Guqin's 4 brothers. Qing Emperor, the Dayan dynasty's emperor, was a powerful man. Guqin's exclamation stunned all the army commanders. They didn't know what was going on. Qing Emperor? Guhai smiled faintly. However, no one noticed that Guhai had clenched his fists so tightly that his veins were popping out. Chapter 506. Qing Emperor? Guhai's eyes were still calm, but his heart was in turmoil, filled with hatred. Father, I want to go to Silver Moon City. Guqin shouted with reddened eyes. Guhai was silent for a while, then said, All right, all of you are dismissed. The Crown Prince, stay. Yes, everyone nodded and left. After everyone left, Guqin could no longer control his emotions. Father, I want to go to Silver Moon City and kill that demon Qing Emperor. You're going? Do you have the ability to go now? Guhai asked. Yes, I have. The enmity of killing my mother is irreconcilable. I must kill him, Guqin said with reddened eyes. It's not your turn to kill him, Guhai said coldly. Father, Guqin said anxiously. All right, you guard the limitless celestial capital. I'm going to take a look, Guhai said. 3 days later, after Guhai handed over the administrative affairs of the Dahan, he led Mu Chenfeng, Mo Yike, and Bingheim onto the flying boat and headed north with a group of officials. Qin Zibai naturally followed Mo Yike to protect him. On the flying boat, Guhai didn't mention the Qing Emperor to Mo Yike and Bingheim. Instead, he held an invitation card in his hand and started reading it. Bingheim and Mo Yike stood at the side. Your Majesty, is this the invitation card for the Thousand Saints Conference from the Heavenly Courts? Mo Yike asked with a smile. Guhai nodded. The Thousand Saints Conference is very rare for an invitation card to be sent to a private individual. The Thousand Saints Conference is divided into 4 major competitions: zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Your Majesty's chess, zither, and calligraphy skills have all shown in the past few years. Naturally, Your Majesty will receive an invitation card, Mo Yike said with a smile. Thousand Sage Assembly? What's the use of the 4 major competitions? Guhai asked doubtfully. This is a grand meeting of all the cultivators under the heavens, the three great celestial dynasties, and the three great holy lands will definitely have people participating. There will also be countless academies, Qin institutes, chess institutes, and art institutes. The Thousand Sage Conference is held once every 1,000 years. The last time it was hosted by Old Man Guanxi from the Sky Chess Pavilion. Bingheim explained. Once every 1,000 years. Why? Guhai was puzzled. I've heard that it's held once every 1,000 years. Some Wendao Holy Hall opens once every 1,000 years, and only Wendao cultivators can enter. The purpose of the Thousand Sage Assembly is to select the people who can enter. Bingheim recalled. Wendao's Sacred Hall? Guhai asked doubtfully. I have also heard of Wendao Holy Temple before. However, I have never seen it before. Venerable Lu Nian shook his head. After a moment of silence, Guhai nodded and carefully put away the invitation. The flying ship quickly flew towards Silvermoon City. Bingheim and Mo Yike had already guessed what Guhai was concerned about from Gu Qin's attitude that day. However, the two did not say much. After more than a month, the flying ship slowly flew to the vicinity of Silvermoon City. Silvermoon City looked the same as before. However, the Silvermoon Sea outside the city was shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see inside. Hall Master, when I left, it was already like this. I asked the Manor Lord of Silvermoon Mountain Villa, Yun Mo. He said that this fog was not caused by him, Mu Chunfeng said with a frown. Yes, Guhai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the fog-shrouded Silvermoon Sea. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty, do you have a grudge against the Qing Emperor? Bingheim could not help asking worriedly. Oh. Guhai looked at Bingheim. That day, I already saw some clues. However, I was not sure. If your Majesty comes to seek revenge against the Qing Emperor, it would be best. Bingheim said worriedly. What's the best? Guhai chuckled. That Qing Emperor is an ambitious person in the world. He is stronger than Shiyu the Great. Bingheim said worriedly. Stronger than Shiyu the Great? Guhai raised his eyelids. Yes. Back then, he went to Solar God Palace and fought with Tai Chu. Although he did not win in the end, he did not lose either. Moreover, he is not as pure as Shiyu the Great. Qing Emperor is extremely shrewd and scheming. However, now that my Dahan, Bingheim said worriedly, is it something that Dahan cannot deal with now? Ha! Bingheim, how can you be sure that I have a grudge against him? Guhai laughed. Bingheim looked at Guhai with a complicated expression. She could not see any emotions on Guhai's face. In the end, she could only smile bitterly and say, maybe I am too sensitive. Guhai smiled faintly and nodded. Guhai turned his head and looked at the Silvermoon Sea again. Your Majesty, the fog in the Silvermoon Sea should be a formation? Mo Yike frowned and said, maybe. Guhai nodded. Guhai turned his head and no longer paid attention to the Silvermoon Sea. Instead, he looked at Silvermoon City. Although the hatred was engraved in his heart, Guhai did not let it get to his head. The Silvermoon Sea was the property of the Silvermoon Mountain Villa. There were many formations of the Silvermoon Mountain Villa inside. He had to go to the Silvermoon Mountain Villa first to figure out the situation. Go to the Silvermoon Mountain Villa. Guhai said seriously. Yes, the official behind him answered. Rumble. The flying ship flew toward Silvermoon City. Soon, it arrived at the city gate. At this moment, the soldiers guarding the city gate had anxious expressions. They looked into the city from time to time. Suddenly, a flying ship flew over. Immediately, a soldier shouted, Stop! Flying ships are prohibited in the city. Get off the flying ship and register to enter the city. Get off the flying ship and take the red-crowned crane carriage? Gu Hai did not want to waste a moment. Naturally, he was unwilling. He flipped his hand and took out the Elite Hall token, wanting to hand it over. However, before the token was handed over, the eyes of the captain of the guards at the side lit up. Then he scolded the guard. "Are you blind? Don't you recognize Mr. Good? Mr. Good wants to enter the city and register with you?" Huh. The city guard was bewildered. The captain of the guards welcomed him with great enthusiasm. "Mr. Good, you're finally back. That's great. It was all thanks to Mr. Good that I didn't lose my 5 senses. This is a newcomer. He doesn't know Mr. Good. Mr. Good, please don't blame him. It's okay." Gu Hai smiled. "Mr. Good, please come in." The captain of the guards immediately invited the flying ship into the city with great politeness. "Captain, no one in the city is allowed to fly on the flying ship. This is a rule set by the city lord," the guard said anxiously. The captain of the guards glared at him. "A rule set by the city lord? Do you believe that Mr. Good can make the entire city listen to Mr. Good?" Huh. The guard was stunned and speechless. Gu Hai smiled and didn't pay much attention to him. He steered the flying ship into the city. "Mr. Good, it's great that you're back. Something happened at Silver Moon Villa. It's been half a month. I heard that the villa master can't take it anymore," the captain of the guards said worriedly. "Silver Moon Villa? What happened?" Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. "Someone came to challenge Silver Moon Villa. It's a Guqin duel, just like Mr. Good last time," the captain of the guards said worriedly. "Challenge Silver Moon Villa? Why?" Gu Hai was puzzled. "I heard that it's to avenge the witch. Gu Hai said in surprise. "Oh, I remember now. They call themselves Guqin Masters from Taishang Sect," the captain of the guards recalled. Taishang Sect? Taishang Sect? Wanshou Taoism? Gu Hai's face darkened. Chapter 507. Han Dynasty, Limitless Celestial Capital. Guqin stood outside the soaring palace hall, looking towards the north. His eyes flashed with anxiety and helplessness. "Father, you didn't let me go to Silver Moon City. I know you're protecting me, but Dahan can't do without you. Father, you must return safely." Guqin sighed softly. "Crown Prince, Lord Chun has gathered a batch of materials. When will we start setting up the formation?" A subordinate walked behind Guqin. Guqin turned his head and nodded. "Let's go." "Yes," the subordinate said respectfully. Guqin left with his subordinates. However, he didn't notice that outside the limitless celestial capital, in the clouds, there was a man in red on a flying boat, looking at Guqin from afar. The man in red had a scar on his forehead. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Guqin. "Hey, Guqin, you're still alive." A group of subordinates stood behind him, carefully serving him. On the flying boat, there was a large flag with the word Tang written on it. "Lord Tang, this is all the information you asked us to find about the Han Dynasty. We've done our best, but we don't know what else we missed," a subordinate said worriedly. Lord Tang glanced at the information on the table beside him. "I've already seen it." "Missed? Tell me about Gu Hai's life," Lord Tang said calmly. "Yes, according to the information we found, Gu Hai came from an unknown family. He suddenly appeared at the age of 30 and married Chen Xian, from the mortal country of Chen Xian. Unfortunately, Chen Xian couldn't give birth, so he adopted 2 sons, Guqin and Guhan. After that, Chen Xian died of illness. Gu Hai sought medical help everywhere and finally stepped into the cultivation world with the help of the hall master of the first-class hall, Long Wanqing. Next, the subordinate said respectfully. Lord Tang gently tapped his finger on the armrest of the flying boat. Listening to Gu Hai's life story, he sneered. 2 adopted sons? Ha! Old man. Ha! What great luck you have. You actually didn't die so many times. How much longer can you live? Lord Tang said in a low voice, revealing a cold smile. Lord Tang, we have been delayed here for some time. Should we continue to move forward? Otherwise, if we delay for too long, the emperor will blame us. And the subordinate said worriedly. Lord Tang turned his head, looked at the subordinate, and said indifferently, let's go north to the Deqian Celestial Empire. The Qin Emperor will have to wait for a long time. Yes, his subordinates answered. Who? The flying boat circled around the limitless celestial capital and shot toward the north at high speed. In the limitless celestial capital, almost no one noticed the flying boat. Only one person, Dongfang Booby, glanced at it suspiciously before it left. Outside Silver Moon City, Silver Moon Sea. Silver Moon Sea was shrouded in fog. At this moment, outside the fog, near Silver Moon City, a group of men stood on the flying boat, listening to the sound from Silver Moon City. The leader, dressed in a white robe, revealed a slight smile. Great, ferocious bird song. Ha! How much does the Grand Elder's bloodline hate the Silver Moon Mountain Villa? The Silver Moon Mountain Villa can still withstand the attack of such a ferocious bird. It is indeed worthy of being Mr. Silver Moon's inheritance. The white-robed man sneered. After the white-robed man finished speaking, another man in purple beside him laughed. Qisha, you are the Emperor's heaven-grade zither. You heard it clearly. What happened in Silver Moon City? Why did Taishang's bloodline use the great ferocious bird song? The white-robed man, Qisha, said coldly, mind your own business. Don't ask about unimportant things. The purple-robed man's face stiffened, then looked at Qisha with a gloomy expression, but he didn't say anything. Everyone ignored 7 kills. 7 kills was the only one listening to the commotion in the city. In Silver Moon City, Gu Hai's flying boat quickly flew towards Silver Moon Villa. Before long, they were not far from Silver Moon Villa. Mr. Good, it's there, it's there. Look, the guard leading the way immediately pointed into the distance and shouted, Screech, screech, screech. A group of hundreds of giant vultures let out sharp screeches and swooped down, crashing into Silver Moon Villa. Each of the vultures was over 1,000 feet long. Their bodies glowed with blue light. They crashed into the barrier outside the Silver Moon Villa. Boom, 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 boom. The ferocious birds crashed into the barrier and exploded. A deafening sound rang out. The deafening sound seemed to contain a ferocious aura, making one's heart tremble. Silver Moon Villa's formation shook violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. Strangely, the vulture that had exploded was suddenly reborn amidst the ripples. Are these vultures fake? Are they formed by the sound of the zither? Mo Yike raised his eyebrows in surprise. Indeed, these vultures were transparent. Around Silver Moon Villa, sound waves fluctuated, forming ripples. At the intersection of these sound waves and ripples, vultures condensed. Outside Silver Moon Villa, the ones who formed the vultures with the sound waves were 10 white-robed zither players, continuously plucking the strings. The sound of the zither seemed to be controlled near Silver Moon Villa and could not be transmitted. However, every time they played, the hundreds of vultures became more ferocious. Screech, screech. Vultures' cries seemed to carry a kind of terror that made people scared. It's there. Every time I hear the cries of these monsters, I don't know why, but my heart palpitates. The guard said with a cold expression, this is fear in the way of the zither, an extremely sinister way of the zither. Bingheim said with a frown, fear. Guhai frowned and looked at Bingheim. Bingheim nodded and said, there are many effects in the way of the zither. Some sounds can cut off a person's 5 senses. Just like fairy, one les miserables. Some sounds can cut off a person's 7 emotions and 6 desires. This should be the one that cuts off a person's courage. Once a person's courage is cut off, in the best-case scenario, they will not make any progress in their cultivation. They will even regress countless times. In the worst-case scenario, they will be completely frightened to death. Break someone's courage. Gu Hai's expression darkened. If I'm not wrong, this should be the Wanshou Taoism's great, ferocious bird-killing song. Bingheim said with a frown. Great, ferocious bird-killing song. Mo Yike raised his eyebrows. There are 100 types of ferocious birds in the great ferocious bird-killing song. I just don't know how many types they can play, Bingheim said worriedly. As expected, as hundreds of vultures self-destructed, a soul-shaking explosion sounded. More zither masters started to play the zither. Shriek, shriek. Another group of white-robed zither masters started to play. Suddenly, peacocks appeared in the ripples of the zither music and charged ferociously like vultures towards the boundary of the Silver Moon Villa. Rumble! The loud sounds shocked the residents in the surroundings, and they fled in all directions. Under the influence of fear, the ordinary Xiuzha showed an inexplicable expression of fear. Outside the Silver Moon Villa, there were hundreds of zither masters playing the zither. Peacocks, vultures, eagles, and all kinds of ferocious birds rushed towards the boundary of the Silver Moon Villa in flocks. The fierce sounds shook the heavens and the earth. A large number of cracks appeared on the boundary. Inside the boundary, Yun Mo played the zither with an ugly expression. A group of Silver Moon Villa disciples behind him were also playing the zither with Yun Mo. They all looked anxious. They were sweating profusely. Some people's fingers were already bleeding, but they did not dare to stop for a moment. Some of the disciples of the Silver Moon Villa, who had lower cultivations, revealed frightened expressions and shivered. One of them looked like he was scared to death. Elder Feng Tong, are you going to exterminate my Silver Moon Villa? Yun Mo shouted angrily outside the boundary. The person directing the white-robed zither masters was a Jurassic man who was only as tall as a child but had an old face. The man's expression was ugly and ferocious. Exterminate? Ha 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 ha. Yun Mo, you were the one who almost killed Wan You stole Wan Er's body and prepared to give it to the old manor master of the Silver Moon Villa for possession? Humph! You dare to harm my Wan I want your life. Elder Feng Tong said with a ferocious expression. I already apologized to her. Yun Mo said anxiously. Apologize? Ha ha ha. So, what if you apologized? I will kill you all. Where is the old manor master? Where is that old thing? If he is dead, your Silver Moon Villa does not need to exist. Elder Feng Tong said coldly. Play 100 kinds of ferocious birds. Go and greet them all. Kill them all. Elder Feng Tong said coldly. Yes. The hundreds of zither masters continued playing. I can't take it anymore. Save me. Save me. Suddenly, one of the Silver Moon Villa disciples showed a horrified expression. He was so frightened that his courage crumbled as he quickly tried to flee. Whoosh! The boundary did not seem to stop this fleeing disciple, allowing him to pass through it in an instant. Wah! Wah! Screech! Screech! Hundreds of ferocious birds instantly surrounded that person. No! Hung! The hundreds of ferocious birds suddenly self-destructed, and the man who had just escaped fell to the ground. The self-destruction did not kill him. The guard captain from before exclaimed in horror. These ferocious birds are all fake. No, they are just a kind of mental ferocious bird. They exploded in his heart. The explosion earlier did not injure his physical body, but his mental state. He lost all his courage and was scared to death. Bingheim said with an unsightly expression. That is to say, the Silver Moon Villa's boundary does not block physical objects, but sound waves. Guhai asked seriously. Bingheim nodded strangely. Your Majesty, your Zither Dao is so powerful. You should know that this boundary is the Zither Dao barrier that Yun Mo and the others played. Guhai did not explain why he did not know. However, that did not stop Guhai from understanding. So you're saying that this isn't actually a barrier, but a surface where two types of sound waves come into contact. It's like the meeting of water and oil, forming a barrier at the junction. Once one side stops playing, it will be completely drowned out by the other side. As long as Yun Mo and the others stop playing, this boundary will disappear, and all the ferocious birds will explode in their hearts. That will be the end of them? Guhai asked. Yes. Bingheim looked at Guhai in confusion and nodded